Yang Jun found himself transmigrated into the role of a debauched antagonist in the grand narrative of the Xia, a son of a powerful military family, wielding unparalleled influence. However, to his dismay, his father had feigned death at the outset, and his betrothed, a princess, unexpectedly proposed to marry two men simultaneously. Familiar with the plot, Yang Jun remained unfazed. He thought, if I cannot confront them, I shall retreat. Once my father returns, I shall have you repay me 100-fold. Unbeknownst to him, the princess could hear his inner thoughts. Upon discovering this, she began to push for marriage even more fervently. Princess, are you merely pretending? Then I shall indeed marry you. As the narrative unfolded, even the female lead of the entire story could hear her own heart's whispers, leaving Yang Jun feeling utterly perplexed. Yang Jun, just as one princess departs, another ancient beauty arrives. I shall not hold back. Chapter 1. The princess to serve two husbands? Yang Jun, His Majesty has decreed that I shall be wed to Commander Zhou. However, do not take offense, this will not interfere with our engagement. At worst, our children will bear your surname. The Xia royal family shall not owe the Pingxi Wangfu any debt. In the Xia dynasty, within the confines of the Pingxi Wangfu, a cold voice echoed through the courtyard. Dressed in opulent garments with a mourning ribbon tied at his waist, Yang Jun's handsome visage displayed a look of shock, his lips twitching at the proclamation. Before him stood the illustrious sixth princess, Yin Shiyu. The princess was tall, adorned in a pure white gown of silk. Her exquisite features, combined with an air of noble detachment, made her breathtakingly beautiful. Yet, her astonishing declaration left Yang Jun utterly bewildered. What does this mean? A woman serving two husbands? These ancient people, who profess to uphold tradition, are indulging in such audacity? Soon, Yang Jun regained his composure. This plot, it seems I have unwittingly stepped into a mindless novel I once read, titled The Carefree King of the Xia. Yang Jun felt a pang of bitterness. Others transmigrate to gain wealth and power, but the title of Carefree King had no association with him. Instead, he found himself cast as the villain, a mere pawn in the grand scheme, the useless son of the Pingxi Wangfu, destined to be a stepping stone for the true hero. Currently, the plot dictated that the princess was gradually to become the hero's woman. He would not even have the chance to wear the green hat before being eliminated by the protagonist. However, while the storyline was indeed bizarre, one could hardly blame Yin Shiyu entirely. It must be understood that the original Yang Jun's father was the foremost general of the Xia, a legitimate prince by merit. He had defended the borders against barbarian tribes, earning great accolades. But due to the formidable reputation of the Pingxi Wang, the original protagonist, Yang Jun had been reduced to a hostage. Not long ago, the original's father had died in battle. With the nation lacking generals and the borders in peril, the hero, Zhou Tian, began to rise, seizing an opportunity amidst the minister's reluctance to engage in such turmoil. He privately approached the sixth princess, seeking her hand in marriage, aiming for ascension. To ensure the safety of the citizens and soldiers at the borders, the princess was compelled to agree to this union. Moreover, Zhou Tian was a product of her father, making his betrayal all the more despicable. Reflecting on this, Yang Jun felt a surge of indignation. He realized that not all protagonists were admirable figures. Zhou Tian was indeed a scoundrel. At this moment, noticing Yang Jun's nonchalant demeanor, Yin Shiyu felt a flicker of anger rise within her. Her beautiful eyes lowered, revealing an abyss of disappointment. As a dignified princess, she had no desire to serve two husbands. Yet, for the sake of Xia and its people, she had no choice. It was already humiliating enough to be engaged to a well-known wastrel like Yang Jun. But she also understood that a woman's marriage was not hers to dictate. Was she truly destined to exist between two men? Would that not be akin to being a mere concubine? Just then, a young servant approached. Casting a glance at Yin Shiyu, he turned to Yang Jun with a suggestion. Young master, why not employ the old method? Use medicine to secure the princess's affections and ensure she bears your child. Upon hearing this, Yin Shiyu's eyes widened in shock. They had not yet been formally engaged, and, until today, she had never met Yang Jun. It seemed he was indeed as incompetent as the rumors suggested the Pingxi Wangfu was doomed. At the servant's words, she felt panic rising. Her maid, Qing Wan, quickly stepped in front of her. Yang Jun, hearing the remarks, looked at the servant with a silent gaze. He could not help but murmur to himself, "Is it not disgraceful enough that the princess is to marry a man favored by her father?" At this moment, the Pingxi Wangfu was adorned with white lanterns, and the courtyard was draped in white gauze and silk. The servants wore mourning attire, as the Pingxi Wang had only recently perished. Yang Jun raised his gaze towards the firmly shut gates of the Wangfu. While it may be somewhat inappropriate for the princess to arrive at this time, she had come with only one maid and shut the door behind her, which was already a sign of respect. I should be grateful to her. She too was compelled by circumstance. What woman desires 2 husbands? Such a noble figure should not be placed in a predicament. Yang Jun's thoughts echoed in Yin Shiyu's ears. She was taken aback, wondering from where this voice had emanated. Then, realization dawned upon her. He understood her. Although she was a princess, those within the Wangfu believed she was hastily distancing herself from the deceased general's legacy. Even the servants looked upon her with disdain, as if accusing her of being a treacherous woman. But who knew the sorrow she bore? Now, Yang Jun articulated the unspoken thoughts of her heart. Even though the pillar of the Wangfu had fallen and the heir appeared to be a useless wastrel, she had no intention of betraying her vows. She had tried her utmost to preserve dignity for both parties, yet she was left with no options. Wait! Suddenly, realization struck her, and her eyes widened in disbelief. She gazed intently at Yang Jun, filled with confusion. He had not spoken aloud, yet she could hear his thoughts as if they were her own. Was it possible for her to hear Yang Jun's heart? At that moment, Yang Jun's voice rang out in reprimand. "Scoundrel! How dare you disrespect the princess? She is to be my future bride and the reigning princess with a world in her heart." The chastised servant was momentarily stunned. Had the young master taken leave of his senses today? But usually Deng Jian believed Yang Jun was merely putting on a show and attempted to propose again. Smack! Yang Jun delivered a sharp slap to Deng Jian's face. That was the original's wrongdoing. He would not be held accountable. He then straightened his attire and bowed to Yun Shiyu. "Princess, please do not take offense. The Pingxi Wangfu will certainly cooperate with your decision to annul the engagement." The imposing demeanor with which he reprimanded the servant, coupled with his now courteous manner, left Yun Shiyu momentarily dazed. This was not the impression she had gathered from rumors. The servants exchanged glances, well aware of their young master's true character. Could it be that he had some ulterior motive? One by one, they cast sympathetic glances at the sixth princess. Yang Jun was aware that his actions might seem cowardly. What man could endure his fiancée marrying another? Yet this was not the time for bravado. A true man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. If I confront Zhou Tian now, I shall only suffer. I shall endure after all. My father is not truly dead. When the time comes to expose the conspirators colluding with external enemies, I shall settle the score. Yin Shiyu furrowed her brows, comprehending Yang Jun's thoughts with clarity. Yang Jun remained composed, neither submissive nor impulsive, capable of bearing humiliation for the greater good. How could someone with such fortitude be labeled a worthless wastrel? Yin Shiyu's perception of Yang Jun gradually shifted. It appeared that he had been concealing his true self all along. Simultaneously, she inhaled deeply, utterly astonished. She was certain that she could indeed hear Yang Jun's innermost thoughts. Chapter 2. My heart's voice has been heard. Meanwhile, Yang Jun's thoughts continued to resonate. The sixth princess, though exceptionally beautiful and possessing a kind heart, is unfortunately being deceived by Zhou Tian, reduced to a mere vessel for childbirth, just another woman among many bearing the Zhou surname. She looks down upon me. A forced relationship is never sweet. As long as I keep my distance from Zhou Tian and his women, I can still enjoy a pleasant life in Xia. Yin Xie, upon hearing this, was filled with indignation. While flattered by the compliment on her beauty, she had no time to feel bashful. What did it mean that there were many women with the surname Zhou, only wishing to treat her as a mere tool for procreation? She clenched her delicate hand. This was utterly outrageous. Yang Jun, upon observing Yin Xie's increasingly grim expression, remained oblivious to her ability to comprehend his thoughts and mistakenly interpreted her demeanor as disdain for him. Without further ado, he politely spoke. Yang Jun is unworthy of the princess. Since the princess has another in her heart, I ought to concede. Here is the marriage token. What a ridiculous burden to bear. Even if he agreed, Zhou Tian would not let him off the hook. After all, in his previous life, before the princess's hand could even be grasped, he had already met his end at the hands of Zhou. Yang Jun glanced at the attendant beside him. The latter, not daring to delay, hurriedly sought out the elder lady of the house to retrieve the marriage token for him. Yang Jun presented the token with both hands. Yang Jun lacks talent and fortune to forge a bond with the princess. Today, let us part ways amicably, wishing the princess longevity and health. Yang Jun's demeanor was respectful, in keeping with the desolate atmosphere of the estate, evoking sympathy from onlookers. Yun Siye felt utterly at a loss. She had never anticipated that Yang Jun would take the initiative to withdraw from the engagement. After all, the royal house was in disarray, and they should be eager to cling to the princess, their invaluable asset. She had prepared herself for a hefty price to pay. Yet, in the end, Yang Jun was so straightforward. His unexpected forthrightness weakened Yun Siye's resolve. After all, the royal house was still in mourning. Was her withdrawal from the engagement too abrupt? However, she had never stated her intention to annul the engagement. Looking at Yang Jun, calm and composed, he resembled a refined gentleman, certainly not as despicable as the rumor suggested. Yet at that moment, Yang Jun was in a state of desperation. What was the young lady thinking? Quickly accept the marriage token. Go amuse yourself with him. Let's see if he can treat you as a mere plaything. Upon hearing this, Yun Siye frowned. The ability to hear Yang Jun's thoughts was nothing short of miraculous. Could it be that she and Yang Jun were truly destined by some celestial decree? Yet, why did his thoughts incite such anger within her? She raised her gaze and scoffed. Withdraw from the engagement? Who said I wish to do so? Our marriage has long been settled. This declaration left Yang Jun, who believed he could alter the course of events, utterly bewildered. Was this not what the princess desired? Upon hearing her words, he sensed a profound sense of grievance emanating from her expression, as though he were the villain in this narrative. At that moment, Yin Xie had confirmed her ability to hear Yang Jun's thoughts. This meant that Zhou Tian, that scoundrel, not only exploited her, but intended to reduce her to a mere female slave, a tool for reproduction. How shameless! That young man had merely recently gained some notoriety, becoming the commander of the Wei Feng battalion in the imperial city. He was not even a general, yet he dared to dream of having the esteemed princess as his pet, competing with numerous other women for her affection? Absolutely not. Yang Jun, upon hearing this, was equally alarmed. What have I done to offend the princess? Is this an attempt to have Zhou Tian eliminate me? Could it be that the royal family has discovered my father's secret? In the original plot, the Pingxi Wang encountered danger at the border, suffering injuries. The ruse of his death was a ploy to expose the traitors within the court and the failures within the military. Zhou Tian had accused him of treason, leading to the emperor's wariness and the wrongful death of the Pingxi Wang. Zhou Tian, seizing the opportunity, claimed the military accomplishments for himself, rising to prominence. Yang Jun cursed inwardly. It had been exhilarating to read about it in the novel. Yet, standing in the shoes of the victim, the male protagonist was truly shameless. Yun Siye's eyes brightened as she realized the implications. Yes, she had been astounded by her ability to hear Yang Jun's thoughts, but she had forgotten that he had clearly stated that the Pingxi Wang was not truly dead. Since the border situation was a fabrication of the Pingxi Wang, there was no real danger. Thus, she need not humiliate herself by serving two husbands. With this revelation, Yun Siye cast aside her gloom. She spoke cheerfully. You misunderstand. I do not wish to withdraw from the engagement. Our marriage shall proceed as planned. As she spoke, she gently lifted her delicate face. What is it? Does this princess not deserve you? Now it seemed that Yang Jun was not so unworthy. After all, his appearance was quite commendable. Yang Jun swallowed hard, realizing that a woman's heart was as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. He still wished to struggle, but Yun Xie, who could hear his thoughts, raised her hand to interrupt. The marriage shall proceed as intended. As for Zhou Tian. Just as she began to mention Zhou Tian, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. The doorman opened it, revealing a pair of soldiers armed with swords who rudely barged into the estate. Clatter, clatter. There stood Zhou Tian, clad in silver armor, riding a magnificent white steed, striding in with an air of arrogance. He cast a disdainful glance at Yang Jun before bowing slightly. to Yun Xie. I am Zhou Tian, sent by the Empress to protect the princess. With that, he leisurely dismounted, drew his sword, and pointed it menacingly at Yang Jun. You dare to plot against the princess? You seek death. Yang Jun felt despair wash over him. The inevitable had arrived. According to the original plot, he indeed had drugged the princess at this juncture. Yet now, he had done nothing at all. He reminded himself to remain calm and forced a smile. Commander Zhou, you are mistaken. I am merely returning the marriage token to the princess. Look, the princess and her maid are both perfectly fine. Why not join us for a cup of tea? Zhou Tian instinctively glanced over. Indeed, both the princess and her maid were unharmed, not a hair out of place. Logically, a scoundrel like Zhou Tian should not remain so composed upon hearing that the princess was to be taken from him. The princess must belong to him. Furrowing his brow, Zhou Tian refused to relent, narrowing his eyes and scoffing. You dare to argue. I clearly saw you and your attendants surrounding the princess. Seize him. Yang Jun gritted his teeth. Damn it, this is blatant slander. I will fight back. My father will avenge me. The servants in the estate were immediately surrounded by the soldiers, trembling in fear. As Zhou Tian's sword hovered ominously above Yang Jun's neck, Yun Xie coldly interjected, Zhou Tian, what are you doing? Attacking my future husband? Do you not see me, the princess, standing here? She then pushed Zhou Tian's sword aside, resolutely positioning herself in front of Yang Jun. Chapter 3. The protagonist returns to deliver women suddenly. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Yang Jun felt a surge of astonishment. Wasn't the princess meant to wed Zhou Tian? Why then was she addressing him as her prince consort? Was she truly enamored with the notion of a love triangle? The servants of the royal residence were equally bewildered. This transformation occurred too swiftly. Hadn't the princess previously looked down upon the heir, intending to humiliate him by relegating him to a subordinate role? Why now did she come to his defense? Observing the princess's support for Yang Jun, Zhou Tian's expression darkened. His tone grew more menacing. Your Highness, the Empress Dowager has granted me the right to execute first and report later. Fear not. Should this scoundrel threaten you, I shall slay him on the spot. He then cast a cold, piercing gaze at Yang Jun, radiating a palpable aura of hostility. Yang Jun held his head high, refusing to be intimidated. If death is to come, then so be it. After 18 years, I shall still be a hero. What a pity the princess is rather admirable, destined to fall into the hands of this perverse individual. Alas, what can be done? After all, he possesses the protagonist's halo. The thoughts of Yang Jun echoed in Yun Xie's ears, prompting her to glance at Zhou Tian with a hint of disdain. Initially, she had been coerced and manipulated by Zhou Tian. From Yang Jun's perspective, this fellow was indeed repulsive, a true hypocrite. Conversely, Yang Jun displayed integrity, exhibiting a character entirely different from her expectations. Moreover, if Yang Jun were to meet an untimely fate, as he anticipated, the wrath of Wang Pingxi would not only bring turmoil to the border, but also plunge the royal family into chaos, potentially leading to widespread disorder. Contemplating this, her disdain for Zhou Tian deepened. Yang Jun gritted his teeth. I demand to see the Empress Dowager. Let her decide my fate. Zhou Tian, executing first and reporting later must have a legitimate reason, does it not? My household is watching. Zhou Tian scoffed at his words, dismissively retorting. Then let us kill them all. He was furious at the princess for speaking on Yang Jun's behalf. This was his opportunity to rid himself of this debauched scion. Only then could he fully possess the sixth princess. Zhou Tian cast a fleeting glance at the princess, whose beauty rivaled that of a celestial being, her innocent visage betraying a glimmer of pride and greed in his eyes. The servants of the royal residence were thrown into an uproar, their expressions filled with fear and despair. Yang Jun curset inwardly, despicable and shameless. These four words also echoed Yun Xie's sentiments. With a swift motion, the soldiers began to draw their swords, and Zhou Tian regarded Yang Jun with palpable disdain. Many of the royal servants were already in tears, kneeling on the ground. At that moment, Yun Xie's cold voice rang out. Halt! Let us see who dares to move. The authority of the royal family emanated powerfully. The soldiers, devoid of direction, looked to Zhou Tian for guidance. Zhou Tian was already enraged and spoke in a low tone. Princess, do not forget our agreement. My memory is quite sharp. Yun Xiu Ipotit Yang Yun, Here, expression stone. I have exchanged mourning tokens with the air. It is customary for me to offer incense during the royal mourning period. What business is it of yours? If you disturb this solemn occasion further, do not blame me for being impolite. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tian's face twisted in disgust, as if he had swallowed a dead fly. He cast a venomous glare towards Yang Jun. There was no way he could kill the princess as well. Gritting his teeth, he barely managed to articulate, "I hope the princess does not come to regret this. Depart." With that, he swept away in a huff. Shortly thereafter, the soldiers of the Fengzi camp all retreated. "Thank you." Yang Jun exhaled deeply, drenched in cold sweat. He nodded to Yun Xie. "The princess possesses a truly kind heart and such beauty. How fortunate it would be if she were my wife. It is truly a pity for Zhou Tian, that scoundrel. But she has saved the lives of everyone in my household. I must find a way to protect her." This string of praises caused a blush to bloom on Yun Xie's delicate cheeks. Here, bashful demeanor nearly captivated Yang Yun's gaze. In her heart, she thought, "Rest assured, Zhou Tian shall not benefit from my kindness." However, Yang Jun perceived her intentions as purely benevolent. Yet, Yun Xie soon spoke startling words. "Prepare the household. Once your mourning period is over, we shall proceed with the rites." With that, she shyly beckoned Qing Wan to depart. As Yun Xie's slender figure exited through the grand entrance, Yang Jun gulped, momentarily regaining his composure. Had he truly succeeded in altering the course of the narrative? However, he felt unworthy of such beauty and could not find joy in the situation. Although he had preserved his life today, the main plot remained unchanged. He understood that Zhou Tian would still seek to eliminate him, perhaps with even greater cruelty. With a heavy heart, he summoned Deng Jian, instructing, "I shall be in the study for a while. Keep a vigilant watch and ensure no one disturbs me." He then produced a silver note from his sleeve and handed it over. "I struck you earlier, but it was to safeguard you." Deng Jian grinned, raising an eyebrow toward Zhou Tian, and teasingly whispered, "So, young master, you have already captured the princess? Impressive." Yang Jun shot him an exasperated glance. Quickly realizing that his former self had left various playthings and aphrodisiacs in the study. Had Deng Jian misunderstood? Feeling somewhat awkward, he scratched his head and hastily made his way to the study, intent on retrieving those items. Meanwhile, Zhou Tian, who had retreated in discontent, was filled with resentment. He had already considered the sixth princess as his own. One who disobeys, and one who seeks to steal my woman. Is it? He narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent palpable. He then commanded the soldiers to return to their camps while he headed in the opposite direction. Eventually, he arrived in an ordinary inn on the outskirts of the capital. Stealthily, he entered. As he pushed open the door, a fragrant breeze wafted in from behind. A smirk played on his lips as he embraced a soft waist. Instantly, a stunning woman found herself enveloped in his arms. She pouted playfully, "Junior brother, you haven't visited me in ages. Have you been enchanted by the sixth princess?" Zhou Tian licked his lips, his expression turning cold. "Do not speak of it. A useless fool has thwarted my plans. I need you." The woman reluctantly stepped out of Zhou Tian's embrace, bending her leg in a gesture of respect. "My master has sent me to assist you. It is my duty." Upon hearing this, Zhou Tian raised his hand, gripping the woman. "You are nearly 29 years old now. Once this matter is resolved, we shall commence our dual cultivation." Wang Pingxi's residence dressed in servant's attire. Yang Jun stood pensively at the entrance. Suddenly, a soft hand seized his neck. Startled, he realized Zhou Tian would soon make a move against him, prompting his disguise as a servant. Yet he had not anticipated such swift action. "I say," Yang Jun gasped, struggling for breath, fearing he might be choked to death. The woman released him, clad in black attire with a whip in hand, exuding an aura that suggested she would not hesitate to kill him at the slightest provocation. Yet, Yang Jun felt no fear. Instead, a hint of a mocking smile graced his lips. The woman furrowed her brow, visibly displeased. Just as she was about to speak, an unsettling realization dawned upon her. A flicker of panic crossed her face, her legs began to weaken, and 2 shades of alluring crimson swiftly blossomed on her delicate cheeks. Chapter 4. You cannot escape with beauty and grace, and a whip hung at her waist. Who could this be but Zhou Tian's 4th senior sister, Lung Qingwei? From the original tale, Zhou Tian was fortunate to have an excellent master who not only devoted himself to his training, but also provided him with 4 senior sisters to assist him. Among them, the most extraordinary was the fourth senior sister, Lung Qingyue, who possessed the Ziyang sacred body and practiced the Yulong divine art. By the time she reached her 29th year, she would achieve great mastery. Should one engage in dual cultivation with her, their power would surely amplify. What are you laughing at? Hurry and take me to find Yang Jun. Lung Qingyue, sensing something amiss, glared at Yang Jun, who was grinning mischievously. I laugh at your naivety for entering a den of wolves. Yang Jun's laughter grew more pronounced, sending a jolt of alarm through Lung Qingyue, her anxiety escalating as her legs weakened and her cheeks flushed with heat, exhaling fervent breaths. What have you done to me? You despicable wretch! Lung Qingyue exclaimed, and with a thud, she collapsed to the ground. It is no wonder that the Pingxi Wangfu is in decline. Even a servant displays such shamelessness. One can only imagine how detestable Yang Jun must be. There's an assassin attempting to take my life. Are you Yang Jun? Yang Jun showed that. And only then did Lung Qingyue come to her senses, but it was all too late. She felt weak and powerless, an inexplicable force surging within her body, leaving her both humiliated and furious, unable to resist. Quickly, bind her and take the young master to the dungeon. In the dungeon, Lung Qingyue looked at her bound and humiliating posture, gritting her teeth in anger. Even as a prisoner, you remain so defiant. Do you believe I won't use something even harder than your tongue to deal with you? Yang Jun blurted out, realizing the gravity of the situation. This original persona was truly vile. As a good young man, how had he fallen into the original persona's habits, uttering such disgraceful words? Lung Qingyue, unable to break free, glared at Yang Jun with fury. Yang Jun stepped forward, kicking her into Baxil, causing her to stumble and fall onto the peculiar bed before him. Am I shameless? You are the shameless one. A woman who comes to my residence in the dead of night with the intent to kill me. Am I simply to extend my neck and allow you to strike me down? Someone, for safety's sake, bind this assassin even tighter. We must not let her slip away. Yang Jun, filled with trepidation, knew that Lung Qingyue was formidable in the original story. Very well, young master, quickly summon someone to bind this woman with additional loops. Once secured, we shall depart, leaving this space to the young master. Deng Jian, the foremost sycophant by Yang Jun's side, immediately understood the command, directing the servants to add more chains to Lung Qingyue, ensuring her security before leading the others away, leaving the space to Yang Jun, shameless Yang Jun. What do you intend to do with me? If you wish to kill me, then do so. Do not think you can humiliate me. Lung Qingyue, now more voluptuous in her bindings, felt a surge of indignation and shouted at Yang Jun. Yang Jun gazed at her with a smile, appraising her with a shake of his head. Ah, you were once a beauty, yet now you are a thief. Most importantly, why must you be the female thief who opposes me? However, I must admit, this woman indeed possesses a captivating allure. No wonder that scoundrel Zhou Tian sought to cultivate with her by any means necessary. Indeed, if I can utilize her, could I not also engage in dual cultivation to enhance my power? No, such thoughts are perilous. This world is fraught with danger. I must preserve myself and develop slowly. Certain matters must not be approached with haste. After Lung Qingyue finished her tirade, she suddenly heard Yang Jun's voice. To her astonishment, he was right before her, and he did not even blink. Could it be that I am hearing Yang Jun's innermost thoughts? Is it possible that I can perceive his intentions? Lung Qingyue was taken aback, her mind swirling, unable to comprehend the situation. Could it be that my bindings have provoked Yang Jun? And as I am the Ziyang holy body, possessing the Yulong divine art, I have awakened another ability to hear the thoughts of men who harbor ill intentions towards me? Contemplating these matters, Lung Qingyue furrowed her brows. Yet how could this rascal know my secrets? Ah, the Pingxi Wang's influence is immense. While he lived, he could surely investigate these matters. Does he intend to use me to cultivate? Dream on. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a sweet smile appeared on her face, and she made an effort to twist her long legs, intertwining them to reveal her perfect curves. Your Highness, I am merely a victim in this matter. However, I have come to realize my mistakes. I beseech you to spare me, and, as a token of gratitude, I am willing to offer you a secret manual for my sect. Once you practice it, you shall undoubtedly become a master. Lung Qingyue, being the Ziyang holy body, possessed an innate charm that radiated through her every smile and frown, her unique weapon. This woman is indeed remarkable, a true gem, pleasing to the eye. Yet, to think she could ensnare me with such tricks is laughable. What need have I for masters when I have you to assist me? Young master, what do you mean? Lung Qingyue was taken aback. Could this rascal truly be more than just a spoiled heir? How could he be so astute? You must be nearing 18, am I correct? Hand over the Yulong divine art, and teach me to practice it, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise you, the enchanting young lady, will be finished. I shall not harm you, but my servants are numerous. Yang Jun grinned wickedly, and Lung Qingyue hastily tightened her legs, fearing that he would indeed summon someone to act against her. Your Highness, I promise you, the manual is on my person. It is within my chest wrap. A chest wrap? Yang Jun chuckled, rubbing his hands together, his eyes fixed on Lung Qingyue's bosom. Yes, it is indeed here. Lung Qingyue smiled, nodding gently. Such an oddity must conceal ulterior motives. Look at her radiant smile. There must be something amiss. Yang Jun pondered, rubbing his hands together. At this moment, Lung Qingyue's eyes sparkled with ambition. Should Yang Jun act rashly, she could seize the opportunity to escape and obtain everything she desired. Ah, it is here? Very well, Yang Jun said with a smile, but Lung Qingyue's expression changed drastically. If this fellow's thoughts can be fully grasped by me, what does that signify? At this moment, Yang Jun produced a sharp clamp, and with a swift motion, Lung Qingyue's garments were torn asunder, the item she had concealed falling to the ground. Enough! What do you intend to do now? Yang Jun expressed satisfaction. After years of practicing the Yulong divine art, Lung Qingyue's physique was unparalleled, unmatched by any other. However, how does one resolve such matters so easily? Alas, it seems you have not yet fully submitted, indicating a lingering reluctance within your heart regarding these affairs. Yang Jun elongated his voice, extending his hand to stroke the back of Lung Qingyue's head. This woman is quite stubborn. Yet what of it? Yang Jun, a gentleman may be slain, but must not be insulted. What do you intend to do? Lung Qingyue felt a sense of grievance. She was of high status, and even Zhou Tian would heed her command. Yet now, how could he be so domineering? After all, she was a delicate woman. How could he treat her in such a manner? Lung Qingyue was deeply dissatisfied. No matter her standing, she was an esteemed figure in her sect. How could she have fallen to such a state? As Lung Qingyue spoke, Yang Jun chuckled. Simultaneously, he began to rummage through the dungeon, dragging out one torture device after another. Various instruments of torment were laid bare, yet Lung Qingyue hardly paid them heed. However, when Yang Jun unveiled the wooden donkey, she truly panicked. Enough. Do as you please. How could I possibly contend with such a situation? Is this how you yield? I recall that in the original tale, the Yulong divine art possessed extraordinary effects. If one cannot cultivate it to the first level, then dual cultivation would be entirely out of the question. The foundations of dual cultivation require that this young woman be at least 29 years of age, and the Yulong divine art must reach the first level. Otherwise, this woman is of no use to me, and I shall not hesitate to end her. Yang Jun was oblivious to the fact that his thoughts were being discerned by others. At this moment, his primary concern was merely to ensure his own safety. Upon hearing Yang Jun's inner voice, Lung Qingyue's eyes widened in shock. Regardless of other matters, this life simply could not be sacrificed. Your Highness, I truly submit to you. I acknowledge everything. Lung Qingyue could no longer hold on, as the instruments of torture loomed before her, and she found herself unable to bear it. Indeed, the contents within my undergarment are genuinely useful. Is it truly the legendary Yulong divine skill? Without a doubt, I would never dare to gamble with my life. Rest assured, I have submitted. I bow my head, so you may take it. Yang Jun spoke once more, and with tears in her eyes, Lung Qingyue acquiesced. Very well. I have always preferred to trust people. So long as you present the Yulong divine skill, I shall bear no grudge. Remember, all of this is due to my coercion, Yang Jun declared, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. With a sly grin, he leaned forward. No, I concede. I am bound by you now. So take it as a gesture of my sincerity. Is that not sufficient? Lung Qingyue was on the verge of tears, her expression one of deep grievance amidst her words. Fine. As Yang Jun spoke, he reached out towards Lung Qingyue. Huh, where have I seen you before? Yang Jun chucklet, extending his hand, which swiftly found its way onto Lung Qingyue. Scoundrel, if I could escape this place, I would ensure you pay dearly. Embarrassed, Lung Qingyue's face flushed. What was merely a small booklet had escalated into such a grand affair, and most infuriating was his incessant touching. In that moment, she was consumed by a mix of shame and anger, utterly at a loss. Enough, let this be a small punishment. I am not afraid of your sect, but rather, your actions are excessive. If I do not act, I will surely be reduced to nothingness. I cannot be blamed for that. Yang Jun grasped the booklet and pulled it out. Hearing his words, Lung Qingyue felt both shame and astonishment. Logically, in such an adversarial relationship, one should not be concerned with humiliation. The priority is to obtain everything from the other party and torment them without regard for life or death. Yet, Yang Jun's actions were entirely unexpected for Lung Qingyue. His hand, when it ventured to her sensitive areas, displayed a level of gentlemanliness that surpassed even that of a nobleman. All right, I will impart the methods of cultivation to you. They're all yours. Lung Qingyue exclaimed in surprise, leaving Yang Jun momentarily stunned. No way. I haven't even begun, and you're already yielding? This is far too unsatisfying. Very well, I shall first cultivate this Yulong skill, then attain the Ji Yang holy body. At that time, with divine skills in hand, the world will be mine. What kind of woman could I not have? Yang Jun chuckled, casting aside all else as he instinctively continued to speak. Holding the secret tome of Yulong skill, he noted a delightful fragrance emanating from it. Now that I have given you the item, can you grant me a measure of comfort? Lung Qingyue sighed softly. In such circumstances, what else could she possibly care about? To survive was her greatest hope. All right, I will first examine this secret tome. If there is anything I do not understand, I shall come to consult you. You may rest assured, this place is utterly secure, with no one and nothing that could threaten your safety. Yang Jun grinned as he spoke, yet he did not idle. He pulled out various vials and began presenting them to Lung Qingyue's nose. What are you doing? Lung Qingyue asked, bewildered. The effects of these potions had only just begun to dissipate, and now, it seemed they were being thrust upon her once more. Chapter 6. Do not speculate on the princess's thoughts or capabilities are too formidable. I cannot rest easy. For now, you should relax here, and if there is anything you do not comprehend, I will come to you at any time. Yang Jun spoke earnestly as he tidied his vials and turned to leave. Behind him, Lung Qingyue could no longer maintain her composure and fainted, her head tilting. The most reliable is the dead, for they cannot speak. But you still have value. So for me, your fainting is the safest option. Yang Jun stated, quickening his pace as he moved forward. Upon returning to his quarters, Yang Jun eagerly retrieved the secret tome and slowly unfolded it. To practice this skill, upon encountering these words, Yang Jun felt his blood run cold. No way. All my efforts have led me to something that merely teaches me how to become a eunuch? Yang Jun was filled with resentment and unwilling to accept such an outcome. He extended his hand again, fully opening the page. To practice this skill, one must first exert effort. If not, all is in vain. As Yang Jun laid eyes on the critical page of the secret tome, he was taken aback. After comprehending everything, Yang Jun burst into raucous laughter, feeling drenched from head to toe, inside and out. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Great Xia, within the imperial palace. In the imperial study, Emperor Yunfeng was engrossed in a book while his gaze was fixed with keen interest on the sixth princess, Yunxie, standing before the emperor. Yunxie displayed neither fear nor worry, instead revealing a charming smile. Father, why do you gaze at me so intently? She playfully chided, acting coyly before the supreme ruler of the Great Xia. Xia, how should I address today's events? Yunfeng sighed, stretching out his hand to rub his temples. What should I do about this situation? By all accounts, given the course of events, it surely should not have developed in this manner. Father, what do you mean? Did Xie do something wrong? Yunxie spoke softly, her face flushed, yet her eyes were fixed intently on her father, seeking an opportunity to respond. Xie, do you not owe me an explanation? Previously, you were resolute in your desire to annul the engagement, yet subsequent events seemed to suggest otherwise. Yunfeng questioned her with a bemused expression, clearly treating the matter lightly. However, his eyes remained focused and curious, filled with concern for Yunxie. Have you suddenly changed your mind? What has prompted this? Is Zhou Tian, such an outstanding individual, still not worthy of your acknowledgement? Yunfeng inquired, his voice deep, his gaze unwavering. This matter appeared straightforward, yet it bore significant implications for the stability of the Great Xia. The Pingxi Wangfu had always stood out, holding considerable prestige. Within the boundaries of the Great Xia, There were even those who believed that no emperor could afford to ignore the Pingxi Wang. Hence, courting a third party to suppress the Pingxi Wangfu had become an unavoidable strategy. Yuan Xie had previously expressed dissatisfaction with Yang Jun, insisting on breaking the engagement. How had she transformed into this? Father, I merely feel that our understanding of Yang Jun has been rather one-sided. Yuan Xie stated, her cheeks slightly flushed. However, how could she easily divulge her ability to hear Yang Jun's thoughts? In this respect, she felt somewhat taken aback. Yet, while you may be reluctant to break the engagement, why must you slap Zhou Tian's face? Yin Feng inquired again, his expression filled with confusion. Your Majesty, this matter cannot truly be attributed to me. He is merely a minor commander of the Imperial Guard, yet he has repeatedly overstepped his bounds. If I do not take action against him, what will become of the royal family's dignity? Yin Xie coldly huffed, expressing her displeasure. She recalled everything that had transpired with utmost clarity. In her memories, the actions of Yang Jun and Zhou Tian stood in stark contrast. Given the present circumstances, even without Yang Jun's heartfelt sentiments, I could never bow to someone like Zhou Tian. A mere commander dares to issue orders to a princess. This is intolerable. Yet, you have always looked down upon Yang Jun, haven't you? Yin Fengyun was momentarily taken aback, then inquired further. Your Majesty, perhaps we have misunderstood Yang Jun. He is not as lacking as we once thought. Yin Xie spoke earnestly, nodding resolutely as she did. As for Zhou Tian, this insignificant commander seems to believe that I am destined to marry him, and he repeatedly threatens Yang Jun. Should a minor leader speak thus to the son of the Pingxi Wang? Yuan Xie's expression turned grave as she spoke fervently. In her eyes, a hint of anomaly flickered, and the scenes from her past resurfaced vividly. Every experience was crystal clear to her. She knew exactly what kind of person he was and the nature of the external environment. Yin Fengyun observed his daughter, momentarily stunned, then gently nodded. He was keenly aware of the changes in her attitude towards Yang Jun previously. Any mention of Yang Jun would elicit gritted teeth and expressions of discontent. However, her tone now seemed considerably softer. Xie, were you not the one who despised Yang Jun the most? Yet now, I find that he is not so detestable after all. Oh, what brings about this revelation? Do share your thoughts with me, my dear. Intrigued, Yin Fengyun instinctively prompted Yuan Xie, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of anticipation. How could the rumored debauchee of the Pingxi Wangfu alter the perspective of our little princess? She once loathed him, but now realizes that he is not as vile as she believed. Yuan Xie spoke earnestly, her tone steady as she unconsciously nodded again. Yang Jun's recent actions have indeed taken her by surprise, particularly when she heard his heartfelt thoughts. It compelled her to re-evaluate where her judgments of Yang Jun might have gone awry. Is that so? Then, Xie, would you kindly elaborate? The Emperor of the Daxiao inquired with curiosity, seeking insight from his daughter. Chapter 7. The Unassuming Yang Jun, Your Majesty. I simply feel that the true Yang Jun is not as he appears on the surface. At least from my perspective, he is quite admirable. Yuan Xie affirmed, instinctively nodding once more, her mind conjuring images of Yang Jun and his actions in these matters. Oh, the Daxiao Emperor's interest deepened, his anticipation palpable. Moreover, the world often labels him as a debauched, incompetent individual. Yet, I find that is not the case. When he looks at me, there is no trace of lewdness, nor any semblance of disrespect. In fact, he seems quite reluctant to marry me, readily agreeing when I propose to call off the engagement. Upon hearing this, Yin Fengyun interjected, unable to contain his indignation. My precious daughter, the princess of Daxia, is looked down upon and wishes to cancel her engagement? Yin Fengyun scoffed, his dissatisfaction evident. Your Majesty, it is not as you think. The truth is that you do not understand him. Yuan Xie hastily defended Yang Jun. His intentions are to consider my well-being. He believes that marrying me would only burden and harm me. Alas, the prejudices of the world are like a mountain upon one's heart, especially for a reserved man like him. So rare, others long for recognition of their virtues. Yet he is different. As Yuan Xie spoke, her eyes sparkled with determination. Oh, are you suggesting that he is concealing his talents and wisdom? If that is the case, I eagerly anticipate the day he reveals his brilliance. Yin Fengyun nodded instinctively, a broader smile gracing his face. However, Yuan Xie remained oblivious to the fleeting glimmer of malice in her father's eyes. A weakened Pingxi Wangfu aligns with royal interests. Only a foolish and inept Yang Jun would bring peace to Yun Fengyun's mind. When Yun Fengyun was still the crown prince, he forged a strong bond with Yang Yi, pledging brotherhood, and it was with Yang Ye's assistance that he ascended to the throne. Later, Yang Yi guarded the southwest with a formidable army of 1,000,000, earning the people's loyalty through his just actions. These were the accolades of a loyal subject, yet they also sparked concern within Yun Fengyun. Such immense power, if it ever turned against the crown, could plunge the realm into chaos. After Yang Ye's demise, Yun Fengyun outwardly mourned, shedding tears for days before his ministers, but inwardly, he felt a profound relief, having eliminated a significant threat. With Yang Yi gone, the 1,000,000-strong army was no longer a thorn in his side. Now, regarding Yang Ye's sole heir, Yang Jun, Yun Fengyun could tolerate his debauchery, allow him to oppress the common folk, and seize the virtuous. But he absolutely could not accept a Yang Jun who was both patient and astute. To prevent Yang Jun from becoming a second Yang Yi, he would endorse the cancellation of the engagement and allow Zhou Tian to accompany her, both for her protection and to deliver a stern warning to Yang Jun. No matter the circumstances, he would never permit Yang Jun the opportunity for resurgence. Yet, who could have anticipated that Yang Jun was, in fact, concealing his brilliance? Your Majesty, what troubles you? Yun Xie was still discussing Yang Jun when she suddenly sensed a chilling aura emanating from her father, causing her to pause instinctively. Observing Yun Fengyun's demeanor, she was momentarily taken aback. She understood that her father harbored apprehensions towards Yang Yi, but it now appeared that he was equally wary of the shrewd Yang Jun. Contemplating this, Yun Xie felt a mix of unease and relief. Fortunately, she had refrained from disclosing the matter of Yang Ye's feigned death. Otherwise, she could only imagine how her father might deal with Yang Jun. The knowledge that she could hear Yang Jun's thoughts was something she must never reveal. With this thought in mind, Yun Xie bit her lip and stepped closer, wrapping her arms around one of Yun Fengyun's, gently shaking it while acting coy. Your Majesty, without Yang Yi, the Pingxi Wangfu has lost its significance. Why not treat Yang Jun kindly, allowing everyone to see your benevolence? This would also be beneficial for you. Yun Xie spoke sweetly, gradually easing the tension emanating from Yun Fengyun. Indeed, should it not be so? With Yang Ye's death, my greatest worry has vanished. A single Yang Jun, no matter how formidable, cannot stir up much trouble. In fact, treating him well could enhance my reputation for magnanimity among the court. Yun Fengyun nodded lightly. Yang Jun may remain, but there are still matters to address. To begin with, he must possess no ambition. As for capability, the absence of the best is preferable. Nothing at all is even better. Yang Jun aspires to become a royal consort, which is entirely plausible. Yet the prerequisite is that he must be worthy of my princess. Upon hearing Yun Fengyun's words, Yun Xie's cheeks flushed, and she let out a gentle sigh. Gumin, the old servant is here. Yun Fengyun raised his voice, and an elderly eunuch promptly bowed and entered. This was Yuan Lu, who had served Yun Fengyun for over a decade. Summon Yang Jun to the palace. At this point, Yun Fengyun paused briefly before nodding again. Also call Zhou Tian. Let them both come to meet me. Your servant obeys. Yuan Lu quickly bowed and exited. Father, why must you summon Zhou Tian to the palace? Yun Xie spoke with a hint of irritation. The matters concerning the Pingxi Wangfu had led her to harbor resentment toward Zhou Tian, especially after hearing Yang Jun's sentiments about Zhou Tian having numerous women while she was merely his plaything. Yun Xie found it utterly unacceptable. Chapter 8. Entering the palace to meet the Emperor Zhou Tian is exceptionally capable, and I hold him in high regard. He is indeed the most suitable candidate for a royal consort. Father, Zhou Tian is absolutely unfit to be a consort. I do not agree. Yun Xie immediately opposed, feeling disgusted by Zhou Tian's actions. Comparatively, Yang Jun was far more favorable in her eyes. You hold a bias against Zhou Tian, which is why you think this way. Once they arrive at the palace, you will discern who is truly superior. Zhou Tian is unworthy. I do not acknowledge him. All right, I have made my decision. Once they arrive at the palace, you shall see who prevails. Yun Fengyun declared, waving his hand decisively. Meanwhile, at Zhou Tian's residence, he paced back and forth, agitated. Logically, with Lung Qingyue's prowess, dealing with a mere Yang Jun should have been effortless. Yet where was she? Zhou Tian mused. He was not worried about Lung Qingyue's safety, but rather concerned for his own precious body cultivated over the years by his master, which he intended to enjoy and enhance his own strength with. If someone were to intercept him at this juncture, it would be disastrous. Could it be Yang Jun? Zhou Tian shook his head, not to mention Yang Jun. Even the entire Pingxi Wangfu, now devoid of Yang Yi, should not pose a challenge to Lung Qingwei. Sir, Master Yuan has arrived at the palace, stating that there is an imperial decree. At this moment, a servant reported, prompting Zhou Tian to quickly compose himself and adjust his attire before stepping out. Master Yuan, I apologize for the wait. Upon seeing Yuan Lu, Zhou Tian seized the opportunity to discreetly slip a silver ingot into Yuan Lu's sleeve. At the Pingxi Wangfu, Yang Jun was equally perplexed, scratching his head. After a night of practicing the Yulong divine technique with little effect, he intended to inquire with Lung Qingwei in the prison, but was halted by the steward. An imperial decree from the palace? Indeed. Master Yuan conveyed that the emperor requests your immediate presence. The palace? Yang Jun was taken aback. He had just been rejected from an engagement yesterday, and now the palace summoned him today. What significant event could this entail? However, he knew that since it was an imperial decree, it was an edict he could not refuse. There was no escape, no evasion. It was best to proceed with caution and adapt to the situation. He resolved to be somewhat timid, prioritizing his safety. With this determination, Yang Jun tidied himself and entered the palace. In the imperial palace, when Yang Jun appeared outside the imperial study, Zhou Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, the fourth senior sister had failed to eliminate Yang Jun, which implied she had encountered trouble. As Zhou Tian observed Yang Jun, he rapidly contemplated the situation. If not for the setting outside the imperial study, he would have rushed forward to grasp Yang Jun by the throat and interrogate him about Lung Qingyue's fate. Yang Jun noticed Zhou Tian as well, and his heart sank. Once again, he encountered this individual. Though he disliked Zhou Tian, he recognized himself as a mere supporting character. While Zhou Tian radiated the aura of a protagonist, blessed with fortune, what could he possibly use to contend with him? Unable to provoke him, he decided to withdraw. Let Zhou Tian first meet the emperor. Just as Yang Jun turned to leave, Zhou Tian could not remain idle and swiftly positioned himself in front of Yang Jun. Your Highness, Zhou Tian spoke coldly, to which Yang Jun glared back. I've already avoided the emperor. Must you be so aggressive? Yang Jun attempted to solicit, but at that moment, two individuals approached. The leading man, donned in official attire, was none other than Zhao Yuanji, the Minister of Rights, and following him was a woman. Her hair styled in a top knot, her face adorned with exquisite makeup. She wore a white dress cinched at the waist with a broad belt, carrying a small cloth bag on her back, and her feet encased in wooden clogs. With willow leaf brows, peach blossom eyes, and a heart-shaped face, her figure was striking, and the attire clung to her form, accentuating her silhouette perfectly. Her hair was like a cascade of silk, her lips crimson as blood. Her skin resembled that of a freshly peeled egg, delicate to the touch. Truly, she was beautiful. This was Sang Jiegi, the envoy from the Sunlit Nation, here to engage in cultural exchanges with our great Xia. Your Highness, Commander Zhou, what brings you two here? Zhao Yuanji approached them, initiating introductions. Sunlit Nation? Sung Yegui. Yang Jun momentarily paused upon hearing the name. I thought it was someone significant. Turns out she is just one of Zhou Tian's consorts. The current cold demeanor and pretentious arrogance are merely an attempt to elevate her status. Eventually, she will be won over by Zhou Tian, dutifully warming his bed. Yang Jun thought, letting out a cold snort. Now that Yang Yi had passed away, the Sunlit Nation believed they had gained ground. Emboldened to send an envoy to Great Xia. Despite Sang Jiegi's frosty demeanor and haughty attitude, she would ultimately be subdued by Zhou Tian. However, Yang Jun clearly remembered Zhou Tian's numerous pretentious antics during these negotiations. Who is speaking? Sang Jiegi exclaimed, astonished, as the three stood in silence. What did these words imply? For a moment, anxiety crept into Sang Jiegi's heart, and she furrowed her brow, questioning whether she had imagined the conversation amid her arduous journey. Yang Jun, why aren't you coming in? At that moment, Yun Xie's voice echoed from within the imperial study, prompting Yang Jun to breathe a sigh of relief. Facing Yun Fengyun was preferable to confronting Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian, and the envoy from the Sunlit Nation. Please come in as well. Yun Fengyun's voice followed, tinged with exasperation. It seemed Yun Xie's prejudice against Zhou Tian was deeply rooted. As everyone entered the imperial study, Zhou Tian yearned to make a good impression in front of Yun Xie. However, he soon realized that since entering the study, Yunxie's gaze had been fixated on Yang Jun, refusing to shift away. This scene greatly displeased Zhou Tian. The princess belonged to him. She should never be snatched away by a scoundrel like Yang Jun. Yang Jun also noticed this fixation, feeling somewhat flustered. Is the female lead unwell? Why is she staring at me? If you wish to gaze, direct your attention towards Zhou Tian. You two are a pair. Do not involve me. I certainly do not wish to attract the ire of a jealous man. Chapter 9. Matters of State. Yang Jun endeavored to shrink into himself, striving not to stand out excessively. Yunxie was genuinely troubled. If she looked down upon him, she should pursue Zhou Tian, the so-called capable hero in her eyes. Yet why must she cling to him, adding to his troubles? Yang Jun's objective was simply to survive, to navigate through this predicament. Yunxie, this woman, exhibits such behavior. Indeed, it must be that she harbors resentment towards herself, which is why she intentionally sabotages her own situation. Yang Jun's mind wandered briefly to these thoughts. Just a fleeting glance at Yunxie. However, Yunxie noticed the resentment brewing within Yang Jun, observing his melancholic demeanor. She harbored no trace of anger. On the contrary, she felt a profound joy. The ability to hear Yang Jun's innermost thoughts signified that she was the one who understood him best in this world. Furthermore, from now on, Yang Jun would be laid bare before her eyes, with no secrets to conceal. Contemplating these matters, Yunxie could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Henceforth, as long as she kept her gaze fixed upon Yang Jun, all his actions and thoughts would be unable to elude her watchful eyes. Yang Jun, how will you evade me now? This sensation was utterly delightful. As Yunxie mused over these thoughts, she nodded to herself. At that moment, the envoy from the Dayang Empire approached with delicate steps, speaking in a gentle tone. Yet, despite her seemingly fragile demeanor, there was an unmistakable air of arrogance and audacity in her posture. What business do you have, envoy from Dezhou? Yin Fengyin inquired, casting a cold glance at the seemingly delicate Sang Jiegui. Our esteemed Emperor of Dezhou is compassionate towards the welfare of the people and wishes for peace. However, alas, the Dayang Empire has recklessly instigated hostilities, causing immense losses to our Dezhou nation. Therefore, if the Dayang Empire is willing to compensate us with 1,000,000 taels of silver, 100,000 taels of gold, and 100,000 horses, along with countless other goods and provisions, we may consider negotiations. Sang Jiegui spoke with an air of arrogance. Although her words were indeed audacious and deserving of disdain, she had chosen an opportune moment. With the pillar of the Dayang Empire having passed away, there was no one left capable of bearing the weight of the nation. Seizing this moment, Dezhou made demands, and despite the apparent intentions of opportunism, there was little that could be done. In international relations, principles of morality and conscience are often disregarded. The paramount concern is always self-interest. A mere Dezhou nation daring to dictate terms to the mighty Dayang Empire could hardly be described merely as opportunism. Had the Pingxi Wang still been alive, the insignificant Dezhou would not have even dared to voice such demands, likely left with no choice but to submit. Young Aiking, Yo Aiking, what is your perspective on the envoy's statements? Yin Fengyin asked, maintaining an expression of calm as he glanced at Sang Jiegui before directing his attention to Yang Jun and Zhou Tian. His intention was twofold: to address the immediate issue at hand and to allow his daughter to discern who among Yang Jun and Zhou Tian handle the matter better. However, in any negotiations, one must adhere to a fundamental principle. The interests of the Dayang Empire must never be compromised. We, the Dayang Empire, are a grand nation. What do we have to fear from Dezhou? Zhou Tian stepped forward, speaking boldly with a fervor that conveyed loyalty to the empire. Observing the scene, Sang Jiegui was momentarily taken aback. She scrutinized Zhou Tian, recognizing his steadfastness and dedication. Moreover, he possessed an appealing appearance and physique. At this moment, Sang Jiegui's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Yang Jun, who appeared to be absent-mindedly toying with his fingers in a foolish manner. If all courtiers of the Dayang Empire were akin to him, what reason would Dezhou have to fear? Yang Jun was keenly aware of Sang Jiegui's demeanor. He chuckled softly, lowering his head and idly playing with the jade pendant at his waist. Go ahead and laugh. I wonder how you will maintain that smile when Zhou Tian has you pinned to the bed. He thought disdainfully. Being merely a plaything for Zhou Tian, is hardly a cause for celebration. Saying Jiegui, he widened her eyes in disbelief. Am I imagining things? No, that voice is resonating in my mind. Is it his voice? Her expression turned to one of shock and confusion. However, in the current situation where the interests of both nations were at stake, such peculiar matters could only be temporarily set aside. Yang Aiqing, what are your thoughts? Yin Fengyun raised his head, looking at Yang Jun as he inquired. On the surface, Yin Fengyun appeared amiable, yet inwardly he was filled with satisfaction. The disparities between individuals become evident only through comparison. In due course, Yin Xie would discern who among them was superior. As he posed the question, Yin Fengyun's gaze remained fixed on Yang Jun, his expression tinged with anticipation. Faced with such scrutiny, Yang Jun's response was straightforward. Yin Xie was not mistaken. Concealing one's strength and wisdom was, in fact, Yang Jun's most authentic approach. Should such a statement be uttered by a minister of the Daong Empire? Does he not realize the implications of his stance? This could not merely be termed cowardice. It was sheer shamelessness and incompetence. Sang Jiegui, he wore a mocking expression. To her, Yang Jun's brazenness was glaringly evident. Her disdain for him deepened, and she felt increasingly contemptuous. Initially, having learned from her sources that Yang Jun was the son of Pingxi Wang, she harbored a modicum of apprehension towards him. However, it was now clear that her concerns were entirely unfounded. This individual was clearly a fool. Why should she care? With the absence of Pingxi Wang, the rest were inconsequential. In stark contrast to Sang Jiegui and Zhou Tian's perspectives, Yin Fengyun harbored a different sentiment. As a minister, one need not possess personal opinions. All must align with the emperor's will. Yang Ye's actions during that time were emblematic of this principle. Everything revolved around the elder brother, who would always follow the emperor's lead. Subtly, Yin Fengyun felt he was glimpsing the past Yang Yi. Moreover, a crucial aspect was Yin Fengyun's perception as the emperor. Sang Jiegui hailed from Dezhou, a nation with a vendetta against Yang Jun. Yet, in the face of his adversary, Yang Jun maintained his composure and displayed no signs of excessive agitation. Such a pragmatic and composed demeanor made Yin Fengyun feel that Yang Jun was indeed superior to the fervent Sang Jiegui. In this regard, Yang Jun had triumphed, at least in winning the emperor's favor. Unbeknownst to Yang Jun, he was not privy to Yin Fengyun's thoughts, unable to comprehend his intentions. I have been sufficiently low-key. As long as I remain indecisive and apathetic, no one will pay me any mind, right? Indeed, if I continue to be a slacker, I shall not draw attention or hostility from others, and by merely biding my time, I will attain everything I desire. With such thoughts, Yang Jun instinctively nodded. He certainly held his own opinions regarding all these matters. At this moment, Yin Xie wore an expression of elation, thoroughly pleased. She understood Yang Jun's mindset and was aware that his current thoughts would not provoke her father's displeasure. Yin Xie was well acquainted with Yin Fengyun and understood his considerations in such circumstances. I believe that peace talks between the two nations are undoubtedly a good thing. However, my stance is that negotiations can proceed, but Xia shall not make any concessions. Yin Fengyun spoke gravely, his expression serious. Da Xia, a vache nation, would never bow to Ri Zhao. Peace talks are significant, and the terms of the agreement between the two countries are of utmost importance, not something that can be hastily decided. Let us, therefore, set this matter aside for the moment, and instead engage in light-hearted conversation about pleasant topics. Sang Jiegui, he seemed to have anticipated that Yin Fengyun would not easily yield. Thus he immediately smiled and spoke. As he did so, he rose from his seat and began to pace. Oh, what does the envoy mean? Yin Fengyun raised an eyebrow at Sang Jiegui and inquired in a low voice. Such a beautiful day should not be wasted. Recently, the envoy has heard a fine poem, yet after much contemplation, has been unable to produce the next line. Thus, I seek your esteemed guidance. Sang Jiegui declared with a smile, standing firm. Upon hearing these words, Yang Jun nodded slightly. It appeared that the unfolding of events had not deviated from the original script. Sang Jiegui aimed to suppress the Xia through culture, and now it was time for Zhou Tian to play the role of the show-off. However, this situation bore some differences from the original narrative. The most significant difference was that in the original story, he had already met his demise, having resolved his fate when the princess arrived. Yet now, circumstances had completely changed. He was still alive, standing right here. Thus, his only course of action was to feign ignorance, saying nothing and allowing them to carry on. Esteemed guests, the envoy has encountered a line of poetry from the one gazes upon the flowing river, yet has been unable to produce the subsequent line. I hope that the talents of the Xia can complete this verse. Sang Jie Gue E boasted, reciting the line aloud. Hearing these words, Yang Jun was momentarily taken aback, gently shaking his head. Indeed, this line of poetry, stripped of its beginning and end, was presented as a line derived from Rizhao, intended to test the people of the Xia. By the way, I recall the next line is people gaze upon the river, and the river flows. Yang Jun thought to himself, feeling quite dissatisfied with this matter. How could such a trivial nation as Rizhao dare to provoke the Xia? As he pondered, he lifted his gaze and accidentally locked eyes with Yun Xie. In that brief moment of connection, a wave of intense unease surged within him. Something about this situation felt profoundly amiss. Chapter 11. The legendary imperial sister. How can this woman look at me with such a gaze? Does she not understand that such a look from a woman is quite frightening? What if she intends to set a trap for me? Perhaps she means to bury me alive? No, this place is too perilous. I must leave quickly and avoid the storm. With this thought, Yang Jun instinctively nodded resolutely. Your Majesty, I feel unwell. I humbly request your permission to take my leave for a moment. Yang Jun glanced at Yin Fengyun, bowed slightly, and stood aside, giving Yun Xie a somewhat rogue impression. Granted, Yin Fengyun cast a disdainful glance at Yang Jun. Very well. Forcing him to remain here would be utterly futile. Yin Fengyun readily agreed, feeling a sense of relief. A useless Yang Jun was precisely the type of individual that met Yin Fengyun's expectations. Only in such a manner could he avoid further concerns. Yang Yi, you are already sufficiently formidable. Now that you are departing, rest assured, I shall look after your son and ensure he lives a peaceful life. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhou Tian observed this exchange with a cold snort, utterly dismissive. What qualification does someone like Yang Jun have to be my rival? To place myself alongside him is an insult. Sang Jiegue observed Yang Jun's demeanor, and a faint, imperceptible smile graced her lips. Is this truly the descendant of the Pingxi Wang? Indeed, like father, like son. The legendary hero has left behind a cowardly and inept offspring who does not dare to engage even in the trivial matter of poetry, instead choosing to flee. Nevertheless, such a Pingxi Wang's air aligns perfectly with Sang Jiegui's interests, as it alleviates concerns about any threats from Rizhao. In contrast, Yun Xie appeared the most at ease. You all are far too self-assured. Yang Jun has already completed the poem. From the one gazes upon the flowing river. People gaze upon the river, and the river flows. This is not a matter of Yang Jun's inability. Rather, it is his reluctance to seek the limelight. What is this called? Reserved, subtle wisdom. Such a man is a true man. A low-key yet talented man is the one most suited for me. Yin Xie felt immensely satisfied, further solidifying her determination. Just as Yin Xie nodded, Yang Jun stepped out of the imperial study. For him, the gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. It is wise to distance oneself from conflict and danger. Yang Jun left the imperial study, strolling leisurely, and before long, he found himself wandering into a garden. Observing the vibrant blossoms and the melodious chirping of birds, he couldn't help but shake his head gently. Fame brings peril. Such exquisite flowers may soon be plucked. As he spoke, Yang Jun reached out his hand toward a particularly bright flower. How audacious! Daring to pluck flowers from the imperial garden? At that moment, a sharp voice rang out. Yang Jun was momentarily taken aback, raising his head to look in the direction of the voice. Purple, such a deep purple, he inadvertently exclaimed, as a vivid hue caught his eye. Moreover, alongside the purple, there was a striking white. The purple dress was quite revealing. Standing amidst the flowers, illuminated by the light, she was indeed a breathtaking sight. Before him stood a woman clad in a purple gown, adorned with jeweled hairpins, her figure elegantly accentuated by the fitted dress, standing gracefully among the blooms. A true beauty, surpassing even the flowers themselves. As Yang Jun scrutinized the woman, at first glance, she seemed like a young girl. Yet the makeup could not conceal the faint traces of time. It turned out to be a charming young matron. Yang Jun, what brings you here? Just as Yang Jun was carefully examining this woman, she furrowed her brow and spoke abruptly, her tone tinged with disdain. Yun Fengyue frowned. She had not anticipated that her flower gathering would lead her to encounter the notorious scion of the capital. The heir of the Pingxi Wang is quite well known in the capital, though his reputation stands in stark contrast to that of his father. This young man is infamous, bearing a shameful notoriety that is utterly disgraceful. Little did I expect that a casual stroll would lead me to encounter this royal treasure. Indeed, the sister of Yunfengjian is truly exceptional. Although we find ourselves in a royal garden, one cannot dismiss the possibility of some ministers lurking in such a place. What is this woman wearing? Her attire is so sheer that one can easily discern the embroidered butterfly on her undergarment. Is she attempting to entice someone into chasing butterflies? After a thorough appraisal, Yang Jun recognized the woman before him. As he spoke, he respectfully inclined his head. There was no alternative. After all, when one is under a roof, one must bow their head. Moreover, his current motto is to remain low-key for the sake of self-preservation. Thus, in such circumstances, it is only natural to show humility. I have met the esteemed princess, Yang Jun announced, while Yun Fengjiu widened her eyes in disbelief. How could it be that Yang Jun uttered merely a few words? Yet she perceived an entire string of thoughts? Such a phenomenon is indeed perplexing. Oh no, why is she staring at me so intently? Could it be that she has taken a liking to me? Panic washed over him. It is said that Yun Fengjiu has countless male admirers. Yet none have ever left the princess's residence alive. The princess has never married, and at her current age, she is as ravenous as a wolf. Surely yearning for men. No, I absolutely cannot allow her to take an interest in me. I must swiftly concoct an excuse to make my escape. Yang Jun's heart raced with anxiety. Indeed, any association with royalty is bound to bring trouble. With this thought, he once again bowed respectfully. I apologize for disturbing your highness. I take my leave. With those words, he turned to depart. It is imperative to leave this place quickly. Lingering too long can only invite misfortune. However, just as Yang Jun was about to leave, he felt a figure flash before him, a fragrant breeze enveloping him. In an instant, Yun Fengjiu stood before him, blocking his path with outstretched hands. Chapter 12. The heart of the princess Yun Fengjiu was filled with shock and indignation. She had come to realize that the words she had overheard were not spoken by Yang Jun, but rather a mere coincidence of hearing his thoughts. This realization only fueled her anger and discontent. What nonsense is this? What does it mean that I am as ravenous as a wolf? What does it mean that I desire men? And the claim that no male companion has ever left the princess's residence alive. How dare he perceive me in such a way? Does he not know that I am a dignified princess who can have any man I desire? Is there any need for me to be so desperate? As her thoughts spiraled, Yun Fengjiu tightened her grip around Yang Jun's hand. Yang Jun, Pingxi Wang dedicated his life to loyalty and patriotism, laboring tirelessly for our great Xia, diligently safeguarding the Yun dynasty. Yet now, with the sudden demise of Pingxi Wang, it is truly a matter of great sorrow for me. Yun Fengjiu fixed her gaze upon Yang Jun, her eyes narrowing as she spoke. As she tightened her grip, her voice took on an elder's tone, inquiring about Yang Jun's current circumstances. I wonder how the Pingxi Wang residence is faring now. Rest assured, Your Highness. Everything in the residence is well, Yang Jun replied, though inwardly he scoffed. How could the Pingxi Wang residence be well? Your Yun dynasty has always kept a close eye on it. I dare not even breathe freely. And you, princess, are even more complicit, watching me like a hawk. What do you intend to do? With a bitter laugh, Yang Jun thought, just wait. Once your private army is exposed, Yun Fengjian will surely deal with you. At that time, let's see how you come to an end. He felt a cold disdain for the situation. To him, preserving his life was of utmost priority. However, Yun Fengjiu was in turmoil, her emotions raging like a stormy sea. How could her long-hidden secret possibly be discovered by Yang Jun? She was aghast at the thought. If others were to learn of it, it would be a matter of life and death. The urgency of her predicament compelled her to focus on Yang Jun. With her secret now exposed, the best course of action would be to deal with him. There were two options: either eliminate Yang Jun or alternatively, make him her own, binding him to her service. Yet, as she listened to Yang Jun's thoughts, it became clear that he was aware of her secret. The silver lining was that he had not yet disclosed it to her brother. This presented her with a significant opportunity. Perhaps it wasn't necessary to eliminate him immediately. Rather, she should first probe into his true intentions before making her next move. With this in mind, Yun Fengjiu smiled gently, striving to exude warmth. In truth, you need not conceal anything from me regarding the Pingxi Wang residence. Allow me to be forthright. My brother formed a bond of brotherhood with your father, which means you ought to address me as aunt. Do you understand, dear child? Yun Finjiayu softened her voice and stepped closer, her hands firmly grasping Yang Jun's. He was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by the overwhelming fragrance, and soon found himself captivated by the delicate curves hidden beneath the purple veil. Child, have you endured hardship? Please confide in your aunt about the current reality. If you choose not to speak, I shall arrange for some silver to be sent to your residence. Fear not. With your father gone, I will stand in his stead and ensure your well-being. Yun Finjiayu continued to speak with genuine concern, gently caressing Yang Jun's cheek. You have suffered. Dear child, from now on, it would be wise to consult your aunt on all matters. Your presence in the palace today indicates a summons from His Majesty. However, you must understand that His Majesty's benevolence may not always be forthcoming. Do you grasp what I mean? As she spoke, Yun Finjiayu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her sincerity and compassion for Yang Jun palpable. Yang Jun was not naive. He understood that Yun Finjiayu's gestures were an attempt to draw him away from Yun Finjian. What an audacious and strange woman. What use could I possibly be to her? Surely, there must be some ulterior motive afoot. With such thoughts, Yang Jun respectfully inclined his head once more. I am grateful for the princess's kindness, yet I must heed the emperor's summons now. With a wave and a smile, Yun Finjiayu bid him farewell. Yun Fengyue has now come to a realization. Yang Jun is likely aware of the rivalry between himself and the crown prince. However, Yang Jun currently presents an ambiguous demeanor, exhibiting a capricious nature that leaves her somewhat uncertain. It appears that further interaction is necessary to ascertain Yang Jun's true intentions. One must not underestimate Yun Fengyue, for she is renowned in the original narrative as the most provocative woman of the Great Xia. This reputation alone is enough to cause considerable concern. Most significantly, she has been clandestinely forming alliances, while Yun Fengyue remains oblivious to these machinations, believing that as long as Yun Fengyue does not threaten his reign, all is well. Little does he know that Yun Fengyue is precisely executing the very actions he fears most. In this regard, she cleverly uses her ostensible libertine behavior to mask her true intentions, lowering Yun Fengyue's guard while simultaneously strengthening her own capabilities. Yet, this very maneuver ultimately leads her to become a mere pawn for others. Chapter 13. The singular affection of Yun Xia. Yang Jun distinctly remembers one thing. Yun Fengyue has indeed augmented her own strength, subtly acquiring the ability to contend with Yun Fengyue. Yet, as fate would have it, Yun Fengyue ultimately falls under the influence of Zhou Tian. In a swift turn of events, all of Yun Fengyue's power transfers into Zhou Tian's grasp, greatly enhancing his strength and stirring tumult within the Great Xia. The ramifications of such upheaval are unmistakably evident. A gentle shake of the head reflects Yang Jun's thoughts. The text notes that to possess Yun Fengyue is to seize nearly half of the Great Xia, a statement not to be taken lightly. With this in mind, Yang Jun shakes his head once more, contemplating the wisdom of maintaining a low profile. As he steps into the imperial study, he is fortunate to evade the turmoil that surrounds him. However, before he can find his footing, Yun Xia approaches him with a fragrant breeze, wrapping her arms tightly around his. Yang Jun, why do you not compose poetry? You are undoubtedly more talented than anyone else, especially Zhou Tian, who pales in comparison. She exclaims, shaking his arm playfully. Dear sister, which of your eyes perceives talent in me? Please spare me. I am merely a supporting character, a minor role, living a humble life and striving to survive. Why must I engage in such endeavors? Yang Jun responds, choosing to remain aloof to her fervor. Yun Xia, sensing his disinterest, feels quite dissatisfied. Her husband should embody both literary and martial prowess. And how could he choose to be inconspicuous? His displayed talent only serves to further please her. At this moment, the discussions of Sang Jiegua and others have concluded. Yang Jun frowns, realizing that his limited time with Yun Fengyue has led to a lack of understanding. Yet Yun Xia is undeterred, stepping forward and declaring, I shall respond. The river flows as the people gaze upon it. Her eloquent recitation disrupts Zhou Tian's mood, as her couplet is perfectly balanced and exquisite. Curiously, this was precisely what he intended to express. In light of this, Zhou Tian instinctively raises his head, scrutinizing Yun Xia with keen interest. Surprisingly, he feels no anger. Instead, a flicker of delight dances in his heart. How wonderful it is! It is evident that she is indeed the woman he has chosen. Their minds are in sync. Zhou Tian begins to envision a future filled with shared days alongside Yunxia. Sang Jieguo watches in astonishment, marveling at the princess's literary skill. The river flows as the people gaze upon it. Truly splendid, he exclaims, while Yun Fengyun stands in awe, offering praises, taken aback by this unexpected display of talent. Is it not Zhou Tian who usually boasts? How has this dynamic shifted? Yang Jun's eyes widen in disbelief at the unfolding events. He is perplexed as to how the situation has evolved in such a manner. His intent is to remain low-key, allowing Zhou Tian to shine without drawing attention to himself. Just as Yang Jun grapples with his astonishment, Yunxia unexpectedly adds to his unease. Father, this poem was taught to me by Yang Jun. What? I taught you? Yang Yun Lehinks, inwardly cursing her recklessness. This woman is truly incorrigible. Did I ever teach you that? I would teach you matters of decorum. But poetry, when did I instruct you on that? Yang Jun's frustration mounts, realizing that Yun Fengyue cannot resist stirring the pot. His desire for anonymity is jeopardized by her insistence on placing him in a compromising position. Zhou Tian, equally displeased, asserts, Princess, you cannot attribute your poetic skills to another. Do you truly mean that? He then proposes, let us see if the son of the Marquis of Pingxi can respond to this couplet. Sang Jieguo, please recite the first line. With a glint in his eye, Sang Jieguo obliges, the maidens by the white water spring are exquisite. Yang Jun, please respond. Yang Jun feigns deep contemplation, though in truth he finds little difficulty in such matters. He has no desire to embody the role of a poet, nor does he wish to steal the spotlight. Meanwhile, Yun Fengyun watches intently, his anxiety palpable. Upon witnessing Yang Jun's inability to respond, he exhales in relief, nodding in understanding. It seems that Yunxia's earlier line was simply an expression of her own creativity, perhaps a means to prevent Yang Jun from being overshadowed by Zhou Tian. Sang Jieguo, still hopeful, believes Yang Jun might yet succeed, having afforded him ample time. However, seeing Yang Jun falter, he smiles, recognizing that this challenge may indeed be too daunting for him. After all, this is the culture of the Rizhao kingdom, and Yang Jun's father had fallen victim to them. As a son, he naturally struggles to contend with their legacy. Sang Jieguo's demeanor exudes superiority, and as he speaks, he unwittingly stirs resentment within Yang Jun. Though he is merely a substitute, not the biological son of Yang Yi, the bond they share is nonetheless genuine. Sang Jieguo's behavior is undeniably disrespectful. Chapter 14. I truly do not wish for fame. Patriotism and the duty to safeguard one's homeland have always been Yang Ye's guiding principles, embodying loyalty and dedication to his countrymen. Yet now, these former adversaries have audaciously come to confront him, bullying him without restraint. This singular incident marks the tipping point for Yang Jun, who can no longer endure such indignities. I stand before the Huangtu slope, feeling the weight of my thoughts. Yang Jun let out a cold snort and began to speak. She could hardly believe that Yang Jun was able to achieve such an effortless match. Indeed, it was a remarkable alignment. The most delighted among them was Yunxia, who immediately began to cheer exuberantly. As she spoke, she stepped forward and linked her arm with Yang Jun's. Father, I did not lie, did I? Yang Jun truly possesses great talent. Yunxia continued her praises, while Yun Fengyun nodded in agreement. This response was indeed satisfactory, yet within Yun Fengyun's eyes flickered a trace of unease. How could this be? How could he arrive at such an answer? Sang Jieguo's eyes widened in disbelief as she questioned Yang Jun. What is it, emissary of Rizhao? I have provided my answers. Now it is your turn. Come, give it a try and see if you can match my responses. Yang Jun, having already spoken, felt no need to maintain his facade any longer. He gazed at Sang Jiegu with an air of disdain. People passed by the great Buddha temple, painting lotus flowers and monks. Waters and mountains shine with brilliance. The moonlight filters through the pines, and clear springs flow over the stones. Like snow-white jade, her skin reveals a graceful neck, embodying the deep tenderness of nature. Her brows and eyes resemble the delicate beauty of spring flowers and the enchanting allure of autumn moons. Come now, show me your prowess. Yang Jun declared, launching a verbal assault on Sang Jiegu. As she listened to his words, Her eyes widened in shock. Initially, his verses depicted landscapes, but soon they turned solely to women. It appeared that this indeed aligned with the external assessments and discussions surrounding Yangjun. However, regardless of how charming or unscrupulous Yangjun might be, he had produced these lines. Now, confronted with such an abundance of phrases, she found herself flustered and utterly incapable of responding. Thus, Sang Jiegi was engulfed in confusion, rendered helpless. Well, this is truly remarkable. Yangjun, you are a genius. Zhou Tian's countenance darkened, and the shadowy depths of his thoughts expanded ominously. How could this wastrel possess such knowledge? Was he not supposed to be utterly inept? Yet now, he exuded an unexpected authority in public. Frustration welled within Zhou Tian. He lamented the failure of his fourth senior sister. He glanced at Yangjun and then at Yun Xie. Could it be that all this was due to Yun Xie's teachings? Regardless of who had imparted this knowledge, it was imperative that Yangjun be eliminated. Your Majesty, this matter is of great significance. May I request time for external ministers to deliberate? Sang Jiegi respectfully addressed Yun Fengyun. Her earlier aggressive demeanor entirely dissipated. Thus, she chose to retreat for the time being. Yun Fengyun, unfazed, waved his hand dismissively. Since he held the advantage, that was all that mattered. Sang Jiegi once again bowed respectfully to Yun Fengyun as a sign of her withdrawal. As she departed, her gaze remained fixed on Yangjun. This individual, whom she had previously dismissed, had unexpectedly taught her a profound lesson. Yangjun, it has been said that you are uneducated and frivolous, yet your current display compels me to re-evaluate you. Pray tell, how have you acquired such talent? Yun Fengyun inquired. His eyes locked onto Yangjun previously. He had been skeptical of Yun Xie's praises, believing them to be mere flattery from a daughter looking out for her interests. However, it now appeared that Yangjun genuinely possessed such capabilities. Yet, alongside his admiration, Yun Fengyun felt a growing wariness towards Yangjun, scrutinizing him with a look that held a deeper meaning. At that moment, Yangjun was filled with regret. Oh no, how did I let myself become so ostentatious? Had I not vowed to remain low-key? How was I to navigate this situation? Yangjun anxiously contemplated these matters, taking a deep breath before exhaling slowly. A thought struck him. Since I am already labeled a wastrel, I might as well embrace that persona fully. As for this sudden emergence of talent, it is only fitting to attribute it to someone else. Yun Fengyun raised an eyebrow, pressing for clarification. Just earlier, I inadvertently wandered into the imperial garden and encountered the Grand Princess. Noticing my troubled expression, she kindly inquired about my worries. I recounted how the emissary of Riz-O had been aggressive and disrespectful towards our great Xia. The Grand Princess then imparted a few phrases to me, assuring that they would suffice to deal with the emissary. Yangjun concluded, nodding instinctively. He was quite satisfied with his explanation, and Yun Fengyun also nodded in agreement. It turned out that Yangjun was merely a conduit for another's wisdom. As for Yun Fengyun's assessment of Yun Xie, he held her in low regard due to her past actions, which he deemed unbecoming of royalty. Nevertheless, as long as she did not contest his authority, he could tolerate her whims. However, he was taken aback to discover that his own sister possessed a sense of honor and was capable of considering the welfare of the great Xia. He had no doubt that Yun Xie could indeed match Yangjun's talents, having received the finest education befitting a royal princess. Bring forth suitable treasures from Wan Bakshuan for the Grand Princess, and inform her that they are my reward, Yun Fengyun commanded, prompting Yuan Lu to respond promptly and carry out his orders. At that moment, Yun Fengyun noticed Zhou Tian, offering him a nod and a smile. You have done well, maintaining our national integrity and upholding our dignity. You may also leave to claim your reward. Yun Fengyun acknowledged Zhou Tian, seemingly having settled on this outcome. At your command, Zhou Tian clasped his fists in salute, albeit begrudgingly. The events of the day had diverged significantly from his expectations. He should have been the protagonist, the one basking in the limelight. Yet, everything had unfolded differently. Zhou Tian was astute enough to realize that the emperor had summoned him for a reason. The sixth princess and the emissary of Riz-O were the day's focal points. If he could shine brightly and capture their attention, he would undoubtedly be the favored suitor of the sixth princess. Even further, he could win the favor of the emissary, thus achieving two goals with one effort. The prospect of spending nights in the company of the beautiful Sang Jiegi and the charming sixth princess was truly an enticing thought. Yet now, All of that had been shattered, all due to that scoundrel Yang Jun, who had ruined everything. The opportunities to shine and establish his image had been obliterated. Yang Jun, I will make you pay. Zhou Tian offered his respects to Yun Fengyun, and as he departed, his gaze swept over Yang Jun. Yang Jun felt as though he were being scrutinized by a predatory wolf, those fierce eyes seemingly intent on devouring him in that moment. Brother, why are you staring at me like that? I am but an innocent bystander. You are the destined protagonist, while I am merely a minor supporting character, a mere karami. What could I possibly contest with you? Yang Jun sighed deeply, feeling a sense of despair. If there were anyone to blame, it would be the woman Yun Siye. Her pretentiousness had ensnared him in her affairs. Now, Zhou Tian had taken note of him, and the enmity ran deep. When would this all come to an end? Yang Jun? Yun Fengyun noticed him, furrowing his brows momentarily, a look of unutterable complexity crossing his face. Your performance today was acceptable. You may leave now, he said, dismissively waving his hand. Yang Jun's performance elicited mixed feelings in Yun Fengyun. I obey your command, Yang Jun replied promptly, bowing before turning to leave. With Yun Fengyun rewarded, and even Zhou Tian acknowledged, what more was there to ponder? Clearly, Yun Fengyun held him in disdain. It would be wise to retreat from this treacherous environment and preserve his own life. Seeing Yang Jun depart, Yun Siwe dead. Father, this is utterly unfair. Yang Jun performed admirably. Why treat him this way? She stepped forward, her discontent palpable. Father, you have witnessed Yang Jun's contributions. He is loyal, respectful, and possesses a humble demeanor, never seeking to compete. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to extol Yang Jun's virtues, observing his daughter passionately enumerating Yang Jun's merits. Yun Fengyun rubbed his temples in exasperation. This situation was troublesome. In truth, he was quite pleased with Yang Jun's performance. Yet, rationally, he had to consider other implications. If Yang Jun seized the opportunity and amassed power, would he not become another Ping Wang? At that point, the consequences would be burdensome. The position of a prince consort was not something to be freely bestowed, especially not on someone like Yang Jun, who was not a fool. As for Zhou Tian, opportunities had been presented to him, yet he failed to grasp them. Regardless, the position of prince consort must not be relinquished lightly. After leaving the palace, Yang Jun made his way directly to the Ping Wang residence. Upon entering his home, he barely had a moment to catch his breath before Deng Jian approached him with a grin. By the way, the ladies from the Grand Princess's residence are quite beautiful. Hoi remarks, winking at Yang Yunya. What nonsense are you spouting? I am the heir of Ping Wang. A man should not be limited to matters of romance. Isn't reading a book far better? Yang Jun lifted his chin and strode forward. Deng Jian stood rooted, touching his head, convinced he was not imagining things. Had his master truly changed? Upon entering the hall, Yang Jun was taken aback by a captivating figure seated there. This woman seemed a fusion of the sixth and grand princesses. With a mature charm and exquisite beauty, she was a breathtaking sight, far more alluring than the gifts surrounding her. I have met the esteemed heir. As Yang Jun stepped inside, the woman gracefully bowed, greeting him. Xiaofeng was Yun Fengyue's personal maid, a youthful beauty of around 18. As she bowed, an irresistible allure emanated from her poised demeanor. Yang Yun gazed at Xiaofeng, appreciating her presence. Esteemed heir, my mistress has sent me to convey a message. From now on, you are one of us. Chapter 16. Have I been practicing incorrectly? One of us? What does that mean? Yang Jun was momentarily taken aback by Xiaofeng's words, his brows knitting together. The term one of us sounded heartfelt, but could very well be a perilous declaration. It seemed his presence had inadvertently instigated changes in this realm. However, despite the Grand Princess's beauty, she was akin to a toxic mushroom, pleasing to the eye but certainly not to be consumed, for the consequences would be dire. Even if he desired such a connection, it was unattainable. Whether it was Yun Fengyun or Zhou Tian, they were likely watching him closely. Any sign of weakness could lead to his downfall at the hands of either of them. Yang Jun managed a faint smile and spoke. Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback by his words. Determined to maintain distance from the Grand Princess, Yang Jun chose to keep their interactions clear and uncomplicated. After speaking, he turned to leave, not allowing Xiaofeng any time to respond. Rather than waste time here, he would seek out Lung Qingwei. Xiaofeng felt frustrated. Had the Grand Princess not made her intentions clear? Why was Yang Jun so dismissive? Deng Jian, however, was surprised. Xiao Feng was quite remarkable, young for the Grand Princess's household, and exuding an air of nobility. Given Yang Jun's nature, he should have taken the opportunity to flirt or at least engage in some playful banter. It seems my master has matured, Deng Jian mused. After escorting Xiao Feng outside the palace, she still felt dissatisfied. Housekeeper Deng, my mistress sincerely wishes to befriend the heir. Why does he keep his distance? She inquired, eager to clarify matters. Miss Xiao Feng, you have misunderstood my master, Deng Jian replied. Misunderstood? How so? Indeed, after the passing of the late king, the Pingxi Wang residence has become a target, under constant scrutiny. The heir's actions are motivated by concern for the Grand Princess, fearing that his association might bring her trouble. Though merely gifts, accepting them would appear as evidence of a connection between him and the Grand Princess, ultimately harming her reputation. Deng Jian's explanation enlightened Xiao Feng, who nodded in understanding. Realizing the implications, she resolved to explain the situation to the Grand Princess. The heir is indeed worthy of forming connections, she thought gleefully, reflecting on her previous naivety. Compared to someone like him, she felt utterly inexperienced in navigating such social intricacies. Deng Jian also smiled, relieved. The Pingxi Wang residence must tread carefully. Maintaining balance was essential. As Yang Jun entered the dungeon, his mind was still occupied with the earlier events. To associate with someone like the Grand Princess Yun Fengyue. Am I courting disaster? Enough. I am but a minor character, and I must protect my own life. Is that acceptable? At this moment, Yang Jun wore a face of deep resentment. Such occurrences would leave anyone dissatisfied. Cold Qinghue, who lay there, suddenly awakened, unable to help it since she could hear Yang Jun's innermost thoughts. However, as she sat up with wide eyes, Yang Jun had already witnessed her earlier demeanor. What are you doing? Do you even comprehend your own status? You are my captive, yet you dare to sleep? Yang Jun advanced a step, scolding her, and with a swift motion of his right hand, a sharp slap resounded, landing on Cold Qinghue's cheek. Scoundrel, rogue, despicable wretch. Why did you strike me? Cold Qinghue was bewildered and exceedingly displeased. Such behavior was absolutely intolerable to her. I have mastered the Yulong Shengong, Yang Jun remarked, observing Cold Qinghue. So what if you have mastered it? Why strike me? Cold Qinghue frowned, exasperated. Yet, deep within her heart, she felt a sense of disdain. Mastered it? And what of it? Do you truly believe such techniques can be easily mastered? Oh, my apologies, I lost control for a moment. By the way, is there anything difficult about this technique? And by the way, when did you turn 28? Yang Jun furrowed his brow, realizing that the situation surrounding the Pingxi Wangfu was precarious, and if he did not strengthen himself promptly, he would encounter significant troubles. Thus, acquiring the Ziyang holy body as soon as possible would be most advantageous. Coincidentally, I just turned 28 today, but how is your cultivation progressing? Since you are asking, does that mean you have not succeeded in your cultivation? Let me tell you, the Yulong Shengong is not easily mastered. Even my so-called genius junior brother took 10 days to reach the first level. How long have you been at it? What results do you expect? Cold Qinghue chuckled, her tone laced with disdain, shaking her head continuously, expressing her skepticism. What? Zhou Tian also took 10 days? Could it be that I truly cultivated incorrectly? Why do I feel I have already entered the first level? No, it hasn't been long at all, just one night. Could it be that my talent surpasses that of the so-called destined protagonist, Zhou Tian? Or have I truly cultivated incorrectly? Faced with such revelations, Yang Jun's eyes widened in disbelief. The thought of cultivating incorrectly filled him with dread. Would it lead to a deviation in his practice? As he pondered, he realized he had no means to ascertain whether this technique suited him. His thoughts drifted, contemplating the possibility that the world he had intruded upon had changed significantly. Perhaps in the original story, due to the initial characterization of Yang Jun as a villain, his attributes had not been firmly established. In truth, were attributes not filled with infinite possibilities? At this moment, Cold Qinghue felt an indescribable shock. This person must be a devil. To enter the first level in just one night? How is that possible? Zhou Tian is a rare talent in our sect, yet this Yang Jun, merely a wastrel. How could he possess such formidable power? It is utterly impossible. He cannot have entered the first level of the Yulong Shengong. As these thoughts surged within her, she inadvertently uttered her disbelief. What was once her internal worry had transformed entirely. Now, In her state of shock, she felt even more uneasy about having spoken out. "Oh, how did you know I broke through to the first level?" Yang Jun was taken aback, his eyes widening as he fixed his gaze on Cold Qingwei. "Why should you care?" Cold Qingwei retorted, her eyes flashing with anxiety, as another thought quickly escaped her lips. "I mustn't let Yang Jun discover that I can hear his thoughts. Otherwise, he might kill me to silence me." "Ah, you have quite the temper. Do you not recognize your own identity?" Yang Jun was momentarily taken aback, wondering why she was so agitated. "Heck, Cold Qingwei, if you say I have broken through to the first level, what does that imply?" Yang Jun Leonid Crosser, inquiring. Upon hearing his words, Cold Qingwei was momentarily stunned. It seemed that all necessary conditions had been met. However, she would never allow such an occurrence to take place. If forced to choose, she would undoubtedly select her junior brother. After all, her master had long instilled in her a mission and task, which was an integral part of her life. "Yang Jun, I warn you, it would be wise to temper your ambitions. If you dare to do anything, my sect will not spare you. The consequences will be beyond your capacity to endure. And let me remind you, my master is a true grandmaster. Do you understand what that means?" Cold Qingwei fixed her gaze on Yang Jun, speaking with a tone rife with intense unease and palpable grievance. How could such a thing happen to her? "Oh, what does a grandmaster matter? Faced with a powerful state apparatus, they are but mere chickens and dogs. My people have long been waiting outside the Pingxi Wangfu to welcome you," Yang Jun replied, nonchalantly, utterly dismissive. As he spoke, he added, "If they truly come, it is of no great consequence. At worst, they would kill you and dispose of your body, leaving no evidence." Yang Yunis chuckled coldly, his face a mask of disdain. Cold Qingwei, upon hearing Yang Jun's thoughts, widened her eyes in shock. This man is ruthless. Yet, had her master not taught her that a man must be ruthless? When instructing her junior brother, she had also said that a man of honor only cares about the outcome. As long as success is achieved, all means are permissible. "All right, everything is in place. Prepare yourself. We shall begin." Yang Jun addressed Cold Qingwei. "Wait, you must consider carefully. If you have not truly broken through to the first level, once these actions unfold, you will meet your demise." Cold Qingwei raised her voice, incredulous. She fixed her gaze on Yang Jun, deeply unsettled. Could this scoundrel have genuinely broken through to the first level? It is impossible. Zhou Tian did not advance so swiftly. How could he? What does it matter? Whether or not I have broken through is merely a matter of testing, is it not? Yang Jun approached Cold Qingwei without reservation, as his hand moved toward her. "No, Yang Jun, I was wrong. I truly made a mistake. Please spare me. I will not dare to trouble you again." Cold Qingwei's voice trembled, her eyes reflecting profound trepidation as she gazed at Yang Jun, filled with utter helplessness. "Lung Qingwei, reflect on your actions. I am in my own residence, having neither provoked nor offended anyone. Yet you dare to intrude upon my home with the intent to kill me. Tell me, how could I possibly spare you? Under the current circumstances, it is only reasonable to collect some interest and reap some rewards, is it not?" Yang Jun spoke with a smile, while Lung Qingwei appeared visibly anxious. Lung Qingwei attempted to speak, but before she could utter a word, Yang Jun firmly clasped her mouth shut. Simultaneously, he produced a vial and forcefully poured its contents into her mouth. "You despicable fiend, what is this? Is it yet another means to render me powerless?" Lung Qingwei felt deeply wronged, her eyes reddening with the threat of tears. "Fear not, I have merely added a few enhancements. After all, some experiences I have not yet encountered necessitate a bit of practical effect. It is essential. Lung Qingwei, you will not disappoint me, will you?" Yang Jun smiled sleekly, extending his hand forward. In the imperial city, the leader of the Fengzi camp, Zhou Tian, wore a troubled expression. He held a wine bottle, sipping it slowly, his mind awash with confusion. The current events perplexed Zhou Tian. Given the prowess of his fourth senior sister, Lung Qingwei, it should have been a foregone conclusion for her to subdue someone like Yang Jun. Yet, why had she vanished without a trace? If it were another woman, no matter how beautiful, Zhou Tian would remain indifferent. However, the Ziyang sacred body of Lung Qingwei was something he could never forget and yearn to possess. Only by acquiring the Ziyang sacred body could he experience a qualitative leap in his own strength and achieve his desired outcomes. "Little junior brother." At that moment, a voice reached Zhou Tian's ears. "Fourth senior sister." Zhou Tian looked up, his face alight with joy upon seeing Lung Qinghua before him. Chapter 18. The Might of the Third Senior Sister. Lung Qinghua wore a smile, yet remained silent as she slowly approached Zhou Tian. Considering the time, it had been nearly 28 years since her birth, which meant he could finally obtain her Xiang, sacred body. This thought filled Zhou Tian with further excitement. He exclaimed joyfully, lunging towards Lung Qinghua. With outstretched arms, he aimed to embrace her, envisioning the exquisite benefits of the Xiang, sacred body. Once he secured her, his power would surge, rendering even a minor figure like Yang Jun insignificant. However, just as Zhou Tian's arms were about to encircle Lung Qinghua, he suddenly noticed her looking at him with a radiant smile. That enchanting smile left Zhou Tian feeling as if all his strength had been invigorated in an instant. If he could win this extraordinary woman, there was nothing he could not achieve. Yet at that very moment, his vision blurred. With a swift motion, Lung Qinghua raised her right hand and struck Zhou Tian with a palm. Caught off guard, he was sent soaring into the air, crashing down. "Little junior brother, your skills have regressed," a delicate voice chimed, and Zhou Tian felt another figure appear before him just as he was about to hit the ground, catching him in a warm embrace. Third senior sister? Zhou Tian's eyes widened as he stared at the woman before him. This was no longer the Lung Qinghua he knew. This was a woman clad in a red dress, more enchanting than Lung Qinghua, possessing a devilish figure, none other than his third senior sister, Mo Qingyan. The previous strike was undoubtedly her signature technique, the Sky Pavilion. Zhou Tian contemplated this and exhaled softly, his gaze fixated on Mo Qingyan, his heart stirring with desire. Like Lung Qinghua, Mo Qingyan was not only formidable in combat, but also compliant with Zhou Tian, and most importantly, they both remained pure maidens. Observing Monta Qingyan's graceful movements, reminiscent of a celestial being, Zhou Tian felt a flicker of hope within him. "Greetings, third senior sister. I welcome you." Zhou Tian straightened up, speaking respectfully while his eyes remained on Mo Qingyan. In comparison to Lung Qinghua, Mo Qingyan possessed a greater allure. She exuded a unique blend of coldness and pride, and though she radiated an irresistible charm, she maintained a dominance that forbade any man from being disrespectful. This very allure made Zhou Tian yearn to possess Mo Qingyan all the more. However, it was precisely because of this quality that she rarely cast a glance in his direction. Therefore, Zhou Tian understood that Mo Qingyan would not easily acquiesce to him. He knew that only by becoming stronger could he hope to conquer her. And Lung Qinghua, Mo Qingyan, known for her aloofness, spoke with an air of indifference. However, she recounted the events with embellishments, framing them in a manner that served her interests. "What? Lung Qinghua has gone missing? Have you all lost your senses? She is merely a worthless heir. How could you not handle her?" Monta Qingyan scoffed disdainfully. Zhou Tian dared not argue, lowering his head in embarrassment. "Little junior brother, I know you have long awaited the Xiang, sacred body of Qinghua, but you must come to a clear understanding. The path of martial arts does not depend on external forces or others. You must recognize that only through your own strength and capabilities can you achieve your goals. Do you understand? Countless external aids are no match for the dedication of one's own cultivation. Look at you. You seek outside assistance, yet cannot even deal with a worthless heir." Mo Qingyan shot Zhou Tian a piercing glance, her tone cold. "Yes, third senior sister," Zhou Tian replied, feeling a surge of indignation. Confronted with such circumstances, he bowed respectfully to Mo Qingyan. "Third senior sister, it's not that I'm unable to deal with Yang Jun. It's just that the sixth princess, Yun Xie, has been protecting this worthless heir, leaving me with no means to act. After all, to recklessly eliminate Yang Jun would surely provoke the ire of the Daxia royal family." Zhou Tian quickly bowed again, reiterating his point to Mo Qingyan. As he spoke, he gazed intently at her, though he remained silent, his intentions becoming increasingly evident. "A worthless heir is hardly worth my intervention." Mo Qingyan was well aware of Zhou Tian's implications. With a dismissive huff, she continued speaking. "Then what does third senior sister intend to do? How will we resolve this matter?" Zhou Tian looked at Mo Qingyan, feeling somewhat frustrated. Did it mean that if he could not deal with Yang Jun, even his third senior sister would be unwilling to assist him? "Little junior brother, before I arrived, I had already inquired. It seems the envoy from the Sunlit Nation is also interested in Yang Jun, so you could use that to your advantage. As for any collusion or clandestine schemes between Yang Jun and the Sunlit Nation, those details are not of utmost importance. The crucial point is that once you surround the area with your troops, the right and wrong will ultimately be determined by you. Mo Qingyin's cold huff prompted Zhou Tian to instinctively nod in agreement. This strategy was indeed brilliant. In contemporary matters, it is not always requisite to possess concrete evidence. As long as one captures a semblance of reality, seizing Yang Jun will ultimately be determined by one's own discretion. Once Yang Jun finds himself imprisoned, his identity and status will be rendered irrelevant. Thus, it becomes exceedingly simple to fabricate a pretext, orchestrate an unforeseen event, and eliminate Yang Jun. Moreover, should this issue be resolved, it is likely to garner the favor of Mo Qingyin, ultimately leading to a romantic union. Consequently, one's power would ascend to unprecedented heights. Rest assured, senior sister, I shall take action forthwith. Subsequently, the Phoenix Brigade was mobilized. Chapter 19. The threat of the envoy from RZHO at the Pingxi Wangfu. In the dungeon, Lung Qingyue sat hunched in a corner, disheveled and forlorn, clutching her knees tightly. Her visage reflected profound sorrow and indignation. She could scarcely believe that such an ordeal had befallen her. Meanwhile, Yang Jun sat cross-legged before her, having reaped considerable benefits from their recent confrontation. As he meditated, the energies within him surged, creating invisible waves around him. Despite her unwillingness, Lung Qingyue could feel the powerful forces roiling within Yang Jun. This revelation made her acutely aware that he was employing the Yulong divine art to absorb the essence of her sacred body, thereby significantly enhancing his own strength. Alas, all those years spent safeguarding her sacred body had culminated in it falling into the hands of this individual. More critically, he had leveraged it to augment his power, making any attempt to counter him all the more arduous. Yang Jun, you shall pay for this humiliation one day. With gritted teeth and unbridled indignation, she spoke vehemently, unable to come to terms with her predicament. Very well, I shall await your retribution. However, it seems you still require my assistance at this moment, does it not? Yang Jun smiled faintly, his expression one of unconcern, his gaze fixed on Lung Qingyue. The malevolence in his eyes deepened. Do not approach me, you scoundrel. You have just tormented me. Cannot you afford a moment's respite? Lung Qingyue exclaimed in a flurry, desperately attempting to prevent his advance. Despite her verbal protests, her body remained honest. Otherwise, how could her body have so freely unleashed the power of the sacred body moments ago? Such energy must not be squandered. Yang Jun regarded her with a wicked grin. Irrespective of your embarrassment or worries, nurturing myself with the sacred body to enhance my prowess is of paramount importance. At that moment, Deng Jian hurried in, interrupting Yang Jun. Your Highness, envoys from our ZHO seek an audience and are awaiting outside. Yang Jun's taken aback by this news. Sang Jiegua has arrived? What could this woman possibly want? Did she not just suffer defeat at my hands? Is she returning for more humiliation? The Lord is occupied. Let them be gone. Outside the Pingxi Wangfu, Sang Jiegua bore an anxious countenance. After a brief encounter with Yang Jun in the royal palace, the impression he left on her had indelibly etched itself in her mind. Sang Jiegua, they say Yang Jun is a dandy, a worthless waste. Surely he would not dare to avoid you? Remarked the second-in-command of the envoy, visibly displeased. Certainly not. He must meet me, regardless of whether he is a coward or otherwise. He must consider the future of his waning estate, now that the Pingxi Wang is no more. A mere Yang Jun cannot stir any turmoil before the empire of RZHO. Sans Jiegos n'ortait dix d'infudi. Yet her mind was preoccupied with the earlier events in the hall. Yang Jun's aggressive demeanor loomed large in her thoughts, presenting a paradoxical figure. At that moment, a commotion arose at the entrance of the Pingxi Wangfu. Saint-Tigu instinctively adjusted her attire, preparing to confront Yang Jun. However, it was not Yang Jun who appeared, but rather Deng Jian. My lord has commanded that you vacate the premises. Deng Jian shot a glance at the envoys from our ZHO and delivered his message succinctly. Upon hearing this, Sang Jiegua stood frozen, her hand halting mid-adjustment. The second-in-command's eyes widened in fury. They stared incredulously at Deng Jian. With the head of the Pingxi Wangfu deceased, how could they dare speak in such a manner? To defy the empire of our ZHO is tantamount to courting death. The second-in-command seethed, his face darkened with rage. Yet, Sang Jiegua felt an acute embarrassment, her previous words lingering in her ears. The swift rebuke felt like a slap to her face, and she imagined the envoy's laughter at her expense. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled slowly and stepped forward. As she straightened her posture and adjusted her pristine white garment, she appeared even more striking. Deng Jian's words rendered him momentarily speechless. The demise of the Pingxi Wang was common knowledge, yet the absence of the late lord's body remained a critical concern. Now, with such a declaration from the envoy of RZHO, Deng Jian was undeniably shaken. He inhaled deeply. This matter was grave, and he could not afford to make arbitrary decisions. It was imperative to inform His Highness. Deng Jian glanced back at the envoys from RZHO before retreating into the Wangfu. The gravity of the situation necessitated his interruption, even if His Highness was preoccupied. Such matters required his counsel for resolution. The events unfolded swiftly, and soon Deng Jian returned. Upon seeing him, Sang Jiegua sighed in relief. Surely, the Pingxi Wang's heir had been made aware of the late lord's body being in their possession. If so, why not promptly open the doors to welcome them? Sang Jiegua, sensing an opportunity to regain her footing, spoke with audacity. Enter the estate? Deng Jian chuckled at her words, shaking his head in amusement. Rather than flinging the doors wide open, he instead retreated into the interior, slowly closing the door, leaving only his head visible. Chapter 20. A reversal of fortune. My lord has decreed that you may as well incinerate the late lord's body. As for the ashes, they may be scattered. If cast upon the lands of Daxia, it shall be considered a return to his homeland. However, should they be scattered upon your RZHO, it would serve as a means to suppress your unruly faction. Without a moment's pause, Deng Jian slammed the door shut behind him. Baka, the second in command, could no longer contain himself, exclaiming in outrage. Sang Jiegua's expression fluctuated between disbelief and indignation. Faced with such an unexpected turn of events, she struggled to comprehend how matters had devolved so rapidly. Yang Jun, how dare you act in such a manner? You possess some skill, yet do you truly intend to continue avoiding me? Are you afraid, or do you harbor ulterior motives? Sang Jiegua, lost in thought, suddenly felt a wave of unease. Could it be that Yang Jun, that scoundrel, harbored ulterior motives? Perhaps he was driven by greed? After all, Yang Jun was notorious for his debauchery, particularly towards beautiful women, showing no mercy whatsoever. Was there yet another layer to this situation? As Sang Jiegua contemplated these matters, a battalion of soldiers galloped forth, swiftly surrounding the Pingxi Wangfu. Move quickly, spare not a single one. The commanding voice of Zhou Tian echoed, as he rode a magnificent steed, exuding authority. Today marked the moment of his redemption, and he was determined to exact revenge on Yang Jun. With both witnesses and evidence in hand, he believed he could bring Yang Jun to justice, even imprison him for punishment and ultimate demise. Bold Yang Jun, how dare you conspire with Ri Zhao, committing treason against the nation? Surrender at once, Zhou Tian shouted, his excitement palpable as he caught sight of the Ri Zhao envoy's entourage, solidifying Yang Jun's guilt. Securing their capture would resolve everything. Zhou Tian could not help but admire his third senior sister's prowess in gathering such critical information. Yet, his exhilaration was short-lived as he soon encountered the firmly shut doors of the Pingxi Wangfu. What? Has this debauched Yang Jun become so cowardly that he dares not meet the Ri Zhao envoy? Or had he arrived too early, preventing the envoy from entering the estate? Regardless, since he was present, he felt compelled to resolve the matter today. Turning to face the Ri Zhao envoys, Zhou Tian's gaze bore into them fiercely. You just emerged from the Pingxi Wangfu, did you not? Speak. What schemes do you share with Yang Jun? Zhou Tian's voice rose in intensity as he, the leader of the Imperial City Guard, held the responsibility of safeguarding the realm. Thus, he believed he had the authority to investigate, provided he had evidence. Someone, break open the gates of the Pingxi Wangfu. Capture that traitor Yang Jun. Zhou Tian snarled, his expression twisted with malice. To him, capturing the Ri Zhao envoy in Yang Jun was a simple task. He possessed a dagger at his waist and a seal in hand to deliver justice. As Zhou Tian's commands rang out, the city guard sprang into action, rushing forward with breaching tools. When had he ever conspired with Yang Jun? His feelings were of dissatisfaction and resentment towards Yang Jun. Why was he now accused of collusion? Realizing this, Sang Jiegua quickly understood that Zhou Tian was deliberately fabricating the situation. The officials of Daxia were truly shameless, observing the unfolding chaos. Sang Jige, he pondered the need to escape swiftly. Otherwise, matters would only worsen. He signaled to his entourage to take advantage of the confusion and flee, intending to seek justice from the emperor of Daxia later. Halt! What do you think you're doing? At that moment, a woman's voice pierced the air. Yun Shiyu had arrived, her carriage making its way forward. Upon seeing her, Zhou Tian's expression darkened, filled not with joy but further discontent. That woman must be here to meet Yang Jun. The thought ignited a greater fury within him, and he stepped forward, casting a cold glare at Yun Shiyu. Zhou Tian's voice dripped with disdain as he confronted her. In an instant, he gestured for the guards to block her carriage. It seemed he was prepared to take desperate measures, disregarding all to capture Yang Jun. Before Yun Shiyu could speak, the guards had already broken through the gates of the Pingxi Wangfu. Charge! Seize Yang Jun, that traitor! Zhou Tian bellowed, unrestrained in his accusations. As the guards rushed in, a flurry of arrows whistled through the air, striking them down one by one. What? Zhou Tian exclaimed, shock flooding his features as he struggled to comprehend the scene before him. Yang Jun had prepared for this? How dare he incite violence against the guards? Zhou Tian had not anticipated such a response from Yang Jun, and his forces had suffered significant losses. A battalion of elite guards emerged from the Pingxi Wangfu, armed to the teeth, exuding an imposing presence. Yang Jun stepped forward, a smile gracing his face, his gaze sweeping over Zhou Tian, shaking his head lightly. What are you plotting, Yang Jun? Zhou Tian accused, pointing angrily at him. You conspired with the Rizhao envoy to besiege my Pingxi Wangfu. Sixth Princess, you are a witness. Will you not assist me in capturing these villains? However, Yang Jun's voice boomed louder than Zhou Tian's, interrupting his attempts to defame him. You scoundrel, you slander me. Zhou Tian, you, as a minister of Daxia, conspired with the Rizhao envoy and plotted against a high-ranking official of our nation. What are your true intentions? Yun Shiyu interjected, her eyes coldly fixed on Zhou Tian. This is not as it seems. Zhou Tian attempted to defend himself, but Yun Shiyu raised her voice, cutting him off. Zhou Tian felt as though a rodent had lodged itself in his throat, unable to swallow or spit it out. The implications of Yun Shiyu's words ignited a blaze of rage within him. If she truly reported this to the emperor, the consequences would be dire for him. Yang Jun is accusing me unjustly. He seeks to harm me. Somyone, apprehend Yang Jun. Seize him at once. Zhou Tian shouted in frustration, his voice rising in desperation. Yang Jun laughed heartily, motioning for his guards to raise their crossbows. Zhou Tian, do you dare? Yun Shiyu glared at Zhou Tian, her voice icy. The Rizhao envoys harbor malicious intentions. Capture them. Zhou Tian quickly altered his tone, commanding the guards to turn their weapons on the Rizhao envoys. Sang Ji Gui, witnessing this chaotic turn of events, felt a deep sense of despair. What kind of trap had they fallen into? Regrettably, it appeared that none of the present individuals were willing to grant them a chance. They were swiftly apprehended. Before long, Yang Jun, Zhou Tian, Yun Shiyu, and Sang Jiegue found themselves before long and of Yun Fengyun. Observing the scene before him, Yun Fengyun furrowed his brow. Shiyu, are you suggesting that Zhou Tian colluded with the Rizhao envoy, intending to harm Yang Jun, and even besiege the Pingxi Wangfu, drawing swords against it? His eyes widened, struggling to grasp the incredibility of the situation. Indeed, Your Majesty, I beseech you to advocate for Yang Jun and ensure he receive the justice he deserves. Yun Xie eloquently implored, while Yun Fengyun sighed softly and shook his head. Ah, Xie, this matter cannot be treated lightly. Father, you have always harbored a bias against Yang Jun. Why must you be unjust toward him? Yun Xie interjected, shaking her head once more. Xie, it is not that I harbor prejudice against Yang Jun, but rather that you are biased against Zhou Tian. Thus, you direct your ire towards him. However, I am well aware of Zhou Tian's character. He is undoubtedly loyal to Artesia and would never conspire with the Rizhao. Yun Fengyun spoke with unwavering conviction. Yet, even so, it is impossible that Yang Jun would collude with the Rizhao delegation. Otherwise, he would not have made such pointed remarks against their envoy in the Grand Hall. Yun Xie stood resolutely by Yang Jun's side. It seems there may be some misunderstandings at play. Yun Fengyun nodded gently, his gaze sweeping over Yang Jun and Zhou. Perhaps this incident could be leveraged. If the Rizhao delegation could be apprehended, It would be a boon for the Xia. Capturing the Rizhao delegation and attributing blame to them would establish the Xia's authority. Following this display of power, it would also allow the Xia to renegotiate those unfavorable terms, thereby gaining a greater advantage in future negotiations. Contemplating these matters, Yun Fengyun nodded thoughtfully. He had already made up his mind on how to proceed with this situation. Father, I understand. Yun Xie wished to persuade him further, but was taken aback when Yun Fengyun, with unwavering resolve, waved his hand dismissively. I decree that the Rizhao delegation, having roamed the capital without prior notice, has acted suspiciously. The most egregious aspect is that they have incited doubt between my two ministers. Such behavior is intolerable. From today forth, the Rizhao envoys are to be confined at Honglu, and they are strictly forbidden from leaving without permission. Furthermore, I appoint Yang Jun to investigate this matter and ascertain the truth. Yun Fengyun took a deep breath and raised his voice to issue this command. His words drew the attention of all present. Zhou Tian, in response to this development, bore a satisfied expression. He understood that Yun Fengyun was assisting him. Not only had he been extricated from the situation, but more importantly, Zhou Tian had been implicated as well. Although it appeared that Zhou Tian was being entrusted with a significant responsibility, the task at hand was indeed a double-edged sword. If handled deftly, it could yield favorable outcomes. However, if mishandled, he could become a scapegoat for the Xia. After all, this was a matter of great national importance. Diplomacy should never be taken lightly. Any misstep could potentially lead to conflict between the two nations. Your Majesty's keen insight and care for your ministers are truly a blessing for us all. Zhou Tian promptly stepped forward, bowing deeply and showering praise. At that moment, he cast a sidelong glance at Yang Jun. Young Master Yang, why do you not express your gratitude for His Majesty's trust? His Majesty has entrusted you with the handling of the Rizhao envoy. This is a rare and grand favor. I wish you success in solving this matter. Zhou Tian directed his gaze at Yang Jun, his smile devoid of sincerity. Yang Jun's expression darkened upon hearing these words and witnessing the situation unfold. What nonsense is this favor? What is this so-called trust? This old emperor's actions clearly aim to trip me up and make me the scapegoat. I must tread carefully. The emperor is offering me no respite, and I cannot afford to be careless in this matter. Thoughts of frustration and discontent filled Yang Jun's mind as he performed a respectful bow and took his leave. Yun Xie, sensing Yang Jun's turmoil and observing his despondent demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy. Xie, I must attend to the memorials. Please prepare some sweet soup for me. Your sweet soup is my favorite. Yun Fengyun addressed Yun Xie. This was his cherished, revitalizing soup. However, unexpectedly, upon hearing his words, Yun Xie merely scoffed. Father, I am feeling unwell. If you wish for soup, you may prepare it yourself. With a cold expression, Yun Xie dismissed him and turned to leave. Chapter 22. The Entanglement of Songjie in the Dungeons of the Pingxi Wangfu. Yang Jun regarded Songjie, who was confined within a solitary cell, resting his chin on his hand and tilting his head to observe her. Lung Qingyue, of course, was confined in another chamber, as the two needed to be kept apart. Now, with Yun Fengyun having presented him with such a dilemma, handling this situation was far from simple. Naturally, Yang Jun approached Songjie with the same impartiality he afforded Lung Qingyue, ensuring fairness in his treatment. Various concoctions, including softening powders and debilitating elixirs, were employed against her. As for the ropes and iron chains, they were indispensable as well. Songjie was not an easy adversary. Cunning and deceitful, she would resort to any means necessary. The country she represented evoked a sense of revulsion in Yang Jun, whether in this life or the last. He had no intention of treating Songjie with the same leniency as Zhou Tian. His priority was to protect himself and bide his time for future opportunities. I never expected you, the esteemed heir of Pingxi Wang, to appear so imposing in court, yet now you fear me. Songjie observed Yang Jun from within her cell, her expression one of indignation. I am merely a weak woman who came to pay you a visit, yet you shun me. Are you afraid of me? You truly are a coward. Not only have you imprisoned me, but you also forced me to consume those potions. What are you truly afraid of? Songjie expressed her dissatisfaction, raising her voice in protest. She could hardly believe that as a dignified envoy of Rizhao, she had been reduced to such a fate. With the pillar of the Xia, Pingxi Wang, now gone, this presented a grand opportunity for Rizhao. Yet, unexpectedly, This mission had yielded no advantage for her. Instead, she had been tarnished with infamy and imprisoned. Yang Jun listened to Song Jigi's complaints, observing her frantic demeanor without offering a reply. Zhou Tian had cunningly thrust Song Jigi into his hands. Possessing her posed a significant challenge for Yang Jun regarding how to manage the situation. Such a hot potato was not easily dealt with. Yang Jun, why do you not speak? I tell you, I have already thought of the next line to those poems recited in the imperial study. Do you dare to listen? Do you dare to continue? Song Jigi looked earnestly at Yang Jun, her tone filled with dissatisfaction. Is this woman out of her mind? Even at this juncture, she is still preoccupied with poetry. It is evident to anyone that those outside not only wish to eliminate me, but also intend to use this opportunity to eliminate her. If Song Jigi were to perish in my hands, I would be the one to bear the blame. And should this incite conflict between our nations, her lineage would likely be condemned, leading to a lifetime of disgrace. Yang Jun cast a disapproving glance at Song Jigi, shaking his head repeatedly. In her heart, there was a lingering sense of grievance as she contemplated such matters. Sang Jie gazed at Yang Jun, feeling a wave of astonishment wash over her. In the current state of affairs, had she truly heard Yang Jun's innermost thoughts? Were these reflections solely belonging to Yang Jun's heart? Upon this realization, Sang Jie was momentarily taken aback, recalling that in the imperial study, she too seemed to have heard Yang Jun's sentiments. Could it be that despite the upheaval she had faced, she had also gained the favor of the Ba Jiao Deshun, enabling her to acquire the strength to hear Yang Jun's heart? As these thoughts swirled within her, Sang Jie found herself smiling faintly. This situation was not merely a misfortune. Rather, it could be a fortunate turn of events. If she could comprehend Yang Jun's inner thoughts, would it not allow her to uncover more secrets of the Xia? By promptly grasping Yang Jun's emotional shifts, she could win him over, thus acquiring further insights into the mysteries of the Xia, an opportunity too advantageous for Ri Zhao to overlook. Your Highness, do not fret. As long as we can collaborate, I shall comply with any request you have, Sang Jie said, her delicate lips parting slightly as her rosy tongue peeked out, exuding an irresistible allure. She leaned closer to Yang Jun, their gazes locking, her voice soft and inviting. Sang Jie was acutely aware of her precarious situation and, more importantly, that Yang Jun held decisive control over her fate. His word could determine her life or death. Yet, she still saw a glimmer of hope for a reversal of fortunes. In the eyes of the Xia people, Yang Jun was a notorious libertine, particularly vulnerable to the charms of women. This realization instilled a measure of confidence within Sang Jie. In Ri Zhao, she was considered an exceptional woman, and in Xia, she would be among the elite. Surely, her allure would captivate Yang Jun. With that thought, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Here, a mere flick of her finger, a small sacrifice, could secure Yang Jun's allegiance, and everything else would be negotiable. Your Highness, there is no need for you to linger outside. Come in, do not let this splendid moment go to waste. Sang Jigui spoke softly, her fingers brushing against the iron door before reaching out through the bars to touch Yang Jun's splendid moment. This was a dungeon. Yang Jun was momentarily taken aback, questioning the sincerity of her invitation. Did this woman truly lack awareness of the appropriateness of time and place? It seemed that this Ri Zhao nation was no different from the shameless realm he once knew. Even in a dungeon, with only Sang Jie and the prince in the same room, was this not a splendid moment? Sang Jie continued, her voice dripping with sweetness as she spoke. Her fingers glided over Yang Jun's chest, tenderly caressing him. Meanwhile, she subtly twisted her body, as if attempting to free herself from the ropes and chains binding her. However, her movements caused her garments to crumple, revealing glimpses of her delicate skin. Chapter 23. I am a man of integrity. Sang Jie held immense confidence in herself, not only in her appearance, but in other aspects as well. After all, she had ascended to such heights as a woman, a feat not easily achieved. Throughout her past, she had been revered in Ri Zhao, resembling a celestial being. Yet she had faced countless covetous gazes and hidden disdain. Nevertheless, she had never afforded anyone the opportunity to take advantage of her. Now, gazing at Yang Yun, the infamous lecher, she was convinced that a mere flick of her finger could resolve the current predicament. Your Highness, Sang Jie elongated her tone, reaching forward to grasp Yang Jun's collar, her fingers probing inward. Get away. At that moment, Yang Jun forcefully swatted Sang Jie Yi's hand away, his voice sharp with reprimand. Sang Jie was momentarily stunned by his harsh words, standing there in shock. Your Highness, why this? Do you find my delicate figure unworthy of your attention? She questioned, her voice trembling, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, presenting a pitiful visage. Silence. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions to employ the art of annihilation against men. Yang Jun retorted coldly. Sang Jie Yi's body trembled violently upon hearing his words, her eyes widening in disbelief. The art of annihilation was a secret technique passed down through her maternal lineage, designed specifically to protect against male advances. This was a family secret she had honed since childhood, known only to her. How could Yang Jun possibly be aware of it? Did you not expect this, foul woman? Thankfully, I have read the entire book and know your secrets. Otherwise, I might have been deceived. Yang Jun mused internally, while Sang Jie Yi's eyes widened further, her breathing growing rapid. A book? What book? Did he possess a great secret? Was he in possession of knowledge that held many secrets? If that were the case, would it not mean that Yang Jun was even more formidable than she had anticipated? Humph. Do you think I will let you go so easily? Await the day you fully submit. Then I shall properly educate you. Yang Jun scoffed, leaving Sang Jie Yi's face filled with fury. Ah, Yang Jun, I once believed you were not the notorious lecher of legend. Little did I know you harbored such thoughts. But, Yang Jun, do you truly believe you hold such power over me? You do not even know what kind of person I am, yet yearn to subdue me? It seems the men of Xia are no different from the ordinary ones. Sang Jie Yi thought, feeling a surge of satisfaction as she believed Yang Jun had no means to control her. However, this woman's identity is rather unique. It will likely take considerable effort. After all, she is the only daughter of the divine emperor of Rizhao, revered as the heir of the nation. Concealing her identity to negotiate peace with the Xia. Yang Jun's internal thoughts were once again revealed, causing Sang Jie Yi's eyes to widen in shock. She felt a wave of fear and, ultimately, despair. How could this be? How could such a reality come to pass? Such matters could not possibly be true of her. Her identity, even within the Rizhao Empire, was a closely guarded secret. Only her father and mother were privy to it. How could anyone else know? In the outside world, she was merely known as a renowned healer and talented woman. How could anyone know of her royal lineage? How did Yang Jun come to possess this knowledge? No, this should not be happening. Yet, if he were to exploit her identity to threaten her parents, the consequences would be dire for Rizhao. What would she do if Yang Jun demanded a high price later on? Your Highness, please do not be angry. If there is something to discuss, let us converse amicably, shall we? Sang Jie Yi spoke, reaching through the iron bars towards Yang Jun. Get away. Do you think you can deceive me? I assure you, I'm not like those men outside who are easily fooled. I am a man of integrity. Yang Jun scoffed, arrogantly lifting his chin. Sang Jie Yi became increasingly anxious, yet at that moment, she remained oblivious to a crucial fact. Yang Jun never intended to disclose her identity. Moreover, she had no inkling that, in truth, Yang Jun and she were now allies in this perilous situation. Should Yang Jun reveal Sang Jie Yi's identity, the consequences would be dire, leading to her imminent demise. In Yin Fengyun's eyes, both Yang Jun and Sang Jie Yi were adversaries, both loathed by him. Certainly, if Sang Jie Yi were to perish here, Yang Jun would become the scapegoat. When the wrath of the Sunlight God Emperor descended, Yang Jun, as the scapegoat, might even be betrayed and delivered to the Emperor's blade as a sacrifice for Sang Jie Yi's soul. Someone, keep a close watch on Sang Jie Yi. Do not let any mishap occur. Having grasped this reality, Yang Jun waved his hand dismissively. Remaining here was not beneficial. Sang Ji Gui, more toxic than Lung Qingyu, was a flower that could cause trouble even with a mere glance. Thus, he began to diligently practice his skills. For him, survival was paramount. Therefore, once he commenced his training, he resolved to continue. Only by excelling in his martial arts could he become more formidable. Gaining strength was far more reliable than relying on anyone's protection. After all, this place was fraught with danger. In addition to the distrust of his emperor, Yin Fengyun, there was also the so-called destined male protagonist, who posed the greatest threat to him. In this world, Martial prowess was revered, classified from the 1st to the 9th rank. Beyond the 9th rank lay the masters and grandmasters. 9th rank warriors were exceedingly rare, while masters and grandmasters were even scarcer. Throughout Huaxia, only 3 masters were known, with Yang Jun's adoptive father, Yang Yi, being one of the most esteemed and successful. As for the grandmaster, Yang Jun recalled only one, the sole grandmaster of the Daxia dynasty, who occupied the imperial throne. Yang Jun remembered this clearly. In the original narrative, Zhou Tian eventually ascended to the grandmaster realm. After achieving this status, with the assistance of the princess, he led hundreds of thousands of elite troops to conquer the capital. Zhou Tian, wielding grandmaster power, ultimately killed Yun Fengyun. However, this was accomplished only after considerable effort, and only because Yun Fengyun was old and weakened. This fact underscored that even grandmasters were human and would age. Immortality was not guaranteed. This won't do. Even if I cannot achieve immortality, I must intensify my training. Yang Jun muttered to himself, nodding subconsciously. The pressure upon him was immense. Zhou Tian, having acquired Lung Qing Yu's nourishing body and trained in the dragon cultivation technique, was merely at the beginning of his martial journey. Yang Jun, currently a first-rank warrior, had taken a first step on a long ascent but felt no joy in it. Zhou Tian was already a third-rank warrior, bolstered by his sect, which provided him with numerous techniques and treasures, granting him the capability to contend with fourth-rank warriors. After all, as the protagonist, he had the protagonist's halo, making it perfectly normal for him to battle beyond his rank. Faced with such overwhelming pressure, Yang Jun dared not slacken his efforts. Since these challenges had fallen upon him, they must be confronted. After a night of arduous training, Yang Jun sensed he was on the verge of breaking through to the second layer of the dragon cultivation technique. Once he achieved this breakthrough, he would elevate to a second-rank warrior, augmenting his strength. Alas, relying solely on my own practice is exceedingly difficult. Perhaps I should seek out Lung Qingyu? Yang Jun pondered, instinctively shaking his head. Such matters could not occupy his thoughts excessively. The last time he received Lung Qingyu's nurturing, her nourishing body had indeed benefited him, but with his current strength, his dantian had limited capacity. He could not forcibly enhance himself without risking catastrophic failure. Your Highness, something terrible has occurred. At that moment, a voice from outside interrupted his thoughts. What is it? Yang Jun opened the door to find Deng Jian standing there, visibly anxious. Simultaneously, he heard the clash of weapons. As a warrior, his senses had heightened considerably. Your Highness, it's bad news. The Feng Battalion has come to our door, and this time, even Lord Jing Zhao-yin has mobilized. What? The Jing Zhao-yin has arrived? Yang Jun was taken aback. The Jing Zhao-yin was responsible for maintaining order in the capital and enforcing the laws of the Daxia dynasty, akin to a police chief in modern times. The fact that this official had arrived at such an early hour suggested that the situation was grave. Yang Jun could no longer afford to practice and hurriedly followed Deng Jian outside. As they walked, Deng Jian recounted the events that had transpired. It turned out that a significant incident had occurred in the capital the previous night. In the western part of the city, a brutal murder had taken place, resulting in the death of a minor official surnamed Yu, with his entire family nearly exterminated. Only one survivor remained, named Yu Xiaofeng. Yu Xiaofeng? Isn't she the maid of Yun Fengyun? Hearing this, Yang Jun was astonished. He sensed the depths of this situation were unfathomable. With the Jing Zhao-yin's arrival and the occurrence of such a heinous crime, it was evident that this matter was intertwined with his own fate. Yang Jun snorted coldly, following Deng Jian outside and standing at the entrance. As Deng Jian opened the door, the city guards of the Feng Battalion and the Yamen soldiers of the Jing Zhao-yin surged in. We pay our respects to your Highness. Meanwhile, a figure of authority, with an air of intimidation, raised his chin. The Jing Zhao-yin was a genuine official with real power who would not regard ordinary nobles with much respect, let alone Yang Jun, who had clearly fallen from grace as the former prince of Pingxi. Your Highness enjoys a comfortable life. It seems you've been sleeping quite soundly. Do you not know that an incident has occurred? Zhao Wei coldly scoffed, accusing Yang Jun outrigue. Zhou Tian, appearing somewhat impatient, stepped forward and cast a sidelong glance at Yang Jun. With a flick of his right hand, he produced a portrait. Bold Yang Jun, you dare to harbor criminals who murdered a Daxia official. What punishment do you deserve? Zhou Tian declared, his eyes gleaming with arrogance. Yang Jun took the portrait, unfolding it to reveal a striking likeness of Sang Jiegui. The artist had captured her essence remarkably well. The figure in the painting intruded into the residence of Lord Yu last night, committing heinous acts. Aside from Lord Yu's daughter, Yu Xiaolan, all others met a tragic fate. Zhao Wei, wielding the authority of the Jingzuoyan, uttered a cold snort. The sole survivor, Yu Xiaolan, identified the perpetrator as Sang Jiegi, who was entrusted to the care of the crown prince. How could you fail to keep watch, allowing a criminal to wreak havoc and harm our citizens of Daxia? Crown Prince, you are in grave trouble. As Zhao Wei spoke, he raised his right hand, signaling the officers to approach and apprehend Yang Jun. The Crown Prince is innocent. He has been wronged and deliberately slandered. Who dares to act recklessly? Someone, protect the Crown Prince. Witnessing this, Deng Jian was taken aback, shouting loudly while waving his hand, prompting the soldiers of the Pingxi Wangfu to rush in, confronting the officers and city guards. In that moment, both sides were on edge, ready for a bloody confrontation. Sang Jiegi had slain officials of Daxia, with both witnesses and evidence present. Yang Jun, you cannot escape. Zhou Tian snorted coldly, drawing his sword and pointing it at Deng Jian. The blade trembled slightly, aimed directly at Deng Jian's heart. With a mere flick of the wrist, it could end Deng Jian's life. Chapter 25. Who is the murderer? Zhou Tian? You seem quite formidable. Yet where is Yu Xiaofeng? Yang Jun coldly scoffed, seizing Deng Jian's hand and dragging him aside. After all, in the original narrative, Deng Jian had previously been killed by Zhou Tian during an opportune moment. It was a miracle he survived that encounter. It could not be allowed to replay today. What do you wish to silence me? You are quite resourceful, Yang Jun. Just look at your actions. It would be wise for you to surrender. Zhou Tian sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. What urgency compels you, Commander Zhou? Even if you seek to accuse me, at the very least, one must present themselves for confrontation. No? Lord Zhao, what say you? Yang Jun spoke it calmly, casting his gaze towards Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei did not refuse. Instead, he waved his hand. As he did so, the city guards and officers parted to create a path, allowing Yu Xiaofeng to step forward. At that moment, Yu Xiaofeng appeared forlorn, her eyes swollen like walnuts, her steps heavy as she wept continuously while moving forward. Yang Jun observed Yu Xiaofeng. She was unmistakably the same person, yet today, her vibrant demeanor was overshadowed by sorrow. Crown Prince, my entire Yu family has been slaughtered by Sang Jiegi. I beseech you to deliver justice. Yu Xiaofeng stepped forward, her voice breaking with sobs as she fell to her knees. Yang Jun, what more can you say? Feng Ziying, heed my command. Take down everyone in the Pingxi Wangfu. Zhou Tian raised his sword high, issuing the order loudly. Stand down. Yang Jun would not permit their recklessness, lifting his foot and kicking an eager officer away with a thud. It is truly strange. Sang Jiegi was securely bound in the dungeon. Could she possibly possess the art of body duplication and escape to kill? Yang Jun scoffed, while Zhao Wei glared, asserting his authority once more. Crown Prince, your arguments are futile. The victim stands before us, and she cannot possibly lie. If you resist arrest, then, Commander Zhou, this matter shall be entrusted to you, Zhao Wei declared, and Zhou Tian grinned wickedly. Just as the Fengzing guards were about to act, the soldiers of the Pingxi Wangfu quickly surged forward, shielding Yang Jun from harm, facing the weapons of the Fengzing guards without a hint of fear. At that moment, a battle was imminent. Yang Jun raised his right fist, signaling his men to hold their positions. I have stated, she has remained within the residence. She has never had the opportunity to leave. If you do not believe me, then please accompany me to see for yourselves. Yang Jun offered, gesturing unfittingly. No, be cautious. Zhou Tian quickly intervened, blocking Zhao Wei and Yu Xiaofeng's path. Zhao Wei emitted a cold snort, displaying a fearless demeanor. Since the Crown Prince dares to allow us entry, let us proceed and make our judgment. I trust you, Lord Zhao, will act justly in this matter. Zhao Wei spoke as he led the way with Yu Xiaofeng. Zhou Tian frowned, realizing he could not stop them, and decided to follow closely behind Zhao Wei and Yu Xiaofeng. Yang Jun remained indifferent, trailing along as well. The soldiers of the Pingxi Wangfu raised their crossbows, aiming at the surrounding Fengzing guards and officers, forbidding them to advance. Soon, they arrived at the dungeon where Sang Jiegi was imprisoned. Deng Jian stepped forward to open the cell door. Sang Jiegi remained inside, and Yang Jun waved, prompting the soldiers of the Pingxi Wangfu to step forward and fully open the door. The sight within the cell was unveiled before everyone. Sang Jiegi was bound with heavy ropes and chains, her hair disheveled and her face haggard as she huddled in a corner. A long chain connected her, allowing her only to move within the confines of the cell. Escaping was impossible. Return the lives of my entire family. At that moment, Yu Xiaofeng let out a piercing scream, seizing a guard's waist knife and lunging at Sang Jiegi. What is happening? That woman must not die. Yang Jun exclaimed in shock, rushing forward. He swiftly snatched the knife from Yu Xiaofeng and tossed it aside, firmly embracing her. Let me go. I must avenge my family. I will kill them. Yu Xiaofeng cried, overwhelmed with grief. She struggled fiercely, but Yang Jun held her fast, unwilling to release her. Sister, calm down. We have yet to clarify the situation. If you kill her, I will truly bear the blame. Yang Jun sighed deeply, tightening his grip around Yu Xiaofeng, refusing to let go. Sang Jiegi was startled. Had Yang Jun been a moment slower, she could have become a victim. At least he stood by her side through this ordeal. To Sang Jiegi, Yang Jun was now her only lifeline, and she needed to cling to him for dear life. Crown Prince, although Sang Jiegi is within your residence, who can guarantee she did not leave last night? Zhao Wei, the Jingxian, donned a demeanor of impartiality and immediately raised doubts. Zhou Tian remained silent, content to observe. Yang Jun understood that all of this was orchestrated by Zhou Tian. These machinations were his doing. I implore you, Lord Zhao, to scrutinize the evidence. The truth will be evident. I have come here to ensure the matter is thoroughly investigated. Yang Jun boldly invited Zhao Wei to conduct the inspection himself. And as he spoke, Zhao Wei approached Sang Jiegi. After a thorough examination, including her hands and the ropes and chains, Zhao Wei stood up, speaking earnestly to Yang Jun. Chapter 26. Another case arises. This matter has been resolved. The Crown Prince is to await further developments at the residence. The Jingxian Zhao Wei exuded authority, while Zhou Tian wore a mocking grin. He could not be more certain that Yin Fengyun harbored no fondness for Yang Jun. Due to the affairs concerning the Prince of Pingxi, Yin Fengyun held considerable dissatisfaction towards Yang Jun, and the current arrangements were nothing but a means to trouble him. Should this matter be reported to His Majesty, it would spell true disaster for Yang Jun. Someone must keep a close watch on the Crown Prince. The Emperor is poised to make a decision, and this situation bodes ill for everyone involved. Zhou Tian smirked with unrestrained satisfaction. Upon hearing Zhou Tian's words, Yang Jun gradually composed himself, finding a semblance of calm amidst the turmoil. However, at that moment, Yu Xiaofeng wept dismally, resembling a pitiful sight. Yang Jun shook his head gently, uncertain whether this woman was merely opportunistic or if her plight was genuinely intertwined with the unfolding events. The Prince of Pingxi's residence was besieged tightly. Not even a mosquito could escape. Deng Jiang, the harbor master, felt restless, while Sang Jige was consumed by anxiety. Yet, Yang Jun remained entirely unperturbed, indulging in his meals and drinks as usual. Your Highness, the Emperor has decreed that you must investigate this matter thoroughly within 3 days. Otherwise, you shall bear responsibility for the death of Lord Su and his family. Zhao Wei's voice resonated solemnly, leaving Yang Jun momentarily stunned. Your Highness, are you not going to accept the decree? Zhao Wei prompted, observing Yang Jun's dazed expression. Yang Jun accepted the decree, feeling a heavy cloud of frustration settle within him. You crafty Yin Fengyun, are you now trying to make me the scapegoat? This case evidently had pitfalls. He was fully aware of their existence, yet was compelled to leap into them. Your Highness, the 6th princess entrusted me to convey a message. She believes in you. No matter the circumstances, Zhao Wei lowered his voice. Addressing Yang Jun furrowed his brow. He was well aware of Zhao Wei's reminders and had gradually grown accustomed to her kindness. Nevertheless, in Yang Jun's eyes, goodwill notwithstanding, this matter remained quite troublesome. The current predicament necessitated a thoughtful approach to resolution. At this moment, Zhou Tian's countenance darkened ominously. Damn it, I had hoped to take advantage of this situation to rid myself of Yang Jun. Even if not entirely successful, at least I could pin some blame on him. But now, Yin Fengyun has inexplicably shifted this power into Yang Jun's hands. Although this so-called power appeared to be a burdensome task to Yang Jun, Zhou Tian could only feel envy and jealousy. making it intolerable for him. Yang Jun, you must act swiftly. If this matter is not resolved promptly, it will lead to grave consequences, Zhou Tian uttered, turning to leave. Yang Jun, shall I feign cordiality before you? Rest assured, if you fail to resolve this matter, you shall join your father in the depths of despair. Zhou Tian strode into his own courtyard, bursting into laughter. 3 days to solve the case? To uncover the true culprit? That is but a dream. Zhou Tian held absolute confidence in this regard, for the real murderer resided within his own estate. In the grand hall of Zhou Tian's residence, a woman, nearly identical to Sang Jige, sat elegantly. What news do you bring? She inquired, gracefully placing her teacup down. With the intervention of our senior sister, the situation is assuredly under control. The emperor has granted Yang Jun 3 days. If he fails to uncover the truth, he shall have but 3 days left to live. Zhou Tian's excitement grew as he spoke. At that moment, his eyes gleamed with malice and venom. Sanji smiled, her hand brushing against her cheek, transforming into the aloof and stunning Mo Qingyan. Senior sister's stratagem is truly exquisite. It not only places Yang Jun in jeopardy, but also sows enmity between the crown princess and him. Henceforth, their relationship will be fraught with conflict, making Yang Jun's future endeavors exceedingly arduous. Zhou Tian lavished praise upon Mo Qingyan, grinning wickedly. Senior sister, this dual-purpose scheme entirely relies on you. He continued, brimming with enthusiasm. No, it should be a threefold benefit. Once this matter erupts, if you seize the opportunity to eliminate Yang Jun, the crown princess will undoubtedly express her gratitude, opening a path for you to draw nearer to her. Mo Qingyan smiled faintly, momentarily causing Zhou Tian to pause. Will the crown princess truly be grateful? However, this matter pertains to her. The crown princess of Daxia is renowned. What strength could such a woman possess? Yet as these thoughts crossed his mind, Zhou Tian quickly regained his composure, respectfully bowing to Mo Qingyan. His senior sister was exceptionally skilled in gathering intelligence. Could it be that she had some leverage over the crown princess in these matters? Thus, Zhou Tian's heart brimmed with hope. Could it be that the crown princess has some remarkable qualities in senior sister's eyes? Zhou Tian chuckled softly, shaking his head lightly. Although he harbored desires to befriend the crown princess Yun Fengyue, he would never dare to express such sentiments in front of his senior sister. The crown princess appeared frivolous, indulging in male companionship. However, in truth, she merely utilized this facade to conceal her genuine intentions. Over the years, the crown princess had been discreetly amassing power, forging alliances in secrecy and nurturing her own forces. Particularly in a village located to the west of the city, it was inhabited not by villagers, but by soldiers. Mo Qingyan spoke softly, casting a glance at Zhou Tian. What? Zhou Tian exclaimed in astonishment, utterly unanticipated that a crown princess would possess such formidable strength. Consequently, as senior sister had suggested, should he successfully gain the crown princess's assistance, in due course he could cultivate his own prowess, gather his forces, and initiate a storm in Daxia. Such ambitions would be easily attainable. Chapter 27. The Crown Princess's Revelation in the Prince of Pingshi's Residence. Yang Jun was beset by overwhelming anxiety. It was abundantly clear that the old Emperor Yun Fengyue would not easily overlook him. Although the atmosphere in the Prince of Pingshi's residence had calmed somewhat since the earlier tensions, an invisible air of dread lingered, akin to the stillness before a storm. Yun Fengyue had made it abundantly clear that she intended for him to shoulder the blame, and her demands were not to be questioned. What he needed most urgently was to devise various strategies to address these burgeoning issues. Just as Yang Jun grappled with his distress, Deng Jin approached the door and gently knocked. "Your Highness, a guest has arrived." Deng Jin ushered the guest to the hall before turning to leave. The visitor was Yu Xiaofeng, accompanied by a woman clad in a form-fitting purple dress and a veil. The dress accentuated her curves exquisitely, revealing an enchanting silhouette. Yang Jun was momentarily taken aback, then drew closer. As he did so, he caught a whiff of an alluring fragrance emanating from the woman, distinct from the scent of Yu Xiaofeng, more intense and captivating. This was no longer a young maiden. This was a married woman. How delightful! Little did I know how charming a matron can be, mistaking a maiden for treasure. This woman is truly exquisite. Yang Jun felt a surge of emotions and pondered how best to greet the person before him. How could you not recognize me, Your Highness? Upon hearing Yang Jun's voice, Yun Fengyue tightened the veil draped over her head and sweetly inquired. As she spoke, a radiant smile illuminated her delicate features, revealing an enchanting blend of purity and softness amidst her nobility. Oh, Yun Fengyue, are you not tempting fate with such behavior? Yang Jun said internally. Is it really you? What brings the esteemed princess out of the palace to my humble abode? He couldn't help but admire her beauty, noting how perfectly her light makeup suited her exquisite visage. Yang Jun, driven by an instinctual admiration, bowed slightly to express his respect for her presence. Ah, it is indeed the princess gracing my home. I thought a celestial being had mistakenly wandered here. His words elicited a bright smile from Yun Fengyue, who playfully covered her cheeks with her hand, embodying an unparalleled charm. I do have a sweet tongue, she replied, still basking in the warmth of Yang Jun's words, her joy amplifying upon hearing his compliment. Yet, as she gazed at him, a thoughtful expression flickered across her face. If only the former Prince of Pingxi had possessed your silver tongue and charm, perhaps matters would not have escalated to this point. Yun Fengyue paused abruptly, realizing she had spoken too freely. Yang Jun, taken aback, lifted his gaze to meet hers. Just as he began to contemplate her words, she continued, Yang Jun, I have come regarding the incident involving Sang Jiegi and the Xiaofeng family. Her tone turned serious, and her expression resolute. Yang Yun studied here intently, aware of the background surrounding the tragic event. Although it appeared that Sang Jiegi was responsible, he sensed a deeper complexity at play. Rest assured, I still place my trust in you, Yun Fengyue declared firmly, causing Yang Jun to momentarily falter. Could it be that this woman trusts me so implicitly? Is it merely my handsome exterior that compels her confidence? A subtle smile graced his lips as he considered this possibility. Yun Fengyue shot him a glance, rolling her eyes playfully. Let us return to the matter at hand. While I trust you, the Emperor has decreed that these issues must be resolved within 3 days. You may act freely, and should you require assistance, do not hesitate to approach me. In the court, at least 30% of the officials are still inclined to support me. Wherever my influence can be of use, you need only ask. As she spoke, an invisible aura of authority emanated from her right hand. Understanding his own capabilities, Yang Jun felt no need to conceal his strength or pretend otherwise. Yet, he was momentarily taken aback by her boldness in laying everything bare. This situation requires careful consideration. Yun Fengyue is a double-edged sword. Though she possesses formidable power, leveraging it necessitates caution. He stood tall, bowing respectfully to her. I am grateful for your generosity, Your Highness. Should I find myself in need, I shall not hesitate to seek your assistance. Yun Fengyue smiled, her demeanor unperturbed by his reluctance, viewing it as a sign of his desire for independence and self-reliance, which pleased her greatly. With a gentle nod of appreciation, she expressed her admiration for him. Yang Jun, relieved that he had persuaded her to refrain from insisting on her help, exhaled softly. However, he then noticed Yu Xiaofeng, whose tear-stained face reflected profound sorrow. Yu Xiaofeng, come with me, he urged, taking her hand and leading her outside. Yun Fengyue was momentarily stunned, pondering whether Yang Jun's affections leaned towards Yu Xiaofeng instead. Her curiosity piqued. She followed closely behind, eager to discover his intentions. Yang Jun guided Yu Xiaofeng directly to the dungeon, where Sang Jiegi remained tightly bound, in a position of utter humiliation. The sight left Yu Xiaofeng momentarily speechless as she looked up at Yang Jun, while Yun Fengyue trailed behind, equally intrigued. Chapter 28. Why is he here again? Yun Fengyue's curiosity about Yang Jun's attitude persisted. This young man always exuded an air of confidence. Despite the current dire straits of the Pingxi Wangfu, she could not underestimate his potential, believing wholeheartedly in his ability to support everything. Young Ye, I shall watch closely to see how far your son can lead the Pingxi Wangfu. Yu Xiaofeng, this is for you. Yang Jun spoke as he handed her a whip. What? Yu Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback, but Yang Jun gently urged her forward. Strike her, he commanded, pointing at Sang Jiegi. Yu Xiaofeng's lips parted in hesitation, and Sang Jiegi's face blanched in shock, attempting to protest, but upon realizing it was Yu Xiaofeng before her, her brow furrowed in confusion. As the sole survivor of the bloody incident, Yu Xiaofeng's potential wrath was palpable, and had it not been for Yang Jun's timely intervention, she might have perished at the hands of this deranged woman. I know you feel wronged and harbor a desire for vengeance. However, I want you to understand that while you cannot kill her, you may strike her. The more you unleash your anger, the better you can vent your frustrations. Yang Jun's gaze was steady on Yu Xiaofeng, while Yun Fengyue observed him, finding his audacity increasingly fascinating. But Yu Xiaofeng's cheeks flushed, yet a flicker of uncertainty danced in her eyes. Although she had once viewed Zhang Jieyi as the architect of her family's demise, the unfolding events had revealed her to be merely a scapegoat. Come, follow me, Yang Jun commanded, stepping closer and grasping Yu Xiaofeng's hand holding the whip. Your Highness. Yu Xiaofeng gasped, while fear flashed in Zhang Jieyi's eyes. Yang Jun wasted no time, pulling Yu Xiaofeng's hand and striking down with a swift motion. Please stop. I truly did not commit murder. I beg you, do not strike me again. Zhang Jieyi cried out, her expression one of despair. Though you sit in confinement, misfortune has befallen you from above. You have unjustly borne the weight of a murder charge, and now you are subjected to such merciless punishment. This is utterly excessive. I know you are not the murderer, and you did not take a life. However, this matter arose because of you, and as a citizen of RZHO, I find it particularly displeasing. Therefore, what objection do you have to receiving this beating? With those words from Ying Jn, Sing Jigu Y lowered his head, red-eyed and filled with grievance, resigned to endure it all. Y Shi O Fing, with tears glistening in her eyes, gazed at Ying Jn with a hint of gratitude. Observing that Y Shi O Fing seemed to have calmed down considerably after striking Sing Jigu Y, Ying Jn chose not to say more and departed the dungeon accompanied by Y Shi O Fing and Yin Fing Yu. Yin Fing Yu wasted no time and led Y Shi O Fing away from the P-ing XWing F. On the way back to the palace, Y Shi O Fing wrestled with her thoughts for a while before finally speaking to Yin Fing Yu. Your Highness, I understand that Ying Jn, in his attempts to win my favor, has indeed been quite creative and has even avenged you, which is rather rare. Yin Fing Yu nodded gently as she spoke. With her words, Y Shi O Fing suddenly knelt down with a thud. Your Highness, I believe that the young master is not as wicked as they say. On the contrary, he is truly a good person. Aware that she had overstepped, Y Shi O Fing felt compelled to voice her thoughts. In this unguarded moment, Ying Jn had unwittingly won her heart. Rest assured that I am aware of this matter. If the truth remains undiscovered in 3 days, I will personally ensure Ying Jn's safety. Yin Fing Yu smiled faintly, increasingly curious about Ying Jn, yearning to understand him better and to clarify his character. Within the depths of the dungeon, at P-ing XWing F, Ying Jn strode in. Upon seeing him, Ling Qing Yu, huddled in the corner, instinctively gasped. Her beautiful face bore traces of tears, marked by dirt. The once clear and bright gaze was now filled with resentment and fear. The torment Ying Jn had brought her had become a waking nightmare. At that moment, Ling Qing Yu paid no heed to her disheveled attire. Attempting to retreat, pressing her back against the wall, curling her body in a desperate effort to evade Ying Jn's gaze. What do you want? Ling Qing Yu fixed her eyes on Ying Jn, her demeanor a mix of wariness and resistance. Yet, internally she was far from calm. The shock was overwhelming. She was acutely aware of the effects of the ZL-ing-sh-ing-t and the lengthy cultivation required to refine those powers once they entered Ying Jn's body. Your esteemed third senior sister M.Q.ing Yin has committed murder and framed me. Now, I seek to uncover her weaknesses. ENGG and spook codedly. Posing a direct inquiry, Ling Qing Yu was taken aback by his words. It seemed that the third senior sister had emerged from her seclusion, and Ying Jn must have faced some setbacks. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a frantic state, seeking her secrets. Allah, YNGGN. You are merely inviting your own misfortune, she mused inwardly, emboldened by the thought. Do you have evidence to support your claim that my third senior sister committed murder? I could just as easily accuse you of being the one who set her free to kill. Ling Qing Yu felt a surge of satisfaction at Ying Jn's distress. His torment was her greatest delight. My patience has its limits. Do not attempt to obfuscate with your meaningless words. Do you think I am unaware that the only one capable of manifesting the K-ing-h-ing-lug is none other than M.Q.ing Yin? And is there anyone else who could single-handedly annihilate the entire Y family, leaving only one survivor? Hurry and clarify how to break the... Wang Jn's voice dripped with coldness, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Ling was further shocked to hear Wang Jn mention her third senior sister's name and knowledge of her unique skills. How could Wang Jn, an outsider, possibly know such secrets of her sect? Chapter 29. You leave me no choice. The realization that Wang Jn was aware of her third senior sister's secrets led her to wonder if Zhutn had informed him. Shaking her head, she considered her third senior sister's arrival as a significant source of confidence. Resolute in facing this situation, she squared her shoulders, allowing her alluring charms to shine even brighter. If you believe it was my third senior sister's doing, then go confront her directly. If you are wise, you will recognize that you are no match for her. It would be in your best interest to release me. It appears that you and your sect, including you and Zhutn, are truly lacking in self-awareness. You are merely a captive yet dare to act so haughty before me. Are you seeking punishment? Ing and scoffed dismissively. I warn you, you are no match for my third senior sister's formidable strength. If you wish to avoid death, you should hurry. Ling raised her voice defiantly, asserting her bravado. Just as she spoke, a sharp crack echoed through the dungeon as the whip struck her, leaving a crimson mark on her fair skin. This whip was the same one Wang Jn had used on Sing earlier. Now, it was turned upon Ling. What do you intend to do? The sudden pain tormented Ling, causing her to cry out in agony. Reveal the secret of the... Wang Jn coldly commanded, wielding the whip with the ferocity of a vengeful deity, his gaze fixated on Ling. I will not speak, she retorted defiantly. Do you think that because you obtained secrets from Zhutn, you can stand against us? My third senior sister will surely find you and teach you a severe lesson. Glaring at Wang Jn with a mixture of hatred and defiance. Without further inquiries, Wang Jn raised the whip again and struck Ling mercilessly. She cried out in pain, yet the woman remained resilient, refusing to yield or divulge the secrets of the... Ling, will you speak or not? Ing demanded. Even if you kill me, I will not reveal it. No matter what you say, it will be in vain. Ing, unaccustomed to showing mercy, had no intention of sparing her. However, he did not anticipate Ling's tenacity. Having read the original text, he recalled only a fragment regarding the weakness of the... The text did not elaborate, only mentioning that it possessed a fatal flaw. Without clarity on this issue, he could not confront him. The original work detailed mainly Zhutn's growth and how he ascended to the pinnacle of power. His protagonist's aura overshadowed everything else, rendering others insignificant. Nonetheless, Wang Jn understood that he must exhaust all means to uncover the secrets of the... For without doing so, he would be unable to confront Mqyn. Only by locating her and resolving the threat she posed could he clear his name from the slander cast upon him. Failing to dismantle the would leave Mqyn with an opportunity to strike. Not only could he not resolve these matters, but he might also fall victim to her hand. With such thoughts, Yang Jun became increasingly eager to make Long Qingyue submit. Well, since this woman is unwilling to speak, I shall not be blamed for my ruthless actions, he mused internally, discarding the whip in his hand. Upon witnessing this, Long Qingyue initially let out a sigh of relief, only to widen her eyes in shock. Yang Jun had discarded the whip only to pick up another one, and the dungeon was replete with various instruments of torture. This new whip, adorned with barbs, would surely inflict grave injury if wielded against oneself. If you do not speak, I shall strike not your body, but your face. Yang Jun huffed, his expression brimming with indignation. This situation greatly displeased him. He felt the need to emulate his original self, to embody the role of a dandy and a villain. Stop, I will speak. Hearing Yang Jun's thoughts, Long Qingyue realized that he was not jesting. She was now apprehensive. Although she could endure pain, the thought of her face being marred by the barbed whip was too dreadful to contemplate. As these thoughts raced through her mind, she found herself compelled to lower her head. What? Has she already softened? Yang Jun thought to himself, disappointed that he had just acquired a new weapon without having the chance to employ it. In truth, the aerial castle was a manifestation altered through one's mental state, requiring the enhancement of spiritual power to maintain its transformation. Lung Qinghua sighed softly, her expression one of deep melancholy. When had she become even less formidable than a mere lamb? What I need is a strategy to cope with this situation. Yang Yun snorted, raising his hand as the barbed whip danced ominously in the air. No, I will speak. I am speaking now. Terrified, Lung Qinghua shuddered and quickly began to talk. To dismantle the aerial castle was not an insurmountable task. A sudden external force could easily disrupt it. Be specific. Yang Jun fixed his cold gaze upon her, convinced that this woman was exceedingly cunning. Without this method, she would remain steadfast and unyielding. When faced with such a situation, employing a blinding light or a loud sound could shatter the aerial castle. Once disrupted, the practitioner would be exposed, their true self laid bare. Lung Qinghua had completely relinquished her resistance. Even the appearance of Mo Qingyan was of no consequence. She gazed at Yang Jun with a look of profound sorrow, her eyes brimming with lamentation. This man was no mere dandy. He was a devil, a demon specifically targeting her sect. She was the first, and perhaps her third senior sister would become the second. Upon hearing this, Yang Jun chuckled, realizing that there was indeed a way to handle the situation. Chapter 30, once more. Now that he understood the other's weaknesses, any failure to respond would be his own shortcoming. After all, he was a transmigrator. Although he had been unfortunate enough to lose his father upon arrival and had drawn the attention of the emperor, as well as being viewed as a thorn in the side of the destined male lead, the current circumstances had gradually improved. Could he not manage a few demonesses? With this thought, Yang Jun impulsively reached out, delivering a sharp slap to Lung Qinghua's backside. I told you not to hit me," Lung Qinghua exclaimed, feeling both embarrassed and wronged. Yet she dared not resist and could only cast a resentful glare at Yang Jun. "Oh, my apologies. I couldn't help myself. Thank you for sharing Mo Qingyan's secret with me. However, we must proceed to our next matter." Yang Jun grinned as he spoke to Lung Qinghua. Listening to his words, she gazed at him with a look of sorrowful helplessness. Her actions were a betrayal of her third senior sister and, more severely, a betrayal of her sect. How could she possibly remain calm under such circumstances? The pitiable expression she wore only served to draw Yang Jun in further, rendering her even more captivating than when she had been domineering. "I have divulged the secret of my third senior sister and have cooperated with you. You cannot strike me again," Lung Qinghua implored, her body curling inward as she spoke. Her attire, already inadequate to cover her skin, revealed even more of her form. "Do not fear. I am a true gentleman. I shall not strike you again," Yang Jun reassured her with a smile. Upon hearing his words, Lung Qinghua exhaled softly. However, just as her breath escaped, she noticed Yang Jun had discarded the barbed whip and was approaching her with a devilish grin. "What are you planning now?" Lung Qinghua gasped, her eyes filled with trepidation. "Do not be alarmed. I merely require your assistance in my cultivation," Yang Jun replied, stepping forward and pulling her closer. "In the city guard's commandery. So, has Yang Jun found the culprit?" Mo Qingyan inquired with a cold smirk. In her aerial castle, aside from a few pivotal figures within her sect, no one knew the secrets contained within. Thus, Mo Qingyan felt entirely confident. To decipher it, Yang Jun would likely fall short. Finding the culprit within 3 days in Pingxi Wangfu seemed utterly impossible, given Yang Jun's reputation as a dandy. What strength could he possibly possess to achieve such feats? Yang Jun, the heir of Pingxi Wang, seemed destined to learn a lesson. Mo Qingyan, aloof and composed, caught Zhou Tian's eye, stirring a sense of intrigue within him. Though Lung Qinghua appeared alluring, she was indeed slippery and not easily approached. In contrast, Mo Qingyan was both beautiful and proud, presenting an unyielding exterior. Compared to her, Mo Qingyan exuded an even greater allure, making it difficult for Zhou Tian to resist. Yang Jun was nothing but a useless second-generation scion. What capabilities could he possibly possess? The most likely scenario was that Yang Jun would find a scapegoat and hastily close the case. Speaking up, he nodded lightly. Yang Jun was indeed a troublesome individual. Since he sought to solve the case, she would gladly stoke the flames, ensuring that he faced the consequences of his actions. Tonight, she would add to the turmoil, allowing him to experience the sting of repercussions firsthand. Mo Qingyan chuckled coldly, her eyes flashing with a fierce glint. Since Yang Jun had boasted of his intentions to unravel the case, what would he do when another murder occurred? When the time came, the boastful Yang Jun would undoubtedly be humiliated. And not only would he face personal disgrace, but the entire Pingxi Wangfu would suffer the consequences of his reckless actions. Zhou Tian's eyes lit up upon hearing Yang Jun's words. This situation held promise. In that case, I must trouble my third senior sister, he declared, bowing to Mo Qingyan. Let us dispense with the formalities. I will handle these matters for you, but you must also strive diligently in your own practice. Otherwise, should you become as inept as Yang Jun, it would bring shame to our sect. Mo Qingyan glanced at Zhou Tian, shaking her head gently and letting out a sigh. Indeed, Zhou Tian has taken my teachings to heart. Upon hearing Mo Qingyan's words, Zhou Tian, though outwardly respectful in his salute to her, felt a sense of frustration brewing within him. Anxiety and dissatisfaction swirled in his heart, yet he could not allow these emotions to surface. The only recourse he had was to clench his fists tightly, enduring Mo Qingyan's reprimands while his nails dug painfully into his palms. Despite the pain, a smile remained plastered on Zhou Tian's face. Very well, await my good news. I shall take my leave now. Young Jun, quite intriguing indeed. I shall soon pay you a visit and ascertain the extent of your capabilities to meet my challenge. After finishing her words, Mo Qingyan turned, lightly leaping through the window, vanishing from sight. As Zhou Tian observed her departure, he finally exhaled softly. With the pressure exerted by Mo Qingyan lifted, an unusual sensation surged within him. The beauty of the third senior sister need not be elaborated upon. More importantly, it was her mastery of the ethereal illusions that could effortlessly transform her appearance. Contemplating this, Zhou Tian felt a thrilling rush, a forceful wave of desire that became increasingly uncontrollable. If he could win her over, would that not mean conquering the entire sect? No. Securing the third senior sister would equate to possessing countless women. He could compel her to assume the likeness of any woman he desired, thus indulging himself. As Yang Jun pondered, he could not help but begin to enumerate those women. Yunxia, Lung Qingwei, Mo Qingyan, and even other senior sisters. Not to mention that ageless yet ever-radiant master. Chapter 31. Breaking her power in Jingxi, at Yinguifang, a locality inhabited by numerous dignitaries. Vigilance had heightened following the recent massacre of the Yu family. Each evening, additional guards were deployed to patrol and maintain order. Mo Qingyan, like a shadow in the night, danced gracefully atop the rooftops, evading detection with her ethereal movements. Yang Jun, you truly possess boldness. This matter is indeed your provocation towards me. Rest assured, I typically find such challenges quite straightforward. If you wish to flaunt your power, the simplest response is to strike back. Mo Qingyan lingered atop a roof, her keen gaze scanning the surroundings in search of her intended target. Ah, there you are, she mused, spotting a residence marked by a lantern inscribed with the character Lu. With a playful smile, she leaped forth, transforming into a wisp of smoke that enveloped the household. Previously, Mo Qingyan had targeted the Yu family, leading many to believe that it was the work of Sang Jiegui. Now, she had set her sights on the Lu family, situated perilously close to the prince of Pingxi's estate, amidst a labyrinth of narrow alleys, making escape quite feasible. It was precisely this advantage that led Mo Qingyan to believe that, if executed correctly, Yang Jun's grand declarations would be thoroughly undermined, inciting public suspicion against him. With a recent murder fresh in memory, another would only serve to further entangle him in controversy. No matter how eloquently he spoke, he would find it impossible to absolve himself. As Mo Qingyan descended to the ground, she had already assumed Sang Jiegui's form. Without a hint of hesitation, she advanced, raising her foot to forcefully kick open the door. Who goes there? The servants of the Lu residence were patrolling, preparing to attend to their master's needs. I am Sang Jiegui. Mo Qingyan stepped forward, exposing her visage to the lantern's glow, ensuring all present could clearly see her face. She now bore the countenance of Sang Jiegui, a figure currently under Yang Jun's protection. The act of Sang Jiegui committing murder would essentially implicate Yang Jun himself. Sang Jiegui has come to kill. The Lu household's servants trembled in fear at the proclamation. Some among them, emboldened by their fright, began to shout. Soon, The Liu family members rushed out, alarmed. Bold saying Jiegue Yi, I am an official of the Daxia court. Do you dare to kill me? Roared Lord Liu, his face twisted with anger. The tale of Sang Jigue Yi's murders had circulated throughout the capital, and now this woman had the audacity to appear in his estate, leaving him utterly astonished. It is you, an official of the Daxia court, whom I seek to kill, Qingyan replied with a smile, her sword dancing gracefully through the air, casting glimmers of cold light. Where is Yangjun? Is he not responsible for your oversight? How could he allow you to commit murder? Lord Liu shouted once more, yet he did not retreat. It is the heir of the Prince of Pingxi who has sent me to kill you. Old man, remember this well. The one who comes to take your life is Sang Jiegue Yi, with the sanction of the Prince of Pingxi. Montak Qingyan sneered. While Lord Liu's rage intensified, how can Yang Jun, the heir of the Prince of Pingxi, conspire with Rizhao to harm Daxia officials? Harm? Why do you officials always make life difficult for the prince? If he suffers, so shall you. Qingyan interrupted, raising her sword, prepared to unleash a massacre. At this moment, she envisioned the outcome. If she could eliminate those within the residence and leave one or two alive, Yang Jun would find himself in a quagmire. Perhaps, before the 3 days elapsed, he would be condemned or even executed in the emperor's wrath. Suddenly, a deafening sound reverberated through the air, catching Qingyan off guard and causing her to tremble, nearly losing her balance. What? Qingyan gasped in shock, looking around frantically. In an instant, the resonating sounds intensified, drums and gongs echoing throughout the Liu residence, shaking the very ground beneath her. With a sudden burst, blood erupted from her mouth. The ethereal illusion she had conjured shattered amidst the cacophony of the resonant drums. It was as if a massive stone had been cast into a serene lake, sending ripples of chaos across its surface. Qingyan felt as though she were under relentless assault from all sides, her internal organs suffering as if pierced by countless needles. No, she cried in anguish, her expression contorted. The facade upheld by her ethereal power collapsed in that instant. As the servants and guards of the Liu household surged forth, encircling Qingyan, they marveled at the sight before them. Sang Jigui, is this the infamous murderer? In the midst of their astonishment, all eyes fell upon the figure clad in white, adorned in the garb of Rizhao, standing in the courtyard of the Liu residence. Qingyan struggled to regain her composure, gripping her sword tightly, intent on attacking once more. Yet at that moment, another wave of thunderous sound erupted, and she coughed up more blood. Simultaneously, her features contorted painfully. The ethereal illusion had finally crumbled. You are not Sang Jiegue Yi, who are you? Lord Liu exclaimed, recognizing her true form with a gasp of astonishment. Upon glimpsing Qingyan's visage, he recalled her earlier assertion that Yang Jun had instigated her arrival. In light of this, it became evident that matters had taken a grave turn. How audacious to frame the heir of the Pingxi Wang. Someone seize this assassin. With the utterance of Liu Darren, the household servants and guards surged forward. Qingyan regarded them with gritted teeth, an unmistakable glint of murderous intent in her eyes. These individuals were hardly worthy of her notice. Chapter 32. Who orchestrated this scheme? Quick, look, a transformation. Indeed, it is truly remarkable how a living person can swiftly become another entirely. As the saying goes, a woman's wrath is swifter than the turning of a page. And now I have witnessed this truth firsthand. The onlookers chimed in, their voices rising in astonishment. Qingyan's actions were undeniably unexpected, evoking surprise among the spectators. Scoundrel! Qingyan seethed, her displeasure palpable. She realized she had fallen into a trap, facing a dire situation. This was a meticulously crafted scheme, an intricate web ensnaring her. Clearly, her adversaries understood her movements and thoughts, which explained their audacious behavior. Contemplating this, her heart brimmed with loathing. Who could be capable of orchestrating such a trap? Who would dare to act in such a manner? Qingyan was astonished as she noticed the servants and guards encroaching upon her, a flicker of lethal intent flashing in her gaze. Now, with her cover blown, her paramount objective was to escape swiftly. To hell with this! Qingyan cried out in fury, her longsword slicing through the air. With a series of swift sounds, the poorly trained servants and guards staggered back, collapsing to the ground. Enduring the discomfort induced by the commotion, she stomped her foot on the ground, leaping into the air, intent on fleeing the scene. However, just as she ascended, a cadre of elite soldiers emerged from the alley, crossbows raised, unleashing a barrage of bolts toward her. Mo Qingyan swiftly wielded her longsword, the clashing sounds echoing as her blade met the arrows, deflecting them with a resounding impact. In the midst of this clash, she narrowly evaded further harm, yet felt a mouthful of blood escape her lips. These foes were formidable, not mere servants and guards. Mo Qingyan soared to a rooftop, but no respite was granted. Suddenly, a figure charged toward her with alarming speed. How dare they attempt a sneak attack? A figure lunged at her, colliding forcefully. Mo Qingyan, filled with rage, shouted in protest. Simultaneously, she pivoted and retaliated. With two resounding thuds, she met the assailant's strike. At that moment, the force of the impact struck her squarely in the chest, causing her to stagger backward, blood spilling forth once more. Half kneeling on the rooftop, she glared at her assailant, clad in dark attire and veiled in black. The individual was shrouded in secrecy. Despicable. Mo Qingyan spat in anger, yet found herself at a loss for how to handle the situation. The shadowy figure began to move menacingly, seemingly preparing for another assault. At that moment, shouts echoed around her as a squad of elite soldiers closed in. "You shall pay for this." Mo Qingyan wiped the blood from her lips, her voice laced with fury. At this juncture, she could no longer contain her wrath, unable to tolerate the indignities she faced. Given the encroaching peril, remaining was futile. With that declaration, she leaped into the air, escaping swiftly. This woman truly possesses remarkable skills. Such an ambush holds no significance against her. She does not recognize me, cannot contend with me, yet I can overpower her. Therein lies my advantage. As Mo Qingyan traversed rooftops in her flight, a voice resonated in her mind. "You shameless scoundrel, will there be a next time? If there is, I shall not hesitate to end you." Initially taken aback by the voice, Mo Qingyan soon erupted with indignation. With a swift motion, she evaded, leaving behind a sense of regret. Pingxi Wangfu. Yang Jun emerged from a concealed passage. Faced with the circumstances, he felt a sense of helplessness. Once again, he had played the villain, managing to extract Mo Qingyan's secrets. Despite meticulous preparations, he found himself unable to subdue her. Upon returning to his chamber, he pondered how best to resolve this predicament. "Young master, the commander of the city defense has come to visit." Outside, Deng Jian's voice rang out. Indeed, Deng Jian proved to be a valuable ally. Whether aiding in the original schemes of coercion or now seeking redemption to assist him, his loyalty remained unwavering. "Please, let him in." Yang Jun hastily donned a fresh outfit and made his way to the parlor. Deng Jian had already served tea to the commander of the city defense. Upon Yang Jun's arrival, the commander rose, clasping his hands in respect. "Young master, you truly are remarkable." It seems someone impersonated saying, "Jade," intending to assassinate officials of the daxia. Regrettably, this individual was exceptionally adept, and despite our preparations, they managed to escape. However, this confirms that the impersonator is no ordinary foe. The commander spoke with urgency, gratitude evident in his tone. "Thank you, Commander Kuei." Although the outcome was less than satisfactory, Yang Jun accepted it nonetheless. As they spoke, he gestured, and Deng Jian produced a silver ingot, presenting it to the commander. With a swift motion, the commander accepted it into his sleeve. "Young master, you are far too generous. After all, the princess has stated that this is for your service." Commander Kuei was quite eloquent, readily accepting the gift and expressing his appreciation. "Commander Kuei, you are overthinking this." Yang Jun smiled slightly as Deng Jian offered him a tray. The tray contained pieces of silver, collectively worth less than the earlier ingot. Yang Jun accepted the tray, maintaining his smile as he approached Commander Kuei. Chapter 33. He is not the true culprit. Commander Kuei, your brothers in the city defense have worked tirelessly. This late hour has deprived many of a good night's sleep. It is all the fault of that wretched assassin. However, I have witnessed the efforts of you and your fellow soldiers. Thus, these pieces of silver shall be entrusted to you, Commander Kuei, as a token of appreciation for your hard work." Yang Jun grinned, promptly pouring the contents into the commander's sleeves. Commander Kuei was momentarily taken aback. As a military officer, he typically dealt with matters of city defense and crime, rarely encountering opportunities for personal gain. Perhaps this is the taste of power, the unspoken rules of governance. Contemplating this, A glimmer of ambition sparked in Commander Kuei's eyes. The young lord is indeed too courteous. Thus, I shall express gratitude on behalf of my brothers. We are soldiers, straightforward and honest. Young lord, heed my words. Henceforth, should you have any commands from Kuei-fong downwards, we shall comply without hesitation. Kuei-fong clasped his fists in salute towards Yang Jun before turning to leave. Yang Jun rose, a faint smile gracing his lips. It appears that the path of governance is merely this. In the imperial city, within the confines of the royal palace. In the imperial study, Yin Xie placed a bowl of soup upon the dragon table of Yun Fengyan. At that moment, he was massaging his temples while lost in thought about the events of the evening. Father, have some soup to invigorate yourself. Previously, Yin Xie had refused to prepare soup for Yun Fengyan, yet now she took the initiative to show concern. Indeed, Xie is quite considerate. Yun Fengyan lifted his gaze, accepting the soup that Yun Xie offered, taking a hearty sip. As Yun Xie observed the memorials on the dragon table, a smile appeared on her face. Truly, he is the man I have chosen. These matters, evidently, do not pertain to him, and with these memorials, his suspicions have been completely cleared. In Yun Xie's heart, it seemed irrelevant who had committed these acts. Simply put, these matters should have been handled by Yang Jun. Who else could have managed to turn the tide in such a short span of day? Yun Fengyan drank deeply from his soup, indeed finding it refreshing and invigorating. Father, see how in just a day, Yang Jun's suspicions have dissipated. Thus, he must be innocent, and with such capability, should you not commend him? Yun Xie pouted playfully, her demeanor soft and delicate. This display was one she rarely exhibited before Yun Fengyan. Eagerly, she sought to advocate for Yang Jun. Although the evidence to wholly credit Yang Jun was still lacking, as long as the matters could be associated with him, she would spare no effort to defend him. Hearing Yun Xie's words, Yun Fengyan's brows knitted tightly. To be fair, Yang Jun indeed possesses talent. He had effortlessly unraveled a seemingly fatal predicament. Such feats, who else could achieve them? Yet, Yun Fengyan was inherently suspicious. Perhaps Yin Xie only saw Yang Jun's success and strength. However, in Yun Fengyan's eyes, he discerned elements that instilled him with trepidation and unease. The city defense camp is the sword in the hands of the emperor. The mobilization of these troops cannot be so simple, yet now they assist Yang Jun in managing these affairs. Yang Jun, such matters were ones that your father, the Prince of Pingxi, would never have dared to undertake lightly. But now, how could he have the audacity to proceed in such a manner? Yin Fengyan's heart was filled with trepidation regarding these matters. For any misstep could lead to dire consequences for his future. Yang Jun's exoneration was the greatest reward he could receive. Yin Fengyan maintained a composed demeanor, speaking in a low, serious tone to Yun Xie. Father, how can you say this? Yun Xie protested, wishing to further advocate for Yang Jun. I had already considered this matter. Now that Yang Jun is free of suspicion and has preserved his life, is that not the greatest reward for him? Yun Fengyan replied calmly. Some matters cannot be indulged. He increasingly found Yang Jun inscrutable and difficult to comprehend. Therefore, at such a moment, he was unwilling to relinquish control, especially not granting Yang Jun any real power. Oof. At Yun Fengyan's words, Yin Xie let out a cold snort. In the midst of her retort, she reached out and swept the bowl of invigorating soup aside. Father, if you say this, then should not the city defense camp and the Jingzhou Yin be held accountable? Under their watch, a grave incident occurred in the capital, with officials being slain. Should not such occurrences merit punishment? Yun Xie huffed, her face filled with indignation. Angrily, she set the bowl aside, guarding it closely, unwilling to return it to Yun Fengyan. Since the reward was unattainable, it was only fair that some of Yang Jun's adversaries should face consequences. Otherwise, she would be unable to swallow her frustration. Yun Fengyan frowned deeply, letting out a long sigh. At the same time, he rubbed his temples. Although he felt a multitude of reluctance and dissatisfaction about the situation, it was apparent that if Zhao Wei and Zhou Tian were not punished, his precious daughter would never allow him to partake in soup again. Yet, how should this matter be resolved? At Zhou Tian's residence, silence reigned. Mo Qingyan slipped through the window, hiding beneath the covers on the bed. She wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, yet the deep-seated chill still enveloped her, causing her great discomfort. The current situation left her utterly perplexed. How could her invincible fortress be so easily breached? The fortress referred to the formidable power manifested through her concentrated spiritual energy. But how could it have been so effortlessly unraveled? Chapter 34. You are unworthy. Mo Qingyan possessed a cold temperament. In her dealings with others, she was exceedingly proud. She held herself in high regard, rarely acknowledging the worth of those she deemed ordinary. Moreover, she had never failed in her tasks. Thus, within her sect, Mo Qingyan was a favored disciple of her master. However, today's events were beyond her expectations. She now understood one thing. During the ambush, the assailants had been accompanied by the sounds of drums and gongs. This was the crux of her fortress's downfall. Consequently, she contemplated whether these events were mere coincidences or if someone truly understood everything that transpired. Furthermore, the most troubling aspect was that the individual who had ambushed her wielded the power of the Yulong Shengong. It was precisely this backlash from such power that left her trembling and unable to endure. Damn it, who could this person be? Mo Qingyan's mind raced with questions about the identity of the dark-clad figure and how they could possess such formidable strength, especially in mastering her sect's Yulong Shengong. At that moment, the door was pushed open, and Zhou Tian entered, promptly closing the door behind him. Upon observing Mo Qingyan, who was pale and swathed in blankets, a flicker of intrigue stirred within him. Instinctively, he swallowed hard. Since the last time he had contemplated how to exploit Mo Qingyan, the idea had taken root in his mind. Now, seeing her again, those thoughts surged forth. Such matters stirred a restless heat within him. Mo Qingyan, upon seeing Zhou Tian, felt a shiver run through her. The one who had ambushed her possessed the power of Yulong Shengong, which left her in a state of shock. Thus, that individual cannot be none other than Shiji. You are injured? How could this happen? How did you end up in such a state? Zhou Tian gazed at Mo Qingyan, his words flowing forth. As he spoke, Zhou Tian took a couple of steps forward. Observing Monta Qingyan's subtletremos. The fragility she displayed stirred an unusual sentiment within Zhou Tian's heart. Mo Qingyan exuded an aura of coldness, a chilling presence, while Zhou Tian radiated warmth and invigorating heat. This sensation stimulated him. Shiji, are you all right? Zhou Tian inched closer, speaking once more. At this moment, his eyes gleamed with fervor. Perhaps this was a pivotal moment. If he could truly win over Mo Qingyan, it would be an unparalleled boon for him. I'm fine, go away. Mo Qingyan arched her brows, delivering a frigid rebuke. Shiji, it seems you are hurt. Allow me to assist you. Zhou Tian persisted, his words flowing forth as he advanced. His gaze was fixed intently upon Mo Qingyan, his hands moving gently in the air, as if they were about to touch her. Get lost. Mo Qingyan snapped again, her voice laced with discontent. Shiji, what has befallen you? I am but your little shitty. Zhou Tian did not yield, but continued speaking, moving forward with determination. Zhou Tian, stand still. Listen, though you are destined to ascend to the pinnacle of power and unify the realm, and we sisters have long been told by our master that we must sacrifice for you. Remember this clearly. In these matters, we shall also respect the master's will. However, you must understand that this is in the future, not in the present, where you can act as you please. Mo Qingyan's voice was filled with anger, her eyes reflecting indignation. Shiji, refrain from such words. At this moment, you are unworthy. Leave my room. Zhou Tian spoke once more, and Mo Qingyan's anger erupted. A glint of malice flashed in Zhou Tian's eyes, fury surging within him. Yet, as he raised his head, all discomfort dissipated. Shiji, do not overthink. I merely care for your injuries and wish to save you. Moreover, the holy sword, which will influence the fate of the world, is about to emerge. Should your injuries be severe, it would undoubtedly affect the contest for the holy sword, thereby impacting our future plans. Zhou Tian maintained a sincere demeanor, gazing earnestly at Mo Qingyan, speaking with heartfelt urgency. He scrutinized her expressions, and upon hearing his words, Mo Qingyan was momentarily taken aback. The emergence of the holy sword could indeed alter the course of the world. It was said that the legendary swordsmith, Gan Lin, devoted his entire life to forge an unparalleled holy sword. If this sword were to appear, the world would be at stake. This was also a significant reason for their master sending the sisters down the mountain. If her circumstances were to jeopardize the contest for the holy sword, she would bear the guilt. Furthermore, in the current struggle for the holy sword, all factions were mobilizing converging upon the capital. In due time, the meeting of dragons and tigers would undoubtedly incite a storm of bloodshed due to the sword's emergence. According to her master's predictions, whoever obtained the holy sword would inevitably grasp the realm, becoming the true sovereign. Additionally, countless sects would submit. After her master made these predictions, he firmly believed that the one destined for this fate was Zhou Tian. Hence, he spared no effort in cultivating Zhou Tian, even urging Mo Qingyan and her fellow disciples to descend the mountain to assist him. I'm well aware of this. However, her brows furrowed deeply in the past. If injured, she would certainly inform Zhou Tian. Yet today, she harbored doubts about him, greatly worried that this rogue before her was indeed Zhou Tian. Thus, how could she dare to speak? Chapter 35. Zhou Tian's Inner Turmoil. 3rd Shiji. May I assist you? Zhou Tian regarded Mo Qingyan before swallowing hard. A woman is most vulnerable when wounded or heartbroken. Of course, with a woman like Mo Qingyan, love would never be the case. However, her injury presented the perfect opportunity for him. Mo Qingyan, in her injured state, with her pale complexion curled up on the bed, exhibited a form of tragic beauty that evoked deep sympathy. It was precisely this that stirred something profound within Zhou Tian. There is no need. You cannot help me. Please leave. As Zhou Tian approached, panic surged within Mo Qingyan. Instinctively inhaling deeply, she steadied herself, circulating her breath, causing her cheeks to regain color. 3rd Shiji. Zhou Tian. Do you not comprehend my words? If you do not leave, I shall force you out. Mo Qingyan huffed coldly, addressing Zhou Tian with an icy tone. Zhou Tian was startled, observing the newfound flush on Mo Qingyan's cheeks, leading him to believe she had recovered. Though Mo Qingyan was indeed beautiful, having lost his chance, it was best to depart quickly, otherwise his own life would be at stake. Shiji, do not be anxious. I shall take my leave at once. After speaking, Zhou Tian bowed respectfully to Mo Qingyan and turned to exit. I shall let you go for now, but remember this. As long as you remain here, you shall not escape. Consider yourself fortunate this time. Should there be a next, I will not spare you. Zhou Tian muttered to himself, a sly smile gracing his face. With that, he felt a sense of relief. Yuan Gonggong, my apologies for the delay. Zhou Tian quickly clasped his hands in respect to Yuan Lu. City Guard Feng Ziying's commander, Zhou Tian acknowledges the imperial edict. Yuan Lu presented the imperial decree, causing Zhou Tian's heart to leap. The issues with Yang Jun remain unresolved. And now the decree arrives? Zhou Tian understood that his carefully laid plans were destined to fail. With the decree's arrival, what good could come of it? The decree stated that recent events in the capital were inextricably linked to him, the city guard Feng Ziying's commander, and the Jing Zhaoyin. Therefore, for the safety of the capital, it was his responsibility to uncover the truth within 3 months, alongside Yang Jun and Jing Zhao in Zhaowei. It seemed the emperor was still on his side. Zhou Tian repeatedly examined the decree, speaking with satisfaction. This was indeed a stroke of good fortune for him. Yang Jun, no matter how formidable you are, what does it matter? Ever since your father, the Pingxi Wang, perished, your fate has been sealed. Zhou Tian felt a peculiar sensation regarding these matters. In his view, he held no animosity towards Yang Jun. However, wherever Yang Jun appeared, his own path was obstructed, always leading to trouble. This discontent had become Zhou Tian's greatest desire, and with Yun Fengyun's support, he grew increasingly brazen. It appeared that Yang Jun must be eliminated, otherwise, he would remain a knot in his heart, preventing him from achieving true success. Otherwise, one would not have to suffer the humiliation inflicted by Mo Qingyan. Yang Jun, the emperor now stands by my side, so you may rest assured that one day, you shall meet your demise at my hands. Zhou Tian spoke with a fierce demeanor, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. In the Pingxi Wangfu, Yang Jun sat in contemplation. Today, Yin Fengyun delivered Zhou Tian's imperial edict, a matter that only elicited laughter from Yang Jun. The so-called impartiality in this situation was, indeed, quite evident. Yin Fengyun had managed to maintain a semblance of fairness. Yet, the disparity in the time allotted was glaring. Observe, he grants himself merely 3 days while Zhou Tian receives a generous 3 months. This alone reveals Yin Fengyun's intentions. Has he perhaps desecrated my family's ancestral grave? Your Highness, partake of some ginseng tea, Deng Jian presented a bowl of ginseng tea, standing beside Yang Jun. Drink what? I'm already consumed by rage. Yang Jun exclaimed, sweeping his hand dismissively, sending the bowl crashing to the ground in shards. His anger could scarcely be articulated. Your Highness, where are you headed? Deng Jian asked, rising swiftly as he noticed Yang Jun's departure. To extinguish my fury. Yang Jun retorted coldly, quickening his pace towards the dungeon. Yun Fengyun's treatment of him only confirmed the royal family's intent to act against him. To survive, he must elevate his own power. Only when he possesses the strength to protect himself can he stand against even the emperor. If Yun Fengyun harbors suspicions of his disloyalty, then it is prudent for him to indeed nurture such ambitions, coupled with the strength to match. Only by achieving this can he possess the confidence to demonstrate to Yun Fengyun what is permissible and what is not. Quickly, instruct the kitchen to prepare something nourishing. His Highness requires a proper replenishment. Deng Jian observed the scene, fixating on Yang Jun's retreating figure, and promptly issued commands, causing a flurry of activity in the kitchen. In the dungeon, Yang Jun stormed before the cold and desolate cell of Lung Qingwei. Yang Jun, what do you intend to do? Upon seeing him, Lung Qingwei trembled in fear, her voice quaking. The days spent in imprisonment had severely tormented her spirit, and her tattered clothing offered little protection. She could only desperately clutch at the remnants of her garments to shield her modesty. Yang Jun appeared as a demon, one she both loathed and felt helpless against. What do I intend to do? How foolish of you to even ask such a question. I have come to seek your assistance in my cultivation, Yang Jun scoffed, pushing open the cell door and entering. The following day, Yang Jun emerged from the Pingxi Wangfu, invigorated. Lung Qingwei indeed served a purpose. A night of cultivation yielded significant benefits. The power of the Xiang sacred body had proven sufficient, allowing Yang Jun to quell his anger and accumulate an abundance of sacred energy within his dantian. Furthermore, his mental fortitude had been replenished, and his strength had grown considerably. However, amidst his joy, he encountered an unwelcome matter. Today was a day for court assembly. Since the passing of Pingxi Wang Yangyi, Yang Jun, as the heir, was obliged to take his place at court. Such matters had never been to Yang Jun's liking, nor was he particularly adept at them. Nevertheless, as it was the emperor's decree, he felt powerless to refuse. Upon arriving at the grand hall of the palace, Yang Jun discovered that his seat was positioned at the very end of the assembly. Most irksome was the fact that Zhou Tian had been placed at the forefront of the officials. Given Zhou Tian's status, he was entirely unqualified to occupy such a position. Yang Jun, however, remained indifferent to the situation. He understood that Yun Fengyun had orchestrated this arrangement intentionally, primarily to humiliate him. Yet, rather than feeling resentful, Yang Jun felt a sense of relief. After all, in the original narrative, this was the established dynamic, with Yun Fengyun extending unconditional trust and unfounded admiration toward Zhou Tian. Fortuitously, Yun Fengyun's inclinations were conventional. Otherwise, one might ponder the absurdity of a union between the emperor and Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian, the erstwhile protagonist, thrived with success, surrounded by admirers. Nevertheless, all of this bore no relevance to Yang Jun. He resolved to maintain a low profile, to bide his time and develop quietly, which was the prudent course of action. As Yang Jun contemplated, he lowered his head, choosing to disregard the day's proceedings. The most pressing issue at the court involved the diplomatic tensions with the Sunlight Nation and the ongoing detainment of their envoy. The Sunlight Nation was certainly unwilling to concede, and tensions were escalating. In the assembly, the officials engaged in fervent discussions regarding the matter. Yang Jun stood at the back, still preoccupied with his own thoughts. His adversaries were Zhou Tian and Yun Fengyun. Confronting either would prove an insurmountable challenge. Moreover, the alliance between Zhou Tian and Yun Fengyun was evident, as they appeared to share mutual admiration and camaraderie. To effectively counter them, the simplest strategy would be to sow discord between the two, thereby creating an opportunity for himself. Your Majesty, I believe that war is the most prudent course of action. Indeed, Your Majesty, Artesia boasts 1,000,000 valiant soldiers. What do we have to fear from the Sunlight Nation? Let's strike. Since the envoys of the Sunlight Nation have wrought nothing but havoc in our realm, it is only right that we teach them a lesson. Before long, the officials reached a consensus concerning the matter, indicating that conflict was inevitable. Yun Fengyun readily consented to the proposal, Yet such agreement necessitated the appointment of a pivotal figure to lead the charge. The formidable forces that once fell under the command of the Pingxi Wang would require a powerful and battle-hardened general to lead them now. Yang Jun listened to the discussions, absent-mindedly scratching his ear. He held little concern for the deliberations. After all, the outcome bore no direct implications for him. The individual chosen as the general would effectively replace the former Pingxi Wang, wielding immense authority, second only to the emperor himself. Soon, the officials began to propose candidates for the position, though each choice reflected their own interests. This self-serving nature of their nominations displeased Yun Fengyun immensely. The officials sought to elevate their own allies, envisioning titles and accolades for themselves should victory be secured, an outcome Yun Fengyun was unlikely to endorse. Zhou Tian, are you willing to share my burdens? Upon witnessing that none of those nominated by the assembly garnered his approval, Yun Fengyun nodded in acquiescence, subsequently raising his voice to speak. To him, amidst the current court of scholars and warriors, the only individual he truly esteemed was Zhou Tian. Minister Zhou Tian, am willing to share the burdens of your majesty and serve the great Xia with unwavering dedication. At this moment, Zhou Tian's heart was filled with joy, for this event represented a rare opportunity. Such a chance to ascend to greatness in one fell swoop was not something he would easily relinquish. Once he obtains the holy sword and subsequently commands an army of 1,000,000, his true ambition will not merely be the conquest of Rzh Ogu, but rather something far more significant. D11. The destined individual, as proclaimed by one's own master, is indeed oneself. Now, upon reflection, does it not appear that this matter is gradually guiding one towards that very direction? Although the court was previously embroiled in fierce contention, with the utterance of Yun Fengyun and the subsequent response from Zhou Tian, matters were swiftly resolved. While the officials harbored some reluctance, at this juncture, none dared to voice dissent. This was the decree of His Majesty the Emperor, and who would dare to contradict it? Zhou Aiqing is indeed one of my most cherished generals. Yun Fengyun smiled with great satisfaction and nodded vigorously. By the decree of heaven, I am at your Majesty's service. Yang Jun, oh Yang Jun, do you see it? It is precisely the disparity. What you yearn for, yet find elusive, is within my grasp, readily attainable. Excellent. Since it is so, then Zhou Tian, having listened to Fengyun's contented approval, is prepared to decree this matter with finality. Hold on. At that moment, a sudden voice broke the stillness. Chapter 37. The Unyielding Authority of the Father. The unexpected sound caused everyone to pause in astonishment. In an instant, all eyes turned towards the source of the voice. Among the gazes of the crowd, Yang Jun was seen gradually approaching from the rear of the officials. Yun Fengyun also lifted his head, directing his gaze towards Yang Jun. At this moment, Yang Jun walked slowly, yet his steps were remarkably steady, and his eyes revealed a profound determination. The heir of the Pingxi Wang bore a striking resemblance to the former Pingxi Wang. However, in terms of presence, he fell considerably short, and his gaunt appearance marked a stark contrast. It is often said that a tiger beget a cub of the same nature. Yet he seemed to defy this notion. Indeed, who does not know of the actions of this young lord? The courtiers engaged in hushed discussions, all expressing their disdain for Yang Jun. The reputation one holds is often overshadowed by their actions, and Yang Jun had long since tarnished his own name through his conduct. The view held by many ministers was succinctly captured in the adage, a hero's son is a scoundrel. As Zhou Tian observed Yang Jun approaching, he emitted a cold snort. He certainly did not believe that Yang Jun was capable of any significant deeds. Yet, the manner in which Yang Jun sauntered forward, drawing the attention and gaze of many, undeniably made Zhou Tian feel rather uncomfortable. What scheme is this fellow concocting now? Yang Jun walked with deliberate slowness and steadiness, advancing step by step. The officials observed Yang Jun's actions with a degree of surprise. At that moment, Yun Fengyun was also intently focused on Yang Jun as he approached, his footsteps measured and deliberate. In a fleeting moment, Yun Fengyun seemed to catch a glimpse of a familiar figure from his past. The bonds of brotherhood and the debt of life he owed surged forth within him. Yun Fengyun furrowed his brow, and in that instant, an indescribable sense of panic enveloped him. Minister Yang Jun had met with His Majesty. Long live our emperor. Yang Jun stepped forward, exclaiming long live, with fervor, his garments billowing as if he were on the verge of bowing in reverence. That is enough. There is no need for kneeling after the Prince of Pingxi, Yin Feng stated gravely, gesturing dismissively. The influence of the Prince of Pingxi, Yang Yi, within the Xia is widely acknowledged. From emperors and high-ranking officials to commoners and merchants, who among them is unaware of Yang Ye's remarkable achievements? Thank you, Your Majesty. Previously, his legs appeared to bend slightly, as if preparing to pay respects. However, in an instant, he straightened up, returning to normal, a gesture that clearly lacked any genuine intent of kneeling. Very well. Speak your mind. Now is the time to convey your matters to me. Yin Fengyun observed Yang Jun before him, furrowing his brow. As Yang Jun's every action and demeanor struck him as somewhat peculiar. The former Yang Jun had been a listless wastrel, yet now, his demeanor and speech were perplexing to Yin Fengyun. Your Majesty, I am willing to guard the borders in place of my late father, to protect the peace of our great Xia. Yang Jun stepped forward once more. Although he did not kneel, he spoke boldly, articulating his demands and thoughts with clarity. As soon as Yang Jun's words echoed in the air, a profound silence enveloped the assembly, leaving everyone astonished. His declaration sent shock waves through the officials present, as he proposed to take charge of the affairs concerning the resistance against the RZHOGU. Such a series of events is truly astonishing to all. Who exactly is Yang Jun? In their eyes, he is merely a worthless individual, a debauched scion who knows nothing but to indulge in women. And now, what does he speak of? Venturing to the southwest to confront the kingdom of RZHO? Is he capable of such a feat? Does he possess the strength to do so? Upon hearing this, Zhou Tian was initially taken aback, but soon a cold smile crept across his face. What nonsense is this? Does he truly believe that being the son of Pingxi Wang entitles him to inherit everything from Pingxi Wang, to intimidate Rizhao and overpower external forces? How laughable! Who does he think he is? Yin Fengyun gazed at Yang Jun and suddenly found himself in a state of profound dilemma. Your Majesty, in the great lineage of the Xia, it is customary for the son to inherit the father's legacy. As the heir of the Pingxi Wang, it is my duty to uphold my father's aspirations and safeguard the southwestern region. My father perished heroically in the struggle against the Sunlight Kingdom, and his lifelong wish was to ensure the safety of the southwest. Should I meet my end in battle, I would harbor no grievances, willingly accepting my fate, for I would earn the honor to reunite with my father in the afterlife. Yang Jun spoke with a commanding voice, his words delivered with unwavering conviction. As he stood firmly in place, his countenance radiated righteousness, embodying the spirit of loyalty and patriotism. Nevertheless, even in this moment of fervor, he maintained a posture of respectful submission, fully embodying the essence of loyalty to his sovereign and love for his country. In an instant, the assembled officials were moved. Regardless of their opinions about Yang Jun, they found themselves at a loss for words. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Yang Jun's heart harbored thoughts that no one could fathom. Having poured forth such passion and dedication into his performance, he silently implored the emperor, beseeching him to grant his request to journey to the southwest. By doing so, he could reunite with his father sooner, and when that day arrived, let it be known that with an army of 100,000 at his command, even if he refrained from marching into the capital, the emperor would likely hesitate to speak boldly. Of course, Yang Jun could only suppress such thoughts deep within his heart, striving to conceal them. After all, should any of this be overheard by anyone, it would become a grave accusation against him, and the consequences would be dire. After finishing his speech, Yang Jun continued to bow respectfully, standing resolutely in place. Yun Feng's gaze fixated on Yang Jun, his heart ablaze with fury. In that moment, he was consumed by the desire to rush forward, overpower Yang Jun, and deliver a thorough beating. Your Majesty, how can the heir of the Pingxi Wangfu bear such a heavy responsibility? In contemporary times, who is not aware, who does not know, that he has long been drained of vitality by indulgence in wine and pleasures? How can matters concerning the safety and stability of the Xia be entrusted to him? Zhou Tian could no longer tolerate the situation. He stepped forward and exclaimed, how can this be allowed? The position of the commander of the Pingxi army could have rightfully been his. Zhou Tian was immensely angered. It was utterly inconceivable for him that a mere Yang Jun, who he viewed as nothing more than a worthless hindrance beneath his feet, could now emerge and threaten his plans. Chapter 38. What do you mean? It seems Commander Yang harbors some prejudice against me. You repeatedly claim that I am a man consumed by indulgence. Very well, if you insist on such a belief. Why not step forward and let us engage in a duel to settle this matter? Yang Jun smiled faintly, still savoring the benefits he had derived from Qingwei. His body had yet to fully digest them, and absorbing them completely was no simple feat. Sometimes, practical experience was of utmost importance. However, Yang Jun, being well-versed in the original text, understood that he was not yet on par with Zhou Tian. After all, Zhou Tian had received meticulous training from his sect, with all the resources and expertise of the entire sect devoted to his cultivation. In the original narrative, Zhou Tian could truly be called the favored child of fortune, blessed with protagonist as halo, achieving greatness and surrounded by beauties. Although Yang Jun was aware of the trajectory of events in the original tale, his current actions were meant to intimidate Zhou Tian. After all, it is better to live on than to die. Who would willingly invite danger upon themselves? Fine, let's see who fears whom. Come, let us determine our fates. It is a matter of life and death between us. Unexpectedly, just as Yang Jun's words fell, Zhou Tian's face darkened, and he shouted vehemently. Under the scrutiny of the court, Zhou Tian was provoked and lost his composure. After all, everyone knew who Yang Jun was, a spoiled scion, a useless wastrel. How could he endure being openly challenged by Yang Jun? Yang Jun was momentarily taken aback. Was this how the plot would unfold? Wasn't the expectation that he would dismiss Yang Jun's provocation and move on? All right then, I won't hold it against you, little commander. After all, my life is far more precious than yours. I shall not fight. Yang Jun quickly reassessed the situation and hastily spoke, shaking his head. In the original text, Zhou Tian's strength far surpassed his own. Thus, engaging in a battle with him was hardly worth the risk. Dying here because of Zhou Tian would be utterly foolish. What? Zhou Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. How could the once indignant and formidable Yang Jun suddenly soften? Yun Fengyun, seated upon the dragon throne, keenly observed the confrontation between Yang Jun and Zhou Tian. He could discern that Yang Jun's defiance was entirely intentional. Given this premise, Yun Fengyun was compelled to consider other implications. What did Yang Jun's behavior signify? Was he deliberately aiming to portray himself as foolish? Conceal one's strength. Bide one's time. This was the assessment given by Yun Siye. Previously, Yun Fengyun had thought that Yun Siye was merely enchanted by Yang Jun, leading her to praise him so. However, it now appeared that the situation was far more complex than it seemed. As an emperor, how could Yun Fengyun not grasp the underlying significance? Who was Yang Jun? The sole heir of the Pingxi king, Yang Yi. Though Yang Yi had passed, placing Yang Jun within the Pingxi army would likely lead the million-strong troops to honor him in remembrance of his father's virtues, potentially elevating him as the next Pingxi king. If that were the case, it would not merely be a matter of letting a tiger loose, but nurturing a threat. Should Yang Jun comprehend the critical nature of these issues, how would he respond to them? Resolute in his decision, Yun Fengyun took a deep breath and coughed lightly. Well, Yang Jun, you are indeed unsuited for this matter. Thus, Zhou Tian, you shall head to the southwest. Yun Fengyun had firmly resolved that Yang Jun must not go to the Pingxi army. Otherwise, the situation would spiral out of control. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tian's eyes gleamed with delight, and he stepped forward, eager to act upon the emperor's decree. Your Majesty, I have something to say. At that moment, Yang Jun raised his voice and stepped forward. As the heir of the Pingxi king, what could you possibly have to say? A flash of strong dissatisfaction crossed Yun Fengyun's eyes. The current situation had caught him off guard. Wasn't Yang Jun once merely a hedonistic wastrel, indulging in revelry? Yet now, he seemed so interested in state affairs. Yun Fengyun furrowed his brows tightly, but he believed Yang Jun would not articulate a coherent argument. After all, a wastrel is a wastrel that cannot be changed. Your Majesty, I wish to inquire, who among the commanders of the Pingxi army could possibly rival the son of the Pingxi king, especially Commander Zhou, whose qualifications are entirely inadequate to lead the Pingxi army? If he were to truly command there, whether he could gain their respect is secondary. I am even concerned that someone might seize the opportunity to harm him. Yang Jun raised his voice, intentionally muddling the issue. Zhou Tian to the Pingxi army? One absurd notion. Such a thing must not occur. If Zhou Tian were to uncover that the Pingxi king was still alive, the consequences would be dire. After all, the original narrative made it abundantly clear Once Yin Fengyun learned that Yang Yi had not died, it would herald Yang Ye's impending doom. Such a scenario was utterly unacceptable. Of course, Yang Jun was acutely aware of this. Given Yin Fengyun's cunning nature, he would be exceedingly reluctant to place himself within the Pingxi army. If that were to happen, it would be akin to unleashing a tiger into the mountains or a dragon into the sea, and the situation would spiral beyond control. Young master, what do you mean by that? Are you truly so ignorant of your position? Zhou Tian's expression changed dramatically as he spoke, his voice laced with anger. Chapter 39. A proper response. Zhou Tian was deeply dissatisfied. With the Pingxi king deceased, Yang Jun was a toothless tiger. What right did he have to flaunt himself before him, let alone utter such words? Yang Jun, are you threatening me? Yin Fengyun spoke as well, fury flashing in his eyes. As the sovereign, should he not be able to appoint his ministers without regard to Yang Jun's whims? Yang Jun composed himself, adjusting his attire, and bowed slightly to Yin Fengyun. After all, he was the emperor, and, as a subject, a modest bow was hardly a significant concession. Your Majesty, I believe there is a more prudent way to handle this matter. Yang Jun bowed respectfully, his words remaining within the bounds of propriety. Although Yin Fengyun felt displeasure, he was compelled to suppress his rising anger. Very well, continue. Yin Fengyun let out a cold snort, and in front of the gathered officials, he felt compelled to acquiesce to Yang Jun's words. Your Majesty, I believe that the so-called actions of the Rizhao kingdom to initiate war are merely a reaction to their own losses, posing no real threat to our daxia. Such matters only reflect a temporary advantage in their rhetoric. In truth, a great war is impossible. They neither dare to engage nor can they afford to do so. Therefore, there's no need for me to visit the Pingxi army. And, as for Zhou Tian, it is even more unnecessary. Yang Jun spoke eloquently, laying out the trajectory of these developments. Coupled with his confident demeanor, he won the nods of several ministers in approval. The nature of the Rizhao kingdom and its people was well understood by the citizens of Daxia, who had dealt with them extensively. Once Yang Jun finished speaking, he stood tall. Very well, I shall not go to the Pingxi army, and you, Zhou Tian, should abandon your delusions. The Pingxi army was the culmination of my father's efforts. Do they think they can take advantage? That is out of the question. Moreover, Yang Jun handled the situation with great finesse, demonstrating remarkable composure. Is it true, Yang Jun, that you firmly believe the Rizhao kingdom would not dare to wage war? Yin Fengyun's brow furrowed tightly. He found it difficult to predict the consequences of such assertions. Nonetheless, one thing was clear in his mind. If such a situation truly unfolded, it would undoubtedly benefit Daxia. Yet, Yang Jun's words sparked a wave of dissent among the officials, who expressed their unease regarding the situation. Your Majesty, this matter should not be taken lightly. War between nations is a grave affair, directly impacting the rise and fall of our state. How can we afford to be complacent? This was a loyal minister of Daxia, though perhaps too cautious in his approach. Indeed, Your Majesty, such significant matters cannot simply be decided based on fleeting speculation. Another minister, eager to follow the prevailing sentiment, felt compelled to voice his agreement with the dissent against Yang Jun. Your Majesty, Yang Jun's actions are driven by personal interests, disregarding the nation's welfare and opposing your authority. Thus, I implore you to issue a decree to punish Yang Jun and seize the Pingxi Wangfu. This was Yang Ye's fiercest adversary, who had been thoroughly suppressed by Yang Yi in the past. Whenever Yang Yi was present, this official dared not speak or even meet his gaze. Now that Yang Yi was deceased, he eagerly sought to bring Yang Jun to justice. Zhou Tian was elated. So many were rallying to his side, openly expressing their discontent with Yang Jun. He was pleased and instinctively nodded, preparing to speak. However, upon seeing the situation, Zhou Tian refrained from further comments and chose to listen to Yin Fengyun. Yin Fengyun fixed his gaze on Yang Jun, who had presented him with a formidable dilemma. In matters such as these, any misstep could significantly impact the fate of Daxia. Yang Jun, I wish to inquire. If your deductions about Rizhao's unwillingness to attack Daxia prove erroneous, and they do indeed threaten our safety, what will you do? Yin Fengyun inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. In the face of this situation, a glint of menace flickered in his eyes. With Yang Yi gone, Yang Jun was no longer a significant concern. After all, to eliminate Yang Jun could potentially cause upheaval in the court. Yang Ye's high esteem and his manner of governance had earned him much respect from many. Though Yang Yi had departed, those who respected him remained. Consequently, the handling of Yang Jun could not be overly simplistic or rash. Every aspect needed careful consideration. Furthermore, Yun Fengyun did not view Yang Jun as possessing any considerable strength that would instill fear in him. Upon hearing Yun Fengyun's words, the ministers fell silent. Who could predict the course of national affairs? Who could control the outcome of such developments? The emperor's words were directed at Yang Jun. Thus, the most prudent course of action for the others was to remain silent. Your Majesty, if the Rizhao kingdom truly dares to invade Daxia, I shall respond with all my might. Yang Jun declared boldly, drawing the attention of all present. Young Master Yang, you will respond with all your might? Do you believe that you alone can withstand the forces of Rizhao? Zhou Tian scoffed, coldness flashing in his eyes. His hatred for Yang Jun had reached its peak. First, his fourth senior sister, Lung Qingyue, had vanished without a trace, and now her fate was unknown. Following that, his third senior sister, Mo Qinyin, returned injured and seemed increasingly distant. Zhou Tian had directed all his animosity toward Yang Jun. If the Rizhao kingdom dares to encroach upon even an inch of our Daxia, I shall sever a piece of flesh from my own body as tribute. Should they overstep and invade a foot of our land, I shall sacrifice an arm. Yang Jun proclaimed with righteous fervor. Moreover, should such a calamity arise, I will mobilize every resource of the Pingxi Wangfu, selling everything to aid Daxia in repelling the invaders. As for myself, I shall accept death as penance. His voice resonated throughout the court, leaving all in shock. Regardless of their disdain for Yang Jun, everyone turned their attention to him. Chapter 40. A different side of him, each person's eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief. The world had painted Yang Jun as a cowardly, selfish individual. Yet here he stood, boldly articulating such sentiments in the court. What a display of righteousness. What an intention to sacrifice oneself for the greater good. The ministers, witnessing this display, found themselves at a loss for words. What could they say in response? To criticize him now would only serve to slap their own faces. Such a course was untenable. Zhou Tian was momentarily taken aback. He had prepared countless strategies to counter Yang Jun, to attack him, even hoping to seize the opportunity to bring him to justice, ideally to eliminate him. Yet, in this moment, he found himself speechless. Moreover, Zhou Tian experienced a strange sensation. The brilliance and exceptional qualities displayed by Yang Jun felt like traits he himself ought to possess. Yet how could all of this manifest in Yang Jun? At this moment, Yun Fengyun was also left without a retort, his gaze fixed on Yang Jun as he scrutinized his demeanor. What a loyal minister, what a righteous figure. Although Yun Fengyun had previously harbored discontent towards Yang Jun, he now found himself unable to voice further objections. Very well, for now, there was little he could do, but he believed there would be many opportunities in the future. What was intended to be a meticulously orchestrated court session quickly concluded under these circumstances. The events that transpired in the Daxia court after the morning assembly swiftly circulated throughout the entire palace and the capital. Yun Xie came to learn of it quite early. As the emperor's most beloved princess, even her calligraphy lessons took place in the imperial study. Upon hearing Yuan Lu vividly describe the entire morning assembly, her eyes widened in astonishment. Yun Xie understood her father's attitude toward Zhou Tian. However, it was quite surprising that Yang Jun managed to thwart such matters. It is well known that in the past, Yang Jun was merely a debauched youth, loathed by many and regarded as an ignorant wretch. Yet, his current demeanor compelled Yun Xie to reassess him. The present Yang Jun was remarkably outstanding and astonishingly impressive. Sixth princess, today, young Master Yang truly shone in the court. I never anticipated that His Highness could exude such grandeur. Yuan Lu spoke solemnly. Though he felt somewhat perturbed by the exuberant joy displayed by the sixth princess in response to his words. Could it be that defying the emperor's will has become a source of delight for the princess? It appears that the sixth princess has indeed matured, no longer obediently following the emperor's commands, but forming her own opinions. As Yuan Lu pondered this, he instinctively lowered his head, focusing intently, not daring to overthink matters that were beyond his servant's purview. Meanwhile, Yun Xie was brimming with excitement, her heart swelling with joy. Yuan Lu's brief remarks had already blossomed in her mind, conjuring countless vivid images. In her imagination, Yang Jun was fiercely debating in the court, dominating the scene. even compelling her father to bow his head in respect. Yang Jun, you truly deserve to be the consort I have recognized, she thought. Look, who else can stand against the emperor's southwards in court, confront the ministers, and still emerge unscathed? Yuan Gonggong, you have served my father for many years. Your efforts are commendable. Yin Xie, ever clever, quickly regained her composure. As she spoke, she retrieved a gold ingot and placed it into Yuan Lu's hands. Thank you, Yuan Gonggong. From now on, please inform me of any matters concerning young Master Yang. With a radiant smile, she watched as Yuan Lu, trembling with trepidation, bowed deeply, weighing the gold ingot, realizing its substantial worth. The turmoil in the court today seemed, on the surface, to favor him. However, Yang Jun perceived that such matters had been prematurely exposed, and the best course of action was to diligently enhance his own strength to confront these challenges. After all, possessing strength was far superior to relying on others. He understood that only by building formidable power could he effectively navigate through all. Yet, what Yang Jun did not anticipate was that just as he resolved to improve himself, someone would come to create obstacles for him. Yin Fengyue had arrived. This eldest princess had come veiled, merely to see him. What brings you here at such a time? Yang Jun thought, irritation evident on his face. What could possibly be her motive? Did she truly not grasp the implications of this encounter? Yin Fengyue, unfazed by his impatience, slowly removed the black veil from her face, revealing her exquisite and enchanting features. Yang Jun looked up and found her eyes filled with a mixture of reproach and affection, already conveying an abundance of unspoken allure. Speak. Yang Jun coughed lightly, striving to maintain his composure. The presence of Yin Fengyue was undeniably imposing. Such beauty could be perilous. He cautioned himself, straightening his posture. How am I to address you, Yang Jun? You are well aware of your royal brother's sentiments towards the Pingxi Wangfu. Yet before all the officials, you dare to confront him. Are you not afraid that he might take drastic measures against you in his wrath? Yin Fengyue's lips parted as she spoke, her tone a blend of reproach and yearning. The tension that should have been palpable was tinged with an inexplicable charm. As Yang Jun absorbed her words, he felt her fingers gently poke his forehead, sending a warm sensation coursing through him, momentarily rendering him dazed. This woman is indeed formidable. She seems to be aware of today as events almost instantaneously. Her exquisite attire suggests she has meticulously prepared herself, ostensibly to question me. But who could fail to recognize such deliberate embellishment? Chapter 41. I dare not contradict the eldest princess. Look at her now. With that expression of feigned anger and reproach, what does it signify? Could it be that this woman, starved for affection, has developed feelings for me? However, I am a man of restless spirit. Today, I may defy the emperor, but tomorrow, I might just as easily challenge you, the eldest princess. Yang Jun observed the situation, and his mind began to wander. He paid little heed to external distractions. The captivating Yin Fengyue had already ensnared his full attention. His thoughts were entirely justified in this context. Yin Fengyue, sensing his internal musings, felt her cheeks flush a deeper crimson. She gazed at Yang Jun, her fingers unconsciously twisting the fabric of her gown. Yet, her eyes remained firmly fixed on him. Could this outfit be tailored specifically for my benefit? You are quite thoughtful, but I must be cautious. I cannot allow myself to fall into a trap. As Yang Jun contemplated the striking woman before him, he noted the intensity of her blush deepening. She lifted her gaze to meet his, and he felt a flicker of unease at the peculiarity of her stare, sensing that she was not simply a benign presence. Just as Yang Jun's thoughts were forming, Yin Fengyue extended her right hand, resting it against his waist, her fingers applying pressure, twisting slightly. Yang Jun, let me clarify. My attire is entirely appropriate for an audience with the emperor, Yin Fengyue remarked, her fingers playfully pinching at the soft flesh of his side, expressing her dissatisfaction. Why are you doing this? Whether you dress to meet the emperor or a lover is of no concern to me. Why pinch me? Yang Jun protested, feeling aggrieved as the pain surged through him. This Yin Fengyue was behaving like a madwoman. With only a few exchanges, she had begun to pinch him. Did she not realize that flesh could be tender, and such actions would indeed hurt? Does it hurt, Yang Jun? Aren't you fond of provoking me? Come out, do it again. Yin Fengyue exclaimed with a light scoff, her expression one of disdain as she tightened her grip, twisting the flesh with force. Yang Jun felt on the verge of tears. This woman was indeed unhinged. Why must she pinch him so forcefully? I assure you, my intentions are far from offensive, he exclaimed, his face a mask of grievance, while his mind wandered to other thoughts. This woman is not human. How could she possibly know my innermost thoughts? You wish to provoke me? Just wait. One day, I shall retaliate in a manner you cannot endure. Yang Jun's dissatisfaction simmered within him as he cast a forlorn glance in Yun Fengyue's direction. To his astonishment, at that moment, the cheeks of Ynf turned even more crimson. Ynjin, you better not entertain such thoughts. As she spoke, Ynf tightened her grip, pinching a tender part of Ynjin with a fierce twist. Ynj North was close to tears from the pain, struggling to endure, and just as he felt he could no longer hold back, Ynf finally released him. Rest assured, Your Highness, I have never intended to contradict you. It is merely that I am unwilling to see the PNGX army fall into the hands of HUTN. Ynjin spoke again, his words laced with sincerity. In his voice resonated a profound determination. This princess, is she not akin to a venomous flower, beautiful yet deadly? How could one so easily provoke her? Yet, just as Ynjin finished speaking, he suddenly felt a deep wave of resentment crashing toward him. In an instant, he widened his eyes, staring at Ynf before him. He was at a loss for words, sensing a malevolence heavier than that of a vengeful spirit. This left him utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend how such a phenomenon had arisen. Ynf atun tuygng sauts, now gazed at him with a look of profound sorrow. Alas, why could this scoundrel not understand my feelings? To act with abandon is not my desire. Yet what else could it be? However, why did Ynj display such behavior? He, who should understand me best and win my favor. How could he present himself in this manner? Ynf felt immense dissatisfaction. In her eyes, all of this was Ynj's fault. It was he who had disrupted the strings of her heart. Moreover, it was he who, in the face of these matters, acted so recklessly and audaciously. Contemplating these thoughts, Ynf coughed lightly, striving to maintain her composure and rationality. Engn, tell-me, why do you refuse to let ZHUT in command the PNGX army? As she spoke, her eyes fixed intently on Ynjin. Because he is utterly unworthy. Ynjin replied without hesitation, a cold snort escaping his lips. It was indeed true. Such a ZHUT had no qualifications to lead the PNGX army. With that statement, Ynjin stood tall, his demeanor icy. Ynf was momentarily taken aback, not by his coldness, nor by the assertiveness of his words, but because in that instant, she felt as though Ynjin had transformed into a different person. She shook her head lightly, quickly regaining her composure. At that moment, she scrutinized Ynjin, confirming that her eyes had not deceived her. Ying, you truly have a remarkable son. Enf mused, casting a glance at Ynjin and sighed softly. Ynjin, you truly are fearless in your youth. Do you not realize that serving the emperor is akin to being with a tiger? Do you think others are unaware of your actions? Do you believe your words go unheard? Yet why must you confront him so boldly? Can you not humble yourself and plead for mercy? Ynf furrowed her brow, her tone laced with reproach, but more so with a sense of guidance. Chapter 42. The unknowing youth upon hearing Ynf's words. Ynjin was somewhat taken aback. Instinctively, he raised his head, his eyes fixed on Ynf before him. Is this woman all right? Does she have any issues? Wait, is this concern? Is she truly caring for me? As these thoughts crossed his mind, he couldn't help but steal another glance at her. Ah, it seems I possess a cursed charm. Ynj inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. I thanked the princess for her reminder. However, life is but a fleeting moment, and one should not dwell on the past or the present, but instead embrace the journey ahead. Since we exist in this world, joy must take precedence. If one cannot live freely, what is the point? To live and to be carefree, is it not so? Ynjin spoke with a smile and lightly nodded. How strange. What has come over Ynf? What has caused her to change so? Observing her eagerness and concern. Could it be that she has developed genuine feelings? Ah, indeed. In youth, one often fails to recognize the value of an elder sister, mistaking a younger sister for treasure. An elder sister may care for me, But who will care for the elder sister who remains alone? Wang Jin found himself overwhelmed with emotion. In this unexpected turn of events, he had never anticipated that things would unfold in such a manner. His perception of Ynfenju had always been shaped by the opinions of the masses, a princess who brought disgrace to the royal family. Yet beneath it all, she bore immeasurable pain. Who could truly comprehend such suffering? Oof. Just then, Ynfenju let out a cold huff, slamming the teacup she held onto the table. The impact caused the tea to splash high, drenching her in the process. Ynfenju was taken aback, especially as her clothing became wet, leaving her feeling somewhat awkward and shy. She hurriedly pulled out a handkerchief, flustered as she attempted to wipe herself clean. An elder sister may care for me, but who will care for the elder sister who remains alone? Ynfenju felt a pang of bitterness. In all matters, no one ever considered her perspective, nor did anyone take her feelings into account. As she wiped her clothing, her hands trembled, and her breath quickened, in her flurry to clean herself. She only made matters worse. "Be careful, your highness." Wang Jin, noticing her distress, quickly produced his own handkerchief. Instinctively and naturally, he took Ynfenju's hand, using the cloth to wipe the tea from her. Ynfenju's body shuddered slightly. Her ears flushed crimson as if they might bleed. Damn it, should I not have pushed him away? Yet why do I find myself enjoying his actions? Strong, domineering, yet capable of providing a sense of security. What a man this is. Is it not natural to feel drawn to such a presence? What is this woman doing? Why is her body so tense? Could it be that I have struck a chord with her? Alas, the life of an elder sister is indeed pitiable, devoid of love, lacking genuine concern, filled only with deceit and treachery. Such wounds are direct and profound. Wang Jin shook his head gently, the handkerchief inadvertently brushing against a rather sensitive area. I did not intend to. Yenji en alted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. At that moment, Ynfenju's cheeks flushed an even deeper shade of red, as if she might bleed. Yet, in her heart, she could not help but ponder certain matters. Would she truly feel sorrow for what Wang Jin had said? Would she care? No, her desires were simple and pure. Everything was merely a pawn on her path to success. As for the Wang Jin before her, would she stand by his side? Clearly not. It was simply because she could hear his thoughts, see through him, and utilize him. That was all. Now, Ynfenju felt a mix of embarrassment and tension. What was originally meant to be a mere pawn had spiraled into a myriad of complications due to her own words and actions. Ynfenju rose to her feet, pondering why, despite her ability to perceive his innermost thoughts, her own heart felt increasingly disordered. In light of this, I shall respectfully bid farewell to the princess. Upon hearing Ynfenju's words, Yang Jun promptly stood as well, bowing with utmost reverence. He understood all too well that he was merely a pawn chosen by Ynfenju. She was a woman of immense ambition, and her actions were solely driven by her desire to achieve her own ends. He could not imagine that his presence would alter her course, nor would she respond differently. Yet, why did everything now seem somewhat different? She glanced at Yang Jun, fully aware of his thoughts and current situation. However, why did matters now appear to diverge? Though she could manipulate this pawn, the circumstances had shifted. Let us leave it at that. I must take my leave, Ynfenju said hastily, turning to depart. As she vanished from sight, Yang Jun was left in a state of shock. The unfolding events were undeniably astonishing. Being selected by Ynfenju meant he had become a piece on the chessboard of imperial power struggles, which was inherently perilous. Ynfenju, as the emperor, possessed another significant identity beyond his royal title. He was a Grand Master, a designation that signified an unfathomable level of strength. Meanwhile, the so-called fated protagonist, Zhou Tian, was also stirring restlessly. It seemed that a tempest was brewing, heralding an impending storm. Alas, I have no desire to choose sides, nor to align myself with any faction. Yang Jun sighed softly. The emperor, the princess, and the fated protagonist. He wished to remain uninvolved with any of these three forces. He was a unique entity, an independent system, impervious to outside influences. Shaking his head, he resolved not to dwell on such matters any longer. Given the circumstances, the most prudent course of action was to abandon fantasies and prepare for battle. The prerequisite for this was to enhance his own strength, for only by fortifying himself could he hope to realize any of his aspirations. Chapter 43. an opportunity granted after contemplating his situation. Yang Jun made his way to the dungeon to meet Sang Jiegi. During her confinement, Sang Jiegi had been trapped in the dark, her spirit burdened, rendering her increasingly haggard and frail. The moment she saw Yang Jun, her face lit up with excitement as she sprang to her feet. Yang Jun, have you discovered the truth? Have you proven my innocence? I am truly wronged, and you know it too well. Have you captured the true culprit? I should be freed. Sang Jiegi exclaimed, her eyes filled with a frantic urgency. At that moment, all she yearned for was to escape this place. He approached her, offering paper and ink. Surprised by his gesture, Sang Jiegi questioned the significance of these items. Yang Jun, what do you intend to do? Write a letter to your revered emperor. He replied coldly. A letter to the emperor? What kind of letter? Sang Jiegi trembled at the thought, her heart filled with a profound unease. The unfolding situation was fraught with complications, and finding a resolution seemed daunting. Your esteemed emperor has always sought to attack Ardisia. Thus, I wish for you to write him a letter, urging him to consider the well-being of his beloved daughter amidst these matters. Yang Jun fixed his gaze on Sang Jiegi as he spoke. The governing characteristics of the Rizhao kingdom lay in the emperor's total control, and presently, Sang Jiegi was his only daughter. My intentions are for your benefit. Once you are rescued, you will surely express your gratitude, he mused, glancing at her and instinctively nodding. You think you can dictate the terms? Is my father a fool? Sang Jiegi shouted in anger, hurling the items at Yang Jun. Taken aback, Yang Jun found himself unable to dodge in time, and ink splattered across his garments, forming a dark blotch. Princess of Rizhao, understand that all your actions and words will bring tremendous repercussions to your kingdom, he said, unperturbed, calmly wiping at the stain. Sang Jiegi, initially fierce, felt a pang of anxiety at his composure. If you do not set me free, my father will surely mobilize the forces of Rizhao to launch an offensive against you, she insisted, striving to regain some semblance of control over the situation. Having lost her advantage, she felt increasingly unsettled. As she spoke, she moved closer, the clanking of her chains echoing in the silence. Clipping Yang Yunis am tightly. She refused to let go. Oh, and what will happen when Rizhao comes attacking? Yang Jun responded with a smile, meeting her gaze. When that moment arrives, who do you think will be in the greatest peril? Upon finishing his words, Sang Jiegi trembled. At that moment, she felt utterly lost. When matters escalated to such a degree, it was clear who would be most endangered, herself and the entire Rizhao delegation. Should Xia face an assault from Rizhao, it would likely seize the delegation as a sacrificial offering to the heavens. So, do you now comprehend? I truly have your best interests at heart. Write down, using the script of your Rizhao kingdom. Oh, and make sure to include the clumsy imitation of our Xia characters that you have so poorly appropriated. Yang Jun smirked, his tone laced with sarcasm. The Rizhao kingdom had once been a vassal of Xia, always emulating it while secretly strengthening its own power. Now, emboldened by their accumulated strength, they sought to challenge the suzerain, repeatedly invading Xia in a bid to seize its territory. To deal with such an ungrateful and treacherous little nation, the best course of action was to swiftly eliminate any threat. Having said his piece, Yang Jun turned to leave, no longer wishing to linger. The arrangements had been made, and how Sang Jiegi felt about it was her own concern to address. As he exited the dungeon, a sigh of relief escaped his lips, compelling Sang Jiegi to pen that letter provided Yang Jun with an added layer of assurance. Despite Rizhao's diminutive size, their martial spirit was not to be underestimated. Now, he must curtail any ambitions they harbored for invasion. Otherwise, the words he had previously spoken in the court could be weaponized against him, leading to dire consequences. Young master, another imperial decree has arrived from the palace. Yang Jun had just emerged from the dungeon when Deng Jian swiftly approached, presenting a yellow silk imperial edict. Is this from the palace? Yang Jun mused, slightly taken aback. What mischief could Yin Fengyun be plotting this time? Upon unfolding the edict, his brows furrowed deeply. Their destination was none other than the armory in the capital. Yin Fengyun harbored grave concerns that the gathering of numerous martial arts masters might incite actions detrimental to the court. Thus, the essence of the edict was to instruct Yang Jun to investigate the armory, and any discovered issues must be reported immediately. The armory served as a pivotal establishment for the Great Xia, dedicated to the production of various weapons. Among its facilities, The sword pavilion was renowned for forging exquisite swords, many of which were legendary. Yang Jun recalled vividly that even the fabled holy sword had originated from the sword pavilion. The master of the sword pavilion was a true recluse, ostensibly aligned with the armory and the court. Chapter 44. Each harbors their own intentions, however. The master of the sword pavilion harbored the grand ambition of forging an unparalleled divine weapon, a goal he ultimately achieved. This holy sword was indeed a transcendent weapon. In the original narrative, Zhou Tian wielded this legendary sword to secure victory. The sword's creation imbued it with powers over life and death, capable of vanquishing foes while also nurturing its master. Consequently, the emergence of this sword stirred considerable excitement. Yang Jun was acutely aware of the implications surrounding the situation. It necessitated a corresponding strategy to address the unfolding events. After perusing the edict once more, he confirmed his understanding was not flawed. The thought of the holy sword weighed heavily on Yang Jun's mind. According to the storyline, this holy sword belonged to Zhou Tian, his exclusive weapon, implying that no one else could wield or control it. Does this emperor truly wish for my demise? Or does he find my existence unsettling? Yang Jun pondered. Now he intends to ensnare me in this mess. This is a holy sword, a divine artifact linked intimately to critical matters that could influence the ultimate outcome. The violence and chaos were utterly daunting. He merely wished to exist quietly, yet he felt an inexorable push to engage. With a wry smile, Yang Jun muttered to himself, instinctively shaking his head. Yun Fengyun was not a man of broad-mindedness. Thus, it was unsurprising that he would delegate the matter of the sword pavilion to Yang Jun following such events. Is it too much to ask for my voice to be heard in court? He grumbled. Very well, you shall wait and see how I execute this task. Yang Jun scoffed, dissatisfaction evident in his tone. Nevertheless, he understood that despite his grievances, the most effective means of ensuring his survival was to enhance his own strength. Otherwise, such predicaments would inevitably become a significant trouble. Resolutely, Yang Jun rose and made his way back into the dungeon. Lung Qingyun, is time for training. With that declaration, Yang Jun entered the cell and seized Lung Qingyue's legs, pulling her towards him. After a brief period, he gradually concluded his practice. Not bad, he mused. The powers derived from the Ziyang sacred body were gradually being refined within him. Excellent, indeed. Following his breakthrough, he had attained the second rank of martial mastery. The 2 fingers in, he extended his right hand, moving his thumb and forefinger, and with a forceful motion, left an indent in the wall. Indeed, the Ziyang sacred body is formidable, but the energy required for this technique is excessively taxing. I must replenish my strength. Otherwise, I shall soon find myself unable to endure. As Yang Jun contemplated this, a sudden kick struck him in the waist, sending him crashing to the ground with a thud. Go on, hurry and recover. Drink some nourishing broth. Though Lung Qingyue's cheeks flushed, she was visibly displeased, her eyes reflecting indignation as she glared at Yang Jun. What do you mean? Do you think I am inadequate? Yang Jun's eyes widened in surprise at her unexpected reaction. What do you think? Do you believe you are impressive? Lung Qingyue retorted, her chin raised defiantly. She believed she could discern Yang Jun's thoughts and understood him completely. Thus, she felt utterly unrestrained in her attitude. However, despite Lung Qingyue's keen intellect, she overlooked a crucial point. She was merely a woman and lacked comprehension of a man's psyche. What do men fear most? They fear neither hardship nor death, but they cannot abide a woman questioning their prowess. With this mindset, Yang Jun steadied himself and gradually rose. Lung Qingyue, you have successfully provoked my ire. Now, I shall demonstrate whether I am indeed capable. Yang Jun declared coldly, striding towards her. You think I am incapable? Humph. Do you believe yourself to be so extraordinary? Women can be disingenuous. You must be feeling insecure right now. In that case, I shall exert myself further. Prepare to weep. Yang Jun resolfed, raising his gaze to meet Lung Qingyue's. Oh, you think you're so special? What do you intend to do? Lung Qingyue stammered, her eyes widening in shock. For a moment, she was at a loss. Yang Jun was genuinely fatigued. Yet, recalling Lung Qingyue's words and observing her current demeanor ignited a notion within him. With a flick of his wrist, he brought his thumb and forefinger together and moved them once more. Eventually, he lay beside Lung Qingyue. The armory is situated in the capital, yet it is akin to a den of peril. The sword pavilion is the heart of the armory. To confront this challenge, I must indeed bolster my own capabilities. Lung Qingyue, appearing utterly exhausted, suddenly heard Yang Jun's heartfelt thoughts. At that moment, she let out a few cold snorts. The sword pavilion? My junior brother is recognized as the destined one by our master. For the sake of the holy sword, both sister and junior brother will undoubtedly visit the sword pavilion. Even our master may make an appearance. If they do, this could be my opportunity. Yang Jun, that rogue. His most fitting end would be to perish at the hands of my junior brother and sister, achieving that would truly allow me to vindicate myself and avenge my grievances. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Lung Qingyue lifted her head, fixing her gaze on Yang Jun, her eyes glinting with cold fury and indignation. Chapter 45. The need for greater effort. What kind of gaze is that? Yang Jun was momentarily taken aback by the look Lung Qingyue directed at him. Without thinking, he blurted out a comment. Listening to Yang Jun's innermost thoughts, Lung Qingyue let out a soft hum, while she had the remarkable ability to perceive Yang Jun's heart's whispers. He, in contrast, was utterly oblivious to her sentiments. In this particular aspect, she recognized her greatest advantage, a testament to her success. Why is he gazing at me like that? Under Lung Qingyue's unwavering stare, Yang Jun could no longer contain himself and blurted out a comment. The current events had indeed taken him by surprise. Mind your own business. Lung Qingyue responded with a cold snort, turning her head away, dismissing him entirely. Internally, she hoped that her junior disciple and senior sister would soon resolve the issue with Yang Jun, thus alleviating her vexation. Alas, who could blame her for lacking the protagonist's halo? Given her inadequate strength, she understood the necessity for relentless effort. And this endeavor, she mused, rested squarely on her shoulders. Yang Jun, meanwhile, was preoccupied with these thoughts, his eyes fixed intently on Lung Qingyue, as he stepped forward and grasped her long legs with a firm grip. Yang Jun, you scoundrel. What do you think you're doing? Lung Qingyue exclaimed in shock as Yang Jun activated the Yu Long Shun Gong, channeling his energy into his fingertips. At that moment, power surged forth towards her. No. As Lung Qingyue saw his fingers inching closer, her astonishment grew, and she gasped. 2 hours later, Yang Jun exited the dungeon. This time, Lung Qingyue lay on the ground, utterly defeated, devoid of the strength to berate him any longer. Only by transforming external forces into her own power could she hope to regain her strength. Although she longed to surrender and lie idle, her opponent possessed the formidable protagonist's aura, with the watchful eye of the dog Emperor Yunfeng upon her. Any moment of complacency could mean she would never see the light of day again. Your Highness, please hold on. The young master is currently bathing. Allow this humble servant to announce your arrival. At that moment, Deng Jian's voice echoed. Yang Jun was taken aback. Yun Xie has arrived? This revelation astonished him. Why would this woman choose such a moment to show up? Dog servant, get out of my way, knowing I am here. Why don't you hurry and let me see Yang Jun? Do you not realize that I am betrothed to him? I am his future wife. Why should I avoid him while he bathes? I could even help him wash his back. As Yun Xie's voice resonated, Yang Jun heard the sound of approaching footsteps. Shortly after, the door swung open, revealing a figure clad in a pink gown. Yang Jun's gaze was drawn to Yun Xie's delicate visage, and more captivating still were her legs, which enticed him as they moved gracefully. Oh, does this woman do nothing all day? As a princess, can she be so willful? Yet, one could not deny the allure of her long legs. Yang Jun pondered deeply, just by looking at her figure. It was evident that indulging in such pleasures would be exhilarating, since Zhou Tian, that imbecile, always sought to make his life difficult. Seizing Yun Xie before him would be a form of revenge, a triumph in its own right. As these thoughts coursed through Yang Jun's mind, he directed his gaze toward Yun Xie. Had he followed the original narrative, he would have long been eliminated, and there would be no connection between him and her. However, the tides had turned. Yun Xie's refusal to annul their engagement had opened up new avenues for him, perhaps even more opportunities. Upon sensing Yang Jun's thoughts, Yun Xie was momentarily taken aback, but then felt a chuckle rising within her. This rogue truly had the heart of a thief without the courage to act. If he dared to make a move against her, it might not be entirely unwelcome. While Yun Xie contemplated this, she watched as Yang Jun emerged, impeccably dressed. showing no signs of having bathed. Had she known, she would have rushed in to strip him bare, leaving him with no secrets before her. Young Jun, I have come today to inform you of something. Speak. Upon hearing her words, Yang Jun raised an eyebrow, recognizing her boldness and self-assuredness. His father has commanded you to investigate matters at the weapon workshop, and you must take me with you, Yun Xie declared, raising her chin, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she fixed her gaze on Yang Jun. Young master, this mission is fraught with peril. It is a matter of life and death. Therefore, for your safety, I cannot agree to bring you along. Yang Jun replied, bowing slightly, his voice grave. Take you along? Are you joking? You are merely a decorative vase. Bringing you would turn me into a cumbersome burden. Yang Jun shot her a disdainful glance. Young Jun, Yun Xie gasped, catching his thoughts, her brows knitting in displeasure as she stared intently at him. Do you think me useless? My lady, I did not say such a thing. Young Jun, you must understand that although I have not annulled our engagement, I will not allow you to bully me. I am a princess, the most beloved daughter of my father. With each word, her discontent grew, her eyes narrowing fiercely at Yang Jun. Yang Jun chuckled, shrugging his shoulders. Could it be that not annulling our engagement is indeed a significant blessing? Had we broken off the engagement, Zhou Tian would not be so relentless in his pursuit to make my life difficult, always appearing as if he wished to devour me whole. Yang Jun's thoughts once again echoed, stirring a sense of grievance within Yun Xie. Chapter 46, Maintaining Distance. In recent days, Yang Jun had been reported for allegedly condoning the heinous acts of Sang Jiegue. Without hesitation, Yun Xie sought to plead his case before her father. Following Yang Jun's resolution of the matter, she promptly advocated for his reward. When Yun Feng refused to grant Yang Jun any favor, Yun Xie stood her ground, directly intimidating Zhou Tian and his associates, seeking to exact justice merely to relieve Yang Jun's grievances. Yet, unexpectedly, this had resulted in Yang Jun's disdainful attitude. Scoundrel! Cursed one! As Yun Xie ruminated on these thoughts, tears welled in her eyes. She fixed her gaze on Yang Jun, studying him intently before finally speaking with reluctance. Young Jun, I despise you. I will no longer pay you any heed. With that, she turned and fled the Pingxi Wangfu, sobbing along the way, her tears falling in her wake. As Yun Xie exited the estate, figures in the shadows began to depart, heading to report to their respective masters. Yang Jun observed this with cold indifference, fully aware that he was under surveillance. Thus, his recent actions had been performed for the eyes of others. The sensitivity of my identity necessitates maintaining a considerable distance from Yun Xie at this juncture. Only by doing so can I avert the emergence of further complications. Otherwise, both Yun Fengyun and Zhou Tian are unlikely to spare me. As for the princess, Yun Xie, I must refrain from being overtly candid with her. It is imperative that she comes to her own realizations and understands the intentions behind my actions. Only when she perceives her father's true nature will she grasp my underlying motives. Within the royal palace, in the imperial study of Yun Fengyun, Yuan Lu stood respectfully before him. The sixth princess indeed sought out Yang Shixi, wishing for him to accompany her to the Jinlu of the armory. However, Yang Shixi, adhering to His Majesty's orders, declined the princess's request, repeatedly asserting that he could only proceed alone. Upon hearing Yuan Lu's words, Yun Fengyun's expression improved slightly. He let out a cold snort and instinctively nodded. Yang Jun, it seems, is rather perceptive. By the way, how is CF faring? At this point, Yuan Lu couldn't help but smile. No longer displaying the anger he previously exhibited, Yun Fengyun appeared considerably more composed. Observing Yun Fengyun's demeanor, Yuan Lu took a deep breath. Your Majesty, since Yang Ye's departure from the Pingxi Wangfu, the staff has been scarce, and now with the need to oversee Sang Jiegue, coupled with Yang Shixi's investigation at the Jinlu, should we not send additional personnel to protect him? This could expedite the fulfillment of Your Majesty's directives. As he carefully gauged Yun Fengyun's expression, Yuan Lu spoke cautiously. There was no denying that the sixth princess had provided too much support, leaving him with no option but to comply. No need, came Yun Fengyun's prompt dismissal as he waved a hand, seemingly indifferent to the matter. Yuan Lu was taken aback and quickly fell silent. It is wise to tread lightly in the presence of Yun Fengyun. One must not speak excessively. Otherwise, he might discern the underlying implications. It is entirely plausible that the task assigned to Yang Jun to investigate the Jinlu is a trap specifically laid for him, one that could lead to his demise. At this moment, in the residence of the eldest princess, Yun Fengyue's lovely visage bore a trace of melancholy. Being an astute individual, she understood that upon learning of Yang Jun's new assignment, Yun Fengyun harbored disdain for him and might even seek to harm him. Cognizant of these factors, Yun Fengyue recognized the necessity of maintaining distance from Yang Jun for the time being. Otherwise, once Yun Fengyun became aware, he would have all the more justification to act against Yang Jun. Following the events of the day, Yun Fengyue further realized the need to take action. "Someone, fetch Zhou Tian for me," she commanded swiftly, knowing she still had numerous resources at her disposal, aside from Zhou Tian. Upon learning that it was Yun Fengyue who sought him, Zhou Tian hurried to the residence of the eldest princess without a moment's hesitation. He found himself irresistibly drawn to her. Beyond her physical allure, he recognized that Yun Fengyue could provide him with significant assistance. In Zhou Tian's eyes, the eldest princess of the Daxiao imperial family was not merely a superficial figure, but someone of genuine depth and prowess. Minister Zhou Tian pays his respects to Her Highness, the eldest princess. Upon entering the residence, Zhou Tian promptly bowed respectfully. He adeptly understood the nuances of decorum in such situations. "No need for formalities, Zhou Tian. I summoned you to assist me with a task. Are you willing?" Yun Fengyue inquired, her gaze fixed upon Zhou Tian. "Please command me, Your Highness." Zhou Tian replied with utmost deference. "I need you to make a trip to the back alley of the Jinlu at the armory." Yun Fengyue's eyes were cold and composed as she spoke. "The back alley of the Jinlu? What's the purpose, Your Highness?" Zhou Tian asked, curiosity evident as his gaze reluctantly shifted from her graceful figure, lowering his head to avoid being entranced further. Continuing to gaze at Yun Fengyue would risk exposing his feelings, especially after learning of her true capabilities from Mo Qingyan. Zhou Tian had resolved that he must find a way to align himself with Yun Fengyue, no matter the cost. Chapter 47. The eldest princess's trial. Standing before Yun Fengyue, Zhou Tian inhaled the fragrant aura emanating from her, his mind preoccupied with thoughts pertaining to her. Throughout the capital, rumors circulated that Yun Fengyue was the most renowned seductress of Daxia, with many suggesting she had numerous suitors. The emperor turned a blind eye to her affairs, allowing any man who caught her fancy an opportunity to share her bed. Unconsciously, Zhou Tian glanced up at the enchanting Yun Fengyue, her translucent garments hinting at her voluptuous form. The pristine beauty radiating from her showcased an irresistible charm. Zhou Tian couldn't help but swallow hard at the thought of claiming such a captivating woman for himself in the future. At that moment, Yun Fengyue presented him with an intricately embroidered box. "Take this to the back alley of the Jinlu and deliver it to a certain individual there. You shall be met by someone who will assist you. If you successfully complete this task, I shall reward you handsomely." She spoke softly, her tone alluring. Accompanied by the beguiling expression on her face, Zhou Tian felt an inexplicable thrill course through him. Understanding the significance of the task, he quickly accepted the box. Lowering his head even further, he dared not let Yun Fengyue perceive his thoughts, aware of her irresistible allure. Her every smile and expression seemed to possess an enchanting power, rendering him unable to maintain his composure. However, upon seeing the box, Zhou Tian's heart trembled slightly. The box was secured with two prominent locks, a clear indication of Yun Fengyue's lack of trust in him. Yet, he chose to remain silent. A woman like Yun Fengyue would not have survived this long if she were easily trusting. In her presence, one must tread carefully, as many eyes were undoubtedly watching her every move. The rumors surrounding her were likely tied to this reality. "All right, you may leave," Yun Fengyue said gently, her eyes assessing Zhou Tian. In her view, both Zhou Tian and Yang Jun held equal weight, mere tools for her to employ. However, Zhou Tian currently possessed a stronger capacity than Yang Jun, making him a more useful pawn. At the Pingxi Wangfu, after much contemplation, Yang Jun resolved to act. Since the Jinlu was an unavoidable destination, it would be prudent for him to proceed discreetly. Thus, under the cover of night, he stealthily departed the residence. Since Yun Fengyun has imposed a firm directive on himself to investigate the matter, he did not elaborate on the timing or method of his inquiry. Tus, Feyang Yun. It was only natural to proceed in whatever manner would be most advantageous to himself. Nevertheless, Yang Jun made some arrangements. He specifically instructed Dang Jian to mobilize the guards and ensure the complete safeguarding of the Pingxi Wangfu after his departure. The utmost priority was to prevent Sang Jiegui Yi and Leng Qingyue from escaping. Leng Qingyue was crucial to Yang Jun's martial advancement, serving as a talisman for his survival, and any unforeseen incidents regarding her were absolutely unacceptable. As for Sang Jiegui Yi, her identity was even more significant, and there could be no room for error. Remember, after I leave, keep a close watch on both women, and under no circumstances let them escape. Furthermore, administer the medicine periodically to incapacitate them. As long as they do not die, that is sufficient. Should an insurmountable force invade or a tremendous crisis arise, you may send someone to seek help from the Princess Chong. She will assist. Yang Jun reiterated these instructions to Deng Jian before his departure. Although Yun Fenji's reputation was not favorable, that was inconsequential. As long as she could aid him, particularly in withstanding all crises, that was entirely adequate. After arranging everything at the Pingxi Wangfu and receiving Deng Jian's affirmative response, Yang Jun personally administered some medicine to Sang Jiegui Yi and Leng Qingyue before stealthily departing through the back gate of the Pingxi Wangfu under the cover of night. Yang Jun acted with utmost caution. Since survival was paramount, he had to be exceedingly careful. Thus, at every corner he encountered, he would crouch down to conceal his figure before quietly surveying his surroundings, fearful of being followed. In the current daxia, while the surface appeared tranquil, myriad forces were in play, and far too many eyes were upon him. A moment's lapse could lead to unforeseen circumstances. Proceeding with such meticulous caution, Yang Jun did not detect any anomalies. As he approached the periphery of the weapons workshop, he repeated his actions, quickly crouching down to observe. This time, however, he noticed something amiss. Just as he crouched to scrutinize, a figure flashed by, seemingly attempting to evade his gaze. Witnessing the scene, Yang Jun felt an urge to curse aloud. This damned rascal! I have been exceedingly cautious, venturing out at night to avoid your prying eyes. How could I have anticipated being targeted nonetheless? Yang Jun felt uneasy. Which faction was now tracking him? He paused for a moment, as the figure remained still. After some contemplation, Yang Jun decided to feign ignorance, rising to his feet and hastening his pace forward. Yang Jun walked briskly, certain that the pursuer would follow. He swiftly darted into the alley behind the weapons workshop, promptly concealing himself. The pursuer, wary of being detected, delayed their advance slightly. As they rushed forward, they lost sight of Yang Jun. The shadow scanned the area, unable to locate any trace of him. Just then, a sudden shout echoed from above. Yang Jun descended from the wall of the alley, using the momentum of his fall to deliver a powerful kick to the pursuer. Yet, when his foot connected, there was no sound of impact. Instead, Yang Jun felt as though he had struck something soft and elastic. Despite unleashing formidable force, the opponent merely staggered back 2 steps, seemingly absorbing his strength. Could it be that this person possesses some magical ability? Or was their physique simply extraordinary? Yang Jun, undeterred by his initial failure, swiftly unleashed another flurry of attacks. Great Sage picks the peach, he declared as he launched his next assault. To his astonishment, he found nothing in his grasp. Rogue, the pursuer, seemingly flustered and infuriated, retorted sharply. Yang Jun pressed on with his attack, exclaiming, "You call me a rogue?" In the midst of their struggle, Yang Jun managed to seize the pursuer, gripping them tightly with one hand at their waist and covering their mouth with the other, forcefully pinning them to the ground. Yang Jun then positioned himself atop the individual. The captured person writhed and struggled, emitting muffled protests. Yang Jun showed no mercy, intensifying his grip. "Who sent you? Speak, or I shall end you," he demanded coldly, eliciting more frantic sounds from the captive. "Speak up. Tell me," he pressed, raising his voice further as he flipped the person over, pinning them down. The hand that had covered their mouth was lifted and brought down sharply upon the captive's rear, creating a resounding crack that echoed through the alley. Soon, Yang Jun felt the individual beneath him tremble, accompanied by muffled sounds of protest. He then flipped them over once more, tearing away the black cloth that concealed their face. In an instant, a familiar and exquisite visage appeared before him. "How could it be you?" Yang Jun exclaimed in surprise. The one he had subdued and was now reprimanding wasn't just anyone. It was the 6th princess, Yin Xie. Yang Jun was taken aback, staring at her with displeasure. Yunxia, what on earth do you intend to do? Why'd you follow me? He couldn't help but think. This woman must be out of her mind, and her obsession has clearly escalated. Wasn't she supposed to be Zhou Tian's woman, destined to bear his children? Why then is she clinging to me so tightly, causing such chaos? Fool! A complete idiot. Yang Jun was thoroughly dissatisfied, perceiving Yunxia's actions as utterly irrational. Well, you little brat, after all this time, you think you're blameless for the trouble you've caused? As these thoughts raced through her mind, Yunxiu glared fiercely at Yang Yun. You are the fool. Your entire family is a bunch of idiots. In the midst of her tirade, she sensed something was amiss. Ah, rogue, scoundrel, damn it. What are you doing with your hand? Yunxia shouted, suddenly realizing that Yang Jun's hand was firmly pressed against her chest. In her earlier panic, she had not noticed it. In her indignation, Yunxia kicked and hit Yang Jun, even going so far as to bite his hand. You crazy woman, are you part dog? Yang Jun winced in pain, roaring in anger, yet aware of his own guilt. He dared not exert too much strength. Seizing this opportunity, Yunxia swiftly countered, flipping over and pinning Yang Jun down, thus taking control of the situation. Yang Jun, the esteemed heir of the Pingxi Wang. How can you resort to such underhanded tactics? And to think they are both shameless and malevolent. You have gone too far. Yunxiu glared at Yang Yun, poking him with one hand as retribution for his earlier assault. Yunxia, if you are not unwell, it would be wise for you to get up quickly. I am here for a purpose, a significant one. I cannot comprehend what is going through your mind. Knowing there is danger, why do you still follow me? You must leave, do it quickly. Yunxia spoke repeatedly, her eyes flashing with discontent. As she spoke, she instinctively shook her head. Allowing this woman to accompany him could prove perilous. Being dragged down by her might cost him his life, even if he were not directly affected by her. Should she sustain any injuries, the Emperor's wrath would inevitably endanger his own life. Everything here is a trap, one dug by the Emperor himself, with the Emperor's daughter coming to witness his fall into the pit. Most importantly, this daughter of the Emperor is herself a part of that very pit. Any misstep on his part could lead her to cast stones upon him, burying him deeper. Unexpectedly, despite Yang Jun's words, Yunxia showed no intention of departing. Instead, she tightened her embrace around him, refusing to relent. Yang Jun, spare me your pretense. I've already seen through you completely. Yunxia spoke with a tone of dissatisfaction. Yet when she looked at Yang Jun, her eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement, revealing her growing satisfaction. The more Yang Jun acted this way, the more it confirmed that he indeed cared for her. Yunxia, if you're truly unwell, it would be best to seek treatment without dragging me down. If you could. I genuinely fear that your presence may lead to my demise, which is not the outcome I desire. Yang Jun gazed at Yunxia before instinctively shaking his head. This woman represented a significant pitfall in his already troubled life. With the whims of fate, what could he possibly do to counter it? What would he change? Chapter 49. From now on, I will protect you. Yang Jun had not anticipated that even after expressing his thoughts, Yunxia would still refuse to leave. At that moment, her eyes sparkled with determination. She had developed genuine feelings for Yang Jun since realizing she could comprehend his innermost thoughts, transforming her previous biases against him. Thus, her actions were now centered around him. Initially, she had been displeased and unhappy with Yang Jun's behavior, as it seemed he was pushing her away, forcefully shoving her towards the whims of fate. However, she soon discovered that her father had dispatched individuals to monitor the Pingxi Wang residence, and his words implied deep dissatisfaction and disdain towards it, coupled with a sense of rejection and surveillance. It seemed that should the Pingxi Wang residence show any sign of unrest, it would be completely uprooted by her father. Her father was waiting for such an opportunity, and Yang Jun was keenly aware of it. Therefore, upon noticing her approach, Yang Jun's actions appeared to be in direct opposition to her. It turned out that it was not that he disliked her. Rather, he sought to protect her by distancing himself. Indeed, such behavior is what a true man ought to exhibit. It is the essence of a man's responsibility. Yang Jun, I assure you, no matter what you do, you cannot rid yourself of me. It is impossible for you to push me away. Yunxia declared with a cold snort, addressing Yang Jun. In her view, she had already grasped the situation with clarity. Yang Jun cared for her deeply and was intent on protecting her. Therefore, it was only natural that she should be unwaveringly by his side. You are insane. Yang Jun rolled his eyes, believing that his inquiry at the weapon shop was undoubtedly a matter of life and death. Lin Jie, do you not realize that this could lead to death? The harsher you scold me, the more I understand that you care for me. Your heart is set on ensuring my safety. I appreciate your intentions, but your words are contradictory. You cannot drive me away. Yun Xie insisted, her eyes filled with determination. At that moment, Yang Jun wished he could pry open Yun Xie's head to see what thoughts occupied her mind. I am doomed. I have encountered a lovesick fool, and there is no escape. Yang Jun thought with frustration. He had come to fulfill a mission, to confront a significant issue. Yet here he found himself entangled in this predicament. Was it truly the case that all of this would fall upon him? Yang Jun, your words are music to my ears, for I know they are, but a facade, revealing your deep concern for me. The more you express this, the more it proves your affection, and it exhilarates me. Just as Yang Jun felt helpless and resigned, Yun Xie suddenly spoke again. As she did so, she leaned closer to him, gently biting his earlobe. Her warm breath enveloped him, stirring an unusual sensation within him that felt suffocating. What now? Are you at a loss for words? Yun Xie asked, increasingly exhilarated and quite pleased. She grasped Yang Jun's hand tightly. Hastashu, Yang Yun, Iondosent. We must face all dangers and difficulties together. Only by doing so can we demonstrate our true love to my father, ensuring he does not oppose us. Yun Xie said joyfully, tightening her grip on his hand. At this moment, Yang Jun rolled his eyes again. True love, indeed. Such notions in this era are fit only to be fed to dogs. As he spoke, he began to struggle. Though Yun Xie was not heavy, being pinned beneath her was entirely inappropriate. Such a situation was utterly unacceptable. However, just as Yang Jun attempted to break free, Yun Xie responded by tightening her grip around his waist with her long legs and refusing to loosen her hold with her arms. Yes, your so-called true love has turned me into your pet. What left Yang Jun speechless was the realization that his insult had been misconstrued. Yet in that moment, Yun Xie, with an air of self-satisfaction, lowered her head and bit into Yang Jun's arm with fervor. Ah! He cried out, trembling in pain. Insanity! Truly, there is no normalcy among the royal family. Yang Jun, I have already declared, no matter what, you will never be able to push me away. It is utterly impossible. Forever. Yun Xie snorted defiantly, her expression one of triumph and pride. You truly are something else. What's so remarkable about this? If the sky were to fall, we would face it together. Why must you escape and avoid me? Yun Xie spoke, her expression shifting dramatically as she appeared to be on the verge of tears. I understand your intentions are to protect me, yet I wish to share the burden as well. Is that not permissible? Yun Xie continued to speak, her demeanor a blend of charm and grievance, tinged with anxiety. Alas, enough of this. I will accompany you. That should suffice. Please do not create a commotion, my dear. If we attract unwanted attention, we will all suffer the consequences. Yang Jun relented, and Yun Xie's face lit up with satisfaction, her happiness evident. Indeed, exchanging sincerity for Yang Jun's affection promises a more splendid future for them both. As Yang Jun contemplated these unrealistic notions, he was suddenly jolted by a sharp pain in his ear. Dear lady, what troubles you now? Yang Jun inquired, his ear pinched painfully by Yun Xie, his voice laced with distress. Yang Jun, I am a princess, not a child of 3. If you wish to appease me, mere delicacies will not suffice. Unless you present me with jewels or other treasures that women adore, Yun Xie replied, her gaze fixed intently on him. At her words, Yang Jun widened his eyes in astonishment. How do you know my thoughts? That's for me to know, she teased. Yang Jun was taken aback. Yun Xie's behavior was indeed unexpected. At that moment, everything seemed profoundly different. This woman appeared to be rather extraordinary. Yang Jun found himself puzzled by her actions. Just when he intended to inquire further, Yun Xie released her grip on him only to ensnare his arm once more, like a serpent unwilling to let go, determined to cling to him. With a resigned sigh, Yang Jun shook his head gently. Presently, he felt utterly bereft of any viable solutions. The best course of action seemed to be to work together to resolve their issues and avert further complications. He needed to keep a close watch on this woman to prevent any unwarranted trouble from arising. At the heart of the weaponry workshop, Yang Jun led Yun Xie through the winding alleys. The main entrance was heavily guarded, So traversing through the back door was the wisest choice on this late evening. Yinxia walked alongside Yang Jun, her arms tightly wrapped around his, her eyes sparkling with excitement. In that moment, she seemed oblivious to any potential dangers that this outing might entail. Instead, she nestled close to Yang Jun, intermittently engaging him in conversation and posing questions. Yang Jun responded with half-hearted replies, eager to complete their task. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Tian was approaching with Mo Qingyan, having received a mission from Yun Fengyue and seeking a swift resolution. Delivering items to Yun Fengyue's acquaintance appeared straightforward. Yet Zhou Tian knew well that she was astute and wished to maintain control over all matters. Unlike the incessant chatter between Yun Xie and Yang Jun, Zhou Tian and Mo Qingyan maintained a near-complete silence as they walked. Mo Qingyan remained aloof, akin to a pristine white lotus, her demeanor reflecting her desire to highlight the vast differences between herself and the mundane world. While outwardly composed, Mo Qingyan was subtly regulating her breath and channeling her internal energy to heal her injuries. She felt discontented, not only facing external adversaries, but also perceiving those around her as potential threats. Zhou Tian's behavior increasingly unsettled her, as she feared that any misstep could lead to irreparable harm. Zhou Tian, on the other hand, sought to connect with Mo Qingyan, attempting to initiate conversation. Yet she remained unresponsive, resulting in a continued silence between them. As they walked, Mo Qingyan's mind was burdened with doubts. She glanced at Zhou Tian and instinctively probed. "Junior brother, our sect is notoriously strict, especially with its members. You have been sent down the mountain by our master and have garnered the emperor's favor, becoming a leader with boundless potential. The master believes you to be the chosen one. However, with the emperor treating you so well, and even considering marrying you to the sixth princess, do you still remember who taught you these skills? Do you remember that you were a member of the sect?" Mo Qingyan's voice was icy, her gaze fixed intently on Zhou Tian, seeking to uncover any hidden intentions. She was deeply concerned that he might stray from the path of their master and engage in actions that were not befitting, a prospect that was utterly unacceptable to her. Upon hearing her words, Zhou Tian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in acknowledgement. "Senior sister, your concerns are unfounded. I, Zhou Tian, owe my success to the sect's teachings and our master's guidance, which has shaped who I am today. Thus, I am fully aware of the origins of my abilities. Rest assured, I am a person of Haotian sect in life and in death, and I will always prioritize the sect above all else." Mo Qingyan observed Zhou Tian's demeanor and listened to his words, nodding slightly. His outward responses were commendable, and at present, she could discern no apparent discrepancies in his behavior. Consequently, she felt compelled to refrain from further investigation, focusing instead on his current actions. Nevertheless, doubts lingered in her heart regarding the situation. After all, the injuries within her body could not deceive her. The remnants of power still coursing through her veins were causing her distress. Where did Zhou Tian's true allegiance lie? As Zhou Tian and Mo Qingyan progressed, their pace surpassed that of Yang Jun and Yun Xie. As they neared their destination, a bird soared overhead, landing behind them. Mo Qingyan swiftly captured it. It was a messenger pigeon, specifically trained by their sect to deliver correspondence. Extracting a note from its leg, Mo Qingyan's brow furrowed deeply. "Senior sister, what has happened?" Zhou Tian inquired, curiosity evident in his expression, concerned about the unfolding events. Mo Qingyan's suspicions were palpable, but she knew that until her ambitions were realized, she could not afford to alienate her sect. Yun Xie had unexpectedly left the palace. Monta Qingyan's bows knitted tightly, and Zhou Tian was equally astonished. What? The sixth princess has left the palace? What could her intentions be? The current situation was decidedly unusual. However, it was not long before Zhou Tian's countenance betrayed his disdain and aversion. This indicated that Yun Xie must have accompanied Zhou Tian on this matter. Nevertheless, this was not entirely unfavorable, for he was already tasked with a mission. If they were to cross paths, perhaps there would still be opportunities for him to maneuver. As Zhou Tian pondered these thoughts, a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes, and he let out a disdainful snort. The emergence of the Holy Sword represented Zhou Tian's greatest opportunity. Obtaining the Holy Sword would open avenues for seizing power over the realm. Furthermore, with Yun Xie having left the palace, it could very well serve as an opportunity for him. If he could capture Yin Xie and consummate their relationship, then Yin Fengyin might even express gratitude towards him and possibly elevate his own position. Amidst these thoughts, Zhou Tian suddenly realized that this situation appeared to be rather favorable for him. At that moment, Yin Fengyin received the news of his precious daughter's departure from the palace. He hurled the memorial in his hand to the ground, his eyes ablaze with fury. How could those incompetent servants not have noticed the sixth princess's absence from the palace? Yin Fengyin roared at Yuan Lu, his face contorted with indignation. Although he understood that this matter did not directly involve his old comrade, Yuan Lu was a trusted aide who executed many of Yin Fengyin's directives. Thus, he felt compelled to question him about the situation. Yuan Lu's response only fanned the flames of Yin Fengyin's wrath. The sword pavilion was indeed a perilous location. Sending Yang Jun, there could very well be a deliberate ploy to expose him or provoke a confrontation. In such a scenario, various factions would undoubtedly intervene, making Yin Fengyin's two birds with one stone strategy all the more advantageous. Whether the master of the sword pavilion or Yang Jun were to perish, the ultimate beneficiary would still be Yin Fengyin. However, the concern that his beloved daughter had chosen to accompany them gnawed at him. Why did she insist on involving herself in such dangerous affairs? This frustration deepened his dissatisfaction and anger, leaving him bewildered by his daughter's intentions. Had she not once harbored disdain for Zhou Tian? How could she now seem to harbor affection for him? Yuan Lu, go find Xianmo, Yin Fengyin commanded, rubbing his temples in exasperation. This was no trivial matter. The quiet departure of Yin Xie from the palace could be exploited by those with malicious intent, posing a significant threat to the entire royal household. Yes, Yuan Lu bowed slightly, preparing to carry out the task, but Yin Fengyin stopped him once more. With a long sigh, he lamented that despite his exalted status, he was still a father, unable to escape concern for his children. Yuan Lu departed on his mission while Yin Fengyin sat in the imperial study. His expression dark and brooding, lost in his thoughts. Xianmo, the fifth prince of Xia, was a figure of elegance and charm, particularly noted for his slender fingers. He was fond of reading, his study cluttered with books. However, an observant individual would discern that these so-called books were not of the usual variety. Perhaps a visit to the common folk is in order. Their collections are far more diverse. Closing his book, Xianmo obscured the images of beautiful women within its pages. It seemed that he had been destined for greatness from birth, showing little interest in anything outside of those captivating figures found in literature. At this juncture, Yuan Lu arrived at the fifth prince's residence, and upon receiving a royal decree, he promptly took his leave. As a loyal servant, he was well versed in the royal protocols. There is no need to urge the fifth prince to act, especially given the well-known cordial relationship between him and the sixth princess. Dumb Yang Jun, if you wish to die, do so on your own. Why drag she you into this? Upon learning of the incident, Xianmo erupted in anger. The Pingxi Wangfu posed a significant threat to the entire royal family. After enduring the passing of the Pingxi Wang, to have such turmoil arise now, instigated by Yang Jun, was intolerable. Alas, his sister was too naive, easily ensnared by someone like Yang Jun. Moreover, she had left the palace to mingle with such a scoundrel. The people of the fifth prince's residence were acutely aware of their master's actions. They quickly gathered the necessary items for Xianmo's endeavors, and soon, the military forces of the fifth prince's residence were mobilized. Xianmo, carrying a bundle, tossed it to a loyal guard. Inside were healing medicines, though they were not for his own use. He believed Yang Jun did not possess the capability to harm him. His greatest concern was that in his wrath, he might kill Yang Jun. Thus, he prepared extra medicine, knowing that as long as he survived, he could heal. Xianmo was filled with rage, bordering on resentment. Initially, he had viewed Yin Xie's broken engagement as a blessing. Yet the outcome proved otherwise. Rather than harboring contempt for Yang Jun, she seemed to have developed an affection for him, constantly speaking of him. Was there no sense of justice left? How could she so readily forsake her brother? Constantly chattering about Yang Jun, as if she wished to engrave his name upon her heart for all to see? Yang Jun, you wait for me. When I catch you, I shall make you pay dearly. As Xianmo seethed with vengeance, Yang Jun suddenly felt a shiver run through him, a cold sensation that filled him with unease. He glanced at Yin Xie beside him, wondering if she was silently cursing him. What is wrong with this woman? Why must she mutter under her breath instead of speaking openly? Yang Jun was increasingly dissatisfied, feeling that the royal family was filled with peculiarities, particularly Yun Siya. Was it normal for him to feel so unsettled in her presence? Why are you staring at me? Are you unwell? Upon sensing Yang Jun's thoughts, Yun Siya was momentarily taken aback. She quickly raised her head, fixing her gaze on him, seizing the initiative, regardless of her actions in this matter. It was unnecessary to concern herself with his thoughts. A few words would suffice to put him in his place. Yang Jun, caught off guard, thought you, Yun Siya, have stolen all my words. What am I to say now? Yang Jun, weren't you going to investigate? Now that we're here, let's proceed directly inside, Yun Siya suggested. Casting a glance at him, she was cautious not to elaborate further, recognizing that excessive words would yield no benefit. They stood not far from the side entrance of the sword pavilion, observing their surroundings. Do not act recklessly. Can you not see that it is late? And this is not the main entrance, yet the guards are so vigilant? Yang Jun grasped Yun Siya firmly, fearing that this woman might cause trouble. What? What do you mean? Is this not normal? In his mind, this was the weapon workshop where all the armaments necessary for the Xia were forged. Such an important place should indeed be heavily guarded. Yun Siya was somewhat perplexed. To her, the situation seemed entirely reasonable and without any apparent issues. Yang Jun furrowed his brow, realizing that he too was muddled. What more could he expect from a woman like Yun Siya? Her actions were utterly nonsensical. Sixth Princess, do you not see that the guards here are even more stringent than those in the royal palace? Do you truly believe this is acceptable? He sighed inwardly, questioning why he was even explaining this to her, knowing it would be in vain. After all, having grown up in the palace, she was utterly ignorant, perhaps even a bit simple-minded. He resolved to keep his distance, minimizing interactions, as ignorance can be contagious. Initially, Yang Jun intended to clarify his thoughts, but considering Yun Siya's status, he merely added in his mind. Yun Siya widened her eyes, astonished by Yang Jun's audacity. She contemplated stepping on his foot in retaliation. However, at that moment, Yang Jun began rummaging through his belongings, pulling out various items and repeatedly applying them to his face, donning a small hat atop his head. He bore no resemblance to the heir of the Prince of Pingxi, but rather to a tavern keeper from the capital. Yang Jun, you look utterly ridiculous, Yun Siya remarked, shaking her head in disdain. His appearance was indeed quite peculiar. Alas, I just called her simple-minded, yet here I am, still engaging in a debate with her. She cannot even comprehend the need for disguise, yet I expect her to contribute in some way. Surely, this is an investigation. I cannot simply reveal my identity and ask for entry. Little simpleton. Oh no, Sixth Princess, do you recognize me? You do. Well, that's good enough. When traversing the world, safety comes first, caution is paramount. As Yang Jun spoke, Yun Siya suddenly smiled mischievously, leaning closer to whisper in his ear. Yang Jun, you are afraid, I know. But I won't mock you, nor will I tell others. Keep your distance. You simply do not appreciate my worth. This is not cowardice, nor fear of death. It is merely pragmatism, safety first. Yang Jun gazed at Yun Siya, thinking that if she were not a princess, he would want to seize her and give her a good spanking, ensuring that this time he would leave her quite marked. You shall not spank me again. I will inform father. Yun Siya, feeling uneasy under Yang Jun's scrutiny, instinctively covered her backside, adopting a cautious demeanor. What are you waiting for? Who would spank you? There's hardly any flesh to spare. What would be the point? Hurry up and apply your makeup. Only then can we proceed with our investigation. Yang Jun cast a sidelong glance at Yun Siya before snorting dismissively. This time, Yun Siya wisely complied and stepped forward. Make it presentable. Do not make it too ugly. Just ensure you are not recognized. Do not make it too dreadful. Yun Siya allowed Yang Jun to apply makeup to her cheeks, continuously chatting. This woman has a foul temper, yet she is still trainable. As long as she obeys, with sufficient guidance, she may prove to be quite useful in the future. Yang Jun muset. Meanwhile, Yun Siya's cheeks flushed, pondering the strange and peculiar terms that filled Yang Jun's mind. What did he mean by trainable? Was it something perverse? As she raised her head, her eyes fixated on Yang Jun, her face flushed with shyness. At that moment, Yang Jun was entirely focused, diligently applying makeup to Yun Siya's face. Do not fidget. Your hair needs tidying up, otherwise it will be obvious that you're a non-ordinary person. Yang Jun tousled Yun Siya's long hair, arranging it haphazardly, chuckling as he smeared some dirt on her face, kneading it with reckless abandon. Ouch! Yun Siya expressed her discontent, but Yang Jun showed no signs of stopping. Indeed, this face is soft and tender. To not need it would be a sheer waste. When he finally ceased, he nodded in satisfaction. The sixth princess has transformed into a rustic village girl. This image is truly remarkable. Yangjun, this is genuinely ugly, Yin Xie protested, feeling quite wronged. Although she could not see her reflection in the night, she could tell from Yangjun's hands what her visage must resemble. What? You dislike it? Should I restore your original appearance and have them beat drums to announce your entrance? After all, you're the sixth princess. Yang Yun quipped, snorting. Yun Xie felt a pang of resentment, yet she found herself powerless to change the situation. In his thoughts, Yang Jun speculated about the potential scandal should this situation unfold. If things truly went this way, the entire city would soon learn of the royal sixth princess clandestinely meeting a rogue man. What sensational news! The princess's reputation, the royal family's honor, would be utterly compromised. Just as he contemplated this, a sudden sharp pain pierced his ear. Yin Xie had bitten him. Let go. Quickly let go. Your Highness, I was wrong. Spare me. Yang Jun pleaded, realizing that this woman truly had a violent streak. Understand this. My reputation is tarnished by your actions, and you shall be compelled to join the royal family. Yang Jun shivered at the thought, realizing that this was not the outcome he desired. This little lady was indeed a tempestuous force. Observing her behavior, he could see that she was relentless. Yang Jun felt exasperated. This Yin Xie, the sixth princess, refused to cease her antics. Release me. Why do you continue to torment me? Yang Jun lamented, feeling utterly helpless against her antics. What are you looking at? Yun Xiu inquired, noticing Yang Yun's distracted gaze. Have you discovered something entertaining? She hurriedly approached, her eyes wide with curiosity. Princess, I have an idea, Yang Jun suggested, pointing to a location not far from the weapon workshop. What? What do you mean? Following his gesture, Yin Xie's eyes widened in surprise. For they are not far off. Stot anin. For reasons unknown, her gaze remained fixated on the establishment, an inexplicable sensation surging within her, accompanied by an uncontrollable fluttering in her chest. Let us secure a room and rest, Yang Jun said with a grin. You rogue. Upon hearing his words, Yin Xie gasped, and simultaneously, Yang Jun felt a sharp pain in his ear as she once again seized it. What are you doing? Why do you persist in tormenting me? Yang Jun was at a loss for words, utterly bewildered by the woman before him. All right, I will use my mouth, he uttered. Upon hearing Yang Jun's words, Yin Xie immediately responded, speaking in quick succession. In an astonishing moment, she leaned forward and bit down on his ear. Ah, since it has come to this, do not blame me. Yang Jun cried out in pain as her teeth sank into his ear. In that instant, he instinctively reached out with both hands, slapping them down on Yin Xie's backside with a resounding smack. You scoundrel, how dare you bully me? I will not let this go. Yin Xie, stung by the slap, felt a mix of shame and anger as she continued to bite Yang Jun's ear, proclaiming her indignation. Thus began a fierce exchange between the two, neither willing to yield, ensnaring themselves in a playful skirmish. After some time, the Rugue Inn, located beside the Jianlu of the weapon workshop, welcomed two guests. Yang Jun's ears were red, marked with bite marks, while Yin Xie occasionally patted her own backside, realizing that Yang Jun had indeed struck her without mercy. 2 rooms for lodging? Breakfast? Inquired the sleepy innkeeper, eyeing the two who appeared far from wealthy with a tone of dissatisfaction. Such scenes were commonplace for him. He could easily discern who among them were affluent and who were not. Innkeeper, room please, Yang Jun commanded, while Yin Xie's cheeks flushed slightly. 1 room, she added. Yang Yun kissed to glance at her. Ha! The little royal princess is unaware of the perils of such humble inns. I wonder if the sight of mice or cockroaches will frighten her into my embrace, he mused internally, only to feel a sharp pain in his ear as Yin Xie tugged at it in discontent. This princess fears neither heaven nor earth. Why would I fear mice or cockroaches? Yang Jun's eyes widened, astonished at how she could so easily decipher his thoughts. Best cooperate with me, Yang Jun, or I shall deal with you, Yin Xie asserted, pulling at his ear again with an irritable tone. Yang Jun could only smile ruefully, bemused by her insight into his mindset. A room for 2, please, he requested. The innkeeper, taken aback, did not expect the seemingly penniless Yin Xie and Yang Jun to actually seek a room. My husband, let's go inside. But what on earth do we need a room for now? Yin Xie queried, casting a sly glance at Yang Jun as they walked forward. Yang Jun looked at her and grinned. What do you think? Of course, it is for a husband and wife to engage in those delightful activities. As he spoke, he instinctively slapped her backside, the delightful sensation prompting a nod of satisfaction from him. So, Zhou Tian, the destined protagonist, what of it? In the end, I am the one benefiting. There is nothing for you to gain here. Yang Jun reveled in his thoughts, while Yin Xie shot him a disapproving glare. Why spoil such a wonderful moment? Besides, what does my relationship with you have to do with Zhou Tian? This line of questioning failed to ignite her interest, and she felt a surge of displeasure. She had already wholeheartedly accepted him, having followed him to the inn. Whatever transpired next, she was unafraid. What need was there to bring up that bothersome Zhou Tian? Husband, you must be gentle and cherish me. Yin Xie cooed softly, leaning against Yang Jun's chest. In response, Yang Jun's eyes widened in utter confusion. Is this woman unwell? Or does she possess multiple personalities? Despite her boldness in speech, Yin Xie's eyes betrayed her shyness and unease. She had been rallying her courage internally, yet when the moment arrived, she found herself uncertain about how to proceed. With a room secured, the innkeeper's demeanor became noticeably friendlier. Once Yang Jun and Yin Xie entered their chamber, the innkeeper offered his farewells before departing. As the door closed, Yin Xie exclaimed joyfully and leaped onto the bed. Finally, after a long night, I can finally rest. However, the moment she lay down, discomfort washed over her. Yang Jun, I want to take a bath. She sat up, staring at him expectantly. My little princess, this is an inn. What time do you think it is? You wish to bathe now? Have you lost your mind? Yang Jun retorted, his dissatisfaction evident as he glared at her. If you want to be a princess, then stay in the palace. Why come out here to endure such hardships? He lamented, puzzled by her lack of understanding. This princess truly is fearless. How has she managed to grow so bold? Yang Jun's thoughts were filled with irritation as he considered the absurdity of her demands. This princess, does she not realize the danger? She is utterly clueless. Yang Jun, do you wish to strike me? Yin Xie's cheeks flushed as she spoke, lowering her gaze. What? Never mind. I will fetch water myself, but I have never done this before. In the dark, what if I encounter a villain? Enough of this nonsense. I will get the water, Yang Jun grumbled, growing weary of her antics. Hee, Yang Jun, I knew you cared for me the most, Yin Xie beamed, her face lighting up upon hearing his words. Observing her demeanor, Yang Jun could only shake his head, bewildered by his fate of encountering such a woman. Yet, for Yin Xie, Yang Jun's concern for her was a source of contentment. As long as she could confirm that everything was perfect, alas, this is right next to the palace, and even the best room is in such disrepair. There is no incense, let alone a decent woman around. Had I known, I would have stayed in. Yang Jun paused, taken aback by her tone, which unmistakably echoed that of a pampered noble. He had come here to fulfill a mission, while she sought pleasure and enjoyment. People are truly infuriating, he thought, as he continued on his way. Lu Qinggue noticed the commotion and looked up. Who are you? Are you a merchant? Yang Jun was momentarily taken aback, but upon feeling the stubble on his lips, he nodded instinctively. Yes, I am a merchant. Merchants are well-traveled and have seen much. Do you know of any places to enjoy fine wine and company? Of course, it must be of high quality. I assure you, there will be benefits for you. Lu Qinggue smiled, leaning closer to Yang Jun with a knowing wink. Well, I cannot say I do. You have also observed that this is the Bingqi Fong, where the vicinity is filled with common folk. If one seeks companionship, venturing towards the imperial palace is advisable. The closer one approaches the palace, the higher the expenses, and naturally, the quality improves as well. It must be said that this young man is refreshingly candid, speaking with remarkable directness. Judging by the expressions and demeanor she exhibits, she certainly does not appear to be a pretender. Lu Qinggue wore an expression of disappointment. The vicinity of the palace? He was indeed a frequent visitor there, originally intending to seek a change of scenery, yet here, he found nothing at all. Alas, running in that direction feels futile. However, with still half an hour to go, how shall I endure this long night? Lu Qinggue muttered, shaking his head once more. With a task at hand, it seems that indulging in merriment is beyond his reach. Yang Yun glanced at Liu Xinggang. The manner in which this young man spoke and acted was quite pleasing to him. My friend, I possess some fine items. Would you care to take a look? Yang Jun smiled, producing a yellowed stitched book from his chest and handing it to Lu Chengge. By Wat Songjong Lu. My friend, you truly understand my heart. Lu Chengge exclaimed, eagerly accepting the book. What is the price? Name your figure. To him, this was a treasure, a rare gem indeed, in the world of Jianghu, who would lack a few precious items as a reserve. Take it and use it. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Yang Jun waved his hand dismissively, wearing a look of indifference. These items were originally meant to pass the time while he kept watch alone. Never did he expect them to serve a purpose now. As a true admirer of the imperial uncle, who wouldn't possess a few rare items that are hard to find in the market? However, with Yun Xie accompanying him, Yang Jun lost the opportunity to appreciate them alone. Hence, after encountering Lu Chen, it was fortuitous to pass the book into his hands, thus disposing of it. My friend, you are truly considerate, but from where did you acquire such treasures? Lu Chengui's eyes brightened, immediately inquiring. Ahem, these are private collections. You may take them. As for their origin, rest assured, they are clean. Yang Jun was reluctant to elaborate further, pushing the book into Lu Chengui's embrace. Lu Chengui received the book with a grin. Yet, recalling his own identity, how could he accept such gifts without reciprocation? Thus, he hastily produced a piece of jade from his person. Chapter 55. Kindred spirits, my friend, our meeting is fateful, and our bond runs deeper. Take this piece of jade. Should you ever find yourself in need, come to me with it, and I shall assist you. Lu Chengui patted his chest, presenting a carefree demeanor. Yang Jun accepted the jade, feeling its warmth. It was evidently no ordinary item. Lu Chengui, being a person of the same circle, spoke as he patted the book tucked into his chest. Yang Jun nodded with an understanding smile, and they bid each other farewell. Yang Jun did not dwell on the matter, locating a place to fetch water, filling a large bucket, and making his way back to his room. At that moment, however, a sudden realization struck him. The imperial palace? Could it be that this admirer of Lu Huangshu is indeed of royal descent? Yet, such occurrences are not uncommon, for the lineage of the emperor seems devoid of ordinary individuals. A fondness for a certain imperial uncle hardly seems a grave matter. Before long, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, two attendants entered. We have met the fifth prince. As the two spoke, Lu Chengge lifted his head, a lewd smile appearing on his face, reverting to the visage of the jade-like young gentleman. This was no mere Lu Chengge. He was unmistakably the fifth prince, Yun Xuanma. Your Highness, we have searched thoroughly but found no trace of Yang Jun, nor the sixth princess. Perhaps we arrived too late and missed them entirely? Listening to the attendants, Yun Xuanma remained impassive, merely picking up another book to cover the prized possession. He gently shook his head. It cannot be. What sort of person is Yang Jun? A frivolous scion who indulges in revelry. His health has already declined. How could he possibly have arrived early? Do not panic. Simply wait here. He will come to us. Yun Xuanma stated, nodding with firm conviction. Your Highness is wise. Observing Yun Xuanma's composed demeanor, his subordinates expressed their respect. Very well, you may leave. I wish to study. With a grave gesture, Yun Xuanma commanded, his tone earnest. Your Highness is not only wise and mighty, but also diligent in study. Truly, you are a model for us all. Hearing the flattery, Yun Xuanma smiled with satisfaction. At that moment, however, he suddenly recalled something. Please wait a moment. Listen closely. This place is crowded with eyes and ears. I must conceal my identity. Do not disclose it to others. After speaking, Yun Xuanma's mind conjured the image of Yang Jun's crafty merchant demeanor. He is a good brother. We must not frighten him. Yes, Your Highness. Once the attendants departed, Yun Xuanma immediately immersed himself in earnest study. Yang Jun, thank you. You are truly kind, fetching water for me. As soon as Yang Jun entered the room, Yun Xie approached, leaning against him, a hint of shyness flickering in her eyes. Being close to Yang Jun now sent electric shivers through him, and he instinctively straightened his posture. Hearing Yun Xie's words, Yang Jun felt goosebumps rise on his skin. Heavens, is she truly the emperor's daughter? No, this cannot be. Her original character was one of aloofness. How could she transform into this? Yang Jun felt quite vexed. Yet at that moment, Yun Xie inched closer. Her lips slightly parted as she gently nibbled on Yang Jun's ear. Yang Jun, I possess many more facets. Would you care to explore them? Yun Xie's voice was soft and alluring. As she spoke, her fingers began to caress Yang Jun's body, slowly traversing from his chest to his throat. Yang Jun felt a jolt throughout his body, as if electricity coursed through her touch. Such contact was beyond Yang Jun's anticipation. Good heavens! Is this how those of royal blood behave? Young master, it is said that you delight in the pleasures of the world, seeking flowers and willow paths as your greatest talent. Yet, do you not realize that your betrothed is the most exquisite woman in existence? Young master, do you not desire her? Yun Siye continued, her words tender and her form swaying gently. As she drew closer, she pressed against him, radiating an overwhelming softness and warmth. This insufferable woman, testing my resolve, is not behaving as expected. I am not an unyielding warrior. I too have my desires. And this stunning beauty is the most captivating indulgence. How can I withstand it? Yang Jun thought to himself, gritting his teeth. All of this is your doing. Suddenly, Yun Siye halted, pulling away, creating distance between them. Yang Jun was taken aback. What was this woman up to? The sensation was akin to plummeting from great heights into a chasm. Wait a moment, this woman is testing me. Who am I? The heir of the Pingxi Wangfu. The jade-faced young master. How could I falter under such trials? Yang Jun snorted coldly, striving to steady his breath as he gradually poured hot water into the tub. Continue. With a daring spirit, Yang Jun contemplated whether he had the audacity to immerse both himself and Yun Siye in the warm embrace of the bathwater. As if sensing his thoughts, Yun Siye wore a cunning smile, exuding a sense of triumph. Her gaze upon Yang Jun was tender, embodying the essence of the moment. The feelings instigated by Zhou Tian were not genuine. Rather, they represented a blatant transaction devoid of emotional depth. As these reflections danced in her mind, Yun Siye's happiness swelled. Her eyes fixated on Yang Jun as she smiled softly, raising her hands to slowly unfasten her garments. Her movements were deliberate and languorous, especially as she loosened her clothing, revealing her intentions only after a series of meticulous gestures. Yang Jun's eyes widened. Though merely an outer garment, it sparked a torrent of imagination. Chapter 56. I truly did not peep. Yun Siye's cheeks flushed crimson, yet a sweet smile graced her lips. She promptly tossed the outer garment towards Yang Jun, which landed atop his head, enveloping him in a fragrant aura that was both intoxicating and overwhelming. Startled, he quickly removed the garment, fearing that prolonged contact might lead to an embarrassing predicament. What a captivating fragrance she possessed. The delicate scent of osmanthus was simply enchanting. Could it be that she had intentionally infused her attire with it for 3 days and nights, just for him? Bah, you are the one who has been steeped in this fragrance for days. Yun Siye thought, a hint of shyness flashing in her eyes. As a young lady, she certainly did not go to such lengths. Each piece of clothing had indeed been specially perfumed, but did it require further elaboration? With a playful huff, she instinctively tugged at Yang Jun's ear. Yun Siye, if you insist on pelting me with garments, do not blame me for retaliating. Remember, you brought this upon yourself. Yang Jun retorted, lifting his gaze only to find himself staring wide-eyed at her, a tingling sensation brewing in his nostrils. In that moment, Yun Siye had shed her outer layer, leaving her adorned only in a pristine white undergarment. Seeing this, he swallowed hard and quickly lowered his gaze, feeling that it was far too alarming to continue staring. Huh, can you still endure? Yun Siye mused, surprised that Yang Jun, known for his flirtatious reputation, was managing to restrain himself. Yang Jun, continue, she called playfully, her eyes sparkling with mischief. As she tugged at her garment again, another piece flew towards Yang Jun's forehead. A wave of fragrance enveloped him, but he was unwilling to let such garments obscure his vision. Reaching out, he caught the material in his hands, feeling its softness and smoothness. What kind of fabric is this? So tender, so luxurious, so delightfully comfortable. But why is it so small? Is this from the undergarment collection? This princess, how audacious! What could such a piece possibly conceal? As these thoughts flitted through his mind, he raised his head abruptly, only to be met with a flash of white as Yun Siye quickly crossed her arms over her chest. Humph! What are you staring at? Despite her embarrassment, she felt a sense of pride, thinking to herself that she was far superior to the frivolous women outside. Yang Jun, I refuse to believe you are accustomed to coarse fare, that you could resist the charms of princess. I did not peek. You may proceed, Yang Jun replied, pinching the undergarment. He did not deny the possibility of glancing. As he shifted his gaze, he discreetly observed Yun Xie, who had now entered the bath, seemingly kneeling and splashing water playfully. The water appeared exceptionally clear, almost blinding. Yun Xie, perhaps due to the warmth of the water, found her cheeks even more flushed. She glanced at Yang Yun, beating her lip delicately. Yang Jun, my shoulders ache, yet I cannot reach them. Would you be so kind? She murmured softly, her voice barely above a whisper. At that moment, her tone was as faint as a gossamer thread. With her head bowed, her misty eyes were fixated on the surface of the water before her, exuding an aura of shyness. Absolutely not. Yang Jun's resolute denial echoed back. No way. Under no circumstances. He was determined to maintain his principles and boundaries as a man, refusing to become the one who is subjugated. Do not think I am unaware. This is not merely a shoulder massage, but an attempt to ensnare me in the chains of the palace. With such intimacy, I would lose any chance of escape. Do you truly consider me a fool? Humph! What a delicate man you are! Yun Xie thought to herself, while playfully extending her hand to grasp Yang Jun's belt, pulling him closer. Yang Jun, you secretly wish to assist me in my shoulder massage, do you not? Not at all. Yes, you do. Not. Why must you be so troublesome? I have made my intentions clear. I simply do not wish to. As he spoke, he hurriedly pulled her hand away, exasperated by her lack of decorum. This is bathing water. If it gets on my clothes, they will become soiled. Yang Jun expressed his discontent, but Yun Xie merely huffed. Do you truly despise me so much? Very well, then I shall leave, she declared, standing abruptly as if to exit the bath. Enough. Can you cease this nonsense? Yang Jun exclaimed, startled, though a wicked curiosity lingered within him. Yearning to witness what a woman of this era might reveal, he dared not entertain such thoughts. The implications of Yun Xie running out unclothed were dire. In this age, witnessing a woman's bare form was tantamount to wearing cuckold's crown. Furthermore, the tyrant, Huang Gong, would undoubtedly seek retribution. Not only would his life be in jeopardy, but his very head could be on the line. Ultimately, it was not merely his life that mattered, but the stigma of dishonor. As a man, nothing was more terrifying than such a fate. Thus, young Junzi, why do you not hurry and attend to your princess? Yun Xie relished her triumph, reclining comfortably in the bath. Yang Jun's hands found their way to her shoulders, massaging gently. Yun Xie felt a swell of satisfaction, having successfully manipulated Yang Jun into her servitude. This woman is delightfully smooth to the touch. She must take excellent care of her skin. Yet, does she require someone to massage her while bathing? Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the women raised in the palace, attended to by others, surpass those outside in beauty, radiance, and above all, in softness. Yang Jun, do you find great pleasure in my form? At that moment, Yun Xie's words slipped forth. Chapter 57. Who dares to play with fire? Do not like. Yun Xie, upon hearing Yang Jun's words, offered a faint smile, echoing his phrases without a hint of anger. Her eyes were fixed intently on him, a playful smile dancing on her lips. Indeed, Yang Jun nodded resolutely, embodying determination. In the past, he too had navigated the complexities of relationships, masking his true feelings while appearing confident. The likes of Wu Jie, Fan Jie, and San Pu Mei were mere fleeting images in his mind, never to be cherished in his heart. Serving the party and the people was his ultimate ambition. He could not afford distractions. As Yang Jun's gaze swept over Yun Xie, he could not help but appreciate the delicate beauty concealed beneath the water surface. With a mischievous laugh, Yun Xie splashed water in his direction. Mad woman, what are you doing? You'll get wet. Yang Jun exclaimed, his eyes wide with discontent. This was indeed a significant challenge for him. As she executed this playful act, she inadvertently revealed many of her vulnerabilities. Those were not things he wished to see. They were laid bare by her own volition. Yang Jun pondered these thoughts, his eyes fixated ahead. Yet, Yun Xie, the princess, crossed her arms defiantly, obscuring everything. This is utterly irritating. If it is a test or a challenge, then be earnest about it and reveal everything properly. Why must you act this way? Yang Jun's frustration was palpable, and Yun Xie sensed it. However, she understood the source of his ire. It seemed she relished this dynamic, as it allowed her to feel a deep sense of comfort from within. Yang Jun, do you wish to see? She teased. Wish? Huh, I am a paragon of virtue. Unlike you. What I want to see. I assure you, there's nothing, absolutely nothing, of the sort. You slander me, he retorted, raising his voice in defense, finding her utterly infuriating. Why had he consented to her company? Now look at the predicament they found themselves in. Why invite trouble upon himself? Fear not. I shall not mock you, nor will I punish you. If you desire something, simply voice it. Wanting to see is quite normal, is it not? What is so outrageous about it? Yin Xie cooed, her tone sweet. Yang Jun scoffed. Was this woman unhinged? When do you think we might wed? She inquired. We cannot. No, it is inevitable. If we marry, will you not cling to me daily, engaging in mischief? Who do you think you are? What do you take me for? Of course, husband and wife. A princess is still a woman, and marrying you makes me a wife. Engaging in a little mischief is perfectly normal, isn't it? Speak up. How many children do you want? I can bear as many as you desire, and ensure you are thoroughly satisfied. Yang Jun could not help but blurt out in astonishment. Then do tell, do you wish to try right now? Yun Xie leaned against the edge of the bathtub, her gaze fixed on him. In silence, her eyes spoke volumes, exuding an infinite tenderness. Her delicate fingers lightly tapped the bathtub's edge, each gentle knock resonating like a heartbeat within Yang Jun. Does she not realize that her actions are akin to playing with fire? He mused. A man of my caliber, if stripped of reason by her provocations, could devolve into a beast. Yang Jun's dissatisfaction ignited a fire within his eyes. The steam emanating from the bathtub heightened his senses, intensifying the heat and itchiness in his nostrils. Yun Xie perceived his inner turmoil and the urgency etched on his face, igniting a shy yet anticipatory feeling within her. However, she was not afraid. Instead, she moved deliberately in the bathtub, extending her foot out and giving it a gentle shake, causing splashes of water to land on Yang Jun's attire. If I get wet, you must take responsibility. Can you bear that burden? He declared, seething with anger. His eyes ablaze. Yun Xie giggled, her gaze locked onto him. What's wrong? Do you wish to become a beast? She playfully beckoned him with her finger. You are forcing my hand. Yang Jun swallowed hard. This woman truly was oblivious to the dangers of her provocations. Her antics would inevitably lead to mutual destruction. The royal decorum and status mattered little. Her actions were a deliberate challenge. What are you trying to achieve? Are you dissatisfied? Then let us settle this. Yang Jun growled, his teeth clenched in frustration. Yet, Yun Xie merely laughed, reveling in her triumph. Do not think I am afraid. If you dare to provoke me further, I will not hesitate to retaliate. His voice was filled with menace as he sought to assert his authority over her. However, just then, she stood up boldly in the bathtub, unflinchingly revealing herself without a shred of modesty. With misty eyes, she defiantly regarded Yang Jun. On a full moon night, I transform into a wolf. Witnessing this, Yang Jun could no longer contain himself. He let out a low growl. This woman was intentionally testing him, and he was merely acting in self-defense. Justifying his actions in his mind, he lunged toward Yun Xie. You have successfully piqued my interest. Now, you shall bear the consequences of your actions. Yet, just as he was about to envelop her in his embrace, he found himself halted. A leg was raised high, firmly pressing against his chest. What is the meaning of this? Yang Jun seethed, unable to advance an inch. This woman was inciting a fire that she refused to extinguish, allowing it to smolder instead. Yang Jun, it appears you have yet to consider things thoroughly. Everything must wait until you are ready to take me as your bride, and only then shall we engage in such matters, Yun Xie stated with a serious demeanor. Chapter 58. Matters of importance. Yang Jun was taken aback. Shock flickered in his eyes. Who claimed that royal women were simple-minded? Look at this one. She had him completely under her control. Such behavior was utterly intolerable. Alas, he had been wise for a lifetime, yet foolish for a moment. This woman, Yun Xie, was, after all, a product of that unscrupulous emperor. She treated him like a fish, reeling him in only to unceremoniously cast him back into the water. This scene left Yang Jun feeling helpless, yet it ignited thoughts of vengeance within him. You, woman, have acted quite unreasonably. Perhaps those sisters from Zhou are more adept. Perhaps I should arrange for you to learn from them another day. Since you are all of the same kind, it is only natural for you to communicate and spar with one another. Yang Jun pondered these thoughts while his gaze remained fixed on Yun Xie before him. What are you talking about? I, Yang Jun, am a man of righteousness and tradition. Do not sully my reputation with such matters, he asserted, coldly snorting as he defiantly raised his chin. Oh, is that so? Yang Jun, I'm quite curious. If we were to marry, would you still seek other women? Yun Xie chuckled mischievously, appearing nonchalant, yet her eyes were intently focused on Yang Jun. It is said that men indulge in multiple wives. If he were to become a prince consort, would he not behave like other men, wandering outside? Yun Xie, please speak based on facts and provide evidence. You must understand that such words can tarnish my reputation. Although I am a prince, I should not be subjected to such irresponsible and baseless accusations. Yang Jun proclaimed with righteous indignation. This woman, was she ever going to cease her incessant testing? Did she truly believe he would not lose his temper? Oh, are you angry? I merely wish to ascertain whether you are a man or merely one of those shameless fellows. Yun Xie laughed, and in the midst of her words, a hint of shyness flickered in her eyes. As her lips moved, invisible threads seemed to fly toward Yang Jun. Yang Jun widened his eyes. What trickery was this woman planning? I can hardly be bothered with you, he exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration as he turned to leave. Was this woman a siren? How else could one explain how Zhou Tian had her completely under his thumb, ultimately using her as a mere tool for procreation? At that moment, Yun Xie, oblivious to Yang Jun's inner turmoil, sat contentedly in her bath, pleased with herself. It seemed that the lessons imparted by her mother and numerous female officials in the palace were indeed accurate. Men, after all, were essentially the same. However, women must learn to control and manipulate men. Only then could they truly seize the initiative. These men needed to be kept in a state of longing, while women should maintain an air of both proximity and distance. Just as she was prepared to give, she must withdraw precisely when they could no longer contain themselves, leaving them yearning. Only in this manner could one convey their significance, stoking their desire and anticipation for future encounters. This approach, indeed, was the most effective strategy for dealing with a man. That woman is so coy and utterly devoid of morals. Since she has begun, why not continue? Yang Yunis Lahots suddenly echoed. Yun Xie grinned slyly. This is not coyness, but rather control. And Yang Jun, who told you to put on such a facade in front of me? You must remember, I am a princess, and you are the designated prince consort. It could have been straightforward, yet you chose to complicate matters. You cannot blame me for that. Yun Xie felt quite satisfied. Now that Yang Jun had stepped out to cool off, she would seize the opportunity to entice him further. After all, the long night would be dreadfully dull otherwise. Her escape from the palace was not merely for the sake of solving cases. It was a far more significant endeavor. The inn had but a single bed, and Yun Xie had firmly instructed Yang Jun to accompany her, fearing for her safety. The warmth of the bath enveloped her, and, as she emerged, a delicate fragrance wafted from her skin, igniting a potent response within Yang Jun. In that moment, how could his heart remain calm? Yet, despite having shifted to the edge of the bed, Yun Xie drew closer. The proximity intensified their mutual stimulation. After being pushed away by Yun Xie's foot earlier, Yang Jun was reluctant to take the risk again. His only recourse was to avoid her as much as possible. However, after several attempts to distance himself, as he neared the edge of the bed, Yun Xie stretched out her arms and entwined her legs around him, ensnaring him like an octopus. What is this woman doing? Why not act like a proper person instead of an animal? Why must she cling so? Yang Jun thought, filled with discontent. He could not remain calm in the face of Yun Xie's provocative behavior. With a fierce glare, Yun Xie bit into Yang Jun's shoulder. This scoundrel dares to liken me to an animal, she thought indignantly. Yang Jun was displeased. This woman was oblivious to the pain she caused. Grabbing her shoulders, he contemplated retaliation. So you wish to bite my shoulder? Very well then. Yet, the smoothness of her skin made it difficult to maintain control. The mouth? Absolutely not. That would be giving in to her. The face? Not a chance. I will not give her that opportunity. Yang Jun deliberated on his course of action as he assessed the unfolding situation. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Yun Xie, who, far from being afraid, instinctively puffed out her chest. Come now, let us battle. Who is afraid? Yun Xie's eyes sparkled with challenge, seemingly eager to stoke the flames of their confrontation. Damn it, am I afraid of you? Yang Jun could no longer tolerate the provocation. He reached out, his hands landing upon Yun Xie's body. A woman who had just bathed was undeniably slippery, and her garments were all too easy to shed. Chapter 59. A great incident occurred. Yun Xie observed Yang Jun's movements, her gaze unwavering. At this moment, she recalled all she had learned about when to act and when to allow Yang Jun to gain a slight advantage before making her next move. Yang Jun, do. was seething. This woman was utterly outrageous, daring to provoke him so brazenly. Just then, a cacophony of noise erupted from downstairs, accompanied by the sound of a door slamming. "Oh no, there is a fight outside," the innkeeper shouted. Such occurrences were serious matters here. Yang had not come here for leisure. Bringing a princess to a room was merely a supplementary endeavor. Now was not the time for indulgence or recklessness. Frustrated, he let out a huff and began to redress Xia, pulling her garments back into place. Xia giggled, watching him with amusement. For her, these moments were merely another challenge to navigate. Engaging with Yang required both control and self-preservation. She could give him some satisfaction, but she must not allow him to completely consume her. Only by considering such matters could life be enjoyable, and interacting with Yang was undeniably delightful. As Yang prepared to leave, he muttered, "What? Oranges at this hour? Oh, I shall see what has transpired." He cast a glance at Xia, shaking his head. "Alas, ignorance is truly terrifying. I shall not play the role of your father, nor do I aspire to be the esteemed emperor you claim." With that, Yang strode out. At the outset, the movement was swift, yet upon reaching the entrance of the inn, he concealed himself behind the door, quietly observing the situation outside. At this moment, a throng had gathered outside the weapon shop, unmistakably consisting of individuals from the martial world. Yang furrowed his brow. The arrival of so many people posed a significant hindrance to his intended actions. When the crowd swells, executing plans becomes decidedly cumbersome. The emergence of the Holy Sword had long since spread throughout the martial realm, marking it as a matter of great consequence for the people of Honghu. Naturally, the imperial court was even more invested in this affair, as they would prefer to avoid drawing too large a crowd due to such events. These martial practitioners each possessed unique skills, with some even taking delight in opposing the court. Should these individuals congregate and instigate undesirable occurrences, the repercussions could be dire. The imperial court had its own measures in place for the unveiling of the Holy Sword, and the weapon shop's Jian Lu was fully cooperating. For maintaining control over the situation was paramount to resolving the issues at hand. However, Jian Lu was of utmost importance in this scenario. While it could accommodate a select few, an influx of visitors rendered it impossible to host everyone. Currently, in order to limit attendance, Jian Lu had resorted to issuing invitations. This not only controlled the number of attendees, but also stirred dissatisfaction among some martial artists, igniting internal rivalries. Those with invitations could directly enter Jian Lu to witness the unveiling of the Holy Sword, which served as a symbol of status. Consequently, some would possess invitations, while others would not, leading to competition and comparison. In an instant, this mutual contention could swiftly arise, normalizing conflicts among them. The weapon shop, at this juncture, had not fully exerted control. It appeared almost as if they were encouraging internal strife. Yang hidden behind the door, felt a wave of unease. This tactic was indeed rather ruthless, as it alleviated considerable pressure from the court. If these individuals continued to battle amongst themselves and casualties ensued, the complications elsewhere would diminish significantly. Wow, how thrilling! So perilous. Yang you must be cautious. Amidst such swordplay, if you sustain injuries, I shall not be held accountable. At that moment, Xia appeared behind Yang speaking playfully as she gently patted his shoulder. "You woman, step back. Do you not comprehend the rules? We are merely eavesdropping. If trouble arises, do not expect these people to spare us amidst their bloodshed." Yang shot a glance at Xia, questioning her intellect. Did she not recognize that the true danger lay in their current predicament? Yang was displeased, while Xia remained unfazed, positioning herself closely behind him, her chin resting on his shoulder. The notion of her being big-chested and brainless seemed to manifest in this intimate proximity. The weight of her presence bore down on him. "I am unafraid, for you are here," Xia chuckled, playfully blowing a breath toward him. Yang shuddered slightly, straightening his posture. "Oh, now you recognize that I can protect you?" He scoffed. "You, woman, are wise to acknowledge who holds the greater strength. No, truly, if danger arises, I shall push you forward. Your presence shall shield me," Xia declared earnestly, causing Yang to widen his eyes in disbelief. This woman is truly insane, he thought. It would be best to keep my distance from her. The further, the better. Otherwise, such predicaments might arise. Observing her actions, he found her utterly incomprehensible. Unexpectedly, Xia moved, opening her mouth to bite his shoulder. The sudden pain surged through Yang Jun, and he stifled a cry, fearing that any outburst would attract the attention of those outside. The consequences of such an event would be unimaginable. However, yielding was not Yang Jun's nature, so he promptly lowered his head and retaliated with a bite of his own. Xia gasped, her cheeks flushed. You rogue, that was too far. Chapter 60. Who is plotting? Apologies, I was momentarily distracted, but I did not apply much force. Yang Jun released her, chuckling at the area he had bitten. Though he offered an explanation, a sense of satisfaction surged within him. Indeed, no matter her status as a princess, before him, she remained a mere subordinate. Or perhaps he was the subordinate. Such thoughts brought a tinge of disappointment. This woman was like a devil. Why must she cling to him? Meanwhile, outside Jianlu, the conflict among the crowd intensified. To gain rightful entry, invitations were essential. A fierce struggle ensued, with blades clashing and lives at stake. Only by acquiring an invitation could one's desires be realized, a certainty that no one was willing to overlook. Yet, the weapon shop remained heavily guarded, the sentinels observing the chaos with indifference. To them, guarding the entrance was their sole responsibility, and everything beyond that held little significance. After all, no one dared breach the threshold, and such matters were not their concern. As the sounds of battle escalated, accompanied by cries of agony and furious roars, Yang Yun increasingly perceived Yuanxiu's peculiar disposition. How could she exhibit such excitement amidst a life-and-death struggle? She seemed almost eager to join the fray, reveling in the sight of bloodshed. Yang Jun noted the number of fallen figures outside, the ground now stained with blood. He frowned. Resolving the situation would not be an easy task. The only viable approach would be to proceed with utmost caution. At that moment, an invitation flew through the fray, landing outside the door, already drenched in blood. Yang Jun's brow furrowed. Some things were sources of calamity and must be avoided. Xia, however, appeared elated. Despite the bloodstains, she showed no sign of repulsion, retrieving a handkerchief to wrap it up. This must not be taken, Yang Jun exclaimed urgently, realizing this woman had no sense of danger. The events unfolding were far from simple. To confront all of this, one must exercise caution and prudence. Why? Because this is indeed a precious item. How foolish you are. Completely oblivious. Where am I lacking in understanding? You fail to recognize the countless lives lost for this very thing. I am unafraid, for I have you. Xia declared resolutely, while Yang Jun rolled his eyes in response. He comprehended her meaning. He was not a bodyguard, but merely a sacrificial pawn. In the event of true peril, he would perish first, allowing this woman to escape. Silence. At that moment, Yang Jun gasped. He swiftly turned, seizing Xia and pressing her firmly against the wall. Yet, Xia remained unperturbed, her wide eyes fixed intently on Yang Jun. As he held her against the wall, she parted her lips, preparing to speak. In his urgency, Yang Jun grasped her arms and pinned her legs down with his own. Consequently, the only part of her body that remained free was her mouth. In a decisive moment, he buried his head and pressed his lips against hers, effectively silencing her. Though her body was immobilized and her voice stifled, her eyes sparkled with mirth. This woman is truly beyond redemption, Yang Jun sighed inwardly, cherishing life and steering clear of royalty. In such circumstances, he found that there was little else he could do. Outside, the situation unfolded as he had anticipated. Once the battle concluded, the guards of the armory began to act, transferring the bodies onto carts to be taken inside. Seeing that the danger had passed, Yang Jun finally released Xia. The sensation was delightful, and the contact between their legs was exquisite. Most enticing, however, was the allure conveyed through the kiss. The entire experience brought Yang Jun unexpected benefits. Xia, with her sparkling eyes, inquired of him, if a coveted treasure were to be found upon you, would you share that with everyone? No, but I would confide in you, Yang Jun replied. Upon hearing his words, Xia eagerly reached out to grasp his hand, prompting Yang Yun to retreat. Alas, communicating with someone whose mind was not quite right proved to be exceedingly challenging. Be serious. I must inform you that this situation is grave and not easily resolved. Yang Jun averted his gaze from Xia, speaking earnestly. Engaging in conversation with this woman necessitated clarity. Otherwise, she would perpetually fail to discern what was truly important. And then, she pressed. Then, there is the master of the sword pavilion, who has dedicated his life to sword forging. However, this time, he has covertly crafted an unparalleled divine weapon. Imagine the danger if this were to be released into the world. While the court might have remained unaware, it is no longer the case. Now, not only does the court know, but so do many in the martial world. What do you suppose is the reason for this? Yang Yun explained, glancing at Yuan Xiu. After all, they are not righteous individuals. Their desire to seize the sword and their audacity to act here indicate their disregard for the court. But do not fret. I will inform my father and have him send aid for you. Yun Xie exclaimed with excitement, seizing Yang Jun's hands. This is splendid. There is yet another opportunity to assist Yang Jun. However, there is no time to waste on such matters. The master of the sword pavilion must be the one who disseminated this information. He is unwilling to allow the court to possess this divine sword, hence the announcement, inviting participants based on invitations. With many eager to join and few invitations, competition will ensue, resulting in casualties. And he, fortuitously, can gather the dead. Yang Yun nodded firmly at least Zhongtu. Chapter 61. Zhou Tian's frustration. The master of the sword pavilion, Gan Lin, is a true expert. His prowess is not solely in martial arts, but also in his extraordinary skills in sword forging. Yang Jun understood that such individuals often act with extreme zeal, prioritizing their desires above all else. The value of life holds little significance in their eyes. Collecting corpses? For what purpose? To bury them? Yun Xie's eyes widened as she questioned Yang Jun. He regarded her, bemused by her apparent ignorance. Is it true that beautiful women are often this oblivious? Unable to discern the truth of matters? Collecting the dead is meant to utilize these corpses in the ritual of sword offering. When the divine sword emerges, blood will flow like rivers. The master of the sword pavilion could not possibly slay so many himself. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for him to orchestrate such events. Should he execute this endeavor successfully, the divine sword shall indeed become an unparalleled weapon. Yang Jun continued, instinctively nodding as he spoke. The master of the sword pavilion has escalated this situation precisely to attract participants, enabling the final step to the divine sword success. Yun Xie listened intently to Yang Jun's explanations, her striking eyes fixed upon him. In that moment, her admiration for him grew. He possessed remarkable insight into all matters. How impressive! He is indeed her worthy match. Yet, why has he concealed his true abilities and presented himself as a mere scion of extravagance? Yun Xie pondered, perplexed. Perhaps his refusal of marriage stems from fear of her father? She recalled how her father had always disapproved of Yang Jun. Could it be due to his apprehension about Yang Jun's true capabilities? After all, as the son of the Prince of Pingxi, he would command much respect and loyalty within the military. As Yun Xie contemplated these thoughts, her body softened and leaned against Yang Jun's embrace. Yang Jun, Zhao unprepared, found himself at a disadvantage. The two were closely pressed together, making it awkward for him to push her away. Presently, his attention remained focused outward. Yun Xiu relished this closeness. Her fingers gently tracing Yang Jun's chest. Her enchanting eyes sparkled as they gazed at him, seemingly brimming with words yearning to be spoken. Do not act recklessly. The fighting has resumed. Yang Jun quickly grasped Yun Xie's hand, his gaze fixed intently on the outside. What is happening? Who are they? Upon hearing the commotion, Yun Xie perked up, hurriedly moving closer to peer outside. At that moment, a large group encircled a man and a woman, engaged in fierce combat. The assailants were clearly martial artists. The pair under siege, however, caused Yang Jun to widen his eyes in recognition. Who else could it be but Zhou Tian and Mo Qingyan? Zhou Tian appeared in his true form, making him easy to identify. As for Mo Qingyan, she seemed to have altered her appearance, yet Yang Jun had studied Zhou Tian's senior sisters profoundly, allowing him to recognize her despite the disguise. It was truly unexpected for these two to appear here. The battles continued, one after another, with blood staining the ground, seemingly never drying. Yang Jun understood that Zhou Tian and Mo Qingyan had come to contest the divine sword. After all, Zhou Tian's rise relied heavily upon the divine sword to conquer the world. Hence, their presence was not surprising. However, they were likely unaware of the multitude of martial artists gathered here. Moreover, it is astonishing that these martial artists would resort to violence upon their first encounter. The competition for the holy sword is indeed excessively fierce. After all, the allure of the sacred blade holds paramount significance for the individuals of the Jianghu. Possessing such an artifact would considerably enhance one's strength, making it easier to resolve any subsequent challenges. Perhaps this presents an opportunity? Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Yang Jun's eyes lit up. He spoke in a hushed tone, contemplating the actions he could undertake. That scoundrel Zhou Tian seemed unwilling to let him off the hook. As for Mo Qingyan, she had orchestrated far too many schemes that had ensnared him. She committed murder, and he bore the blame. Had it not been for his cunning, he would have met his demise several times over. Now that he had encountered them, he could not afford to let them escape unscathed. He had never considered himself a gentleman. He was, in fact, a petty man who would repay every slight. After all, if someone sought to thwart his existence, he had no qualms about ensuring that others would not survive either. Yang Jun felt a newfound confidence, bolstered by the fact that others were unaware of his current association with Yinxia. What do martial artists despise most? Many of them roamed the Jianghu precisely because they were averse to dealing with court officials. With this thought in mind, a notion swiftly formed in Yang Jun's mind. Brothers, heed my words. This man is Zhou Tian, the commander of the Fengzi camp of the Imperial City Guards. His purpose here is to seize the holy sword. Yang Jun stepped forward, raising his voice in a proclamation. The title of commander of the Fengzi camp, though regarded as noble by some, was met with disdain by the martial artists. After all, the Imperial City Guards were far from friendly to those of the Jianghu. Zhou Tian was momentarily taken aback by Yang Jun's words. He instinctively turned his gaze toward Yang Jun, yet he did not recognize him and could not fathom how this person knew his true identity, nor why he seemed intent on making things difficult for him. Zhou Tian was displeased, but surrounded by formidable foes, all he could do was grip his sword tighter. So these are the court officials. The commander of the Fengzi camp. Is he here to kill us? He seeks to steal our holy sword. Let us deal with him first. Yes, brothers, do not hold back. Let us eliminate him before discussing anything else. The martial artists, filled with fervor, immediately began to shout, their bloodlust surging. So Tian glared furiously at Yang Yun. But at that moment, he found himself powerless against him. Who is this scoundrel? I am not here to steal swords or kill anyone. I have my own matters to attend to, yet this group of fools insists on making trouble for me. It is truly infuriating. Most importantly, these individuals had been incited and could not possibly believe him. Moreover, the court had never been amicable toward the Jianghu. Violence was inevitable, and enmity had indeed been established. Chapter 62. Diverting the calamity. Everyone, listen to me. Zhou Tian was unwilling to take the blame and quickly attempted to explain. Do not heed his words. He intends to deal with us. Moreover, he has just stolen the invitation. Yang Jun swiftly interjected, and with this statement, he captured the attention of the crowd. The invitation, in the eyes of these martial artists, held immense significance, as it provided access to the pinnacle of their lives. Possessing such a document meant everything to them, as the Jianghu was a realm where one fought with their lives at stake, regardless of the circumstances. In light of the current situation with the emergence of the holy sword, the potential rewards were boundless. The martial artists had long abandoned the court, relinquishing any hope of entering the so-called officialdom. Yet the appearance of the holy sword could change everything. Thus, their yearning for the sacred blade intensified, driving them to strive for their desired outcomes. What nonsense! He even stole the invitation. Attack him. Indeed, this is utterly outrageous. This pretty boy thinks he can flaunt his looks alongside a stunning but unseen beauty and get away with it? Such arrogance. This scoundrel has gone too far, disregarding the principles of the Jianghu. In an instant, the crowd erupted into fervent complaints, each voice rising in indignation. Zhou Tian glared at Yang Yun, fully aware that he had been ensnared by him. He realized that Yang Jun's words had effectively trapped him. Yet at that moment, he understood the meaning of being furious but unable to speak out. What? Seized? He stole the invitation. Damn it. Without the invitation, one had no right to enter the sword pavilion, nor any chance of obtaining the holy sword. In that moment, fueled by Yang Jun's words, the collective anger of the crowd surged. At that instant, all issues seemed to erupt simultaneously, culminating in a chaotic frenzy. Zhou Tian's eyes widened as he glared at this cunning individual, roaring in frustration, desperate to resolve the situation. Yet, what was most crucial to these people was their need to enter and behold the holy sword. Even if they could not acquire the sword, They would seek other means to achieve their desired outcomes. Thus, in that fleeting moment, the other martial artists closed in, each one seemingly invigorated, their eyes gleaming with excitement and fervor. Kill. Go seize it. Where did this person come from? Zhou Tian took a deep breath before exhaling slowly, his voice laced with indignation. At the same time, a fierce light gleamed in his eyes. Mo Qingyan, too, widened her gaze. The scene before her was entirely unexpected, and she had failed to notice its implications. Yet now, she found herself unable to reconcile with the unfolding events. To her, there was always a possibility for resolution in this world. However, the current situation filled her with anger and dissatisfaction. Who was this person? In that moment, Montauk Qingyan inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly. She regarded the emergence of this individual and the circumstances that had unfolded with a sense of profound discontent and trepidation. Her mind swirling with countless questions. Who is this person? Regardless of his identity, we shall kill him together. Zhou Tian, now overwhelmed, felt the fury within him boil over. The title of commander of the Fengzi camp, while seemingly unremarkable, conferred a certain authority within the imperial city. Mo Qingyan was puzzled. This individual evoked a sense of familiarity, yet the pressure he exuded was immense. Who was this man? Yin Xie, however, remained unfazed, dismissing the significance of their external titles and circumstances, recognizing that there was a singular truth that remained. It is evident that this individual must be acutely aware of their own capabilities, which prompts such actions. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene before her, Ynxu scornfully remarked, "How detestable! You are truly wicked." Yang Jun was momentarily taken aback by her words. "Sister, may I kindly request that you wipe the drool from the corner of your mouth? Furthermore, I am not a villain. Is it not customary to confront those who are wicked? We are currently facing a nefarious adversary, and we must address them. Could you please contain your saliva a bit? In my eyes, you are the true villain, one who covets my body at any moment. That frightens me." Yang Jun sigid in exasperation, taking a deep breath as he spoke. Listening to Yang Jun, Ynxu displayed no sign of anger. Instead, she gazed up at him with her gentle eyes, filled with warmth. Is it possible that even with such directness, she remains unperturbed? Perhaps my actions only endear me to her further. It seems the ancients were right. Men are not loved unless they are wicked. Yang Jun mused in surprise, just as the doors of the weapon shop, G and L, swung open once more, causing Ynxu to exclaim with excitement as she grasped Yang Jun's hand. "Yang Jun, let us hurry inside." "Yang Jun, why are we not entering?" "Because the time is not yet right." Ynxu, always obedient to Yang Jun's words, showed no exception today. "What are you doing now? You need not poison me. Whatever your intentions, please just speak them directly." Ynxu regarded Yang Jun with sincere seriousness. Chapter 63. The Holy Sword Within the Sword Pavilion. Yang Jun gazed at the sixth princess with a sigh. "These powders are highly toxic and are meant for our protection. Do not touch them. Even if you were to shed your flesh, it would be of no use. Just wait for me here in the room." Is palace intrigue not the norm? How does this princess survive? How does she thrive within the royal court? Yang Jun silently criticized Ynxu, just as she lunged at him once more. This familiar gesture involved her grabbing his collar and playfully biting his ear. "Do you still disdain me? Do you believe I am a hindrance? Indeed, even if you do not want me, I shall accompany you for what lies ahead." Ynxu declared with indignation, eyeing Yang Jun's ear as if to bite it again at the slightest disobedience. "You wish to go? Very well. Go ahead. I shall not accompany you. You have witnessed the prowess of Zhutn and that woman. The sword pavilion is no place for you, sixth princess. If you insist on going, you shall face the consequences." Yang Jun certainly could not acquiesce to Ynxu's demands. It was far too perilous a venture for one so inexperienced. Ynxu, in her naive charm, was somewhat endearing, capable of captivating one's gaze while occasionally allowing Yang Jun to take advantage. However, should any misfortune befall her, the consequences would be dire, for the Dog Emperor, Ynfeng would not hesitate to prioritize his own reputation above all else. Pouting, Ynxu reluctantly accepted Yang Jun's counsel. Yang Jun sprinkled more of the powder at the entrance, for Ynxu was precious, and any mishap could spell disaster for him. Having spoken, he paid no heed to Ynxu's chatter behind him and turned to leave. YNXU had ventured out of the palace unaccompanied, and surely someone within would be searching for her. However, he could not simply hand her over, for that would lead to trouble and self-inflicted punishment. Stealthily exiting the inn, Yang Jun sighed once more, pondering the complications of the situation. One ZHUT inn was already a challenge to contend with, and now he had to manage the chaos brought on by YNXU. It is important to note that in the original narrative, ZHUTN, the destined protagonist, merely spat blood onto the holy sword during battle, thereby claiming it as his own and becoming its master. From that moment, he wielded the holy sword to wreak havoc. Alas, as a mere supporting character, I cannot afford to be reckless. Even my actions must be cautious and calculated. Yang Jun shook his head, considering that he was not the destined hero, and such matters would not be easily resolved. At this moment, the entrance to the sword pavilion lay deserted, the doors wide open. Aside from the scent of blood in the air, it appeared as though nothing had transpired. Yang Jun grimaced, recognizing the ploy of those within the pavilion, who had lured various martial artists into a bloody conflict for their own gain. It was likely that a more sinister plot was afoot. Observing the open doors, Yang Jun did not dare to enter recklessly. As a minor character, he understood the need for discretion. He cautiously slipped inside, avoiding any areas where others might be present. Before long, he heard a cacophony of voices emanating from the left ahead, suggesting that many had gathered there. Yang Jun glanced in that direction, his mind racing with thoughts of the holy sword's significance in the original tale. He recalled that within the sword pavilion lay a sword pool, where the holy sword was located. Having identified the location, he hastened towards it. The sword pool, indeed, resembled a body of water. It was unlike any other in the gardens. It was narrow in the center and wider at both ends. From above, it appeared reminiscent of a woman's slender waist. What was most peculiar, however, was the water within the pool, which was divided into two distinct colors. One side was crimson, resembling flames, while the other was white, emanating mist akin to an icy spring. Naturally, a sword pool would not be complete without swords. Surrounding the pool were various swords, seemingly nourished by the waters within. At the center, where the two colors of water converged, stood a long sword. Its blade shimmered alternately in white and red, reflecting the colors of the water. The hilt was adorned with dragon patterns, resembling a great dragon entwined around the sword. This was the holy sword. However, crafting a sword, especially one imbued with such spirit, is not merely a matter of forging. It requires the crucial step of sword consecration. At that moment, the sword pool was abuzz with voices, all eagerly anticipating the completion of the holy sword. Yang Jun observed from a distance, calculating the number of people present. The court maintained records on the weapon shop, and there were indeed many at the sword pavilion, numbering around 50. Yet, now there appeared to be over 100 individuals clad in the pavilion's uniforms. Additionally, there were another 200 or so, dressed in various styles, unmistakably hailing from different sects or wandering martial artists. All wore expressions of tension. The emergence of the holy sword held great significance for the martial world. With a sword in hand, one could conquer all. This notion had long been established. Surprised to see so many old acquaintances after years of seclusion from the martial world, Yang Jun noted the arrival of the likes of TNJG Ozu, the leader of the M Hu Sword sect and the lord of YUM Ing Island. It has been a long time, hasn't it? A deep voice resonated as the crowd turned to see a man with white hair and beard approaching. This was GNLN, the master swordsmith, the proprietor of the sword pavilion, who had long since pledged his allegiance to the court, serving it faithfully. Yet, on this occasion, he had forged such a sword, leaving many to wonder about his true intentions. GNLN, do you now identify as the sword saint or the sword pavilion's master? Who would have imagined that a once revered sword saint would become a pawn of the court? It is indeed a revelation to behold. How could you forsake your noble heritage for such a fate? In the realm of the Jianghu, individuals speak without restraint, exchanging words laden with sarcasm. Chapter 64. The Invincible Holy Sword. If not for the support of the court, how could I, in my position, have acquired such abundant resources to forge the holy sword? Yang Jun understood that Gan Lin, the character from the original text, was someone who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. As long as he could fulfill his ambitions, he paid no heed to anything else. Gunlin, did you declare that the holy sword you forged is the finest in the world, rendering all other swords mere refuse? Indeed, I have never denied my words, and they are nothing but the truth. What a remarkable truth, yet I wonder how it compares to my Dragon Slayer sword. Ouyang Chung, the son of Ouyang Fan from the Mo Hua sword sect, spoke, raising his right hand, and in an instant, a brown longsword flew into his grasp. Gan Lin merely smiled, showing no intention to intervene. He even gestured lightly for Ouyang Chung to proceed. With a cold snort, Ouyang Chung brandished the Dragon Slayer sword, directing it toward the sword pool above. The Dragon Slayer sword spun in midair above the sword pool and then descended straight toward the holy sword. Oomph! What the holy sword? Ouyang Chung sneered, as the Dragon Slayer sword rushed forth with a piercing sound. However, just as the Dragon Slayer sword was about to make contact with the holy sword, a sound akin to a dragon's roar resonated, seemingly vanquishing the Dragon Slayer sword. The entire blade shattered upon colliding with the holy sword, scattering into fragments that fell into the sword pool. Ouyang Chung spat out a mouthful of blood, his face a mask of shock. The utter fragility of his treasured sword left him at a loss. He turned to flee, but Gan Lin, ever vengeful, would not let him escape after drawing his sword. Ouyang Cheng's instincts were correct. As he attempted to turn and run, Gan Lin swiftly unleashed a palm strike. A surge of power struck him, and he could neither evade nor withstand it. The blow sent him crashing into the sword pool. In that pool, apart from swords, lay corpses, seemingly intended to nourish the holy sword. Such a tyrannical sword, such a ruthless person. Yang Jun, concealed in the shadows, widened his eyes in astonishment. Young master, the Mo Hua sword sect members cried out in despair, yearning to rescue him. Gan Lin snorted disdainfully, and the Mo Hua sword sect members could only seethe in silence. The death of Ouyang Chung unfolded before their eyes, and witnessing such an outcome compelled them to contemplate their own fates. With no one daring to speak up, Gan Lin clapped his hands. Soon, individuals from the sword pavilion began to bring in the corpses. These bodies were the fallen from the skirmish at the sword pavilion's entrance. As the corpses were tossed into the sword pool, the holy sword suddenly transformed. At that moment, two beams of red and white light erupted from the holy sword, enveloping the corpses entirely. It was as if the sword were feasting upon them. The onlookers by the sword pool gaped, breathless, their eyes glued to the unfolding spectacle, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. The corpses, once covered in flesh and blood, underwent a dramatic transformation. At a visible pace, they lost their color, decayed, and ultimately turned to bone. Is this the holy sword? It consumes human flesh and blood. Indeed, such a sword is no holy sword. It is a demonic blade. Gan Lin, once hailed as the sword saint, how could you engage in such a calamity for the world? The crowd gasped in horror, directing their ire at Gan Lin. They recognized the formidable nature of the holy sword and grew increasingly anxious, fearing that should it be unleashed, they would stand no chance against it. Would their fate mirror that of these corpses? At that moment, outside the sword pavilion, a troop of soldiers surged forth. I am Yin Xuanma, the fifth prince of the Great Xia, here by imperial decree to inspect this matter. You, Lin, have forged swords without authorization. Come forth and confess your crimes. Yin Xuanma, initially composed, now exuded authority as he entered the sword pavilion with his soldiers. The Jianghu individuals watching were even more astonished, gripping their weapons tightly, prepared for battle at any moment. Yang Jun, shrinking back, lowered his head and donned his hat to conceal his identity. He never anticipated that the person he had impulsively gifted to would turn out to be the fifth prince Yin Xuanma. It is worth noting that, in a sense, Yin Xuanma could be considered his little uncle. How awkward this situation was. Fortunately, Yang Jun had changed his appearance, and Yin Xuanma did not recognize him. Now, it was a matter of luck. You Jianghu individuals, do you not hasten to depart? I must address the affairs of the sword pavilion. You would do well to leave the capital at once, lest you face my wrath. Yin Xuanma glared at the Jianghu individuals, hurling commands. Yet, to his astonishment, not a single person heeded him, nor did anyone show any intention of departing. Yin Xuanma was displeased. He understood the Jianghu's long-standing defiance against the court, but he had not expected them to be so audacious, especially in the capital, where the court held the utmost power, so blatantly disregarding him. You refuse to leave, do you? Very well, then. Yin Xuanma coldly commanded his soldiers to disperse the Jianghu individuals. Fifth Prince, how imposing you are. I have served the court for many years. Do you believe me too old and weak to wield a sword? Gan Lin's mocking laughter echoed, a malevolent glint flashing in his eyes. Yun Xuanma frowned, but his status and dignity forbade any retreat. Ladies and gentlemen, the holy sword has emerged. Whoever among you can slay Yun Xuanma shall receive the holy sword as a reward. Gan Lin's voice suddenly boomed, inciting a fervor among the crowd. You scoundrel! Yun Xuanma gasped, realizing Gan Lin's cunning ploy to incite discord. The Jianghu individuals, already discontent with the court, held no respect for him as the fifth prince. If such turmoil were to arise, would they not take action? Chapter 65. The Battle for the Holy Sword. Gan Lin possessed a keen understanding of human nature and was aware of the thoughts stirring within this group at such a moment. With a single statement, he successfully provoked them, causing them to grip their weapons tightly, ready to strike. Do you dare to rebel? To show disrespect to me, I shall annihilate your entire clan. Gan Lin roared, his fury intensifying. He had left his comfortable abode only to find himself in this chaotic situation. He had come seeking Yang Jun and his sister, only to stumble upon a brawl. Discovering the corpses and people inside the sword pavilion, he realized the lawlessness of this place. Attempting to address the situation, he found himself threatened instead. Such an outcome was unbearable for him. Strike them down. Hold them off from me. I will summon reinforcements immediately. Seeing the multitude of Jianghu individuals and the considerable number of people within Gan Lin's sword pavilion, Yun Xuanma felt his own limited forces were inadequate. In desperation, he resolved to send a distress signal. Yun Xuanma had yet to launch the signal flare when, all of a sudden, a blade of energy soared through the air and struck the flare from his hand, sending it flying. Who could that be? Yun Xuanma hastily retreated to evade the attack. Without the signal flare and the hope of reinforcements, his confidence waned significantly. Confronting these adversaries would undoubtedly prove to be exceedingly challenging. The sounds of battle erupted around him, accompanied by numerous cries of despair. Yun Xuanma felt a storm of anxiety brewing within him. He was now in grave trouble. The one who had felled the signal flare stood atop the eaves, observing the chaos below. Zhou Tian and Mo Qingyan, keenly assessing the situation. Senior sister, the timing is quite favorable, Zhou Tian remarked with satisfaction, noting the pandemonium below, where everyone was in disarray. This was indeed the perfect moment for him to strike. If they did not act swiftly, the imperial troops would arrive, and their opportunity to seize the sacred sword would vanish. Mo Qingyan took a deep breath and spoke with gravity, instinctively nodding in agreement. Zhou Tian scanned the crowd, searching for Yun Xia and Yang Jun, but he could not find them. A pang of jealousy surged within him. The princess should rightfully be his. Where had Yang Jun taken her? Zhou Tian was displeased, and his curiosity deepened at the thought that Yang Jun was conspicuously absent from the fray. Had he not intended to enter the sword pavilion at all? Moreover, what mischief might the two of them be engaged in at this hour? Alas, his sixth princess might be at the mercy of Yang Jun now. Zhou Tian, focus. The sacred sword is of utmost importance. Zhou Tian quickly nodded, reminding himself that such distractions were unacceptable. Matters of romance paled in comparison to the significance of the sacred sword. He was the destined one, as proclaimed by his master. Possessing the sacred sword was essential for him to achieve his aspirations. Gan Lin was guarding the sacred sword, and a direct confrontation was ill-advised. He needed a strategy to draw him away. Zhou Tian observed the situation, his brow furrowing in concentration. Meanwhile, Yun Xuanma was seething with fury, gritting his teeth. In his anger, he attempted to charge out of the sword pavilion to seek help, but as he turned, he found the door firmly shut. It was over. They had effectively trapped him, and escape was no longer an option. Just as he lamented his predicament, another blade of energy struck him squarely in the shoulder blade. With a pain grunt, Yun Xuanma staggered and fell to the ground. Hidden in the shadows, Yang Jun had identified the assailants. The first was Mo Qingyan, and the second was unexpectedly Gan Lin. At this moment, Zhou Tian had entered the fray, adding to the tumult. Brother, is that you? Yang Jun called out in surprise. Indeed. What a coincidence, Zhou Tian replied nonchalantly. What coincidence? I don't want to die here, and being near this fifth prince makes me dread the potential fate that awaits me. Brother, I must say, your book is truly captivating, especially the illustrations, which are exquisite and delightful, Yun Xuanma exclaimed upon spotting Yang Jun, as if he had found a kindred spirit. Yang Jun was momentarily taken aback by the enthusiasm radiating from Yun Xuanma's face. Buddy, this is a life and death situation. Can we please refrain from discussing trivial matters? Shouldn't we be considering how to escape? Yang Jun thought to himself, unaware that Yun Xuanma was overwhelmed with fear at that moment. Encountering Yang Jun felt akin to a drowning ant clinging to a fallen leaf. Yang Jun was reluctant to engage with Yun Xuanma. Yet the latter remained oblivious to the urgency of their situation. Gan Lin observed coldly from the sidelines, intent on inciting conflict among these individuals, allowing him to reap the benefits of their discord. As the bodies began to accumulate, Gan Lin calmly directed his subordinates to continue disposing of the corpses into the sword pool. The more bodies they cast into the pool, the more blood and flesh the sacred sword would absorb, enhancing its power. The time was nearly ripe. Yang Jun, keenly watching the unfolding drama, contemplated sneaking toward the sacred sword. Securing it would signify his triumph. Brother, don't act recklessly. This place is perilous. Let us play dead. It's the best strategy. Yun Xuanma urged, firmly grasping Yang Jun's arm while speaking fervently. Yang Jun felt exasperated, wishing to slap Yun Xuanma away. Just then, Zhou Tian's voice rang out, everyone. I implore you to hear me. The actions of the Sword Pavilion are merely a ploy to use the corpses of powerful sects as sacrifices for the sword. Gan Lin seeks to exploit us and weaken the other sects. Zhou Tian's words were resolute and filled with righteous indignation. The situation was chaotic, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. With Gan Lin guarding the sacred sword, it was out of reach for him. Thus, his best course of action was to unveil Gan Lin's scheme and stir the waters of conflict, hoping to incite a battle between the martial artists and Gan Lin. The more they clashed, the greater his opportunity for gain. Gan Lin, you scoundrel, you wish to use us as sacrifices for the sword. Let's slay him first, came the fervent cries from crowd. Yes, let's fight him to the death. In an instant, voices rose in fervor as weapons were brandished, all intent on confronting Gan Lin. The leaders of the Tianji sect, He Qi Lian, Ouyang Fan of the Mo Hua Sword sect, and Cheng Wu Fan, the lord of Yuming Island, were particularly incensed, vowing not to rest until Gan Lin was vanquished. Chapter 66. Rebirth and Death. The crowd roared in defiance, while Gan Lin cast a glance at Zhou Tian and nodded slightly. This young man indeed possessed some talent, but Gan Lin smirked, shaking his head dismissively. Such matters were of little concern to him. All his plans were orchestrated for this very day. Since these individuals had come, they were destined to perish. There was no escape. Hence, Gan Lin's scornful demeanor was entirely justified. The Sword Pavilion was no place to enter lightly. Those who dared venture within would remain as offerings for his sacred sword. Only through the blood sacrifice of the sword could its true power be unleashed. With a single command from Gan Lin, the warriors of the Sword Pavilion sprang into action. Gan Lin leaped into the sword pool, ready to personally conduct the blood sacrifice for the sacred sword. The battle had escalated into a fevered frenzy, with no sign of abating. Among the combatants, it seemed only a fight to the death remained. This outcome was unforeseen and unimaginable to all present. Yang Jun anxiously observed the scene. The waters of the sword pool had turned a deep crimson, while the fog thickened ominously. The sword pool had become a grave. All those who sought to claim the sacred sword would ultimately be entombed within its depths. Zhou Tian's earlier show of bravado had made him a target among the Sword Pavilion's warriors, who were now converging upon him. Yang Jun finally managed to evade Yun Xuanma, employing the latter's suggested tactic of feigning death to stealthily navigate through the chaos. Along the way, he discovered a fortuitous revelation. The martial artists dropped equipment upon their demise. As he stealthily advanced, he had already acquired several coveted martial arts manuals and 5 bulging bags of coins. Yang Jun accepted all treasures without hesitation, stowing them away for later use. The ongoing melee had spiraled out of control. No one was willing to back down, creating an ideal opportunity for Yang Jun. At this moment, within the Jianxi, the blood-red waters were boiling, while the mist enshrouding the other side resembled frigid ice. Amidst this fusion of ice and fire, the sacred sword stood resolutely in the center. Observing the interplay of ice and fire entwining around the sacred sword, Yang Jun understood that this was the final moment of the sword sacrifice. Come here, Yang Jun exclaimed with excitement, reaching out to grasp the sword. However, at that moment, a surge of sword energy struck at him, prompting Yang Jun to quickly evade. Yet, he swiftly altered his stance and surged forward again. To his astonishment, a fragrant breeze wafted toward him, and a slender figure gracefully descended from above, slowly revealing herself before his eyes. Monta Qingyan? Yang Jun instantly recognized the woman, though he noted that even the most beautiful woman could appear unattractive when her face was filled with murderous intent. You didn't expect this, did you? I have been watching you for a long time. Your schemes will not succeed. Mo Qingyan spoke, her teeth clenched, her expression one of indignation. Hero, not a heroine. Spare me. I'm a good person. Yang Jun hastily pleaded, attempting to extricate himself from the situation. It was then that he realized his disguise had completely dissipated, revealing his true identity. So was you. Yang Yun, betrothed. Mo Qingyan's eyes narrowed in fury as she recognized his face. Her rage intensified. I am not Yang Jun. He is not me. You have mistaken the wrong person. Farewell, Yang Jun declared, moving once more towards the sacred sword. In response, Mo Qingyan shifted as well. What? You want the sacred sword without consulting me? She scoffed, brandishing her long sword. Yang Jun was a renowned figure in the Great Xia, particularly in the capital, where his infamous reputation overshadowed many others, albeit not in a favorable light. However, Mo Qingyan and her companions adhered strictly to their sex orders. Yang Jun had committed numerous misdeeds, earning a notorious reputation. No matter how Zhou Tian attempted to establish his persona, it seemed none could rival Yang Jun's notoriety. Now, this scoundrel sought to seize the sword, providing the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Mo Qingyan thought to herself, her expression fierce. Yang Yun, di. With a roar, Mo Qingyan lunged forward, wielding her sharp sword. Son of a gun, you insufferable harpy. You said you wouldn't fight, yet here you are, relentless. Do you think I fear you? Yang Jun retorted, his anger boiling over. In his indignation, he ceased to evade her attacks. Although Mo Qingyan possessed superior strength, Yang Jun had observed that she had not fully recovered from her previous injuries. Her pale complexion hinted at significant internal damage. He still had a fighting chance and could not allow this woman to intimidate him. You stubborn hag, watch how I will slay you. Yang Jun showed that, launching himself into action. In that moment, he executed a swift maneuver, rising with a leap, while his short blade slashed forward, directly targeting Mo Qingyan. Instinctively, Mo Qingyan realized that Yang Jun was prepared to fight to the death. Thus, she hurriedly retracted her attack to defend herself. However, Yang Jun had anticipated this. His strike was merely a feint. With a quick flick of his blade, he instead inflicted a wound upon his own palm. Mo Qingyan's eyes widened in disbelief at Yang Jun's actions. What, are you so eager to die? She questioned, her gaze fixed upon him. Huh. We shall see who meets their end first. Yang Jun replied with a triumphant laugh, blood pooling in his hand. He forcefully swung his arm, splattering the blood onto the sacred sword. As the blood touched the blade, it vanished in an instant. Ha! The blood has been absorbed. Could it be that the sacred sword is about to acknowledge its master? Yang Jun laughed heartily, the sacred sword radiating a brilliant light, appearing more resplendent than ever. It seemed the sword was indeed awakening, ready to recognize its true master. Behold, today I shall rise from the ashes, becoming the master of this sacred sword, and embarking on a new journey, he proclaimed, his voice echoing with fervor. However, Yang Jun found it peculiar that despite performing the ritual and extending his hand, the sacred sword remained utterly still, unmoving in the center of the jianqi. Had he overlooked some critical element of the ritual? Was it necessary for Zhou Tian's blood to be involved? Damn it, how is this fair? Why is he the chosen one, while I remain a mere supporting character, targeted by others? Mo Qingyan, witnessing Yang Jun's actions and hearing his thoughts, was momentarily taken aback. This Yang Jun was cunning and harbored grand ambitions. She knew well about the process of the sacred sword recognizing its master. Zhou Tian, hurry here, Monta Qingyan shouted. Unwilling to let Yang Jun succeed, Zhou Tian, engaged in battle, heard her call and rushed toward her. Following him were other martial artists and members of the Jinlu. Zhou Tian was the fastest, while Mo Qingyan provided cover, blocking others to ensure he reached the sacred sword first. Just as they approached, Ganlin charged out. Having struck down a martial artist with powerful force, he aimed a fierce punch toward Zhou Tian's back. You wish to steal this sacred sword? You are utterly deluded. You're all merely offerings. Gan Lin sneered, and Zhou Tian was caught off guard. The force of the punch sent him stumbling forward, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Coincidentally, much of that blood splattered onto the sacred sword. Yang Jun watched in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. This was utterly unfair. It was his blood that should have counted. Why did Zhou Tian get to succeed? In the original narrative, Zhou Tian had coincidentally spilled his blood on the sword, leading to the sword recognizing him as its master. Did it truly seem that he was destined to face an unavoidable fate? And Mo Qingyan, too, was struck by Gan Lin's attack. She was no match for him and suffered further injuries, swaying unsteadily on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, other martial artists had either perished or grievously wounded. Those who remained standing dared not approach. A single strike from Gan Lin could be fatal. At that moment, he stood with his blood-stained sword, exuding an overwhelming presence. His peak six-tier strength instilled fear in all present. The sacred sword had already been forged, yet it remained hidden because it possessed a spirit that required blood for its awakening. Today, the sacred sword would emerge, requiring the blood of these individuals as offerings to become a true divine weapon. Gan Lin bellowed, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Yang Jun, hiding in the corner, remained baffled as to why his blood had failed to yield results. Your blood will serve as an honor to this sacred sword, but it is also the measure of your demise, Gan Lin declared, turning his attention to the sacred sword. It began to shine brilliantly as he stepped forward, striding across the Jianqi. Once the sacred sword is fully realized, I shall be the true sword saint, with the holy sword commanding the world, what is beyond my reach. Even if it means overthrowing the Xia and replacing the Yun clan, what is there to prevent me? Gan Lin laughed heartily, overflowing with arrogance. As he reached for the holy sword, ready to draw it, Yang Jun's eyes widened in disbelief, his brow furrowed in tension. Such an occurrence was utterly incongruous with the original narrative. At this moment, Zhou Tian wore a sorrowful expression, pounding his chest in despair. What is happening? I was so close to obtaining the holy sword. How did things take such a turn? A mere fraction of a moment had rewritten the final outcome entirely. Just as Gan Lin's hand was about to grasp the holy sword, its radiance transformed into flames, engulfing him. Startled, Gan Lin quickly retreated. How could this be? After all I have done, holy sword, why do you still refuse to acknowledge me as your master? Gan Lin roared in anger. This situation was utterly unacceptable to him. At that moment, the reinforcements awaited by Yun Xian Mo finally arrived, surging from outside the sword pavilion. Gan Lin, you treacherous rebel, now that the royal army has arrived, why do you not surrender at once? Yun Xian Mo shouted, while Yang Jun quietly feared for the worst. This uncle, pretending to be dead, now that the situation is spiraling out of control, why continue with the charade? I have realized. It must be that there is not enough blood. Very well. Since you insist on stepping forward, I shall use you as a sacrifice for the sword. Gan Lin roared back, his figure lunging toward Yun Xianmo. In that moment, Yun Xianmo offered no resistance as Gan Lin seized him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly and turning towards the holy sword. In the sword pool, mist billowed and blood boiled, resembling a pot on the verge of boiling over, threatening to engulf all within. Yun Xuan Montag strugglet desperately. But his power was no match for a peak 6th rank master. Faced with such a dire situation, he could only be forced back, his back nearing the holy sword. The scorching heat searing him, causing him to scream in agony. Zhou Tian took a moment to recuperate. Possessing exceptional talent, his state improved significantly. Seeing Yun Xianmo in captivity, a glimmer of hope sparked within him. Yun Xianmo is the 5th prince. If I can rescue him, it would be a tremendous achievement. Gan Lin, will you not release the 5th prince? Zhou Tian bellowed, wielding his sword technique with great authority. He unleashed all his strength in an attempt to save Yun Xianmo. Gan Lin snorted disdainfully, countering with a swift palm strike. You seek your own demise. With a resounding thud, Zhou Tian staggered back, spitting blood. The disparity between him and Gan Lin was stark. Yet at that moment, the sword pool trembled as if the very heavens were about to collapse. The mist and blood within churned violently, astonishing everyone present. Before their eyes, the holy sword began to move. It soared above the surface of the water, rising into the air, yet astonishingly, its trajectory was directed towards Zhou Tian. Before Zhou Tian could react, the holy sword flew towards him. His face lit up with joy as he quickly extended his right hand, grasping the holy sword, which instantly enveloped him in a blade aura. Chapter 68. The holy sword acknowledges its master. The holy sword is mine. How splendid! I have become a master of the holy sword. Zhou Tian exclaimed with exuberance. With the holy sword in hand, the world is at my command. As long as I possess the holy sword, everything I desire will be within my grasp. The supremacy of the martial world, the title of Emperor of Xia, and all the beautiful women, everything should rightfully belong to me. How can this be? It should not be possible. Gan Lin's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly incredulous. I have devoted my life to this. How can it be for another's gain? This treasure refuses to acknowledge me as its master? This is unjust. Gan Lin was consumed by fury, realizing that he had unwittingly facilitated another's success. Mo Qingyan, witnessing this scene, promptly warned Zhou Tian, "Junior brother, we must eliminate Gan Lin. Otherwise, he will always remain a threat. Fear not, he shall meet his end." Zhou Tian replied with a laugh. Bolstered by the holy sword in his possession, he wielded the long sword with confidence, the blade's aura radiating powerfully, filling him with satisfaction. Gan Lin, prépare tout dit. What will it be like to perish beneath the sword you forged? Zhou Tian brandished the holy sword, ready to strike at Gan Lin. Yet at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Suddenly, two beams of red and white light erupted from the sword's body, reminiscent of the hues previously seen in the sword pool. Zhou Tian's eyes widened as he felt the holy sword tremble in his grasp. Despite exerting all his might, he could not control the holy sword. The brilliance of the sword intensified, and to everyone's astonishment, it split in two. In Zhou Tian's hand was a pristine white sword, while the other transformed into a blood-red sword, mirroring the color of the boiling blood within the sword pool. Even more astonishing was how the blood-red sword soared into the air. Yang Jun, hiding in an inconspicuous corner, initially intended to feign death. To his astonishment, the blood-red sword flew directly towards him. With widened eyes, he instinctively reached out, seizing the sword in his grasp. Though slightly dazed, the tangible sensation confirmed to him that he had acquired a treasure. As Yang Jun spoke, Gan Lin roared in realization. "I understand now. It all makes sense." Gan Lin, a master swordsmith, had been involved in the crafting of the holy sword from the beginning. However, he had witnessed Zhou Tian and Yang Jun using blood to sacrifice for the sword, leading to this unforeseen outcome. No amount of dead flesh could endow the holy sword with spirituality. Only the blood of the living could achieve that. Thus, both had used their blood to summon the sword, resulting in the holy sword embodying both good and evil. Splitting into two, one for the king and the other for the conqueror, Gan Lin grasped the situation, yet he was still filled with indignation. How could the holy sword he forged belong to others? With a flick of his right hand, a long sword flew from the sword pool into his grip. His eyes filled with murderous intent as he glared at Zhou Tian and Yang Jun. "This holy sword cannot be taken from me. Hand it over at once." Gan Lin bellowed, unleashing two sword auras that surged towards Zhou Tian and Yang Jun. Zhou Tian, too, felt a surge of anger. He had not anticipated that the holy sword would split in two, with Yang Jun seizing half of it. However, the most pressing matter was to deal with Gan Lin first. Otherwise, they would face greater trouble. Zhou Tian swung the pristine white sword, while Yang Jun was even quicker to retaliate. He had been watching Gan Lin closely, and upon seeing Gan Lin's intent to kill, he struck first. In a life-or-death struggle, the first strike holds the advantage. Now, Zhou Tian and Yang Jun unleashed their sword auras, one white and one red, simultaneously attacking Gan Lin, merging their energies in the air. "The sacred sword belongs to me. I have schemed for years. How can I allow you to seize it?" Gan Lin roared, his sword dancing fiercely. As a sixth-tier master, how could he be unable to overpower these two brash youngsters? With such thoughts, Gan Lin's movements grew even more rapid. However, he underestimated the might of the sword energy emitted by the Shui Jian and Hong Jian. The two streams of sword energy merged and surged towards Gan Lin. He swung his sword, yet it collided with the sword energy of the sacred sword. A resounding clash of metal rang out, scattering Gan Lin's sword energy. Meanwhile, the force of the sacred sword's energy remained unabated, its tremendous power continuing to exert its influence. In the next moment, the long sword in Gan Lin's hand was utterly shattered. Moreover, the situation did not cease. To Gan Lin's astonishment, the sword energy now divided again. The red and white sword energies struck him directly, piercing through his body. Gan Lin's eyes widened, unable to believe the scene unfolding before him. How could this be? Could this truly be the true power of the sacred sword? He simply could not fathom why events had taken such a turn, especially as the very weapon he had devoted his life to obtaining was now the one that harmed him. In the midst of Gan Lin's stunned murmurs, there was a sudden, deafening explosion. Gan Lin's body erupted. A peak six-tier master was unable to withstand a single blow from the sacred sword. Gazing at the mist of blood and inhaling the acrid scent of gore, the vicinity of the sword pool fell into utter silence. This old man, Gan Lin, had schemed against all who came here to obtain the sacred sword, yet in the end, he too succumbed beneath it. At this moment, the forces of the court were arriving in increasing numbers. Although the Jianghu figures were discontent with the court, they dared not confront them openly and hurriedly fled. Inside the sword pavilion, the number of people dwindled as everyone prioritized their own survival and scattered in all directions. However, Zhou Tian did not leave. He gripped the snow-white Jun Wang Jian tightly, his gaze fixed on Yang Jun. With a flick of his right hand, a powerful sword energy burst forth towards the front. The sacred sword should be complete. It belongs solely to me. Hand over the sacred sword, or face death. Zhou Tian roared, his eyes filled with fury. Chapter 69. Resurgence of conflict. Zhou Tian's thoughts were equally malevolent. No one could stop him now, especially with Mo Qingyan by his side. If he could take the opportunity to eliminate Yang Jun, then the sacred sword would truly be his. Yet Yin Xuanmo remembered his good brother. What do you intend to do, Zhou Tian? How dare you disrespect him? This brother has saved my life. Do you not fear my retribution? Yin Xuanmo reprimanded coldly, using his identity as the fifth prince to pressure Zhou Tian. Fifth prince, you are unaware. You must recognize this man's true identity. He is none other than Yang Jun, the very person you seek. Mo Qingyan snorted disdainfully. She was unafraid of Yin Xuanmo recognizing her, for her disguise was beyond the fifth prince's discernment. Before Yin Xuanmo could say more, having only seen Yang Jun's back, he had known Yang Jun was the one who had assisted his royal uncle. Now, seeing Yang Jun's restored appearance, he was momentarily dumbfounded. It should be noted that when the Pingxi Wang was alive, Yang Jun had been brought to the royal banquet when his engagement to Yin Xie was announced. At that time, Yin Xuanmo had seen Yang Jun from a distance. However, Yang Jun had been the epitome of a wastrel, more interested in revelry than in paying attention to others. Although the former Yang Jun did not recognize Yin Xuanmo, the latter certainly recognized him. My dear brother with whom I share common interests, is that you? Yun Xuanmo sticht a Yang Yun somewhat bewildered, uncertain how to navigate this revelation. Zhou Tian glanced at Yin Xuanmo and chose not to elaborate further, charging towards Yang Jun with his sword. The most important thing now was to resolve this swiftly and claim the sacred sword. After all, his master had declared him the one destined by fate. Therefore, all of this should be resolved by him. Everything was meant to belong to him. The sacred sword, the world, and even women. Yet now, the sacred sword was divided. He had only obtained half, while the other half was possessed by the very person he despised most, Yang Jun. In truth, even at this moment, Zhou Tian could not comprehend why he harbored such animosity towards Yang Jun. What qualification did a fallen heir have to possess something akin to his own? Regardless of the circumstances, what merit did Yang Jun possess? How could he be deserving of the same things as Zhou Tian? Wretch, today I shall use this sacred sword to slay you, Zhou Tian declared again, his voice a furious accusation. Yang Jun was adept at survival, so he had long been on guard against Zhou Tian. As Zhou Tian made his move, Yang Jun swiftly responded. Surrendering was not Yang Jun's style. Self-preservation was his foremost priority. Just as Zhou Tian spat threats, Yang Jun suddenly surged forward. The red sword in his hand swung rapidly, the crimson sword energy rushing towards the pure white sword energy emitted by Zhou Tian's long sword. The collision of red and white sword energies erupted in midair, rippling outward in waves. The sword energy surged forth, cutting through everything in its path, until it crashed against the mountainside behind the sword pavilion, creating a cacophony of sound as stones flew, raining down upon the sword pool. The power of these two sacred swords left the onlookers awestruck, yet they now found themselves in peril. In that instant, they all scrambled to evade the impending danger. The sword pool had cracked and begun to collapse. Not only the sword pool, but the entire location of the sword pavilion was on the brink of crumbling and sinking. Zhou Tian was filled with resentment. In his eyes, Yang Jun should not have been able to withstand him. His current ability was clearly due to the other half of his sacred sword. Otherwise, a casual strike from him would have long since claimed Yang Jun's life. The power of the Crimson Sacred Sword was undoubtedly crucial. The sacred sword is rightfully mine. It was always meant to belong to me. Zhou Tian roared, disregarding the quaking earth and crumbling ground, swinging the snow-white sacred sword once more towards Yang Jun. Facing the onslaught, let out a cold snort, parrying Zhou Tian's attack with his red sword. You damn scoundrel, why is it that I cannot kill you? Zhou Tian bellowed in frustration. He possessed a powerful master to pave his way and a beautiful, exceptional senior sister to assist him. Yang Jun, the wastrel, was no longer under the shadow of Pingxi Wang and, in Zhou Tian's eyes, was not even worth a mere ant. Yet it was precisely this small ant who now posed such a significant threat to him. This reality was something Zhou Tian found utterly unacceptable. He was unwilling to believe that fate had brought such events upon him. Moreover, Zhou Tian, having investigated Yang Jun after the sixth princess announced her intention to cancel their engagement, had concluded that Yang Jun was a mere useless wastrel who possessed no martial art skills. Yet now it appeared that Yang Jun not only had martial prowess, but also remarkable physical qualities. This wastrel, was he not supposed to be entirely consumed by indulgence in wine and pleasure, utterly worthless? Third senior sister, assist me in slaying Yang Jun. Only thus could he quell the resentment in his heart. Yang Jun was simply unworthy of being his adversary. No, we must leave this place at once. Mo Qingyan, however, did not take action. Instead, she calmly spoke to Zhou Tian. Third senior sister, are you truly unwilling to assist me? Mo Qingyan's words left Zhou Tian utterly astonished. Could it be that the emergence of that scoundrel Yang Jun had indeed rewritten everything? Had he become so bewildered in the face of it all? Below the sword pavilion, it should have been hollowed out by the dry forest, transformed into a tunnel for escape, but he had not utilized it. Now, with the clash of the holy sword, the unleashed power was sufficient to obliterate everything here. If we do not flee, we may well be buried alive. Mo Qingyan uttered a cold snort, speaking fervently. Given the circumstances, the only prudent course of action was to depart. Yang Jun had also recognized this truth. He had no inclination to engage Zhou Tian in combat. In the present moment, the utmost priority was survival. He swiftly pulled Yun Xuanma along, guiding him out. After all, he was his own nephew. He could not abandon him to perish here. Scoundrel, still attempting to escape? Chapter 70. The Prince's Dilemma. Zhou Tian, stop pursuing and leave here at once. Mo Qingyan grasped Zhou Tian's hand, issuing a low rebuke. The ground beneath was collapsing. If they did not leave now, they would likely face a dead end. Young Jun, I shall not spare you. Zhou Tian growled, fury flashing in his eyes. He understood that if he did not follow Mo Qingyan's lead, he would certainly be entombed here. The group could no longer afford to bicker. They were all desperately fleeing. As Yang Jun departed, he witnessed the ground crack open, revealing a tunnel beneath the sword pavilion. It seemed this passage could lead to the outside world. Regrettably, as he approached, he noticed layers of rubble sealing it tightly. It appeared it would be of no use. Yun Xuanma was rescued by Yang Jun, who assessed the situation with a complex expression, seemingly struggling to accept it all. Brother, are you truly Yang Jun? He inquired. Yes. Given the current circumstances, it was time to lay everything bare. He understood that his nephew's arrival was likely due to Yun Xia. Yun Xuanma's feelings were intricate. He had exerted considerable effort to locate Yang Jun, yet the man he had despised in rumors had saved his life. Now, faced with this reality, Yun Xuanma found himself at a loss regarding how to proceed. Where is Xia? Yun Xuanmo questionet Yang Jun. Rest assured, she's in a safe place. I will ensure her protection. Nothing will happen to her. Yang Jun nodded, having anticipated this matter. That is good, as long as Xia is unharmed. Yun Xuanma stated, glancing once more at the sword pavilion, now completely collapsed. The individuals involved included both court officials and martial artists. Alas, this situation is troublesome. How shall I report this to Father Emperor? Yin Xuanma sighed deeply, a bitter smile crossing his face. Yang Jun, however, remained focused ahead. Mo Qingyan and Zhou Tian had also emerged. It appears there is a turn of events. Zhou Tian and Mo Qingyan are together. This woman, Mo Qingyan, has slain the Yu family and has been caught red-handed. If Yin Xuanma were to expose her true identity, Zhou Tian would certainly be implicated. Yang Jun Tog, growing increasingly satisfied with this development. Now it seemed the most effective resolution lay in this direction. Zhou Tian's persona was quite admirable. But if Yin Xuanma were to publicly disclose Mo Qingyan's true identity, the possibilities for maneuvering would be vast. Mo Qingyan sensed a pair of malevolent eyes upon her. She hastily lifted her gaze to the front. In that instant, she spotted Yin Xuanma and Yang Jun. The implications of this realization sent a chill of sweat down her spine. This was dire. Zhou Tian would inevitably be implicated and face misfortune as well. With this thought in mind, Mo Qingyan hastily whispered several urgent instructions into Zhou Tian's ear. Having completed this, she quickly departed. Yang Yun, observing this, cannot help but sigh. This woman, Mo Qingyan, was swifter in her escape than a rabbit. Moreover, a sense of unease crept over Yang Jun as he noticed Mo Qingyan fleeing toward the inn, where Yun Xie was alone. Fifth Prince, it is time for you to step forward and manage the aftermath. Yang Jun promptly addressed Yin Xuanma, for someone needed to take action. Where is Xie? Take me to her. I must personally retrieve her. As for the sword pavilion incident, it shall merely be deemed an unfortunate accident. No, it is not appropriate for you to go there. I will bring your sister to you. As Yang Jun spoke, he caught sight of Mo Qingyan entering the inn. Remember, you are a prince. Now is your opportunity to tidy up the mess. Also, you must delay Zhou Tian. If you accomplish these tasks, I shall provide you with the latest edition of the book, Yang Jun declared, leaving those words behind as he hurried away. Yang Jun, I am a prince. Why should I heed your words? Yin Xuanma retorted, discontent evident. Yet Yang Jun had already vanished from sight, rendering his protests futile. Wait for me. If you do not deliver the latest edition, I shall have you punished. Ultimately, Yun Suen Mo Qiu's to heed Yang Yun is counted. After all, they shared common interests and were both refined individuals. Moreover, Yang Jun had saved his life, so their relationship was more about gratitude than animosity. Yin Xuanma gazed around, noting the chaos and devastation, with so many lives lost. It was clear that someone needed to manage the aftermath, and now, that responsibility fell upon him. Upon seeing Yang Jun depart, Zhou Tian immediately connected the dots. Yang Jun must be seeking Yin Xie. She was now a thorn in his side, for he believed himself to be the ideal candidate for her betrothal. Yet this useless son of a noble had usurped that position and refused to withdraw. With these thoughts in mind, Zhou Tian resolved to follow Yang Jun. Commander Zhou, come here. At that moment, Yin Xuanma gestured to Zhou Tian, his royal authority unmistakable. Your Highness, Zhou Tian acknowledged, finding himself unable to refuse the prince's summons. Thus, he reluctantly abandoned his pursuit of Yang Jun. Join me in managing the aftermath and assist me in resolving everything here. As Yin Xuanma spoke, Zhou Tian furrowed his brow. Your Highness, I have matters to attend to. What did you say? Do you dare to disregard my words? Zhou Tian's rejection prompted Yin Xuanma to interject with a sharp reprimand. Though he could not comprehend Yang Jun's plans, he was resolute in not following his lead. He was a prince after all. Yet, whether it was the allure of that latest edition or an instinctive response, Yin Xuanma found himself with no real option to refuse. Upon hearing Yin Xuanma's command, Yang Jun's expression shifted. Who was Yin Xuanma? He was the brother of Yin Xie and a favored prince of the emperor. To refuse him would surely incur his wrath, the consequences of which were unimaginable. Chapter 71. Clever Strategies. Zhou Tian, have you not heard my command, or do you wish to defy me? Yin Xuanma scoffed, now more determined than ever to assist Yang Jun, but also focused on Zhou Tian's current stance. After all, he was a prince, the beloved fifth prince of the great Xia emperor. That scoundrel Zhou Tian, does he truly believe that a moment of glory today grants him the right to flaunt his power before me? Yun Xian Mo felt a surge of dissatisfaction with Zhou Tian's demeanor, letting out a cold snort that carried an icy aura. The dignity of the royal family erupted at that moment. Minister Zhou Tian, I shall comply with your highness's orders. When the day comes that he holds all the power, he will make the Yun family royal court witness what it means to be trampled beneath his feet. Yang Jun, Having arranged for Yun Xianmo to clean up the aftermath, dashed toward the inn. Along the way, he gripped the crimson blood sword, feeling immense satisfaction. With the holy sword in hand, the world is mine. Though the holy sword is now split in two, its eerie red hue delighted Yang Jun. When wielding the blood sword, he felt an inexplicable connection, as if their minds were in sync, allowing him to merge his thoughts with it. Given time, directing his strength would no longer be a mere dream. As Yang Jun rushed forward, he failed to notice Mo Qing Yan. This realization made him somewhat anxious. Mo Qing Yan was headed in this direction, and her target was likely Yin Shiyu. After all, with Zhou Tian's status, the disappearance of a royal princess had prompted even Yun Xian Mo to search for her. It was entirely plausible that Zhou Tian would seek information through this incident. Yang Jun tightened his grip on the blood sword. This was the Overlord's sword, and it demanded an aura of dominance. As for Zhou Tian's so-called king sword, that rascal was indeed fortunate, basking in the glow of the protagonist. However, it mattered little. With a weapon now in hand, he felt significantly more secure. Yang Jun rushed to his room, knowing that the external matters had been resolved. What he needed to do now was to bring Yun Shiyu, the sixth princess, along and hastily depart from this place of chaos. This was of utmost importance. Otherwise, further complications would arise, leading to even more trouble. He merely wished to survive and develop, ensuring he had enough leverage so he would not always be at the mercy of others. Currently, Yun Shiyu was a glaring vulnerability within his grasp. The medicinal powder he had scattered before leaving had already dispersed. Someone had burst into the room. Yang Jun raised an eyebrow, blood sword in hand, pushed open the door, and entered. Upon stepping inside, he let out a long sigh of relief. Yun Shiyu was still there, sitting on the bed, looking rather bored. Yang Jun, have you succeeded? Is this the holy sword? Upon seeing Yang Jun, Yun Shiyu stood up, her face brimming with excitement, her gaze fixed on the holy sword in his hand. Indeed, I have succeeded. I have acquired the holy sword. Yang Jun smiled, but immediately pressed Yun Shiyu down. Is this what the holy sword is like? Yun Shiyu's face was filled with curiosity as she reached out to touch the holy sword. However, the moment her hand moved, it was restrained by Yang Jun. With swift motion, he leaned in and kissed her. Caught off guard, Yun Shiyu's luscious red lips were captured by Yang Jun, and the moment turned into a flurry of surprise. What are you doing? Yun Shiyu exclaimed, staring at Yang Jun in astonishment. As she spoke, she instinctively shrank back, clearly on guard. What do you mean? What am I doing? We're like an old married couple. A kiss is nothing. Now that I have the holy sword, I have succeeded. Shouldn't you celebrate with me? Yang Jun chuckled, his demeanor brazen. He then exerted more force, leaving Yun Shiyu defenseless as she toppled backward. Yang Jun, what are you saying? What am I saying? This is not the time for words. It is time for action. Now that we have succeeded, let us celebrate with your body. Yang Jun spoke with unabashed audacity, his voice elongated as he leaned down to kiss her again. Yang Jun, let me go. Yun Shiyu's cheeks flushed crimson, her tone laced with anger. Why stop now? Because my royal brother is coming. He is here, and that would be inappropriate. Oh, your royal brother is coming, and you are aware of it? Yang Jun asked with a wicked grin, deliberately feigning ignorance. As he spoke, he continued his actions, inciting further embarrassment and indignation in Yun Shiyu, her once rosy cheeks now glowing even more vibrantly. She realized something was amiss with her body. A peculiar sensation washing over her that was both shameful and oddly anticipatory. I only heard some commotion outside. Someone called for my royal brother. Yun Shiyu seemed to have finally found a way to justify herself, pushing against Yang Jun. Yet, Yang Jun's response was swifter. He seized both of her hands. What are you panicking for? I have succeeded, and as husband and wife, we should celebrate properly, Yang Jun said, his eyes fixed on Yun Shiyu's alluring face, showing no hesitation as he leaned in for another kiss. Don't do this. How do we celebrate? Yun Shiyu attempted to protest. Yet the murderous intent in her eyes intensified. What is there to discuss between husband and wife? Come, let us celebrate heartily, Yang Jun declared with no regard, advancing his lips while raising his hands. Yun Shiyu, seething with indignation, wished she could strike Yang Jun down with a sword and escape with the holy sword. However, as she thought this, a flicker of Mo Qing Yan's visage crossed her mind. That was close. Thankfully, she managed to maintain her composure. Montak King Yun, astonisit. had rushed here with the primary purpose of dealing with Yang Jun to seize the holy sword from him. Little did she expect Yang Jun to be so shameless. Chapter 72. Mo Qing Yin falls into the trap. Now, Mo Qing Yin was more convinced than ever that the rumors outside were true. Yang Jun was indeed a shameless scoundrel, a complete wastrel whose actions were repugnant. Observing Yang Jun, who was shamelessly taking advantage of her, Mo Qing Yin felt a twinge of relief. Yet, her joy was short-lived. With her injuries, facing Yang Jun was no simple task. Not to mention whether she could win in a direct confrontation. Drawing the attention of the fifth prince's entourage would only complicate matters further. She had planned to use her aerial illusion technique to disguise herself as Yun Shiyu, tricking Yang Jun into handing over the holy sword. But it seemed he would not even allow her the chance to execute her plan. It appeared that she could only endure this humiliation and wait for the opportune moment to seize the holy sword from Yang Jun. As Mo Qing Yin wrestled with her feelings of resentment and grievance, Yang Jun made his move again. He pulled her close, leaning in. How do you like it? Did you not say my physique is admirable? Yes, it is good. I like it. Mo Qing Yin was at a loss for words, feeling utterly flustered. In her sect, she and the other female disciples held a high status. Although their master had mentioned they were to pave the way for Zhou Tian, they had never encountered men, as such matters were deemed utterly repulsive. Yet at this moment, Mo Qing Yin was astonished to find that, for some reason, she felt no aversion or rejection to the situation. Instead, she experienced an inexplicable sensation that was foreign to her. Since you like it, let us continue. Yang Jun wore an expression of wicked delight, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. As he spoke, he became increasingly audacious, continuing to kiss without restraint. No, stop. Please. Mo Qing Yin pleaded, her urgency and embarrassment evident. I mean, you should take the initiative. Flushed with a mix of shame and urgency, Mo Qing Yin found herself unable to refuse. Haha, it seems you're still shy. In that case, let me take the lead, Yang Jun proclaimed, exuding an air of arrogance and satisfaction. Mo Qing Yin bit back her anger and tried desperately to extend her hand towards the hilt of the holy sword, which lay tantalizingly close. Yet, the insufferable Yang Jun pressed his weight down upon her, making it impossible to grasp it, no matter how hard she tried. Yang Jun, could you please let me go? Mo Qing Yin gasped, taking a deep breath, her voice laced with desperation. Sure, he replied swiftly, so quickly it felt surreal to her. Yet, Mo Qing Yin had no time to ponder, for as soon as he relinquished his hold, she reached forward, the holy sword within her grasp. If she could seize it, all her troubles would vanish. As for Yang Jun, the scoundrel who dared to toy with her, she would make him pay dearly. Her hand trembled as it neared the holy sword. A glimmer of hope sparked within her. All the humiliation she had endured could finally be avenged. At that moment, Yang Jun, the rogue, moved in closer. What are you doing? Mo Qing Yin wanted to cry, feeling so close to achieving her goal, only to have the situation twist into chaos once more. What is wrong? Isn't this our usual way? Besides, you used to enjoy it. Yang Jun feigns surprise, while Mo Qing Yin clenched her teeth, nearly shattering them in frustration. Did this cad truly intend to push her to her limits? Darling, since this concerns both of us, just bear with me for a moment. I'll show you the holy sword. It's practically yours anyway, he said with a smirk, playfully slapping her backside. Mo Qing Yin shuddered at the unexpected gesture, letting out a soft gasp. In the face of such indignity, she chose to endure. Yang Yun xiao the action, relishing in his triumph. Who would refuse such an opportunity? He mused. Zhou Tian, you think fate is on your side, that you can truly conquer the heavens? These two holy swords will belong to me, and your senior sister will be mine as well. Yang Jun reveled in his arrogance, dismissing any notion of destiny or heroic struggles as meaningless. No matter the circumstances, he would relish in his newfound power, declaring himself the true protagonist of this tale. As he gazed down at Mo Qing Yin, who was disguised as Yun Xie, he prepared to remove his trousers. However, just then, Yun Xie vanished, and Mo Qing Yin's face reappeared before him. Without warning, she struck out at Yang Jun. Watch out, he exclaimed, hastily raising his hands to defend himself. Although he blocked the blow, he was forced to retreat swiftly to avoid further harm. Mo Qing Yin glared at him, her eyes ablaze with fury, as if she wished to devour him whole. The audacity of this scoundrel, taking advantage of her in such a manner, was infuriating. "You shameless rogue! You knew all along it was me," she shouted, her anger boiling over. If she hadn't been privy to Yang Jun's thoughts, she might have truly believed he was taking undue liberties with her. While she may not have allowed him to go that far, being touched by a man like him was an unbearable humiliation, one she could not accept. "No, if you're going to pretend to be my wife, I will certainly indulge in that fantasy. Why would I expose the truth with such a beautiful wife by my side?" Yang Jun shrugged with a knowing smile. It was a pity that he was only a step away from his goal. As Yang Jun shook his head in disappointment, Mo Qingyan gritted her teeth. Firmly stomping her feet on the ground, she leaped forward, determined to seize the holy sword. "What a dedicated senior sister, never forgetting her mission," Yang Jun remarked, shaking his head with amusement. He did not interfere, watching as Mo Qingyan reached for the holy sword. Her joy was palpable, but as her fingers closed around the crimson blade, it emitted a sinister red glow, its sword energy radiating like blood, enveloping the room. Montauk Qingyan gasped in horror, retreating in panic. Unfortunately, she was too late. The sword's light pierced her eyes, and she cried out, tears of blood streaming down her cheeks. Chapter 73. The might of the holy sword. My apologies, the holy sword's power is overwhelming, and I was caught unawares. What if such a beautiful woman were to lose her sight forever? Yang Jun's voice was cold as he caught the sword in his hand, wielding it with a casual flourish. This woman was far too dangerous. If he could not possess her, then he must ensure her destruction. She could not be left for Zhou Tian. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Yang Jun made his decision. Mo Qingyan had not yet recovered from her earlier injuries, and this new blow would only exacerbate her condition. Her growing anxiety was palpable as she shouted, "Yang Jun, I will kill you," while tossing a bead in his direction. Seeing this, Yang Jun dared not approach and swiftly retreated. A cloud of smoke erupted, and he held his breath, exerting himself to disperse the encroaching mist. When the smoke cleared, he discovered that Mo Qingyan had vanished, leaving only a gaping hole in the window. What a resilient woman she was. Even blinded, she could escape. Though she had arrived before him, she was not far ahead. Capturing Yun Xie would take time, and he soon spotted her beneath the bed, dragging the royal sixth princess out. Yang Jun couldn't help but chuckle at her disheveled state. If she knew how she looked now, would she not wish to silence him? Yet he understood that the responsibility for this predicament lay with him. He could not hope to withstand someone as formidable as Mo Qingyan with mere powders. Truly a hindrance, he sighed, placing Yun Xie on the bed. With a dissatisfied expression, he raised his hand and delivered a slap to Yun Xie's backside. The sound echoed, yet she did not awaken. Yang Jun was taken aback and leaned closer. This time his hand struck her cheek instead. Yang Jun, am a man who treats beauties well. A slap to the face is merely to rouse you, he thought, feeling a twinge of apprehension. Fortunately, Mo Qingyan had not grasped the full extent of his relationship with those around him. If the real Yun Xie had seen him, her reaction would have been to scold him, to blame herself, rather than approach him with affectionate familiarity. The proud and headstrong sixth princess would have been more inclined to reprimand him, perhaps even resorting to physical punishment. Based solely on this, regardless of how formidable Mo Qingyan's lofty ambitions may seem, Yang Jun made a judgment, convinced that he harbored ulterior motives. Yang Jun then playfully struck Yun Xie twice, once on the backside and once across the face. "Oh, that hurts. Why does it hurt so much?" Yun Xie exclaimed, awakening with a look of grievance. Hearing her voice, Yang Jun quickly approached. "Did you have a nightmare? Do not fear, I am here." As he spoke, he extended his arms to embrace her. "Yang Jun, you scoundrel. Why won't you let me go to Jinlu? Take me there immediately. You cannot brush me off or evade responsibility." Yun Xie bellowed, glaring at Yang Jun with evident dissatisfaction. "There's no need to go. It's already over." "What? This is all your fault. You've deprived this princess of enjoyment." As soon as Yang Jun finished speaking, Yun Xie let out a furious roar and swung her hand towards his cheek. Anticipating this, Yang Yun swiftly kept her wrist. Enjoyable? A battlefield strewn with corpses is enjoyable? The sky collapsing and the earth cracking is enjoyable? You foolish girl, I'm doing this for your own good. What do you mean by for my good? You are merely a coward. With this princess by your side, what is there to fear? It is all your fault. You made me miss out on the fun. It is entirely your mistake. Yun Xie shouted again, her face contorted with displeasure. Yang Jun looked at her and smiled, nodding gently. Indeed, this reaction is the true essence of you. All right, princess, I will compensate you in the future. Yang Jun responded casually, considering the matter settled. Is that true? How do you intend to compensate me? Yun Xie smiled and inquired as she leaned forward. She found herself increasingly enjoying teasing Yang Jun. For he was to be her future husband. It was only natural to flirt with him. However, at that moment, she suddenly detected an unusual scent emanating from Yang Jun. This was not his fragrance, nor her own. Yang Jun, why do you carry the scent of another woman? Yun Xie seethed, raising her voice in anger. Is this woman a bloodhound? Yang Jun was taken aback. Mo Qingyin's scent was indeed distinctive, but the pressing question was how to explain it at this moment. Yang Jun. At that instant, a stern voice cut through the air, and Yun Xuanma burst into the room. Yang Jun, release my sister, he shouted in shock. Upon entering, he had witnessed Yang Jun and Yun Xie in a close embrace, which left him furious. Yang Jun, let go. Why have you taken Xie? What are your intentions? Yun Xuanma demanded, visibly enraged, while Yang Jun appeared quite pleased. Indeed, he is a good brother who has received my gifts of literature. He comes to my aid in a critical moment. To uncover the truth, you should ask her. Let her explain. Also, there was an assassin who attempted to harm your sister. Yang Jun replied languidly, feeling that the immediate danger had passed. Yun Xuanma widened his eyes, scrutinizing both Yun Xie and Yang Jun. Meanwhile, Yun Xie glared at her brother, frustrated. She had been eager to discover which woman's scent clung to Yang Jun, bewildered that he could betray her with another. Now, with Yun Xuanma's arrival, it seemed her inquiries had been thwarted. She was furious, and the consequences would be severe. Stepping forward, she seized her brother's ear. Yang Jun instinctively rubbed his own ear, realizing that this move was something Yun Xie had perfected on him. I came to play with Yang Jun. What right do you have to oppose me? Yun Xie demanded, her eyes filled with discontent. It hurts, it hurts. Xie, fifth brother is worried about you. Yun Xuanma's irritation vanished, replaced by concern as he spoke to his sister. Despite his gentlemanly demeanor in the eyes of others, he had always held a special affection for Yun Xie, tempered with a degree of apprehension. Yang Jun, what were you saying about an assassin? Chapter 74. He is a gentleman. An assassin intended to harm your sister. A female assassin broke into the inn while I was rescuing you, and her intentions were nefarious. Yang Jun quickly explained, clarifying why he bore the scent of another woman and detailing how he had saved Yun Xuanma. Yun Xuanma was all too familiar with the events, having experienced them firsthand. Yang Jun's account was indeed accurate. He had saved him during these perilous moments. Though all the incidents had transpired within the same vicinity, they had undoubtedly encompassed more than a single occurrence. Yang Jun, satisfied that his explanation was clear, glanced at the sibling duo, feeling assured there would be no further inquiries. He then nimbly leaped through the broken window. I will pursue the assassin. I cannot rest easy until she is captured. Yang Jun, wait for me. I want to go too. Yun Xie exclaimed, her voice rising as she prepared to leap out. Sister, where do you think you're going? It's too dangerous. Do not go, under any circumstances. Yun Xuanma firmly grasped Yun Xie, knowing that if she ventured out now, it could lead to genuine trouble. He cared deeply for his younger sister. Oh, I see. Then you go and assist Yang Jun. Yun Xie feigned compliance, vigorously nodding her head before addressing her brother. Upon hearing her words, Yun Xuanma's eyes widened. What did you just say? This was his own sister. He had just warned her of the impending danger. She had listened, but her interpretation was utterly misguided. You are going to help Yang Jun? The assassin is extremely dangerous. Yun Xie reiterated, her expression filled with concern as she gazed at the broken window. Her heart was undeniably anxious for Yang Jun's safety. Xie, that fellow wields the holy sword. What does he have to fear from an assassin? But I, with empty hands, should you not be worried for my safety? Yun Xuanma added with a hint of grievance, particularly over the fact that Yun Xie seemed solely focused on Yang Jun, disregarding her own safety. Yang Jun obtained the holy sword? This revelation caught Yun Xie's attention, her face lighting up with excitement. Indeed, the man she had set her sights on was extraordinary. She had witnessed the battle outside Jinlu, fully aware of the inherent dangers. With blood flowing freely outside, the inner sanctum was likely fraught with peril. The fact that Yang Jun had acquired the holy sword under such circumstances only solidified her conviction in him. Unconsciously, she imagined Yang Jun vanquishing foes with majestic prowess. Yes, With the holy sword in his possession, who could possibly harm him? Yin Xuanma scoffed, thinking it absurd that he should be expected to assist Yang Jun at such a time. Recalling the previous carnage, he felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. The horrific scenes he had witnessed, limbs and bodies flying through the air, left him deeply shaken. Then tell me how he accomplished that. Was it impressive? Was he formidable? Yun Xie asked, her curiosity piqued as she gestured animatedly. At that moment, her eyes sparkled with excitement. No matter the circumstances, she unwaveringly believed in Yang Jun. Since the moment she could hear Yang Jun's thoughts, his image in her heart has transformed into something magnificent. However, Yun Xian Imo now wore a face of dark clouds. What was there to discuss? Playing dead? Crawling on ground? Mixing among the sword pool? And then spilling blood? Most crucially, the heavenly sword had indeed flown into his hands. How could one possibly describe such an occurrence? To speak of it, not only would one doubt their own credibility, but Yinshi would also not let it rest. Glancing at her sister, who was brimming with excitement, Yun Xianmo, fully aware of her personality, believed that if he did not provide a satisfactory explanation, the consequences would be dire. Shiyu, you were not present during that time. You cannot fathom how perilous the situation was, truly a scene of flashing blades and a mountain of corpses. After contemplating for a moment, Yun Xianmo coughed lightly and began to speak. In truth, upon reflection, he felt a tinge of fear. Had it not been for Yang Jun, he might well have perished there. Upon hearing Yun Xianmo's account, Yun Xiu nodded gently, enriching the narrative with her own embellishments, of course, attributing many events to herself. As she listened to her brother's tale, she could not help but be taken aback. Simultaneously, she felt a pang of guilt. Previously, Yang Jun had vehemently opposed her accompanying him, and in truth, it was indeed for her own good to protect her. Now, merely echoing her brother's words, she realized it could have led to a true deadlock. Had she followed, she might have merely become a corpse for the sacrificial sword in the pool. Nevertheless, credit must be given to Yang Jun. His demeanor was strikingly different from the debauched image circulated in rumors. He was not a lecherous scoundrel, but rather humble and kind-hearted. After boasting about himself, Yun Xianmo began to extol Yang Jun as virtues. It must be said that in this regard, Yun Xianmo was in agreement with Yang Jun. After all, how many young men would readily share their cherished possessions upon first meeting? Yun Xianmo added, "He is indeed a true gentleman." Yun Xiu spoke with conviction, nodding firmly. It is worth noting that despite her flirtations with Yang Jun, he had not taken advantage of her. This alone led Yun Xiu to believe that Yang Jun was infinitely superior to other men. This notion lingered in her heart. Yang Jun, you cannot escape this. Now that the fifth prince also recognized him, with his assistance, they would undoubtedly be able to persuade the emperor. As Yun Xiu pondered these matters, a smile crept upon her face. Some matters could indeed be resolved with ingenuity. In any case, her future husband must be Yang Jun. No one else would suffice. At this moment, Yang Jun was utterly unconcerned with the events transpiring behind him. He was wholly focused on pursuing Mo Qingyan. Yang Jun's philosophy regarding enemies was simple: strike when they're vulnerable. Women like Mo Qingyan were formidable assets for Zhou Tian in the original narrative. His best course of action was to swiftly subdue this woman. If he could eliminate Mo Qingyan and others like her, would Zhou Tian still require their aid? Mo Qingyan fled ahead, her prior injuries having been discerned by Yang Jun. The most severe wound was to her eyes, scorched by the sacred sword's radiance. She had narrowly escaped the inn, but did not head toward the city. Severely injured, her strength was greatly diminished. Maintaining her previous prowess was nearly impossible. Thus, she could only hastily escape towards the rear of the sword residence. Once she broke free, she would find the woods and the edge of the imperial city, thereby allowing her to hide among the mountains. Filled with fury, Mo Qingyan could not comprehend why she had encountered someone like Yang Jun. Rumors painted him as a wastrel, a mere fool. How could he possess the strength to contend with her? Yang Jun, you are doomed. You must die. As she fled, her thoughts turned dark and vengeful, determined to slay Yang Jun. Everything she desired had been utterly destroyed because of him. Zhou Tian had been forcibly detained by Yun Xianmo to assist in resolving the aftermath. However, once everything was settled, he realized that not only had the fifth prince slipped away, but his senior sister, Mo Qingyan, was also nowhere to be found. Reflecting on Mo Qingyan's earlier words, He considered the possibility that she had gone to attack Yang Jun, prompting him to head to the inn. Nevertheless, Zhou Tian did not lose hope. His senior sister would not leave without reason, and with the court's personnel inside and outside the inn, she was likely hiding nearby. Thus, he hastened towards the back alley of the inn. With the sacred sword in hand, Zhou Tian felt a surge of confidence. In fact, he fervently wished to encounter Yang Jun. However, just as Zhou Tian ventured forth, a middle-aged man emerged, clad in luxurious attire with a young attendant in tow, seemingly unremarkable. Zhou Tian furrowed his brow, sensing the sacred sword tremble slightly, as if it too had sensed an impending danger. "Who goes there?" Zhou Tian, gripping the sacred sword, called out imperatively. As the commander of the Imperial City's Weifeng unit, his authority was not to be trifled with. "Our esteemed master He Ming has been awaiting you for quite some time," the young attendant replied. Only then did Zhou Tian recall the task assigned to him by Yunfeng Yu. This location was none other than the back alley of the sword residence, and the individual before him was He Ming, reputed to be the wealthiest man in the Xia. Although Zhou Tian regarded his relationship with Yunfeng Yu as merely cooperative, he currently lacked the strength to resist. Reluctantly, he handed over the item. Surprisingly, He Ming made no move to accept it, instead standing with his hands clasped behind his back. The young attendant accepted the item, inspected it, and then turned to bow respectfully to He Ming. "Master, the item has not been opened." After relaying this, the attendant handed the item to He Ming. Upon opening the box, He Ming's eyes sparkled with delight. Zhou Tian was taken aback. What business could He Ming possibly have with Yunfeng Yu? However, Zhou Tian was adept at seizing opportunities. Thus, rather than continuing his search for Mo Qingyan, he promptly stowed the sacred sword and bowed respectfully. "Zhou Tian of the Weifeng unit in the Imperial City, greetings to Mr. He Ming." If he could successfully connect with He Ming, it would undoubtedly pave the way for future advantages. Moreover, it appeared that He Ming and Yunfeng Yu shared a close relationship. By aligning himself with both, Zhou Tian could reap reward from both sides. Indeed, Mo Qingyan had not managed to flee far. Her escape route and direction were precisely as Zhou Tian had surmised. She concealed herself in the forest, where she would not be easily spotted. Yet, after stumbling a few steps forward, she could no longer persevere, collapsing onto the ground, trembling in the darkness. Exhausted from her injuries, she was devoid of strength to escape, curled up pitifully on the ground, her face pale. In that moment, a gust of wind surged from behind her, directly striking her back. Mo Qingyan faced the sudden ambush, with no means to evade it, and was struck directly. Shocked and enraged, she found herself unable to discern the identity of her assailant. However, as the force of the attack infiltrated her body, she experienced a familiar sensation, identical to the power of the previous strike against her. "Yang Jun, you shameless scoundrel," she shouted in indignation, feeling a deep sense of outrage at such treachery. Yang Jun, now fixated on Mo Qingyan, observed her as her vision blurred. She was clad in tattered garments, revealing her fair skin. It was this woman who had repeatedly conspired against him. Yang Jun, seeing Mo Qingyan, was far from forgiving. Moreover, to deal with her, he could not act under his own name. Unable to see clearly, Mo Qingyan feared another stealthy attack from Yang Jun. She waved her hands in an attempt to ward him off, yet her efforts were futile. At that moment, she heard the sounds of a scuffle. Startled, she turned her gaze toward the source, and faintly, it seemed as if a figure was emerging. "Zhou Tian, you are formidable, but do not forget. This young master now wields the holy sword. One day I shall not spare you." Yang Jun's voice echoed, and Mo Qingyan let out a long sigh of relief. How wonderful it was that Zhou Tian had driven Yang Jun away. Her junior had arrived. She was safe. As the tension within her subsided, she relaxed and reclined against a large rock, appearing even more delicate and enchanting under the moonlight. Just then, footsteps approached. Instinctively, Mo Qingyan sensed that Zhou Tian was near. "Junior, I am injured and cannot see. Quickly, take me away from here." Chapter 76. Who is he? Mo Qingyan could not clearly discern her surroundings, but instinctively, she recognized that the figure before her must be Zhou Tian. In this haze, she merely wished for Zhou Tian to lead her away. Through her blurred vision, she could barely make out a vague silhouette. If it were not Zhou Tian, who else could it be? In this indistinct sight, the figure bore a resemblance to him. Suddenly, she felt a pair of hands supporting her, followed by a surge of energy entering her body. It was the power of the Yulong Shengong. As this energy flowed in, Mo Qingyan savored the benefits of the nurturing force, exhaling slowly. This was the miraculous aspect of the Yulong Shengong, possessing the power to fend off external threats while nurturing the internal self. Yet, just as unease crept into her heart, she suddenly felt hands tugging at her garments, desperately trying to remove them. "Junior, what are you doing?" "Zhou Tian, how dare you?" Mo Qingyan finally sensed something amiss and reprimanded sharply. However, her efforts to resist were futile, for she lacked strength. Moreover, her current condition was worsened by her injuries, leaving her powerless to stop it. The assailant remained silent, continuing to disrobe her, the sounds echoing as her clothing was stripped away, piece by piece. For Mo Qingyan, this was intolerable, a humiliation beyond endurance. Yet despite this, her adversary remained voiceless, and she was too weak to intervene. At this moment, she was utterly drained of strength. What she did not realize was that the figure before her was not Zhou Tian, but rather the wickedly gleeful Yang Jun. Yang Jun was thoroughly pleased with the unfolding events. Regardless of circumstances, whatever he had resolved to accomplish, he would see through to completion. There was no room for negotiation. He was determined to pursue his desires relentlessly. After what felt like an eternity, Yang Jun sat up, satisfied, and meticulously began to arrange Mo Qingyan's disheveled attire. Indeed, Zhou Tian's senior sisters were all exquisite. This was of little consequence, for he had already claimed 2 of the top prizes. In light of this situation, he could still achieve much. "Zhou Tian, there is no need to ponder the remaining matters." Suddenly, Yang Jun heard the sound of approaching footsteps. A smile crept across his face as he slowly stood up. If someone was arriving, it meant that the next phase of his plans was about to unfold. Upon seeing Zhou Tian approach, he smiled slightly and turned to leave. In this moment, everything he desired was manifesting before him. Mo Qingyan, emerging from her stupor, gradually returned to her senses. Though she wished it were merely a dream, the undeniable sensations of her body served as reminders of the ordeal she had endured. Sadness, pain, and humiliation churned within her heart. At that moment, she was overwhelmed by sorrow. Hearing a voice nearby, Mo Qingyan sat upright, her strength surging as if recovering from such profound despair. At the very least, her vision had returned. Zhou Tian was here. Before Zhou Tian delivered something to He Ming, he had sought to ingratiate himself with him. Every action he took was imbued with a desire to please. He Ming, appreciating the young man's social acumen, responded warmly. Their conversation flowed easily, and Zhou Tian garnered He Ming's approval, laying the groundwork for his future endeavors. After their discussion, Zhou Tian recalled Mo Qingyan's situation and rushed to find her, only to be met with her furious expression. With the connection to He Ming secured, Zhou Tian felt a sense of satisfaction, envisioning his rise to prominence. Thus, when he encountered Mo Qingyan, he naturally appeared excited and cheerful. "Senior sister, how do you feel?" What was intended as a simple show of concern, however, struck Mo Qingyan with shock and indignation. She perceived Zhou Tian as flaunting his success before her, reveling in his triumph. What audacity! Was he so boastful now that he had achieved everything? Mo Qingyan's anger flared, feeling immensely wronged. Zhou Tian, puzzled by her reaction, found himself taken aback. Without thinking, he spoke in a deep voice, expressing his dissatisfaction with the situation. Although he was the youngest disciple, he had earned his master's recognition and support. Naturally, the senior sisters should heed his words and provide their backing. Yet, in the midst of Zhou Tian's confusion, Monta Qingyan acted. With a sharp crack, she delivered a resounding slap to Zhou Tian's cheek, catching him off guard. "Zhou Tian, if you dare to breathe a word of this, I will take your life," Mo Qingyan declared fiercely, her face alight with outrage. She felt deeply wronged. This was not the outcome she had wished to witness. Zhou Tian pressed his cheek tightly, his eyes filled with astonishment. What was happening? What could possibly be wrong? He had only just arrived here and had yet to share the good news with his Shiji. Why was he being slapped in the face? These Shiji were truly bullying him. Long Qingyue was originally meant to exist solely for his benefit, waiting until his physical prowess reached its peak for his enjoyment. However, he never anticipated that there would be no sign of her. And then there was Mo Qingyan, who, without reason, struck him, and uttered a series of nonsensical words. What had he done to deserve this? He was putting forth all his efforts for this very moment. Zhou Tian stared at Mo Qingyan, filled with indignation yet perplexed, uncertain of how to proceed. Chapter 77. Women are changeable after all. She was his Shiji, and he had once viewed her as a target to aspire to. Thus, Zhou Tian refrained from truly severing ties with her. Yet, he could not comprehend what Mo Qingyan was alluding to. Struggling, Mo Qingyan slowly stood up. Zhou Tian was taken aback. Did she have something to hide from him? Was that why she had slapped him? But why? Zhou Tian, feeling helpless, listened as Mo Qingyan coldly stated, "The holy sword has been split in two. One of its halves is now lost, and I must report this to my master." Upon hearing this, Zhou Tian was momentarily stunned. What was this woman talking about? Regardless of his faults, he could not prevent the splitting of the holy sword. Why then had she struck him? This matter left Zhou Tian utterly bewildered, feeling a deep sense of frustration. This woman was unreasonable and fierce. Yet, wasn't such a personality precisely what attracted him? As Zhou Tian looked at Mo Qingyan speaking, he felt an odd sensation within him. Once certain thoughts began to surface, they became uncontrollable. Is that so? Mo Qingyan responded to Zhou Tian, her heart filled with disdain. This is for the best. I have no desire to see you again. Let them replace me, and I can avoid this loathsome person before me. Mo Qingyan feared that if she let her guard down, she might truly harm him. Zhou Tian's eyes widened. Was the splitting of the holy sword such a grave error? His Shiji appeared as if she truly wished to kill him, which was utterly shocking. Mo Qingyan quickly departed, leaving Zhou Tian with a chilling aura emanating from her. It seemed an insurmountable chasm had formed between him and his Shiji, beyond the realm of reconciliation. The chaos at the Sword Lodge had finally been brought under control. Yun Xie, having awaited Yang Jun's return in vain, was forcibly taken by Yun Xuanma and ushered into a carriage. Yun Xie felt aggrieved and anxious. She could not ease her heart regarding such matters. Yang Jun had already entwined himself within her thoughts, leaving her with no possibility of letting go. Moreover, this was the imperial city. Yang Jun would not encounter any trouble as long as he remained within the city limits. Yun Xuanma had gradually developed a sense of tolerance towards Yang Jun, first due to the debt of gratitude he owed him, and then due to Yang Jun's commendable conduct at the Sword Lodge. It seemed many of his actions and values aligned closely with his own. Consequently, Yun Xuanma no longer harbored animosity towards Yang Jun. However, this matter was a decree, and even if Yun Xuanma wished to wait for Yang Jun, it was no longer possible. Xie, father has summoned you. This decree likely indicates that something has occurred in the palace. Yun Xuanma could do nothing but offer guidance. But let us get into the carriage first. I've already said that with the holy sword in hand, Yang Jun has nothing to worry about. He'll be fine. Yun Xuanma quickly interrupted Yun Xie, simultaneously adding in his heart, that fellow Yang Jun is extraordinarily fortunate. Even the holy sword has split in two upon encountering him. What is there to be concerned about? Yun Xuanma helped Yun Xie into the carriage and urged it to move forward, though he felt a vague sense of unease about the situation. What kind of matter was this? At that moment, he could not clarify. It seems quite fortuitous. Lung Qingyue is graceful, Mo Qingyan is pure, and Zhou Tian, this fated protagonist, indeed encounters only the finest of circumstances. Yang Jun remarked, his gaze fixated on the bloodstain on his attire, a grin forming on his lips. Mo Qingyan's blood is now mine, and I bear no responsibility. How delightful! After saying this, Yang Jun began to survey his surroundings, only to discover that Yun Xie and Yun Xuanma were nowhere to be found. In his search within the room, Yang Jun stumbled upon a letter left by Yun Xie. Upon opening it, he furrowed his brow. Yang Jun's expression shifted, his eyes flashing with seriousness. This situation was exceedingly strange. What was the purpose of this? A report? Or were there other intentions at play? As he pondered, Yang Jun soon caught a whiff of a conspiracy brewing. It seemed that remaining in this perilous place was unwise. Resolving to act, he gathered his belongings. With the holy sword in hand, he felt invincible. Such bold declarations were but a prelude. What lay ahead remained uncertain. The most critical factor was that his current strength was insufficient. The holy sword needed to be concealed for now. He disguised the holy sword and hurriedly prepared to head towards the Pingxi Wangfu. Anxiety gnawed at him. The vast capital seemed to bind him with innumerable invisible threads. He was unsure of how to navigate this situation, proceeding cautiously as the best course of action, determined to avoid any missteps that could lead to dire consequences. Throughout his journey, Yang Jun remained vigilant, yet it appeared that no immediate danger was present. As he drew closer to the Pingxi Wangfu, he had not even had a moment to catch his breath when, upon turning into an alley, he sensed something amiss. The disguised holy sword began to emit a series of silent vibrations. Damn it, they have come. Yang Jun frowned it, hearing faint footsteps approaching from both sides of the rooftops and not far away. His heart sank. It seemed he was about to be surrounded. In this capital, who could orchestrate such a grand scheme? Yang Jun tightened his grip on the holy sword, choosing not to linger, but instead to continue forward with measured steps. Chapter 78. Whose arrangement, Your Highness? It seems you are indeed quite cautious, opting for the small paths instead of the main roads. Unfortunately, we are not fools. You have no escape left. With a triumphant voice, a group of black-clad individuals with masked faces emerged. Yang Yun glanced at him, noting that there were indeed more than a dozen. The leader wielded a long sword, while the others carried long knives and chains. Such weaponry seemed familiar. Upon seeing this group, Yang Jun nodded sleekly. It was evident now that the palace was not in chaos. Rather, the trouble lay with him. These individuals had come solely to deal with him. Given this, there was little choice left but to engage. Very well, if this is how it must be, then I shall fight back. Yang Jun had no intention of passively accepting a meaningless death. At that moment, the true descent of the world would begin, and all grievances and grudges would be reckoned anew. However, for now, it was prudent to preserve one's life. Only by safeguarding his own existence could all other matters be addressed. Yang Jun tightened his grip on the hilt of the sacred sword. In the films of the future, it is often depicted that skilled fighters entwine their weapons with their hands, preventing them from falling during combat. This method allows one to face any peril that may arise. Moreover, this was a matter of life and death. The act of killing generates blood that can affect one's grip. Should the weapon fall, it would signal one's demise. The leader of the assailants, noticing Yang Jun's preparations, let out a cold snort. In an instant, a group of masked men surged forward. Yang Jun, Unyielding, thought there was no reason to hesitate in such dire circumstances. Thus, he immediately brandished his sacred sword and launched a swift attack. The moment was critical, and he had no time to consider sword techniques. He simply needed to unleash whatever he could muster. Fortunately, with the assistance of the Ji Yang Sheng Ti, his strength had significantly increased. Otherwise, facing such a situation would have been exceedingly difficult, even if Yang Jun's swordplay lacked finesse. The sacred sword bestowed upon him immense combat prowess. In no time, crimson sword energy scattered, and the masked men were unable to withstand the might of Yang Jun's strike. In an instant, the formidable power of the sacred sword forced the group to retreat. If you wish to kill me, come on. Yang Jun roared. These individuals had come with the intent to kill, disregarding all reason and protocol. Shouldn't they have engaged in some dialogue first, discussing their identities and grievances? Instead, they simply attacked without warning. It seemed the young lord had some skill. Everyone needed to exert themselves, for if this matter was not resolved, they would all fail in their duties. The leader of the group sneered as he spoke. As he did, he gripped his sword, adopting a stance that signaled his readiness for battle. Facing all of this, there was much left to confront. He was determined to kill, and Yang Jun was resolved to fight back. The young lord was prepared to risk it all. Everyone should pay attention. The leader shouted again, and the group assumed battle stances, ready to meet Yang Jun's thunderous strike. After all, the power unleashed when a person is fighting for their life is not easily countered. Yet, just as everyone braced themselves for a fierce clash, Yang Jun abruptly turned and fled. As Yang Jun bolted, the masked men were left dumbfounded, standing in shock. Is this really happening? The esteemed young lord is playing us like this? The leader's eyes widened, his frustration palpable. The heir of the Ping, Shi Wang, was escaping just like that? Your Highness, don't run. As a hero of Ping Shi Wang, you should embody that title. How can you run like this? Doesn't it undermine the reputation of Ping Shi Wang? Amidst the outcry, the masked men chased after Yang Jun with fervor. Yang Jun fled desperately, no longer concerned about appearances. Survival was his foremost priority. Without his life, there would be nothing else to pursue. Facing over 10 opponents, each skilled in martial arts, How could a novice like him hope to contend? In such circumstances, there was no room for further contemplation. I'm not foolish. Why should I sacrifice my life to be a hero? Yang Jun continued to run, his mind racing with thoughts. It was evident that the relentless pursuers were accustomed to such chases. Observing their tactics, it was clear they were employing a formation reminiscent of the imperial court's methods for apprehending individuals. It seemed that his situation was indeed dire. The fact that they had dispatched such a formation to deal with him indicated they were from the court, wielding significant influence. Who else, apart from the emperor, could orchestrate such a scheme in the capital? It appeared that the emperor was losing his composure. Were they determined to silence him? He pondered whether it was due to his father's affairs being exposed or the presence of the sacred sword. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Yang Jun quickened his pace, charging ahead. As for what would happen next, he had no time for further contemplation. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, dressed in a flowing white gown, with an enchanting visage. It was none other than Mo Qingyan. She had spotted Yang Jun as well. After the previous events, disheartened, she had found a place to recuperate, never expecting to encounter Yang Jun here. You shameless rogue, this is all your fault. You have brought this upon me. Upon seeing Yang Jun, Mo Qingyan erupted in fury. In her eyes, had he not harmed her, she would never have found herself in such a predicament. Now, feeling violated and mentally scarred, she could not accept it. Initially intending to leave the capital, she resolved to kill Yang Jun before departing. Chapter 79, A Quick Wit. It was over. He was trapped between a wolf and a tiger. Yang Jun realized he had no escape. What should he do now? My lady, please assist me. I acknowledge my wrongs. I shall heed your every word henceforth. Yang Jun shouted desperately. Hearing his words, Mo Qingyan stood frozen in shock. This brazen rogue was spouting nonsense again. Since when did they share such a relationship? Not only was Mo Qingyan bewildered, but the pursuers were also on high alert. Did he have an accomplice? It was no wonder he had fled toward this direction. If they were allies, they should be eliminated. The leader of the masked men shouted, drawing his sword and brandishing it in the air. The group surged forward, yelling as they prepared to kill. Mo Qingyan was in a foul mood, and upon encountering Yang Jun, her anger soared. With the arrival of the masked men, her agitation only intensified. A bunch of fools seeking death. Monta Qingyan scolded, swiftly countering with her sword. Although she was venting her own frustrations, she inadvertently became an ally in the fray. Yang Jun observed the scene with delight. Having someone share the burden of battle was indeed fortuitous. My lady, show them no mercy, Yang Jun exclaimed, only to be met with her furious retort. You should die. This situation only fueled her indignation further. My lady speaks wisely. They deserve to perish. As Mo Qingyan's declaration fell, Yang Jun exaggeratedly raised his voice, shouting loudly. Hearing such words only deepened Mo Qingyan's fury, and her expression left Yang Jun momentarily stunned. Indeed, she was beautiful. Her demeanor and gaze were captivating. As Mo Qingyan processed Yang Jun's words, her eyes widened in disbelief. This scoundrel had the audacity to distort her words. Moreover, and most importantly, though he harbored intentions for the man's demise, this scoundrel, with merely a few words, swiftly diverted the conversation, altering the very nature of the situation. Consequently, matters grew increasingly unsatisfactory. We, bound by duty, dared to align ourselves with Yang Jun, and should anyone obstruct our path, they would undoubtedly invite their own demise. This group of masked individuals seethed with anger. Had they not labeled Yang Jun as a debauched good-for-nothing, devoid of any capability? Yet in this moment, the reality was starkly different, as they found themselves utterly powerless against him. Such a predicament was nothing short of humiliating and utterly intolerable. In an instant, the masked figures roared in fury, elevating their voices as they issued commands. The group split, swiftly segregating Yang Jun and Mo Qingyan into two factions, preparing to confront one another. Yang Jun sighed softly, recognizing the gravity of the situation. There was no choice but to muster every ounce of strength to resist. He pondered the identity of those lurking in the shadows. Mo Qingyan, too, found herself at a loss, dragged into this predicament by Yang Jun. The prospect of escape seemed bleak. The only viable option was to first neutralize these assailants. Even if killing them proved impossible, she must at least force them back to secure her own escape. Yang Jun, resolute, fought with fervor. At that moment, the crimson aura of the holy sword surged, and in an instant, a formidable wave of sword energy erupted forth. Remarkably, the sword energy he unleashed intertwined with that of Mo Qingyan, coalescing and striking toward the massed adversaries. Truly, the presence of his wife was a boon. She contributed significantly to the onslaught. Yang Jun chuckled heartily at the sight, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. With Mo Qingyan sharing the burden of their defense, his task became considerably more manageable. Mo Qingyan, teeth clenched, seethed with fury. Yang Jun was utterly detestable. Because of him, she had endured humiliation, and now, due to his presence, she found herself under attack. It seemed she was destined to owe him a debt from a past life. Otherwise, how could she continuously find herself embroiled in such turmoil? Yang Jun, however, merely laughed dismissively. At that moment, Mo Qingyan clutched a bead tightly in her hand. Yang Jun recognized it instantly. It was the very item she had utilized to escape earlier. With a resounding bang, the bead exploded, enveloping the area in a thick cloud of smoke that obscured their vision. As the smoke dissipated, the lead masked man realized something was amiss. Where had the figures of Yang Jun and Mo Qingyan vanished? He bellowed in anger, and with a long sigh, he acknowledged that there was little he could do in light of the circumstances. However, they all understood that allowing Yang Jun to escape would implicate them in the aftermath. What consequences awaited them remained uncertain. Yang Jun and Mo Qingyan proceeded towards the Pingxi Wangfu. Having just evaded danger, both were cautious, avoiding the main paths and opting to navigate along the peripheries. Just then, a voice rang out ahead. Yang Jun lifted his gaze to see a middle-aged man surrounded by a group of martial artists. He was taken aback. He had assumed these individuals had fled the capital. Yet here they were. This revelation was unexpected. Yang Jun found himself tethered to the capital, watched by too many eyes. The precarious position of the Pingxi Wangfu left him with no option for escape without risking death. Conversely, these martial artists could likely leave without difficulty. It appeared they had their sights set on something valuable. Otherwise, why would these reckless individuals risk their lives? We have come to capture you, the richest of the daxia. Hand over the item you possess, or you shall face dire consequences. The leader, a burly figure, boomed, his eyes glaring menacingly at Ming. Gentlemen, any price is negotiable, but this item is non-negotiable. Ming quickly shielded the object in his possession. It was invaluable. Losing it would jeopardize his life and that of his family. Such treasures could not be purchased with mere gold. Huh, do you take us for fools? If you protect that item with your life, it only proves its worth. Hand it over, or we shall show no mercy. The leader scoffed, his voice resonating with menace. Chapter 80. I am truly not a good person. Mo Qingyan furrowed her brow at the unfolding scene. She was unaware of the reasons behind Yang Jun's pursuit and had no interest in discovering them. However, it was alarming that Yang Jun chose to linger here as if watching a spectacle. Something was truly amiss. If you value your life, do not dawdle, she muttered darkly, turning to leave. Wait. Yang Jun reached out, grasping her wrist firmly. What is it? Can't you stay with me a little longer? Get lost. Yang Yun's words ignited her fury. I have already shown immense restraint by not cleaving you in two. Do not push me further. Yang Jun, indignant, showed back. He understood that this woman possessed a fierce temperament and an air of aloofness. Rather than being perturbed, he smiled, addressing her. Those murderers are undoubtedly still searching for us. You are now my accomplice. If they set their sights on you alone, what do you imagine will happen? Given your appearance, they would surely find you appealing. As he spoke, Yang Jun appraised Mo Qingyan, his eyes twinkling with amusement. This situation brought him considerable satisfaction. You shameless, rogue, despicable scoundrel. Montauk Qingyan, in a fit of rage, shouted. Amid her outburst, Yang Jun simply smiled and nodded. Indeed, I have never claimed to be a good person. Since I am a villain, you should understand my methods. He chuckled again, leaving Mo Qingyan gritting her teeth in indignation. In this moment, Yang Jun recognized that he truly had no alternative strategies to contend with the situation. Ultimately, no matter how furious or dissatisfied Mo Qingyan felt, no matter how vehemently she cursed, she was left with no choice but to remain. Although Yang Jun was detestable, he had stated that he was being pursued, implying that separating would only heighten their peril. The most prudent course of action was to stick together. It would provide greater security. Seeing Mo Qingyan hesitate to depart, Yang Jun smiled slightly and turned his attention back to Ming. This task was likely a significant undertaking assigned by the Princess Yun Fengwei. Due to the high level of confidentiality required, He Ming had not brought any attendants. Later, He Ming had been captured by the demons of the Tianji sect, and this incident had prompted Yun Fengwei to unleash her forces, obliterating the entire sect. Considering the timing, it seemed fitting for the current scenario. He Ming must indeed be genuine. With this thought, Yang Jun formulated another plan. Hey, lend me a hand. Saving this person will yield benefits. He tugged at Mo Qingyin's sleeve, imploring her. Why should I heed your request? Mo Qingyin huffed, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes. With your strength, you should save yourself. Yang Jun, unfazed by her words, replied, My dear, you must think this through. Do you wish to part ways with me? Very well. You may leave. That group of masked assassins is eagerly awaiting your company. Yang Jun's words caused Mo Qingyin's chest to ache with anger. You truly are despicable. Just this once, Mo Qingyin felt helpless, as she had provoked such a petty individual as Yang Jun. The most troubling aspect was that this petty individual never denied his nature. He embraced it openly. This point was indeed of paramount importance. Facing him was no simple task. In contrast, Mo Qingyin would rather take action against the followers of the Tianji sect, finding it far more satisfying than dealing with Yang Jun. With her long sword in hand, she leapt forward. Yang Jun quickly followed, wielding his sacred sword, while also remaining vigilant. Should any complications arise, he would retreat without hesitation. As for Mo Qingyin, he could not save her. As a direct disciple of the Haoyan sect's leader, she could certainly handle a few ordinary sect members. Moreover, escaping should not pose a challenge for her. While Yang Jun pondered these matters, Mo Qingyin had already charged ahead. With swift precision, she dispatched the group of assailants in no time. Many so-called martial artists were merely bullies who preyed on the weak. Their cowardice was their nature. Upon encountering trouble, their first instinct was to flee. Witnessing their retreat, Yang Jun felt reassured and stepped forward to stand before He Ming. He Ming recognized that the two before him were not affiliated with the earlier group. Thank you both for saving my life. He Ming expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. I am Yang Jun, a representative of the Long Princess. Yang Jun spoke it blindly, gesturing dismissively. He Ming was momentarily taken aback. What? A representative of the Long Princess? I do not understand what you mean, young Master Yang. He Ming was well aware of his position as a trusted aide to Yun Fengwei, yet he also understood that some matters were beyond his knowledge. He quickly waved his hands, speaking rapidly. Observing Ming is called it demeanor, Yang Yun smiled softly. The Long Princess has instructed you to procure war horses and supplies, has she not? Yang Jun's lowered voice sent a shock through He Ming. Such information was known to him only through secret orders. How could Yang Jun possibly know this before it was executed? He Ming scrutinized Yang Jun, pondering the authenticity of the situation. If he were not a trusted aide of the Long Princess, how could he be privy to such significant matters? After all, such knowledge could cost one their head. Did the Long Princess truly send young Master Yang to monitor him? The thought unsettled He Ming. Yang Jun leaned in crosshair, lowering his voice further. Attend to the Long Princess's directives. I shall merely provide covert protection. With that, He Ming's doubts dissipated. Chapter 81. Return home with me, Your Highness. Take this silver note. In the future, should you need anything, my bank will always be at your service. This is my debt to you. He Ming was quite agreeable, promptly producing a specially crafted silver note for Yang Jun. Oh, you are too courteous. We are all on the same side. Yang Jun replied, while unreservedly accepting the note. He Ming bowed once more, recognizing the benefits of this arrangement. Mo Qingyin observed the exchange with disdain in her beautiful eyes. This Yang Jun was truly insufferable. She had saved him, yet he reaped the rewards. After He Ming departed, Yang Jun turned to Mo Qingyin. Come now, follow me. Where to? Mo Qingyin asked warily, scrutinizing Yang Jun. This scoundrel always gave her an unsettling feeling. She could not shake the thought that he might betray her at any moment. Yang Jun leaned crosshair, smiling as he spoke to her. You scoundrel! Mo Qingyin's cheeks flushed as she reprimanded him. She raised her hand, ready to strike. Yang Yun swiftly coattailed. Do you think there's anywhere safer than the Wangfu of the Pingxi King? Yang Jun's words halted Mo Qingyin's movements. For him, this was indeed the safest place. Mo Qingyin fixed her gaze on him. What? Aren't you coming in to spend the night? Men are all despicable scoundrels, Mo Qingyan scolded, glaring at Yang Jun. Does she disapprove of my actions? Was it really such a minor issue? Yang Jun mused, though Mo Qingyan did not fully understand. She simply found him unbearable. With a sharp rebuke, she lunged with her sword. Fortunately, Yang Jun had been on guard and easily evaded her attack. Isn't it said that a night spent as husband and wife fosters 100 days of affection? Why must you resort to violence? Get lost. Who said we were husband and wife for a night? You have no shame, Mo Qingyan retorted. But all she could think of was her impersonation of Yun Siye. At that time, Yang Jun had taken full advantage of her. But could that truly qualify as a marriage? Little did she know, Yang Jun was referring to their encounter in the grove. Mo Qingyan lowered her sword, and Yang Jun let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, he scrutinized her without reservation. Aren't you going to the commander's office? Has he dismissed you? Yang Jun's words made Mo Qingyan feel nauseous. He would not dare. Oh, did you have a falling out? Yang Jun's wicked grin deepened, leaving Mo Qingyan even more perplexed. Why do you care? Mo Qingyan snapped, her eyes flashing with indignation. Yang Jun smiled faintly. It seemed the situation was more unexpected than he had anticipated. Originally, he had intended to take advantage of the situation and let Zhou Tian suffer a setback, perhaps even play the role of a benefactor. But who would have thought that this pair of senior and junior disciples would part ways so directly? Was this an unexpected gain for him? It appears that you and Zhou Tian are not faring well. We are both lost souls in this world. Perhaps your Haotian sect could support me. I assure you, I would treat you well, as I am quite a promising candidate. You? A promising candidate? Mo Qingyan scoffed, her expression frosty. With you? Just moments ago, your life was in danger, and their skills are not to be trifled with. With no power in the court and no influence in the martial world, how could you possibly be a promising candidate? Mo Qingyan exposed Yang Jun's naivety, but he remained unfazed, unembarrassed. After all, who did not understand these matters? Mo Qingyan knew what Yang Jun had already grasped. However, since it had come to this, it was best to let things unfold naturally. During the earlier confrontation, Yang Jun had picked up a token, which happened to be the formidable Heilung Forbidden Army token held by Yun Fengyan. Yang Jun's heart seethed with anger as he thought, this dog emperor dares to send the Heilung Forbidden Army to kill me. Is he attempting to incite rebellion? Meanwhile, Mo Qingyan felt a shiver run down her spine. Is the Pingxi Wang still alive? This is an enormous revelation. Yet, Mo Qingyan understood that this was Yang Jun's innermost thought, implying that these matters could not be mere fabrications. Given the circumstances surrounding Ping Wang's demise, there must be some undisclosed secrets at play here. No wonder Yang Jun displayed such behavior. It turns out he has the Pingxi Wang backing him. If Yang Jun were genuinely to rebel, wouldn't that align perfectly with the intentions of Haotian sect? They too seek to rescue the common folk from peril. If Yang Jun, alongside the million-strong army of Pingxi Wang, could be utilized, what would that entail? By winning Yang Jun's allegiance, the grand ambitions of Haotian sect could be realized. There was also a personal motive for Mo Qingyan. It seemed that, after spending time together, Yang Jun was far more agreeable than that despicable Zhou Tian. This is feasible. Mo Qingyan suddenly blurted out. Leafing Yang Jun momentarily stuned. What is feasible? Yang Jun's question earned him a disdainful look from Mo Qingyan. Yet, unbeknownst to her, her feelings for Yang Jun had begun to shift. After all, how could she not appreciate Yang Jun's audacity? Presently, Mo Qingyan harbored a wild notion in her heart, to utilize Yang Jun for revenge against Zhou Tian. By replacing Zhou Tian, she could finally dissipate the resentment within her. Mo Qingyan took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Yang Yun stared at her in astonishment. Why is she suddenly so agreeable? Is there something amiss? He pondered. Moreover, she is aware of my predicament. I possess neither power nor influence, and the emperor seeks my life. Could it be that this man harbors ulterior motives regarding me? Yang Jun mused, while Mo Qingyan's fury flared. What on earth is this scoundrel thinking? With her sword raised high, she pointed it directly at Yang Jun. You scoundrel, will you come in or not? Will you enter or not? Yang Jun hesitated. Mo Qingyan's eyes turned red. I am a woman, and despite your current plight, I am willing to assist you. What do you have to fear? Are you still reluctant to enter? With her words, Yang Jun felt as though he were losing his humanity. Chapter 82. Do not speculate on the emperor's thoughts indeed, since I have been invited inside. It is only natural that I should enter to learn more. Yang Jun adopted a serious demeanor and nodded earnestly. At that moment, his expression was one of gravity. This is perplexing. Observing Yang Jun before her, mo Kinyan fool her well. Yang Jun often acted carelessly, and his words were difficult to comprehend. Look, you invited me in. I have agreed to enter, yet you're upset. Alas, the plight of men is truly challenging. To enter or not to enter, what a dilemma. Yang Jun shook his head, while Mo Qingyan remained puzzled. This fellow's words were utterly incomprehensible. Yang Jun, the court seems poised to take action against you. Shouldn't you prepare for that? Prepare? Your presence is sufficient. Speak plainly. No need. Yin Fengyan orchestrates all these events. Yet he merely sends people in the shadows without issuing a formal decree. The most crucial aspect lies in my two identities. First, as the heir of Pingxi Wang, and second, as the future prince consort. With these two protective charms, Yin Fengyan certainly would not hastily act against me. As long as Yun Xie does not call off the engagement, and with the wedding date approaching, Yin Fengyan has even more reservations, making it difficult for him to resolve matters with Yang Jun. With such thoughts, Yang Jun felt considerably relieved. Let us proceed, since you have invited me. I shall graciously enter. Once inside, I shall be safe and warm. Yang Jun smiled slightly and took a step forward. Within the imperial palace, in the imperial study, Yin Fengyan sat upon the dragon throne, his expression dark. At that moment, the commander of the Heilong Forbidden Army knelt before him, reporting all that had transpired. For them, the series of events had been nothing short of astonishing. The commander, having led his elite troops, had failed to achieve the desired outcome. Yang Jun was cunning beyond measure. He certainly would not admit the strength of Yang Jun's capabilities. Yet, the outcome was entirely unexpected. This rascal had truly managed to elude him. Such a scenario was hard for the Heilong Forbidden Army to acknowledge. Certain events had undeniably occurred, and now they were met with disbelief and an inability to accept the reality. However, within the commander's heart, there was an abundance of dissatisfaction. How could such a reckless scion be the cause of his first defeat? As Yin Fengyan listened to the report, the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. At that moment, a glint of coldness flickered in his gaze. His strongest Heilong Forbidden Army had prepared thoroughly, yet failed to eliminate Yang Jun. This entire situation was utterly unforeseen. Yang Jun was becoming increasingly inscrutable. As he contemplated, Yin Fengyan felt a weighty concern settle in his heart. Yang Jun's usual demeanor contrasted sharply with the formidable strength he now exhibited, leaving Yin Fengyan unable to anticipate his true power. This situation warranted vigilance. Everything within this scenario felt deeply unsettling. His daughter must not marry Yang Jun. Zhou Tian appeared to be the most suitable candidate for the prince consort in his eyes. Yet, one must take heed. No matter the circumstances, vigilance is necessary. The most significant difference between Zhou Tian and Yang Jun is that Zhou Tian seems more capable, possessing strength, and more importantly, he lacks any backing. Furthermore, Zhou Tian is more obedient. Thus, Yin Fengyan comprehended how to navigate the current situation. Ultimately, in the emperor's eyes, loyalty is paramount, and the ability to remain faithful is of utmost importance. If one cannot fulfill these criteria, the consequences are all too clear. Yet at this moment, Yin Fengyan was beset by deeper anxieties. With the wedding date fast approaching, only a few days remained until the union of Yang Jun and Yun Xie. Yin Fengyan was deeply dissatisfied and unwilling to accept this outcome. However, he found himself unable to reject such matters due to the established customs of the Great Xia. Every 20 years, a princess must marry. Such joyous occasions are meant to bring good fortune and rejuvenate the national destiny. This tradition is of paramount importance. It is unavoidable and inescapable. Yin Fengyan was unhappy. He did not wish to confront such results. However, he is now the highest ruler of Great Xia. As the supreme ruler, there exists an unavoidable reality. One cannot disregard the established rules. Although Yang Jun may not hold much esteem in his eyes, the current situation leaves no alternative. The commander of the Heilong Jun meticulously recounted every detail of the events that transpired. At that moment, he found himself prostrated on the ground, consumed by fear. Your Majesty, it is my fault. Even though Yang Jun escaped from the team captain as the leader, I cannot absolve myself of responsibility. In that moment, the commander of the Heilong Jun understood the gravity of the situation and recognized that there was little more to be said. The measures to be taken and the responses required in such circumstances were clear. Ultimately, he had lost his advantage, rendering everything else inconsequential. The only feasible course of action was straightforward. What needed to be done and how to respond were self-evident. Chapter 83. His attitude: I am willing to bear the blame and achieve merit by personally hunting down Yongjun. Given that this predicament was of my own making, I must take action. Foolishness. Yin Fengyun inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly. At that moment, his eyes flashed with heightened dissatisfaction. He regarded everything around him with a cold gaze. Yongjun was someone he had to be wary of. Yet, what was the state of affairs now? To what extent had everything already escalated? How were these individuals to proceed? In such times, to instigate further chaos would only serve as a pretext for blame. Yin Fengyun's heart swelled with indignation, reaching a point of intolerability. Your Majesty! The commander of the Hei Long Jinjun fell to his knees, his eyes betraying his panic. With a trembling voice, he expressed his uncertainty about how to proceed. Should we attempt again? What is this? An assassination of the heir? Do you think that if this matter were to come to light, what would become of me? Yin Fengyun nearly roared in fury, unable to tolerate the current state of affairs. What was beyond acceptance belonged to him alone. Should such events unfold, compounded by the malicious whispers of others, the outcome would be all too predictable. I acknowledge my mistake. The commander of the Hei Long Jinjun took a deep breath, nearly prostrating himself completely. At that moment, all that emanated from him was sheer terror and profound unease. He was at a loss for how to proceed. It should be known that this commander was genuinely a peak 7th tier expert, capable of advancing to the 8th tier at any moment. Given this fact, how could the response to such a situation be something that others could manage? The unfolding situation was truly beyond expectation. A true expert now broke into a cold sweat, utterly bewildered. Of course, who would dare underestimate the might of Yin Fengyun? A true grandmaster? For Wu Ming, the commander of the Hei Long Jinjun, there was no one outside who could rival his power or authority. Yet at this moment he was drenched in sweat. What was to be done in such circumstances? How could this matter be resolved? Your Majesty, new intelligence has arrived from the Pingxi Wangfu. At this juncture, Yuan Lu approached, emboldened to speak only at this critical moment. Speak. Yin Fengyun raised an eyebrow. The situation seemed unexpectedly intriguing. However, in light of this issue, what should be done next? As for the affairs at Jianlu, he would provide a detailed report when he had the time to enter the palace. Furthermore, he conveyed that the current state of law and order in the capital was quite dire, urging the emperor to take care of himself. Yuan Lu respectfully detailed all pertinent information. Upon hearing these words, Yin Fengyun's face unexpectedly broke into a smile. Wu Ming and Yuan Lu exchanged bewildered glances. They could not comprehend this expression. Was Yin Fengyun expressing satisfaction or dissatisfaction? At present, his eyes also reflected a semblance of discontent, perhaps directed at Yongjun. Or perhaps it stemmed from Yongjun's unraveling of the situation. Thus, Yin Fengyun harbored considerable dissatisfaction. What a commendable Yongjun indeed. You have raised a remarkable son. Pingxi Wang. Yin Fengyun's voice dripped with sarcasm. Yet, no one could decipher the true meaning behind his words. Were they praise or condemnation? Such a turn of events was truly astonishing. This entire situation was difficult for anyone to accept. Wu Ming and Yuan Lu knelt, their gazes downward, afraid to speak further. Meanwhile, in the Chonggong Zhu Fu, Yin Fengyue held a confidential letter, beginning her scrutiny. It seemed she had already drawn her own conclusions regarding its contents. In that moment, her eyes revealed a chilling expression. Yin Fengyue's demeanor was one of cold disdain. At that moment, all she exhibited was a profound sense of superiority. With delicate fingers, she deftly unsealed the letter. As she read, she was momentarily taken aback. The events described were completely unexpected. She had not anticipated that everything was intricately linked to Yongjun. His actions had, in fact, been a genuine salvation for her. Such a revelation was indeed hard for Yin Fengyue to fathom. Yongjun had saved her. This was something she had never imagined. Yet now, these events were undeniably real before her. This fact was impossible for Yin Fengyue to overlook, much less deny. How could a mere scion accomplish such feats? Yin Fengyue pondered, perplexed by Yongjun's current demeanor, which rendered her unable to see him clearly. Clearly, the Pingxi Wangfu had proven itself to be extraordinary. Contemplating this series of events, Her eyes reflected a myriad of shifting emotions, each revealing a deeper complexity. Was the true nature of the situation so simple? Could it be that Yang Jun was her fortunate star? The letter from He Ming extolled Yang Jun to an extraordinary degree. Yun Fengyue gazed at these accounts, increasingly astonished. Was Yang Jun truly that remarkable? Moreover, was he genuinely so loyal to her? Rising from her seat, she felt a tumult of thoughts surge within her, stirring her heart. The current circumstances overwhelmed Yun Fengyue with shock and confusion. This individual, once dismissed, now revealed his true worth, leaving her to question her previous underestimations. How else could such a transformation occur? Chapter 84. How to cope. Yun Fengyue straightened her posture, crossing her legs elegantly. At this moment, a glimmer of determination flickered in her eyes. She was surrounded by numerous capable individuals. Otherwise, she would not have dared to contend with Yun Fengyue. However, Yang Jun's performance truly took her by surprise. She was well aware of what kind of person He Ming was. Have I underestimated you? Or have I simply misjudged the situation? Yun Fengyue raised an eyebrow, and a trace of gravity crossed her features. Given the current circumstances, especially in this place, she saw pawns. Yet, as a skilled player, she understood the importance of selecting truly suitable pieces, did she not? What sort of pieces are indeed fitting for her existence? How would everything unfold accordingly? Yun Fengyue cherished not only the players but also the control over the game, allowing everything to evolve and transform in alignment with her expectations. Very well, my little friend, consider it a debt I owe you. A favor must be repaid, but how should I do so? Moreover, what would you wish from me in return? With a faint smile, she reclined once more. In that fleeting moment, her body curved gracefully, embodying an elegant arc. Faced with such a situation, what would be required to achieve and respond effectively? Perhaps, in contemplating Yang Jun, this clever little rascal, she ought to give it more thought. Only through careful consideration could she devise the most appropriate and effective means of response. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable anticipation at the prospect of meeting him again. What kind of strength would he possess, or what delightful surprises might he have in store for her? Yun Fengyue smiled subtly and spoke again. As she did, her eyes revealed a hint of wicked amusement. The expression on her face radiated immense anticipation. Yang Jun, I eagerly look forward to our next encounter, to the moment of recognition and connection. After all, he is truly remarkable. Such strength, speed, and ability are not easily matched by others. This realization was indeed unexpected. At this moment, Deng Jian immediately displayed an understanding demeanor, instinctively nodding before making arrangements. It seemed that the Pingxi Wangfu would soon undergo significant changes without requiring much time. The prowess of the young master was evident to all. It was something everyone could and should comprehend. Having completed his instructions, Yang Jun intended to leave. Where are you going? Mo Qingyan asked nervously, instinctively reaching out to grasp Yang Jun's arm. At that moment, Yang Jun raised an eyebrow, slightly displeased. I have serious matters to attend to. You needn't concern yourself with them. After saying this, he shrugged off Mo Qingyan's hand and turned to leave. Mo Qingyan stood momentarily stunned, her heart swirling with conflicting emotions. In the past, Zhou Tian had always seemed to want to consume her whole, or even devour her entirely. Such behavior filled Mo Qingyan with profound dissatisfaction and loathing. Even though her master claimed that Zhou Tian was a fated individual, whenever matters turned to that direction, she felt a deep-seated embarrassment as a woman. Zhou Tian appeared to be the person her master spoke of, yet he placed excessive importance on matters of gender, being overly calculative and even greedy. However, everything had changed now. Yang Jun's demeanor was beyond her expectations. Despite just having escaped peril, he was already engrossed in serious business. This dedication astonished Mo Qingyan. She could hardly find words to express her admiration, especially when compared to Zhou Tian. These circumstances and dilemmas were filled with countless unexpected elements. It seemed her intention to cultivate a connection with Yang Jun was not without merit. After all, Yang Jun's presence had brought about substantial changes. Yet, one thing was clear to Mo Qingyan. Her sect would likely be resistant to such a proposal. Her master had long asserted that Zhou Tian was a fated individual, and all matters were to be considered in light of him. This was a significant obstacle. Contemplating these issues, Mo Qingyan understood that for her sect to agree, Yang Jun must achieve notable accomplishments. Only by proving Yang Jun's superiority over Zhou Tian could these matters be resolved. The most crucial point for Mo Qingyan was her intense disdain for Zhou Tian. As she had expressed, she was even reluctant to glance at him. With such thoughts in her mind, it became evident that these issues required resolution. Mo Qingyan's heart was filled with contemplation regarding the current challenges. Recognizing the necessity of forming effective responses to Zhou Tian. Yang Jun, do not disappoint me. Mo Qingyan took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. At that moment, a serious glint flickered in her eyes. Such matters must be addressed to achieve a genuine resolution. Deng Jian had already made preparations. In the study, a letter lay waiting, bearing the insignia of the Pingxi Wangfu. Yang Jun recognized it as the correspondence he had been anticipating. Chapter 85. Father Support. Yang Jun opened the letter and quickly scanned its contents, his eyes widening in astonishment. At that moment, a wave of calm washed over him. Excellent. This truly is a lifeline. Upon reviewing the letter, Yang Jun felt immense satisfaction. The note was brief, written by Yang Yi, the Pingxi Wang. Yunan, do not panic. In a few days, I will arrive in the capital on the day of your wedding to the sixth princess. The letter contained only a few words. Yet in this instant, it bestowed upon Yang Jun immense tranquility. His heart settled as he realized he had nothing to fear with his father by his side. Stay composed. Do not act rashly. There is no need for further development at this moment. With such a formidable figure as his father in existence, what could possibly be a cause for concern? As long as his father was present, nothing was insurmountable. Yang Jun felt an overwhelming urge to sing a tune celebrating the greatness of fathers. For a child with a father is indeed a treasure. He reflected on how he had been bullied by others in his father's absence. With these thoughts, Yang Jun's heart brimmed with satisfaction. Regardless of the circumstances, he resolved to persevere in his endeavors. Darkness is merely temporary. Daylight will inevitably arrive. Yang Jun felt content. What could the emperor possibly do against him? Did he think he could kill him? Could he? It is essential to recognize that in the original text, the unwavering loyalty of Pingxi Wang towards the emperor is precisely what led to these events. Otherwise, would such occurrences have transpired? What does it truly mean to conspire for usurpation? That should be referred to as where the virtuous reside. If this is indeed the case, then this aged emperor must surely orchestrate such a series of events. In that case, what is there to prevent him from addressing the current situation himself? Yang Jun felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Perseverance was key. As long as one remains alive, all possibilities are within reach. The day his father, the king, returns with an army of 100,000 will be the moment he redeems his past disgrace. At that time, what could possibly be a cause for concern? There is truly no necessity to be burdened by worry and fear of everything. Yang Jun felt an immense satisfaction. Previously, he had perceived himself as drifting like a floating weed. Yet now, he felt akin to a towering tree with firmly established roots. With just a modicum of patience, he was certain that he could find a way to flourish directly. When the moment truly arrived, he would undoubtedly become a focal point of others' attention. However, just as Yang Jun began to feel a sense of contentment regarding this, Deng Jian arrived once more. The princess has summoned you. Yun Fengyue has come to invite him. Yang Jun was taken aback by the unfolding situation, particularly when confronted with such a dilemma that involved numerous aspects. In the current circumstances, it was imperative to respond appropriately to everything at hand. His brow furrowed slightly, and the expression he wore revealed a myriad of emotions. Such a conundrum likely harbored other underlying issues. A dark inscription held significant weight. Perhaps, amidst these developments, many intricate details would soon undergo transformation. Very well. Since it has come to this, I shall take a look, he thought with a faint smile and a gentle nod. Since someone had already articulated these words, bringing everything to light, it was now his turn to confront the reality. The residence of the Grand Princess was certainly not located within the imperial palace. It was not far from the Wangfu of Pingxi. Yang Jun made his way there directly. This place was not unfamiliar to him. Perhaps Yin Fengyue had not anticipated that Yang Jun would arrive so swiftly. Consequently, she was unable to greet him immediately and instead asked him to wait outside. In that moment, he could hear the sound of water flowing from within the room. Could it be that this woman is taking a bath? Is it for the purpose of welcoming me that you bathe? Yang Jun stood outside the door, his mind involuntarily wandering to various speculations. This woman certainly has her own standards. Your Grace, will you not come in? As Yang Jun pondered these matters in his heart, a sudden delicate voice emanated from within the room. Upon hearing this sound, Yang Jun was momentarily taken aback. Could it be so thrilling? With thoughts swirling in his mind, Yang Jun pushed open the door. In that fleeting moment, he suddenly sensed a wave of fragrant, moist air wafting towards him. This unexpected sensation stirred him, leaving him quite taken aback. Before him stood a folding screen, a quintessential piece of decor. Draped over the screen were garments, and upon seeing them, Yang Jun's heart began to race uncontrollably. Who claimed that the ancients were merely reserved? Behold, these mere garments possess the extraordinary ability to evoke a profound sense of awakening within one. Furthermore, it is truly difficult to accept. Why is it that I am unable to witness the scenario of an individual donning them personally? In Yang Jun's heart, a wave of indignation surged forth. On the screen, a figure faintly emerged, yet it remained shrouded in obscurity, eluding clear perception. Presently, this enigmatic scene filled him with a sense of unease. It seemed to reveal the upper half of a form, exquisite and delicate, far beyond mere words to encapsulate the beauty that unfolded before his eyes in that fleeting moment. Thus, compelled by an irresistible force, Yang Jun took a step forward. Alas, the minds of the ancients were likely consumed by intricate thoughts and clever designs. Otherwise, how could he find himself so unable to discern the reality that lay before him? Yet, everything remained shrouded in ambiguity, eluding clear comprehension and leaving him powerless to discern the truth. He had encountered the eldest princess. Yang Jun took a step forward, bowing respectfully. At that moment, his gaze remained unwavering, fixated on everything before him. As the situation unfolded, he continued to mentally sketch out the intricacies of it all. Yang Jun understood the purpose behind the summons from Her Highness. Uncertainty envelopes me. At this moment, it is only natural to proceed with utmost caution. Chapter 86. The Grand Princess extends her favor once more. The prowess and capabilities of Yun Fengyue are not elaborately detailed in the original text. However, her furious display of power to obliterate a sect within the martial world indeed attests to her formidable strength. At this juncture, a flicker of light emanates from behind the screen, revealing that Yun Fengyue has risen from the bath. Yang Jun's eyes widen in astonishment. The Buddha advises against gazing, yet I contend that one cannot refrain from looking. Yun Fengyue was delicately wiping her body, her curves and lines revealing themselves in the process. Thank you for your assistance with a matter concerning He Ming, she spoke while engaging in this act. Perhaps due to the exertion of her actions, a slight breathlessness escaped her lips at that moment. Your Highness, it is but a small effort on my part, came the humble response. This screen is truly a nuisance, shrouding everything in a hazy obscurity that is quite distressing to the eyes. Yang Jun expressed his dissatisfaction as a rustling sound emerged. Perhaps it was the resonance of Yang Jun's thoughts that influenced the atmosphere, or perhaps his actions had an effect. At that instant, the screen gradually parted. Yang Jun's eyes widened momentarily before he lowered his gaze, adopting a posture of utmost concentration, observing with eyes fixed on his nose and his nose on his heart. Nonetheless, his expression still bore an air of indifference. Alas, why must it happen so swiftly? Yang Jun, you have assisted me. You are truly my ally. Yun Fengyue slowly emerged and then seated herself at the table. At this moment, Yun Fengyue exuded an aura of serene composure. Were it not for you, the current circumstances and all my arrangements could have easily unraveled. All matters that necessitate adherence and response would have faced delays, a reality of which Yun Fengyue was acutely aware. It is precisely for this reason that she now expresses such sentiments towards Yang Jun. Yang Jun maintained his composure, presenting himself as an upright gentleman. However, at this moment, his gaze subtly wandered towards the collar of Yun Fengyue's attire, discreetly exploring the confines of her garment. How intriguing it is that this woman has chosen to dress in such a manner, if not to captivate my attention. Is it to suggest that she also covets my form? Regardless, if she has ulterior motives, I shall see for myself. Yang Jun straightened his posture, wearing an expression of nonchalance. Beneath this facade of a virtuous gentleman, there lingered a certain lewdness that rendered him somewhat ludicrous. Yang Jun was indeed a man of carnal desires, which appear to be a quintessentially masculine trait. I am plagued by illness. I am enamored by lust. Such matters are hardly unusual, are they? One might even assert that there exists a certain fondness. After all, it is the imperfections in a person that allow them to be grasped. It is precisely for this reason that, at such moments, one can reveal what true strength is. Yang Jun has made himself a vassal. Thus, everything he desires to accomplish must inevitably align with propriety. If she were to marry you, I, as her aunt, would still be concerned. Can you truly provide her with happiness? Amidst this scenario, Yun Fengyue suddenly spoke, uttering a phrase that echoed with assurance. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall treat the sixth princess with utmost care, and she has vowed to share life and death with me. Alas, you do not understand. What women find most intolerable is loneliness, for in such moments, their minds wander and trouble brews. If only you could prevent her from feeling lonely and thinking aimlessly, then there would be no issues. But, Yang Jun, do you possess such capability at this moment? Yun Fengyue smiled diently, her gaze fixated intensely on Yang Yunya. Her eyes radiated an infinite allure. What could this woman be scheming? What does she mean by that? Fear not, Your Highness, my constitution remains robust, Yang Jun replied, instinctively raising his head upon hearing her words. What do you mean by that, Your Highness? He inhaled deeply, feeling a sense of indignation. Her remarks were clearly belittling. If she cannot offer you happiness, then my doors shall always remain open for you. Yun Fengyue smiled softly, shifting her legs slightly, addressing Yang Jun with her words. Doors? Open? What doors? Which doors? In that moment, Yang Jun's eyes widened in bewilderment. Certain matters seemed perplexing, yet perhaps they were not entirely disadvantageous. Your Highness is truly considerate. In that case, I must express my gratitude. Yang Jun performed a respectful bow, his gaze drifting towards the princess. In that fleeting glance, Yun Fengyue shot him a knowing look. This man, indeed charming, his eyes revealing where his attentions lay. Very well, you may go now. The wedding approaches, and preparations are paramount. Yun Fengyue nodded with a smile. Yang Jun, despite his intelligence and prowess, remains but a youth, still unable to contain his excitement. Just consider what her words truly signify. My doors shall always be open for you. It is precisely for this reason that Yun Fengyue felt a profound satisfaction. Such matters carry significant weight. Alas, when Yang Jun encounters betrayal on the day of his wedding, perhaps he will come to understand the essence of this sentiment. Young men must endure trials to mature. He must learn to grow, and only when he bears these burdens will he comprehend the meaning behind her words. After all, did not I also grow in this manner? Without undergoing refinement, one cannot become a gem. Without facing adversities, one cannot ascend to true greatness. Wait, greatness? Young Jun? To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. I have endured much, suffering greatly to grow. Thus, Yang Jun must learn to utilize this. Therefore, this so-called crown should not merely symbolize glory atop his head. Chapter 87. I must ascend Yun Fengyue is akin to a rose with thorns, and moreover, a perilous poison. Not only does one risk danger from the thorns, but even the scent may lead to trouble. It is with such considerations and concerns that Yang Jun strives to maintain distance from this woman. Furthermore, after the incident involving the seizure of the holy sword, he has realized that his strength is insufficient. In such matters, failure to exert oneself will only result in suffering. Although he has received a letter for his father, one cannot deny the necessity of facing both overt and covert challenges. To navigate these treacherous waters, considerable strength is essential to safeguard one's life. Why are you still alive? Upon seeing Yang Jun's arrival, Lung Qingyue could not help but exclaim, a flicker of resentment flashing in her eyes. Yang Jun had robbed her of her innocence and dashed her hopes. Now, seeing him, she could hardly contain her fury. Given the existence of the Ji Yang sacred body, it is imperative to elevate oneself swiftly to reach the third tier, thereby gaining the strength to contend with Zhou Tian. This would undoubtedly benefit her. Why do you wish for my demise so fervently? Yang Jun chuklet ligfli. He and this woman had collaborated on several occasions, yet her animosity remained palpable. It seems those claims of being able to seduce her were mere fabrications, perhaps mere tricks to amuse oneself. Though she is a woman, she possesses her own faculties, wisdom, and understanding, and is not so easily swayed by mere physical allure. If it were truly that simple, a powerful man could effortlessly conquer any woman he desired and merely satisfy his desires. Lung Qingyue inhaled deeply, her gaze fixed intensely upon Yang Jun. As she spoke, her teeth clenched in frustration, as if she longed to pounce upon him. Your third senior sister? I regret to inform you that she is also my woman. Yang Jun smiled slightly, opting not to elaborate further with Lung Qingyue. What? Upon hearing Yang Jun's declaration, Lung Qingyue felt as if her head would explode. This revelation was utterly unacceptable and shocking to her. Impossible. It should not be. Third senior sister, Imo Qingyan, was far more aloof and proud than she, viewing men as insignificant. How could Yang Jun possibly succeed? Not to mention Yang Jun, even Zhou Tian, who was hailed by their master as a prodigious talent, have been dismissed by her. Thus, Yang Jun must be deceiving her. Yang Jun, uninterested in Lung Qingyue's reaction, stepped closer and embraced her. All right, let's engage in something novel today. Lung Qingyue shut her eyes in despair. There were matters she could not confront, and perhaps, if resistance was futile, acceptance was the only path forward. After a considerable time, Yang Jun sat cross-legged, contentedly channeling his inner strength. The Zhiyang's sacred body indeed yielded remarkable effects. Feeling the power within him, he pushed the Yulong divine technique to its peak, sensing a breakthrough. He had surpassed the constraints of the second tier and ascended to the third tier. Wonderful. With time, reaching the fourth tier is not outside the realm of possibility. Thus, securing Lung Qingyue as his woman is paramount to him. Lung Qingyue scrutinized Yang Jun before her, observing his transformation and widening her eyes in astonishment. No way. Have you truly broken through to the third tier? Third-tier warriors are indeed a rarity in this world. Most importantly, Lung Qingyue was acutely aware of the person Yang Jun had been before. However, the transformation that had occurred since she was confined by him was astonishingly significant. The rapidity of this change was beyond anyone's expectations, particularly with respect to his remarkable enhancement of power. Lung Qingyue wore a tense expression, her anxiety palpable. Such circumstances indeed instilled a sense of dread within her. It is worth noting that Zhou Tian, who could also be regarded as a prodigy within their sect, had to exert himself to the utmost, engaging in relentless training day and night, yet he could not achieve such swift progress as Yang Jun had. He would not be astonished or fearful in light of this. Naturally, the fear was profound. One could only wonder what further transformations awaited Zhou Tian. Presently, Zhou Tian could at most ascend from the third to the fourth rank, yet his pace was nowhere near that of Yang Jun. What granted Yang Jun the ability to pursue him with such ease? This predicament left Lung Qingyue at a loss. She fixated intently on Yang Jun, who appeared disinterested. Yang Jun, even more indifferent towards her, clapped his hands and remarked that her performance today was commendable, indicating he would return in a few days. However, he added, she must be more proactive and cooperative then. As he spoke, he reached out and pinched Lung Qingyue's chin. She did not flinch, knowing that evasion would be futile. Yang Jun turned with a smile and exited the dungeon. Lung Qingyue's gaze remained fixed on his retreating figure, her brows knitted in concern. At this moment, her heart was steeped in confusion and heightened tension. Yang Jun's presence had altered the atmosphere, and upon his departure, he seemed transformed, as if he had shed his former self. Could it be that in this place, there existed something that nurtured Yang Jun? This thought caused her to furrow her brows in deep contemplation. Perhaps discovering Yang Jun's secret would unveil the means to counter him. Yang Jun, once I uncover your weaknesses and the methods by which you have grown stronger, I shall ensure that my junior brother teaches you a proper lesson. Lung Qingyue murmured to herself, momentarily forgetting that she currently had no opportunity to leave the dungeon. Now, she recalled Yang Jun's words and pondered whether the third senior sister had truly become his ally. Such a notion only deepened her anxiety and unease. Chapter 88. Turning the Tables. The following morning, Yang Jun received a summons from the palace. The matter of the holy sword required an explanation. The Emperor Yun Fengyun truly was a despicable ruler. Just observe his actions. He was both a ruler and a coward. He feared me, yet sought to marry off his daughter. Now, he was concocting schemes to eliminate me without daring to send anyone openly, resorting instead to clandestine maneuvers. Such issues arose from Yun Fengyun's numerous shameless deeds. Minister Yang Jun has come to pay his respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Yang Jun ascended to the throne, promptly bowing respectfully before Yun Fengyun. The emperor's cold gaze bore down on Yang Jun, filled with murderous intent. Yin Fengyun was already incensed today, and he intended to extract the truth regarding the holy sword from Yang Jun. Furthermore, he sought to use this incident as a pretext to pin a crime on Yang Jun and resolve the matter of their betrothal. Otherwise, if this were to drag on until the wedding day, what would happen then? The son-in-law Yin Fengyun envisioned was not Yang Jun, but Zhou Tian. As he cast a glance at Yang Jun, contemplating his words, he prepared to speak. However, unexpectedly, Yang Jun preempted him. A sudden thud echoed, followed by cries for help. "Your Majesty, you must take a stand for me." Yang Jun's outcry startled not only Yin Fengyun, but all those present in the court. What was happening? Witnessing Yang Jun's sudden display of tears and despair left everyone perplexed, especially Yin Fengyun, who found Yang Jun's behavior entirely unexpected. As an emperor, he could not simply ignore a minister's grievances. Yin Fengyun straightened himself, fixing his eyes on Yang Jun. "Your Majesty, I have been fulfilling your command to undertake an important task. In doing so, I have sustained countless injuries. Yet, this is of little consequence, as it was for your Majesty's entrusted mission." Yang Jun spoke through tears, wiping his face with his hand. The assembly listened in wide-eyed astonishment. Even Yin Fengyun was taken aback. How could he intervene now, with such declarations being made publicly? "In service of your Majesty's orders, I have risked everything amidst a sea of corpses and rivers of blood, fighting valiantly. I understood that I must fulfill your Majesty's trust, and with such resolve, I was able to accomplish the mission entrusted to me." Yang Jun continued, his words causing Yin Fengyun's brow to furrow and then relax. He observed Yang Jun, who was now prostrated on the ground. Yin Fengyun's eyes widened in surprise. The others, too, were taken aback, wondering if Yang Jun had succeeded in acquiring the holy sword. However, just as they were grappling with their astonishment, Yang Jun abruptly shifted his tone and raised his voice to utter 2 words. These words immediately captured everyone's attention. Their gazes fixated on Yang Jun. As he spoke, he squeezed out a few more tears. "Yet, while I am grateful for your Majesty's grace, I have uncovered a shocking truth. The one who harmed me is actually a member of the court." Yang Jun unleashed his full acting prowess, speaking passionately. Simultaneously, he lifted his head, revealing his tear-streaked face, exuding a blend of grievance and fury. The officials present in the court were left in utter shock. They had anticipated that Yang Jun would face punishment from Yin Fengyun today. Yet, they could not have imagined the situation would take such a turn. With a mere sentence, Yang Jun had aimed the blame squarely at them. This revelation sent them into a frenzy of panic, utterly unforeseen. "Young Master Zhao, do not speak nonsense. We are under the Emperor's roof. Who would dare to rob you?" "Indeed, young Master Zhao, could it be that, fearing punishment for your failure, you have concocted this lie? Your actions are deeply disappointing, young Master Zhao." The officials quickly interjected, vehemently denying any involvement. They were unwilling to bear such a heavy accusation. This was a grave crime. To rob the holy sword from beneath the city was a matter of utmost importance to the emperor. Such an event could not fail to astonish all present. Fortunately, I have secured evidence. Otherwise, I would not have been able to clarify such a significant matter. Yang Jun sneered, producing a token from his person and tossing it into the air. This token was not one belonging to the Highlang Forbidden Army, and only a few could recognize it. Yuanlu. Upon seeing the token, Yin Fengyun immediately let out a cold reprimand. Yuanlu hastily picked up the token and presented it to Yin Fengyun with great care. As Yin Fengyun examined the token, a surge of rage welled up within him. He could hardly believe how foolish this group had been. The loss of such a significant token, especially in the hands of Yang Jun, who has now used it to accuse others, is indeed alarming. "Your Majesty, there are treacherous individuals within the court, harboring sinister intentions, perhaps even plotting rebellion. Otherwise, how could they have dared to seize your Majesty's sacred sword?" Yang Jun, feigning distress, vociferously lamented. Upon hearing his words, Yin Fengyun furrowed his brow. This scoundrel, Yang Jun, has now turned the tables against himself. He must contemplate how to handle this predicament. "Yang Jun, the matters you have mentioned require thorough investigation. Only with clarity can we ascertain the truth. However, the heavenly sword was lost under your watch. Do you think you can evade responsibility? You must bear the consequences." Yin Fengyun, being a cunning old fox, regarded Yang Jun as inconsequential in his presence. With a cold snort, He raised his voice, swiftly redirecting the issue back to Yang Jun. Chapter 89. The master of framing. Upon hearing Yun Fengyun's remarks, Yang Jun's eyes glinted, and a smile crept upon his lips. Very well. If things must unfold in such a manner, then let me make this situation as chaotic as possible. With a grin, Yang Jun's gaze fixated on Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian, standing in the court, appeared indifferent to the unfolding drama. After all, he possessed a sacred sword. The squabbling and commotion among others was of no concern to him. He merely wished to observe as Yang Jun faced retribution from the Emperor of the Xia. Little did he anticipate that Yang Jun would suddenly cast his gaze upon him. Yang Jun, with a smirk, scrutinized Zhou Tian intently. Zhou Tian, determined to remain silent, felt a creeping unease under Yang Jun's piercing stare. What are you looking at? Zhou Tian could no longer contain himself and questioned Yang Jun. Captain Zhou, what do you think? Why do you think I am looking at you? Yang Jun sighed as he regarded Zhou Tian, shaking his head in dismay. His demeanor radiated indignation and frustration. What do you mean? Zhou Tian glared at Yang Jun, growing increasingly irate. What do I mean? Do you not understand? The sword that was taken from me was a false sacred sword, but the true one I entrusted to you for presentation to the emperor. Have you not delivered it to his majesty? Yang Jun's words were pointed, his eyes fixed intently on Zhou Tian, exuding dissatisfaction. He spoke with a hint of grievance, shaking his head in disapproval. Yang Jun's accusations drew gasps from the assembled court officials, their eyes widening in disbelief. How could such a scandalous situation arise? Zhou Tian felt a chill run down his spine, overwhelmed by anxiety. Yang Jun, you are truly ruthless. Your ploy to divert blame is utterly shameless. In an instant, Zhou Tian envisioned thrusting the sacred sword into Yang Jun repeatedly. Such a turn of events was beyond his imagination. How could a person be so brazen? Zhou Tian shook his head repeatedly, denouncing Yang Jun for his despicable actions, which had caused him to lose his sacred sword while attempting to implicate him as a scapegoat. Captain Zhou, is the sacred sword truly in your possession? Yun Fengyun interjected with a cold snort, raising his voice to question Zhou Tian. This was a matter he was unwilling to accept. What is the sacred sword? It is said to possess the power to alter the very fabric of reality. Hence, it is imperative that it falls into his hands. Upon hearing Yun Fengyun's inquiry, Zhou Tian cursed Yang Jun's ancestors in his mind. How could this shameless scoundrel act in such a manner? Your Majesty, the sacred sword is indeed in my possession. However, I brought it with me to court, and weapons should not be displayed recklessly. I intended to present it to your Majesty after the audience. Zhou Tian did not dare to deny the situation. Both Yang Jun and Yun Xianmo were aware of his possession of the sword. If he refused to acknowledge it, he would surely suffer dire consequences should Yun Xianmo speak up. Yang Jun had made his intentions clear, and Zhou Tian could not afford to take risks. This issue, though unwelcome, could no longer be concealed. Patience, Yang Jun, your arrogance will not last long. Once my senior sisters arrive, your fate is sealed. Zhou Tian's heart seethed with fury, repeatedly envisioning how he would punish Yang Jun. You scoundrel, await your reckoning. Zhou Tian mentally cursed Yang Jun, his eyes ablaze with anger. Then, why do you not present the sacred sword? Yin Fengyun's piercing gaze demanded an answer. Zhou Tian, unable to refute the command, reluctantly relinquished the sword. Yang Jun, observing the exchange, maintained an air of indifference. Zhou Tian was compelled to submit his royal sword, a situation that incited great frustration. Yang Jun glanced at Zhou Tian, whose eyes resembled bulging orbs. Yet, Yang Jun remained unimpressed. Having already offended many, he felt no concern for the consequences. His conflict with Zhou Tian was a matter of life and death. This was an opportunity to weaken Zhou Tian's influence. As a minor antagonist, Yang Jun was prepared to embrace his role as such. As a villain, it was only natural to crush the protagonist, forcing them to kneel before him. At that moment, a courtier stepped forward. Your Majesty, the young master, Zhao, has undertaken a significant mission to the Sword Pavilion on your secret orders, successfully eliminating its master, thereby achieving a great feat. Moreover, he has employed utmost caution to safeguard the sacred sword, and thus deserves recognition and reward. The speaker was an elder statesman, known for his fair dealings. Indeed, your Majesty, the young master, Zhao's efforts are commendable. Please consider his contributions and grant him due reward. Another official echoed the sentiment. seeking Yun Fengyun's approval. Yang Jun was taken aback, pondering when he had garnered such favorable relations in court. He glanced at the officials advocating for him and nodded slightly, realizing that those supporting him were aligned with the faction of the Grand Princess. It appeared that they were acting in accordance with Yun Fengyu's wishes. Yun Fengyun scrutinized the officials, particularly those who had spoken favorably of Yang Jun, sensing a growing unease. Could it be that Yang Jun was beginning to form factions within the court? Such a development was something Yun Fengyun would never tolerate. With a cold snort, he maintained his composure. Yang Jun may have merits, but he also bore the burden of responsibility, for the sacred sword was indeed lost under his stewardship. Contrarily, Zhou Tian, having escorted the sacred sword with commendable merit, was elevated from his position in the Imperial City Guard to the vice captain, assisting the captain in overseeing the gun camp, cannon camp, and the guard camp. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tian was filled with joy. Chapter 90. Unexpected gains. Zhou Tian had been feeling quite disheartened, yet he was utterly unprepared for the delightful surprise bestowed upon him by Yun Fengyun. Your Majesty, I express my profound gratitude for your gracious favor, Zhou Tian exclaimed, immediately kneeling in reverence. He felt an immense sense of pride, for the position of vice captain in the Imperial City Guard, with one more promotion, would inevitably lead him to become the captain. At that point, he would hold the reins of the city's safety and security entirely in his hands. Although Zhou Tian was a rising star within the court, his experience paled in comparison to that of others. Now, having received such significant recognition, Yun Fengyun's intentions were abundantly clear. The officials in attendance, upon hearing Yun Fengyun's proclamation, all harbored their own thoughts. Yang Jun, however, remained remarkably composed, showing little concern for the unfolding events, as they bore little relevance to him. He was acutely aware that Yun Fengyun would not easily let him off the hook. There would surely be further schemes to contend with. Standing still, Yang Jun feigned calmness while his heart was rife with unease. His worry stemmed not only from Yun Fengyun, but also from Zhou Tian. He had initially thought to outmaneuver Zhou Tian, yet unexpectedly, Zhou Tian turned misfortune into fortune, losing the heavenly sword but gaining a promotion instead. The captain of the Imperial City Guard wielded the power to execute orders without prior approval. Alas, the protagonist's aura was ever so glaringly apparent. The ramifications of these developments were truly disheartening. Yang Jun realized he must adapt. If he continued on this trajectory, not only would he fail to surpass Zhou Tian, but he might also jeopardize his own life. Could he truly not alter the narrative's course? Was he merely a pawn in Zhou Tian's ascent? Or was he nothing more than a pitiful entity merely providing Zhou Tian with experience? Contemplating these thoughts, Yang Jun could not help but chuckle bitterly while shaking his head. Zhou Tian, brimming with confidence, cast a glance at Yang Jun, entirely dismissing his previous grievances. The current circumstances held no significance for him. In summary, he felt an overwhelming sense of possibility at his fingertips. What do you possess that is so remarkable, Yang Jun? Regardless of the circumstances, all achievements will rightfully belong to me. A single sacred sword has paved the way for a splendid future. Soon, the princess will be mine, and you shall be rendered inconsequential. Zhou Tian thought vindicatively. You will regret provoking me. You brought this upon yourself, did you not? Very well. I shall seek out your senior sister for further enlightenment. Only through deep discourse with her can I vent the fury simmering within. Yang Jun, filled with resentment, harbored these thoughts. After the court session, he hurried directly to the residence of the Prince of Pingxi. Zhou Tian, however, remained behind, as Yun Fengyun summoned him privately. I pay my respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor! Zhou Tian exclaimed as he knelt before Yun Fengyun, proclaiming his loyalty. Rise! Yun Fengyun waved his hand. Watching as Zhou Tian stood upright and nodded slightly. To his surprise, Zhou Tian indeed possessed an admirable appearance. Tall and robust, he exuded an aura of vitality. Clearly a handsome young man. At first glance, Yun Fengyun concluded that Zhou Tian was far more pleasing to the eye than Yang Jun. There was no denying that Yang Jun appeared unusually gaunt, a noticeable disparity in their appearances. Zhou Tian, the engagement with Shiyu is forthcoming, Yun Fengyun stated, taking a sip from his tea. Zhou Tian was taken aback by Yun Fengyun's words, struggling to comprehend their implications. It was already settled that Yun Xie would marry Yang Jun, a fact that filled him with dissatisfaction and resentment. Yet, what was Yun Fengyun's intention in addressing this matter before him? I shall ensure the tranquility of the imperial city, preventing any chaos on the day of the princess's wedding. Zhou Tian replied promptly, clasping his hands together. In this regard, he could only respond in such a manner. Yang Jun's engagement was a matter of royal dignity. Even with Yun Fengyun's favor, Zhou Tian could not alter this reality. Zhou Tian, I do not favor this prince consort, Yun Fengyun declared, leaving Zhou Tian momentarily stunned. He found it challenging to decipher Yun Fengyun's intent, opting to remain silent for the time being. If you were to win Shiyu over, you would become the prince consort. Do you dare to oppose Yang Jun and seize her for yourself? Yun Fengyun inquired, gazing intently at Zhou Tian. The gravity of Yun Fengyun's words resonated clearly with Zhou Tian. He realized the emperor was urging him to take action against Yang Jun. Enlightened by this revelation, Zhou Tian felt an exhilarating rush. However, he quickly suppressed his elation, adopting a respectful demeanor before Yun Fengyun. Your Majesty, should you desire Yang Jun's demise, I am willing to exert every effort in that endeavor. Zhou Tian spoke earnestly, his expression filled with reverence. With the emperor harboring ill feelings towards Yang Jun, Zhou Tian felt emboldened. He had little to fear now. This meant he could certainly emerge victorious and resolve this predicament. With such thoughts, Zhou Tian's confidence swelled. The day of Shiyu's wedding shall be your moment of confrontation with Yang Jun. I trust you will not let me down. Yun Fengyun affirmed with a firm nod, prompting Zhou Tian to kneel once more. I shall not fail your divine grace, Zhou Tian proclaimed with fervor. He possessed a commanding presence. Driven by the belief that he would surely triumph over Yang Jun satisfied, Yun Fengyun nodded, not solely due to Zhou Tian's superiority over Yang Jun, but also because of the unwavering loyalty Zhou Tian had demonstrated. What he needed most was a devoted prince consort, not someone like Yang Jun, who harbored ulterior motives and posed a potential threat. Though the prince of Pingxi had perished, Yang Jun's ilk could very well conspire to further their own interests, a scenario Yun Fengyun could not abide. Moreover, he perceived his actions as a means to secure Yun Xie's happiness and future. Remember, if I have entrusted you with a task, you may execute it with confidence. However, should it be something I have not permitted, be mindful that it is absolutely unacceptable. Yun Fengyun reiterated, his gaze fixed firmly on Zhou Tian. I shall obey. Chapter 91. The princess arrives to his surprise. Upon his arrival, he found Yun Xie had come. She was not alone. With a radiant smile, she brought numerous boxes filled with treasures and her daily necessities. Yun Xie had already embraced her identity as Yang Jun's woman. Hence, at this moment, she eagerly anticipated the day she would officially become his wife. Deng Jian was elated. His heir was finally to be wed. According to custom, following this grand wedding, the heir would be considered an adult. This outcome signified the continuation of the Prince of Pingxi's legacy. Deng Jian promptly ushered forth, taking charge of the dowry brought by Yun Xie and escorting everyone else away. At present, Yang Jun and Yun Xiyu require their own private space. Yang Jun, why do you appear so despondent? The wedding is just 2 days away. Yun Xiyu sat beside Yang Jun, her face etched with concern as she gazed at him. Only 2 more days? Ah, I am truly anxious. Time seems to drag on interminably. Yang Jun's thoughts were heard by Yun Xiyu, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment, yet she also felt a sense of joy and anticipation. Yang Jun's sentiments indicated that he did not reject her. His eagerness signified that he indeed held affection for her. Yun Xiyu gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her eyes fixed on Yang Jun. In this moment, Yang Jun silently sighed. The treacherous emperor Yun Fengyun was suppressing him in the court, favoring Zhou Tian to undermine him. Such favoritism surely had ulterior motives. The impending wedding, it seemed, would not be so straightforward. Yang Jun pondered this, a hint of worry creeping in. In the original narrative, it was Zhou Tian who was to wed, not himself. The destined protagonist had caused his character to meet an untimely end from the outset. Yet now, this minor character had unexpectedly become the protagonist of the wedding. This singular twist left Yang Jun marveling at the capriciousness of fate. With only 2 days until the nuptials, it was hoped that his father would manage to resolve the situation. When the time came, he and his father would unite, and everything would be set right. However, Yang Jun understood that any delay could spell his doom. Yang Jun, I know you are anxious, but as a princess, while I too long to marry you soon. My mother and the court officials have informed me that the wedding date is tied to the fate of the nation and cannot be altered at will. Yun Shiyu, leaning towards Yang Jun, grasped his hand, her voice soft and soothing. At this moment, she genuinely felt for him, articulating her innermost desires. To her, Yang Jun's fierce demeanor was merely a facade, masking the affection he harbored for her. This realization brought satisfaction to Yun Shiyu's heart. Yang Jun, please bear with it a little longer, otherwise I shall yield to all your wishes, she added, her delicate face flushed crimson. Compared to before, she had undergone considerable change, appearing more dignified and graceful. Yun Shiyu aspired to be a virtuous wife and mother, and thus was doing her utmost to comfort Yang Jun. She observed him, only to find his brows furrowed, worry etched across his features. Contemplating this, she leaned in and placed a soft kiss on his cheek. The sound startled Yang Jun into silence. What are you trying to do? I must remind you, I am a respectable person. Yang Jun raised his head, meeting Yun Shiyu's gaze, and instinctively raised a hand to shield himself. A respectable person? Were you respectable at the inn last time? Shall we finish what we left undone? Yun Shiyu teased with a smile, leaving Yang Jun utterly astonished. Was this little princess truly so impatient? At this moment, it seemed she could hardly contain herself, wishing to engage in such matters. Yang Jun, do not rush. Wait until our wedding day, when I shall comply with your desires. What do you say? As she spoke, her face reddened once more, her eyes glimmering with shyness. Had her insinuations been too forward? I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Remember, Yang Jun, the day after tomorrow is our wedding day. With that, Yun Shiyu departed, her cheeks still tinged with embarrassment. For her, the encounter had been somewhat awkward, yet she firmly believed her choice was undoubtedly correct. Yang Jun watched as Yun Shiyu walked away, feeling the warmth of her lingering presence on his cheek. His mind was in turmoil. According to the original plot, he had no right to pursue such a woman. After all, in Zhou Tian's world, Yun Shiyu had blossomed into a true heroine. Yet the tides of fate had shifted, and now Yun Shiyu stood before him, an inescapable presence. Initially, he had sought to distance himself and dissolve their engagement. However, events had unfolded such that he and she were drawing closer, now unable to separate. Emerging from his reverie, Yang Jun noticed Deng Jian busy arranging Yun Shiyu's dowry, a revelation that took him aback. This woman treated him kindly. Moreover, which man could resist a life of comfort? He too desired such a life, but only if he could ensure his survival. As a villain, it was paramount to understand his identity and subsequently enhance his strength. Diligence could compensate for his lack of innate talent. He must surpass the protagonist through hard work. Regardless, the priority remained to elevate himself. It was essential to stabilize his newly attained third-tier status to fully harness its power. The fragrant aroma brought forth memories of battles fought amidst the mountains, events indelibly etched in his mind. Certain occurrences were not easily forgotten. Come forth, Yang Jun suddenly called, directing his gaze toward a shadowy corner. Chapter 92. The exchange the individual concealed in the shadows did not reveal themselves, nor did they make a sound. Are you contemplating a shift in our cooperative relationship? Since you have entered my abode, it is only right that you show me some respect. Yet it seems you are dissatisfied with this arrangement. Perhaps we should further advance our relationship? Yang Jun's words were cold, yet they carried an undertone of displeasure as his gaze remained fixed on a corner. I merely wish to ascertain how you acquired your dragon cultivation technique. You are practicing my sect's secret arts without permission, and I must investigate this thoroughly. Exterminating you to preserve my sect's secrets may also be a possibility. Mo Qing Yin stepped forth as she spoke. Practice without permission? That is unnecessary. This was personally bestowed upon me by Lung Qingyu. Lung Qingyu is far more discerning than you. Our exchange is equitable. Mo Qing Yan's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Yang Jun's revelation. She could not fathom her junior sister betraying their sect. The selection process of Hao Yan's sect was exceedingly rigorous. Every practitioner was personally chosen by the master, and none would dare betray the sect. Thus, Mo Qing Yan was adamant in rejecting Yang Jun's claims, as they intimately involved her sect's integrity. What do you mean? Clarify yourself. Mo Qing Yan balks, he so pandis de Yang Yunya. This is impossible. My junior sister would never teach you. Was it conceivable that her junior sister had allied with Yang Jun? The thought flitted through Mo Qingyan's mind, leaving her with an expression of embarrassment. Ally? Have I already concluded that I have allied with such a scoundrel? No, that cannot be right. If we were to speak of shamelessness, none could rival Zhou Tian. That scoundrel pretended to be a paragon of virtue, yet his actions were utterly despicable and beyond reproach. As these thoughts took root, Mo Qingyan found her disdain intensifying. Zhou Tian unexpectedly utilized the trust that Mo Qingyan had in him to commit such an act. Where is my junior sister? I must inquire with her directly. Such a matter is intolerable to her as well. Yang Jun seemed disinterested in engaging further. Striding ahead with purpose, Mo Qingyan's heart was filled with myriad doubts, yearning for clarity. Thus, she resolutely followed in his footsteps, eager to discover where Yang Jun would lead her. As Yang Jun walked ahead, Mo Qingyan trailed behind, twisting and turning through the expansive Pingxi Wangfu, which housed countless chambers. Catching sight of Mo Qingyan following closely behind, Yang Jun could not help but smile softly. Eventually, he halted before a door, bringing Mo Qingyan to a stop as well. Despite her earlier fierce demeanor, an unsettling feeling gnawed at her heart at this moment. The door swung open to reveal Lung Qingyue seated within, elegantly attired and sipping from a cup. The room was adorned with exquisite opulence. Junior sister, Mo Qingyan exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Lung Qingyue, only for her expression to shift as she recalled the gravity of the situation. She turned to Yang Jun before stepping closer to Lung Qingyue. Junior sister, are you not aware that one cannot impart the sect's secret arts to others without the master's consent? Such actions invite severe punishment from the sect. Mo Qingyan's face was grave as she fixed her gaze upon her junior sister. It was imperative that she clarify these matters. Sister, it's been a while, Lung Qingyue greeted, lifting her head to acknowledge her senior. Please have a seat. Junior sister, shouldn't you provide me an explanation? Mo Qingyan pressed, suppressing her inner rage, her countenance aflame with indignation. Sister, there is really nothing to explain. I have simply allied myself with Yang Jun. He has become my man. Thus, he is also considered one of our sect's own. Teaching him the Long Shun Gong does not contravene the sect's rules. Mo Qingyan was taken aback by Lung Qingyue's words. You and him? Junior sister, you are the Ziyang holy body. How could you have given yourself to him? It dawned on her why Zhou Tian had not progressed while Yang Jun's martial prowess soared. A long sigh escaped her lips as she grappled with the incomprehensible situation. At that moment, she could not fathom how a mere buffoon like Yang Jun could achieve such a feat. What do you mean by that? She shot back, casting a resentful glare at Yang Jun. Hey, I'm still here. What do you mean by such words? Yang Jun glanced at Mo Qingyan and chuckled. What? Are you finally appreciating my prowess? Would you like a taste of it to truly understand? Mo Qingyan furrowed her brow, but chose to ignore Yang Jun. Just as she was about to speak again, Lung Qingyue raised an eyebrow and addressed Yang Jun. I haven't yet asked my sister. How is it that you are now in Yang Jun's company? Shouldn't you be protecting Zhou Tian? Lung Qingyue felt somewhat perplexed regarding the current situation, unable to make sense of it all in that moment. Upon hearing Zhou Tian's name mentioned, a flash of anger ignited in Mo Qingyan's eyes. That name filled her with disgust, rendering it utterly unacceptable. Such a despicable and shameless person. How could he become like this? Zhou Tian is vile. I am his sworn enemy. Mo Qingyan spoke abruptly, her words startling Lung Qingyue. This is precisely why I distance myself from Zhou Tian. After all, Yang Jun excels far beyond him in that regard. Lung Qingyue's cheeks flushed as she continued. The teachings of our sect condition me to believe I belong to Zhou Tian. Yet, beneath his gentlemanly facade lies a treacherous nature that repulses me. Conversely, Yang Jun may present himself as a rogue, but upon reflection, he is not entirely unworthy of acceptance. Mo Qingyan was taken aback by Lung Qingyue's admission. The events she had endured were a source of immense embarrassment. Yet certain physical responses could not be easily concealed. Such matters were not easily dismissed. Junior sister, Zhou Tian is the one chosen by our master. Have you truly considered the implications of this? Mo Qingyan's brow knitted in concern over the gravity of the question. Her words left Lung Qingyue momentarily speechless. Undeniably, the presence of Haoyan sect loomed behind them. The sect's strength meant that there were matters beyond their individual control. Certain choices were not entirely within their discretion, and if the sect opposed their actions, they would have to seriously contemplate the viability of their decisions. Yang Jun, having listened to the two women converse, stepped forward as they finally broached the subject at hand. Zhou Tian, that despicable scoundrel, is emboldened by the favor of the vile emperor, coveting my position as the prince consort. You must understand, if he truly usurps my place, he will undoubtedly garner even greater favor from that dog of an emperor. But do you think this is merely a boon? Should he be cultivated by the emperor, appearing to treat you well? What do you think will happen once the emperor uncovers the truth behind Zhou Tian? Yang Jun regarded Mo Qingyan and Lung Qingyue, affirming the likelihood of such an event. Once the emperor comprehended the underlying circumstances, he might not kill Zhou Tian outright, but would force him to make a choice: loyalty to the imperial authority or rebellion. You two are intelligent. Enlighten me on your thoughts. Yang Jun smiled faintly, pausing in his discourse. Such events were indeed highly probable. Moreover, in the aftermath of such occurrences, Lung Qingyue had a profound understanding of Zhou Tian. With a gentle sigh, she pondered the immense power of Haotian sect, yet acknowledged it was merely a faction within the world. But what of the imperial court? Under heaven, all land belongs to the king. All shores are ruled by the king's ministers. Zhou Tian's ambitions are vast. If he becomes the prince consort, how clear will his choices become? Taking a deep breath, she exhaled slowly. He dares. Mo Qingyan seethed, torn between admonition and the clarity of understanding. Such a scenario was undeniably plausible. Coming to terms with it all, Mo Qingyan felt a wave of despondency wash over her, releasing a soft sigh. Zhou Tian's ambitions were grand, and his actions increasingly reckless. What deed was beyond his reach? Yang Jun, smiling, extended his arms to embrace Mo Qingyan's shoulders, gently guiding her away. As she absorbed his words and felt his gesture, a flicker of warmth ignited within her heart. Yet, soon another voice intruded. Oh, such smooth skin. This shoulder, so delicate, even thinner than Lung Qingyue's. Yang Jun's musings caused Mo Qingyan's complexion to shift, her face flushing crimson with embarrassment. Dare to touch me again, and I shall sever your hand. Though her cheeks burned with humiliation, she found herself unable to follow through with such a threat. After Mo Qingyan departed, Yang Jun sat down, reflecting on the unfolding events. Qinju wore a sorrowful expression as she approached Jin. I have already cooperated with you to the fullest. Please give me the antidote. Her eyes were filled with a desperate yearning. Of course, I will provide the antidote, but it requires some time. Jin replied with a sly smile, his eyes glinting mischievously. By the way, you need not return to the dungeon anymore. It is quite comfortable here. Moreover, if we wish to explore new positions, it will be quite convenient for both of us. He thought to himself, it seems that I am the one reaping the greatest benefits here. With Qinju and another Qingyan, does that not serve as an accelerator for this dual cultivation technique? Qinju's expression shifted slightly. At that moment, she leaned closer to him, extending her hand to grasp the lapel of his garment. Exploring new positions? Very well. Shall we try it now? As she spoke, Jin's gaze shifted. I still do not know which of the two can provide me with greater assistance. Qinju was inching closer, her lips nearly brushing against Jin's cheek. However, upon overhearing his thoughts, she unexpectedly felt a pang of jealousy. All right, you may go find the third senior sister, she said, loosening her grip on him. Of course, women, especially in such matters, often employ the strategy of retreating to advance, seeking to elicit a proactive response from Jin, ideally coaxing him into appeasing her. Yet, Jin appeared to be a man of integrity. Upon hearing her words, he genuinely released her and turned to leave. You scoundrel, truly a scoundrel, she exclaimed, her voice echoing with indignation. Scoundrel, Jin. You are a scoundrel. Qinju cursed, yet the situation weighed heavily on her heart. The sudden arrival of the third senior sister could very well mean that she would collaborate with Jin, which in essence was akin to seeking refuge, although the term collaboration sounded more palatable. Moreover, the third senior sister's physique and appearance were not inferior to her own. This development doused Qinju with a cold splash of reality. At this moment, she realized that she could no longer treat Jin with the same icy demeanor as before. Otherwise, he could easily find a substitute. leaving her to face the fate of being cast aside. For Ling Kyunju, the most crucial point was that she had no retreat left. Her body belonged to Ying Jin, and Zhutn would certainly not come to her aid. As for her sect, they likely no longer held any trust in her. Alas, it seems I must rely on myself moving forward, she sighed softly, acknowledging that this reliance did not mean she could entirely resolve her issues independently. In Ying Jin's presence, she could no longer afford to act capriciously. There were things that she must still do. Her somewhat aggrieved demeanor made Ling Kyunju appear even more delicate and enchanting. Ying Jin approached Kyun, who was now gazing intently at him. "What have you two been discussing?" she inquired directly, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. "What we discussed was how to deal with Zhutn," Ying Jin replied, leaning closer. "You cannot handle him." Kyun shook her head emphatically. "Surely, you underestimate me," he retorted, feeling frustrated as Kyun poured cold water on his confidence. "Zhutn possesses the strongest talent among us. Even though you have practiced the Ylingshng, your current strength is still far inferior to his. You simply cannot contend with him. If it comes to a one-on-one confrontation, you stand no chance." Kyun stated decisively. "I am not afraid. I have you by my side," Ying Jin quickly responded, prompting Kyun to lift her gaze to him. Though she held some resentment toward Ying Jin, the prospect of confronting Zhutn piqued her interest, at least in her eyes. Ying Jin was considerably more capable than Zhutn at this point. Confronting Zhutn had seemingly become something Kyun was eager to pursue. "I recall something quite important," she stated. "Aside from the lofty ideals, I happen to possess a skill that can turn the tide. Ling Kyunju has already been forthright with you. Why do you still hide?" Ying Jin pondered, when suddenly Kyun's right hand moved, drawing her sword slightly, its gleam reflecting off Ying Jin's cheek as her expression turned frigid. "Do you dare to mention her again?" "Her? Who? What matter?" Ying, perplexed by her sudden hostility. Kyun, feeling vexed, sheathed her sword. The issue was that she could not reveal to Ying Jin that she could hear his thoughts. If she divulged such a truth, she would lose her leverage over him entirely. This was her trump card, her means of controlling the situation and navigating through any challenges. "I wish to ask you, has Ling Kyunju confided everything to you?" Kyun sought to rationalize her inquiry. "Yes, she and I are allies," Ying Jin replied, raising an eyebrow deliberately, causing Kyun's frown to deepen. The fact that Ling Kyunju had shared all these details with him meant that Kyun now had to devise a strategy. Otherwise, she would find herself perpetually one step behind, ultimately suffering the consequences. "Ying Jin, I can assist you, and I will do so wholeheartedly," Kyun declared. Ying Jin smiled slightly, sensing a glimmer of hope. It appeared there was a way forward, at least in these matters, where he could respond and potentially resolve everything. This was an opportunity, a fortuitous encounter. "I have mastered a unique skill known as fshushushng. This technique requires two individuals to cultivate together. Once perfected, during battles or significant transformations, one person's power can be entirely lent to the other. With such strength, one can surge in capability, making it far easier to confront adversaries." Kyun spoke solemnly, and Ying Jin's excitement was palpable as he reached out to grasp her hand firmly. "Excellent. Let us practice this technique." Kyun frowned once more at his words. "Who said I would practice with you? Do you not realize that this could deplete my inner strength?" She pouted slightly, her frustration evident. "Indeed, I understand your reluctance, but remember, if I cannot enhance my strength, Zhutn could eliminate me at any moment. You surely do not wish to witness such a fate, do you? Just consider, if I have your assistance and still cannot contend with him, would you not doubt your own abilities?" Ying Jin spoke earnestly, his demeanor serious. Kyun regarded him with narrowed eyes. "There is no need to provoke me. I am not a fool. I see now that your reluctance to assist me stems from your concern that Ling Kyunju might surpass you in aiding me. Leave." Ying exclaimed, and Kyun nearly jumped in response. Observing his self-satisfied expression, she felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a sound thrashing to him. Alas, Kyunju has been so supportive of me, yet you are unwilling to make even a small sacrifice for my sake? Well, since Lung Qingyue is still the better choice, I shall seek out Lung Qingyue. The Ziyang's sacred body can still assist me. At worst, I can make a few more attempts. Even if I cannot surpass Mo Qingyan, the effects will surely accumulate over time, will they not? Why should I continue to debase myself by seeking her out and facing her disdainful expression? As Yang Jun contemplated this, he decided to turn and leave. However, at that moment, Mo Qingyan unexpectedly made her move, grabbing Yang Jun's arm and pulling him closer. Their faces were mere inches apart. Let me tell you, whatever Lung Qingyue can accomplish, I, Mo Qingyan, can do just as well if not better. What? You want to do something with me? Montak Qingyan spoka assertively. Leafing Yang Jun utterly surpriset. Be quiet and come inside. Flustered and embarrassed, Mo Qingyan quickly ushered him into the room. They sat cross-legged facing each other. But Mo Qingyan looked at Yang Jun and felt a persistent sense of unease. Was this scoundrel trying to ensnare her in some sort of trap? It didn't matter. Everything was for the sake of Hao Yan's sect and the common people. Practicing would not cost her anything significant. What should I do now? Just as Mo Qingyan's thoughts were in turmoil, Yang Jun suddenly spoke. At this moment, he was channeling his own Yulong divine art, eager to hasten his cultivation. Yet, Mo Qingyan remained seated, clearly still unprepared. What is the matter with you? Time is of the essence. The sooner we complete our training, the greater our chances of success, and it will be beneficial for us. Moreover, it is imperative to protect our sect and prevent any harm from coming to it. Do you understand? Yang Jun raised his voice earnestly, his eyes filled with determination. Yang Jun, will you betray me? Mo Qingyan questioned, her tone laden with doubt. Do you not know that I, Yang Jun, am the most devoted person in this world? If you don't believe me, you can ask Lung Qingyue. Only a child would make such a choice. What I desire is harmony. Yang Jun mused internally when Mo Qingyan abruptly took action. You devoted? You want me to inquire about your devotion from others? You scoundrel. Mo Qingyan rebuked him, though she sighed softly in exasperation. There's a saying that goes, the more one speaks, the more mistakes one makes. The less one speaks, the fewer mistakes one makes. Listen carefully. I will only say this once. Especially in matters such as this, she understood that certain things must be executed with precision. Yang Jun was somewhat frivolous and lacked focus in his actions. Yet his analysis of the situation was remarkably astute. After all, in such matters, adhering to the correct course of action would lead to resolution. Mo Qingyan quickly shared the secrets she had memorized. Calm your mind, memorize the mental techniques, and practice with me. Place your palms against mine, and let us see if our internal energies can merge. Mo Qingyan was acutely aware that this was no time for frivolity. Despite her many grievances, she endeavored to maintain her composure and thoroughly explain everything involved. Rest assured, how could there be any inappropriate undertones between us? Yang Jun smiled, his eyes glinting with a mischievous light. As their palms met, they pressed tightly together. Mo Qingyan's hands were soft and icy, sending a shiver through Yang Jun. Why is this woman blushing so fiercely? Could it be that she has not yet mastered her skills? Could you please be quiet? Why are you so fierce? I haven't even spoken. Yang Jun protested. In any case, just be silent and focus. Mo Qingyan admonished him, her voice resolute. At this juncture, Mo Qingyan had already chosen to yield, indicating that everything here was beyond alteration. There was only one path forward. Do not entertain any other thoughts. Soon my energy will merge with your body and enter your dantian. Remember to stabilize your mind, and be sure to do so. Stabilize my mind? What does that mean? Do you not trust me? Are you implying that I will lose control? Yang Jun wondered, only to suddenly notice Mo Qingyan biting her lip tightly, her breath becoming erratic, her internal energy in disarray. Wait, her own internal energy is in chaos, still claiming to be formidable, yet it appears otherwise. Mo Qingyan shot him a glare, but dared not make any further movements. She could only stabilize her own breath. Hearing Yang Jun's ramblings would surely infuriate her. Mo Qingyan took a deep breath, steadying her mind, and slowly, two powerful forces surged through her palm, entering Yang Jun's body. As the energy flowed into him, Yang Jun immediately felt the benefits. He realized that one could lend their strength to another during cultivation, thus enhancing their abilities. As Mo Qingyin's energy coursed into him, Yang Jun was overwhelmed with astonishment and joy. Though this power did not belong to him, it effortlessly elevated him from a third-tier martial artist to a fourth-tier one. Upon reaching the fourth tier, the energy did not cease but continued to grow, eventually ascending to the fifth tier before gradually stabilizing. Incredible! Yang Jun was elated, his eyes opening to see the glistening Mo Qingyin before him. After transferring her energy to him, Mo Qingyin's own strength waned. She swayed and began to fall toward Yang Jun. Seeing this, Yang Jun quickly reached out and caught her. With a sudden surge of strength, he held the soft and fragrant body of Mo Qingyin in his arms, inhaling her delicate scent with satisfaction. Thank you. Yang Jun expressed his gratitude earnestly. Montauk Qingyan, caught in his embrace, felt both embarrassed and angry, and could only glare at Yang Jun in reproach. How long can you maintain this? Mo Qingyin took a deep breath, striving to steady herself. Typically, it lasts from 1 hour to 2. What? That long? Mo Qingyin was taken aback, her eyes wide in disbelief. Indeed, if not. Shall we test it? Yang Jun, now intrigued, held Mo Qingyin closely, eager to experiment. You. At this moment, Mo Qingyin realized what this scoundrel was implying. She shook her head in resignation. Do not act recklessly. I want to ask you how long the energy transfer can be sustained within you. Montauk Qingyan sighed deeply, feeling that she had exerted herself to the utmost. Given that Yang Jun's energy had now reached at least the fifth tier, perhaps he still had the strength to contend with an opponent of the same level. Indeed, at this moment, every necessary consideration and action must be taken into account, particularly regarding Yang Jun's actual combat prowess. What I refer to is this divine skill. Surely you do not have other thoughts in mind. Yang Jun suddenly adopted a serious tone, speaking in rapid succession. In a fleeting moment, a flicker of indignation crossed Mo Qingyin's eyes, and she felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a thorough beating to this man. Alas, this woman still thought she could engage in something with me. Regrettably, the previous experience was simply insufficient. Yang Jun pondered these matters while Mo Qingyin shot him a resentful glare. This man was truly despicable, even at such a critical juncture. He was still reminiscing about the time she disguised herself as Yin Xie, and he took advantage of her. Chapter 96. Significant events approaching so soon? You mentioned 1 or 2 hours, did you not? Mo Qingyin exclaimed, her eyes widening as she questioned Yang Jun. The man was indeed stubborn and failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. It had only been the briefest moment, yet he made such extravagant claims. How could they possibly contend with Zhou Tian without a proper battle? Was defeat already imminent? This is rather awkward. How could this situation be remedied? Yang Jun was taken aback as Mo Qingyin, undeterred by his fanciful musings, reached out and grasped him once more. Come, let us continue. Only through diligence can we transform this predicament. That night felt interminable. Both Yang Jun and Mo Qingyin remained awake, despite their exhaustion. Through their repeated trials, they became increasingly familiar with the divine skill. Yang Jun was not merely boasting. Time was indeed passing. Naturally, during their training, moments of accidental physical contact were inevitable. As wanderers of the martial world, such interactions should not be unexpected at this juncture. Mo Qingyin did not dwell on it too much, yet her cheeks reddened with each passing moment. Her feelings were of little concern, but Yang Jun's incessant wandering thoughts were irksome, particularly since she could hear them. Unbeknownst to Yang Jun, while he and Mo Qingyin toiled diligently in their practice, swift horses were racing to the capital from the borders. After changing mounts nearly 60 times, urgent reports from the western border reached the capital before dawn, presented directly to the emperor. Upon the arrival of these reports, the morning court convened. As the ministers entered the hall, a palpable sense of chaos enveloped them. Although the specific content of the report remained unknown, it was evident that a significant event was unfolding. Otherwise, such circumstances would not have arisen. They speculated amongst themselves. Even the military officials could only offer superficial reassurances to their colleagues, while grappling with profound confusion regarding the unfolding events. No one knew the exact nature of the situation. It was worth noting that even the military had not seen the report. It was delivered straight to the emperor. Thus, currently, no one could clarify the matter at hand. The morning court had already surpassed its designated time, Yet Yin Fengyun had not yet appeared. Eventually, after a considerable delay, he entered the hall. Yin Fengyun appeared somewhat anxious, hastily making his way to the dragon throne. Shortly thereafter, Yuan Lu presented the urgent report. A significant event had transpired at the borders. The army of the kingdom of Rizhao had retreated. The most crucial reason for this retreat was the unexpected demise of the divine emperor of Rizhao due to a sudden illness. Such news was difficult for anyone to accept. Once the word spread, the ministers erupted with excitement. For them, this was a momentous occasion. The kingdom of Rizhao had long been an adversary of the great Xia, a formidable foe. Now, with their withdrawal, it was akin to a collapse. The passing of a sovereign could lead to a decline in the morale of their soldiers, thereby simplifying the resolution of these issues. Esteemed ministers, what are your thoughts on this matter? Yin Fengyun scanned the assembly, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest of the throne, his voice solemn. At this moment, he exuded an air of authority, yet no one could discern his innermost thoughts. The sentiments among the ministers seemed to align. The kingdom of Rizhao had always taken pleasure in imitating the great Xia, even utilizing its resources against it. Now, it was evident that divine retribution had struck. Indeed, they had brought this upon themselves. This is a joyous occasion. Your Majesty, is it not, as young Master Yang previously asserted, that the kingdom of Rizhao would never dare to attack us? It appears that his words ring true. Young Master Yang possesses remarkable foresight. With his marriage to the princess, Your Majesty can fully rely on him, ensuring the safety of the great Xia. Congratulations, Your Majesty. This is truly a moment of double joy. This signifies the decline of Rizhao and the rise of the great Xia. The ministers spoke in unison, each echoing the other's sentiments. Initially, it seemed like a harmless discussion, but gradually, the topic began to veer off course, raising a sense of unease. Yin Fengyun's brows furrowed tightly. This was not the outcome he desired. He had hoped for a celebration over the decline of the kingdom of Rizhao and the prosperity of the great Xia. However, as the ministers continued, their words increasingly strayed from his intentions. Most troubling was their deliberate shift of focus towards Yang Jun, which could not have been more apparent. Were they supporting Yang Jun? This notion only fueled Yin Fengyun's discontent. Yang Jun was not his chosen one. He needed to devise alternative plans. Contemplating this, Yang Jun also thought of Zhou Tian. Uncertain if he was adequately prepared. Tomorrow was crucial. Yang Jun must be subdued. This matter was far from simple. Regardless of the circumstances, his daughter must never marry Yang Jun. The morning court proceeded amid the tension of their standoff. After announcing the court's adjournment, Yin Fengyun made his way to the imperial garden. Father, how do I look? Am I beautiful? Upon seeing Yin Fengyun, Yin Xie rushed forward, her face beaming with joy. Clad in her red bridal attire, she radiated excitement and sheer happiness. No matter the circumstances, she resolved to maintain her best demeanor and marry Yang Jun splendidly. This sentiment was a steadfast conviction in Yang Jun's heart. In light of the current developments, he must grow even stronger. The empress, resplendent in her bright yellow gown, watched her daughter from afar, her expression filled with delight. Her little girl had blossomed and was about to wed. Chapter 97. Choosing a consort. Yin Fengyun's mood had not been particularly favorable that day. Yet, upon witnessing this scene before him, his spirits lifted considerably. He wished to avoid dwelling on the matters of the court. Yang Jun had sullied his own mood. Fortunately, he still had his cherished daughter, whose presence could gradually uplift his spirits. Father, why are you silent? Am I not beautiful? Yin Xie's voice was soft and delicate as she coquettishly directed her charm towards Yin Fengyun. My sixth princess, how could there be any reason for you to be deemed unattractive? Just like your mother, you are breathtakingly beautiful. You look splendid in any attire. Yin Fengyun smiled, and upon hearing his words, Yin Xie giggled, her joy evident. With the grand wedding approaching, this was the moment Yin Xie felt the most satisfied and elated. Filled with anticipation, she thought to herself that since her father admired her, she would change into another outfit for him to select. I shall go and change, so you can choose something beautiful for me, she exclaimed joyfully, bouncing away in elation. As she departed, Yin Fengyun's expression gradually darkened. The joy that Yin Xie brought him was overshadowed by the anger that Yang Jun, that fool, had incited within him. Regardless of the circumstances, these matters were not to his liking. As he contemplated Yang Jun, a brooding demeanor enveloped him, his aura turning cold. The empress, having observed his temperament over the years, immediately discerned his thoughts. "Your Majesty, is it truly impossible for you to accept Yangjun?" she inquired. Yin Fengyan grasped the Empress's hand firmly. "Ensure that Xie is well cared for tomorrow. Remember, do not let her act recklessly." He inhaled deeply, a look of concern etched upon his face. His daughter must not come to any harm. As for this potential son-in-law, he was wholly unacceptable in Yin Fengyun's eyes. "Rest assured, Your Majesty," the Empress replied. Her brow slightly furrowed, but a gentle smile soon graced her features as she nodded in understanding. It seemed that tomorrow's events would be fraught with changes, and the Empress felt a tinge of worry regarding the union of Yangjun and Yun Xie. The presence of Yuan Lu, who was waiting patiently nearby, caught Yin Fengyun's attention, causing him to frown once more. "Empress, please go check on Xie." The Empress, who typically refrained from meddling in court affairs, recognized the gravity of his request and thus departed. Yuan Lu respectfully followed behind Yin Fengyan. "Your Majesty, Zhou Tian has been diligently training at his residence, and reports indicate that his progress is remarkable. Indeed, Zhou Tian possesses extraordinary talent, coupled with diligence and intelligence. He is truly favored by me," Yin Fengyan mused. Lifting his gaze, "Deliver the sacred sword to him, and inform him that it is a gift from me. Additionally, convey to him that he must not disappoint me tomorrow." A glimmer of cold determination flickered in his eyes. The month of September in the Great Xia was oppressively hot. Today's weather was particularly unusual, with countless cicadas clamoring both inside and outside the imperial city. Yun Fengyun's mood soured as dark clouds loomed overhead, obscuring the moon and casting a dim light upon the earth. Not far from the capital, a troop of soldiers advanced towards the city. The cold, gray light of the waning moon glinted off their iron armor, exuding an aura of chilling dread, as if the very earth would freeze beneath their presence. At the forefront, a towering figure radiated a fierce aura, his features sharp and his lips curled in a slight smile, reminiscent of a tiger returning from a bloodied hunt. He gazed up at the moon, his fierce demeanor momentarily softening as he exhaled slowly. "Son, your father has returned home." Meanwhile, the Pingxi Wangfu was adorned with festive decorations. Deng Jian hurried about, personally overseeing the final touches for the grand wedding of the heir. This day was of utmost importance, and he was determined to maintain the dignity and decorum of the residence. Excitement filled Deng Jian's face. This was the most joyous occasion since the Lord's departure. The servants, witnessing the steward's diligent efforts, urged him to take a rest. "Steward, these little tasks do not require your personal attention." Deng Jian chuckled heartily at their concern. "You fools! Do you not realize this is the heir's grand wedding? There can be no room for error. It must be conducted flawlessly and splendidly. Otherwise, would we not tarnish the reputation of the Pingxi Wangfu?" With his hands on his hips, Deng Jian surveyed the newly decorated estate, brimming with excitement. Surely, the late lord would be pleased from above. Thoughts of the old lord caused Deng Jian to lower his head in reflection, recalling the times he had fought valiantly alongside him, even when pierced by the steel blades of battle. The Lord had saved his life and entrusted him with the care of the estate, allowing him to witness the heir's growth. Today, the heir was to marry the most beloved princess of the current emperor. The old lord's wishes would finally be fulfilled. The Pingxi Wangfu did not seek glory nor the honor of marrying a princess. Rather, it was the heir who needed this union to navigate the latter part of his life more smoothly. Everything was prepared within the residence. The heir's attire and accessories were laid out in his chamber. Yet, Deng Jian remained restless, traversing the halls and inspecting every corner of the estate. He repeatedly instructed the guards to ensure the peace of the residence today. Finally, he made his way to the kitchen, conducting thorough checks and reminders, especially regarding the heir's favored dishes and the dietary preferences of the guests attending. Deng Jian was well versed in these matters and could recite them with ease. By the time he completed his tasks, fatigue weighed heavily upon him. Nevertheless, excitement still sparkled in his eyes. "From this day forth, you shall truly come of age. My heir," Deng Jian declared joyously, unable to conceal his enthusiasm. Chapter 98. The affairs of the Wangfu, a man's growth is marked by significant milestones, among which marriage stands paramount. It is only through the experience of marriage that a man can be deemed to have truly matured. The heir is on the cusp of embracing his responsibilities through these events. "My son, how swiftly you have grown," Deng Jian thought. The Pingxi Wangfu, in the days of the late lord, basked in a glorious zenith. Now, it was time for the heir to assume this mantle. Deng Jian understood that it was not the heir's brilliance that mattered most, but rather his safe passage through life. With this in mind, he approached the entrance of the Wangfu, bowing to the officials dispatched by the Ministry of Rites to prepare for the wedding. He also produced several generous red envelopes, presenting them with gratitude. "Thank you for your hard work." However, it was evident that the officials wore somewhat uncomfortable expressions. Having spent days assisting in the wedding preparations, they had become quite familiar with the Pingxi Wangfu. Although they were not typically involved in such matters, the unfolding circumstances left them no choice but to engage. Deng Jian harbored unwavering loyalty towards Wang Fu, a sentiment that was evidently mutual. Furthermore, he displayed great kindness towards several individuals, which inevitably stirred a sense of unease within them regarding the current situation. "Deng Guanjia, the hour is growing late, yet not a single gift has arrived," whispered an official from the Ministry of Rites, offering a discreet reminder. Upon hearing these words, Deng Jian momentarily froze, but quickly regained his composure, donning a genial smile. This grand wedding had been arranged long in advance, and the palace placed considerable importance on it. Thus, preparations were surely underway. There was no need for haste in such matters. They could not be rushed. Deng Jian spoke with a smile, yet the official cast a glance at him, hesitating to voice his concerns. Surely, such matters could not be overlooked. Under normal circumstances, various officials would have long since sent their gifts and congratulations. This was the Pingxi Wangfu, and given its status and prestige, the offerings should have been abundant. Even if some officials were occupied, their gifts would have arrived in their stead. This was a matter of propriety and a fundamental aspect of interpersonal relations, one that could not be disregarded or avoided. Moreover, it was crucial to recognize that a more significant royal family member was involved in this wedding. Thus, it was unreasonable to presume that the timing was merely an oversight or forgetfulness. The situation suggested that the officials had no intention of attending Yang Jun's wedding. Rest assured, they would certainly come. Just then, Yang Jun emerged, adorned in a fiery red bridal outfit that accentuated his joyous and noble appearance. Though not particularly imposing, the attire lent him an air of scholarly elegance, coupled with gravitas and spirited enthusiasm. Upon seeing His Highness the young master, Deng Jian immediately bent down to pay his respects. Yang Jun stepped forward, gently grasping Deng Jian's arm. "Thank you for your hard work." A soft utterance brought moisture to Deng Jian's eyes, a poignant reflection of his dedication. "Is no trouble at all. It is my fault for not notifying everyone adequately," Deng Jian lamented, gazing at the blank list of gifts with a heavy sigh. When had the Pingxi Wangfu ever faced such blatant neglect? At that moment, he felt a sense of frustration welling up within him. "It matters not. They have chosen to forsake us, so let it be," Yang Jun replied with a gentle smile, patting Deng Jian's shoulder. His voice was slightly hoarse and somber, and his gaze, reminiscent of a harsh winter frost, seemed capable of extinguishing all warmth. Yang Jun understood that Deng Jian had longed for a day when the Wangfu would bask in glory. He had witnessed Deng Jian's tireless efforts and sacrifices over the past days. Yet today, despite the festive decorations, the atmosphere within the Wangfu felt desolate. The officials appeared to be avoiding the Pingxi Wangfu as though it were a den of serpents. Yang Jun needed no further contemplation to grasp the situation. Officials might have excuses for their absence, but what official lacked family? Had even one of them made an appearance? In truth, Yang Jun held little expectation for this grand wedding. It was merely the transformation of Yun Xie that allowed the ceremony to proceed, albeit unexpectedly met with disdain and neglect from the very outset. The taste of such moments was undeniably bitter. "Very well, I shall proceed to receive the newcomers," Yang Jun declared with a calm demeanor, securing the wrapped Ba Zhu Jian upon his steed. "Guard the gate and prepare the feast." "As you command." Deng Jian expressed utmost respect towards Yang Jun, for from this day forth, Yang Jun was a man of stature. Watching Yang Jun mount his horse, Deng Jian's heart swelled with memories of the late Pingxi Wangye, who once rode into battle in a similar fashion. Yang Jun, riding at the front, adorned with a bright red flower, led the procession, accompanied by the resounding clamor of drums and firecrackers. Amidst the swirling smoke, he firmly grasped the hilt of the Ba Zhu Jian. Though silent, he exuded an air of calm authority. For him, every forthcoming moment required meticulous attention. There could be no room for complacency. Within the palace, the air was equally thick with incense. Yun Fengyun held a stick of incense in his hand, placing it within the great cauldron of the ancestral hall, praying for the flourishing fortune of the Daxia. The marriage of the Daxia princess was a matter intricately tied to the fate of the nation, thus requiring utmost diligence in its execution. Clad in a fiery red bridal gown, Yun Xie, radiant beyond measure, knelt upon a mat. Each of Yun Fengyun's prayers intensified the hopes within her heart. Today, she was to ride a fine steed, draped in red and adorned with finery. This wedding was equally significant for Yun Xie, as it intertwined her destiny with Yang Jun's. The connection between national fortune and marriage was imperative to uphold. From Yun Xie's perspective, it represented the culmination of her feelings for Yang Jun. The Yun royal family aspired for national prosperity, while she yearned for a heartfelt bond with Yang Jun, hoping for a shared future of happiness. These were her aspirations and desires. Yang Jun, the misunderstood man, had indeed found his way into her heart. Meanwhile, Yun Xuanma knelt alongside several royal siblings within the ancestral hall, weeping profusely. Their beloved sister, Yun Xie, was to be wed, and to none other than that scoundrel Yang Jun. Chapter 99. Everyone has calculations. That rascal Yang Jun had to be taught a lesson, and he must compensate the royal uncles generously. Moreover, it must be a treasured private version. Otherwise, he would never be able to rid himself of this resentment. Yang Jun, do not think that a few beautiful books can sway me, Yun Xuanma thought bitterly. Yet you must understand, Xie is my most cherished sister. How could you treat her thus? His dissatisfaction grew, and the thought of that scoundrel becoming his brother-in-law was intolerable. How could he ever reconcile such a situation? The more he pondered, the more his indignation intensified, manifesting as tears streaming down his face. The Yun royal family was blessed by the heavens, their incense thriving, and he could hardly keep his eyes dry, chuckling awkwardly. Fortunately, his royal siblings were too preoccupied to expose his vulnerability. Such matters were understood among them. After all, Yun Xie was a beloved sister, and her marriage evoked a sense of bittersweet longing in everyone's hearts. Hence, they empathized with Yun Xuanma's display of emotion. Alas, Yang Jun, you owe me, he thought, shaking his head instinctively. Such matters were utterly intolerable. He must demand not 10, but over 100 books to alleviate his grievances. Outside the ancestral hall, courtiers knelt in attendance. Today, they seemed to have reached a consensus regarding the situation. There was a shared understanding of how to navigate the circumstances. Those who had previously sought favor for Yang Jun recognized that the emperor held no such intentions. Otherwise, there would not have been repeated refusals. Presently, it was evident that the emperor not only disliked Yang Jun, but also harbored a sense of aversion and rejection towards him. Otherwise, how could such a situation arise? The fact that even the emperor was averse to Yang Jun and unwilling to assist him cast doubt on who would dare to curry favor with him henceforth. As for this grand wedding, many officials had already made their preparations. What kind of gift, what manner of presentation, all must adhere to certain conventions. However, previously, no one had given gifts in advance. The Pingxi Wangfu has transformed significantly from its former self. Thus, this has led the officials to prepare themselves internally for various eventualities. It is imperative to act judiciously as a government official. The most fundamental aspect is to establish alliances. Only by aligning oneself correctly can one navigate subsequent affairs with relative ease. Master Liu, where are you headed tonight? To the brothel for music. Oh, and what of the Pingxi Wangfu? I dare not venture there. And you, Master Li? If the esteemed officials are not going, then I too shall refrain. It appears that this situation will profoundly impact the heir of Pingxi Wang. This is not merely a matter of becoming the subject of ridicule. It is a consequence of his own actions. Indeed, without the Pingxi Wang, and having offended the higher powers, who would dare to present gifts? The officials exchanged knowing glances, their smiles subtly revealing the underlying sentiments. The rise and fall of the Pingxi Wangfu may very well hinge on this wedding. As for other matters, they need not be elaborated upon. Yang Jun dismounted before the palace gates, gently patting his horse's mane and adjusting the wrapped bawang sword on its back. It seemed as though he was cautioning his steed to guard his weapon. Yang Jun was unable to bring weapons into the palace, an immutable fact. Fortunately, the bawang sword had already recognized Yang Jun as its master, alleviating his concerns. The Daxia ancestral temple is nestled deep within the palace. Yang Jun dismounted, choosing not to dwell on it. Today, on this momentous occasion, he desired only smooth proceedings. Should any unforeseen events arise, his only recourse would be to smooth over the situation. The palace was deep and tranquil, devoid of the usual scenes of ministerial gatherings. The red walls and green tiles exuded an air of majesty. Yang Jun entered the palace, his sleeves flowing as he strode confidently forward. Beyond the ancestral temple, a haze of incense smoke enveloped him. Through the mist, he beheld the ground strewn with officials in supplication. Even those royal relatives who typically remained in seclusion had emerged. They were afforded the luxury of cushions, and amidst the crowd, Yang Jun spotted a flash of vibrant red. Yun Siya. She was there, amidst the throng, and upon catching sight of Yang Jun, she called out softly, "Yang Jun." With that exclamation, she rose, eager to rush towards him. Yet Yin Fengyun's hand shot out, gripping her tightly and halting her movement. At the temple's entrance, the empress also softly called out to Yang Jun. He glanced at the empress clad in bright yellow, memories of the original text flooding his mind. Zhou Tian's ambition to usurp Yin Fengyun's position was evident. However, this empress was not of the kind he had envisioned. The empress had met a tragic end, sacrificing herself to uphold the dignity and nobility of her title. As he regarded her, Yang Jun clasped his hands in respect, not solely because she was his future mother-in-law, but also out of genuine reverence. "I have met the empress." The empress gazed kindly at the young man who would soon become her cherished daughter's husband, her lips parting in a gentle smile. Yang Jun bowed once more, adhering to tradition, lifting the hem of his wedding robe as he prepared to step forward. The threshold to the ancestral temple was high, requiring him to raise his leg to cross. If any unforeseen circumstances arise today, you must ensure your own safety and leave this place. Siya will not hold it against you. The voice that reached Yang Jun's ears was clear and deliberately low, intended solely for him. Yet he thought, "But I will blame myself." His eyes reflected purity and innocence. In response to a motherly warning, he offered a an untainted heart, coupled with an unwavering spirit that refused to yield. The empress, taken aback by his response, smiled softly. She raised her hand slightly, her long sleeve brushing gently against her cheek. As she lowered her sleeve, her gaze deepened with compassion and tenderness, fixated on the handsome and resolute young man. She watched as he crossed the threshold, proceeding alone towards the assembly of officials. Ultimately, he would face the emperor and the royal family, as well as the daunting abyss that loomed before him, an obstacle that seemed insurmountable. Today, Yin Siya was breathtakingly beautiful in her vibrant red wedding attire, exuding an air of purity. In her eyes, there was only the man approaching her step by step. Yang Jun lifted his gaze to meet hers. He could not deny that Yin Siya was a great beauty. If previously she could be rated a 10, today she was undoubtedly an 11, so radiant and enchanting. After all, she was the woman Yang Jun was about to wed. As Yang Jun gazed at Yin Siya, he noticed the deep affection emanating from her eyes, a tangible longing that could not be contained. He continued forward, determined to cross the threshold, undeterred by any opposition. Just as he was about to speak to Yin Siya, Yin Fengyun tightened his grip on her, his eyes coldly fixed upon her, thwarting her movement. "Yang Jun, if you wish to marry my daughter, it will not be so simple. You must endure a trial." Yin Fengyun's words did not seem to perturb Yang Jun overly much. "Yang Jun." At that moment, a tall and striking figure rose from the kneeling assembly of officials before the ancestral temple. "Here he comes." Yang Jun furrowed his brow, fully aware that this was a deliberate act, and without the emperor's authorization, Zhou Tian would not have dared to act in such a manner. Yang Jun could only chuckle wryly at the situation. As a minor character, a foil to the original text, was he destined to confront such an outcome? He felt a sense of helplessness, but was not afraid. If the heavens had orchestrated this scenario, he would accept it in its entirety. Zhou Tian held a cloth-wrapped object in his hand. It seemed the emperor was indeed taking care of him, providing thorough support. Yet, this was how matters must unfold. "Yang Jun, you are unworthy to marry the sixth princess," Zhou Tian proclaimed loudly, causing the crowd to gasp in astonishment. However, at that moment, the astute officials understood that they needed to prepare themselves for what was to come. They adopted a serene demeanor, awaiting the developments and changes ahead, a silent consensus amongst them. "Yang Jun, you are unworthy of the sixth princess. Your claim is merely due to the marriage agreement made, while the Pingxi Wang was alive. Regrettably, you possess nothing that could endear you to her. As for me, I hold affection for the sixth princess and serve as the vice captain of the Imperial Guard. In contrast, you lack both literary and martial prowess. What qualifications or status do you have to claim her hand? In the presence of Pingxi Wang, you are merely a dandy. Now that he has passed, you are nothing. I have toiled and struggled step by step to achieve this day, while you, on the other hand, possess neither the qualification nor the capability to be worthy of Lu Gongzhu. At this moment, Zhou Tian shouted loudly, I have the ability and strength to grant Lu Gongzhu a life of happiness. As for you, you are but a shadow, seeking to marry Lu Gongzhu solely to elevate your own existence through her status. Let me assure you, that possibility does not exist. Zhou Tian's voice resonated powerfully, striking awe into those around him. Upon hearing Zhou Tian's words, the crowd fell silent. Zhou Tian, visibly agitated, trembled and inadvertently tore away the cloth that had covered his possession. The pure white Tianzi sword was unveiled, emanating a formidable aura that drew the attention of all present. They instinctively recoiled. Yang Jun observed this scene, feeling an unmistakable unease deep within. The unfolding situation was far from manageable. The officials maintained their positions, allowing matters to unfold as they would. Ultimately, everything here must be addressed by them alone. The victor is always justified. These officials had experienced much and understood how to navigate their lives. Therefore, at this juncture, they must confront and respond to the pressing matters at hand. Yang Jun sighed softly, shaking his head. He was already well aware of these realities. Yet now, with Zhou Tian stepping forward and wielding the royal sword, he could only chuckle. Does that old emperor wish to use this sword to hasten his own demise? Regardless, there was no need to concern oneself with such trivialities. The absurdity of the situation was evident. What truly mattered was that today he must fight with all his might. Yin Xie had chosen him without hesitation. Did he still have the option to retreat? Moreover, what day was it today? It was the day of his wedding to Lu Gongzhu. If Zhou Tian were to take Yin Xie from him, he would be forever relegated to a life of insignificance. Such a fate was unacceptable for any man. Yang Jun cast a cold glance at Zhou Tian, smirking. Today marked the union of the Pingxi Wang estate and the royal family. There are many ways to bring good fortune, but must you truly spill your own blood to do so? As he spoke, a faint smile graced his lips. At this point, could he possibly retreat? To do so would mean he could never hold his head high again. It seemed that young Master Yang wished for his own demise. Zhou Tian sneered coldly, gripping the royal sword, its blade shimmering as he gathered his strength. Chapter 101. Her choice. Yin Xie was in shock. The events unfolding before her were overwhelmingly distressing. She yearned to scream, to reprimand, to intervene. Even more, she wished to rush to Yang Jun's side to protect him. Yet, she found herself utterly immobilized. At this moment, it felt as though her strength had been sealed, rendering her incapable of standing or even speaking. Yin Xie was astonished. Although she could not move, her peripheral vision caught sight of her father, the emperor. Why was this happening? In her heart, she screamed in anguish, imploring him not to interfere. Yun Fengyun, with an air of authority, feigned ignorance to the unfolding chaos. The moment Yang Jun stepped into the ancestral hall, Yun Fengyun had seized the opportunity to incapacitate Yin Xie with a pressure point. Thus, she was rendered powerless. Yin Xie lost control of herself, helplessly drawn to her father. Is he truly intent on taking Yang Jun's life? The sight before her twisted her heart in agony. Leave quickly, please. Yang Jun, you must escape this place. Her heart cried out, tears streaming down her cheeks. In such a moment, she even wished for her own demise. Perhaps she was never meant to be Yang Jun's woman. If only she could have heard his voice from the beginning, then none of this would have transpired. She longed for everything to change, for Yang Jun to hear her voice instead, urging him to flee. Perhaps then, this would not end in tragedy. The Empress approached cautiously, supporting Yin Xie as they slowly exited the side of the ancestral hall. Yin Xie's gaze drifted among the incense smoke, her face awash with tears. Her brother was right. The royal family's incense was indeed overwhelming, often leaving one in tears, unable to adjust. Zhou Tian was eager, already prepared to strike. He intended to slay Yang Jun right there in front of everyone. Without Yang Jun, he could then marry Yin Xie, ascending to greatness. Regardless of the circumstances, Yang Jun's death was assured today. Your Majesty, I respectfully request permission to engage in a fair duel with young Master Yang. The victor shall earn the right to wed Lu Gongzhu. Zhou Tian's imposing presence surged as he stepped forward, bowing to Yun Fengyan. The officials looked to their emperor, who held the power to decide. Nevertheless, everything was already under his control. To become a prince consort, one must possess formidable strength, defeating all rivals. Otherwise, how could one be deemed worthy of marrying his daughter? Yun Fengyun's countenance darkened, his voice tinged with an unusual resonance. He was cold and regal, his eyes like lightning as he gazed at Yang Jun. Do you dare to fight Zhou Tian? The nobles and officials of the royal court listened intently, comprehending the gravity of the situation. They were astonished by Zhou Tian's audacity to challenge Yang Jun. Yet now, there was no need for speculation. The reality was clear. Regardless of how things unfolded, many issues would evolve into something fundamentally different. The emperor was prepared to act, manipulating others to do his bidding. The Pingxi Wang estate had long since fallen into decline. Everything that transpired now seemed devoid of meaning. Whatever the outcome, the necessity of the Pingxi Wang estate's existence was in question. The officials bowed their heads, their hearts as clear as mirrors. No one dared to speak further, especially in such a moment. The unfolding events were profoundly unexpected. Regardless of who initiated actions, it mattered not. In any case, Yang Jun was now caught in a perilous predicament. If he were to falter or concede, the outcome would be all too predictable. Even if he were to survive, he would find himself devoid of a place to call home, stripped of any foothold in the future. Zhou Tian had discerned this truth, bolstered by the emperor's support. He could still mount a formidable offensive. From Zhou Tian's perspective, every aspect of this situation was advantageous to him. Either Yang Jun would accept the challenge and perish beneath his sword, or he would refuse to fight, thereby losing his future standing. Such matters were, in essence, quite straightforward. The sentiments among the crowd mirrored this view. With Zhou Tian's prowess, what recourse did Yang Jun possess? Moreover, the most crucial factor was that Yun Fengyun had already leaned in favor of Zhou Tian. Even before the battle commenced, the scales had tipped. The anticipated outcomes seemed to have reached a consensus in the minds of the spectators. Absent the Pingxi Wang, Yang Jun now resembled a fish on the chopping block, at the mercy of others. Consequently, the final result was evident to all. Yang Jun's fate would either be one of disgrace or death. Should Yang Yi consider retreating? Indeed, life is paramount. Everything else is but fleeting mist. Young master, heed the counsel. An elder statesman stepped forward to advise Yang Jun. Many of them had received favors from the Pingxi Wang, and among them were numerous supporters of Yun Fengyan. All eyes were fixed upon Yang Jun, acutely aware of the gravity of the moment and the need for decisive action. In this critical juncture, he understood that any choice appeared to be disadvantageous. However, his trump card, his support, had yet to be fully revealed. Thus, he chose to wait for the arrival of his backing. The onlookers deemed him foolish, eager to witness either his downfall or his humiliation. Yet, could some matters truly be left to the whims of others? Chapter 102. The greatest support at that moment. The ground of the ancestral hall trembled slightly. The earth dragon stirs. Many thoughts like this flickered through the minds of the crowd. However, outside the hall, a cacophony of screams and chaos erupted. Yun Fengyun was taken aback. How could such a place permit the intrusion of disorderly individuals? Yet, amidst his furious shouts, his expression shifted. This tremor was not caused by an earth dragon stirring, but was likely the sound of synchronized footsteps or iron hooves. Amidst Yun Fengyun's furious roars, the outside noise of screams intensified, creating utter disarray. Yet, faintly, 3 words could be discerned. Pingxi Wang. What? A low rebuke escaped Yun Fengyun's lips. Such a thing must not happen. All hail the Pingxi Wang. Simultaneously, a thunderous roar arose from outside. The crowd instinctively looked up towards the ancestral hall's entrance. At that moment, a war horse galloped forth, its rider clad in gleaming armor, the outer garment tattered and stained with blood. Within the ancestral hall, no horses or weapons were permitted. Those who defied this order would face execution. Upon seeing this, the guards rushed to intervene, their blades aimed at the horsemen. Ignoring their cries, the imposing figure shouted a command, and the steed soared over the guards, galloping away. The guards, eyes wide, could only watch the retreating figure. Moments later, they collapsed to their knees. All hail the Pingxi Wang. The voices of the guards, palace maids, and eunuchs rose in unison. As the warhorse sped past, those who knelt behind it formed a continuous line leading towards the ancestral hall. The speed of the horse was astonishing, and its rider emanated an aura of authority, exuding an overwhelming presence as he rode forth. This formidable aura, forged in the crucible of countless battles, was a product of blood and fire, radiating a terrifying intent. The guards at the entrance of the ancestral hall were far more perceptive than their counterparts within. They quickly recognized the man on horseback, and in an instant, lost the courage to raise their weapons. All hail the Pingxi Wang! The warhorse surged forward, carrying the Pingxi Wang into the ancestral hall. The officials, witnessing this spectacle, were left dumbfounded. The overwhelming presence of the Pingxi Wang instilled fear, rendering them weak-kneed and unable to stand. The Pingxi Wang was not merely a figure of strength and resolve. He was a master of political maneuvering amidst the court's intrigues. Previously, the death of the Pingxi Wang had altered the course of fate. Now, with his return, destiny had shifted once more. Eventually, the warhorse came to a halt, the Pingxi Wang's armor glinting ominously beneath his cloak, radiating an aura of impending doom. The officials were astounded. The Pingxi Wang was alive. The figure now before them retained the same formidable presence as ever, exuding unparalleled strength. As the Pingxi Wang gracefully dismounted, his movements were light, yet they sent shivers through the officials, akin to the earth dragon stirring. Upon planting his feet on the ground, the officials finally regained their composure. All hail the Pingxi Wang! The chorus of voices rose again as the Pingxi Wang continued his advance. The high threshold of the ancestral hall separated the officials from the royal family. He stepped across it, traversing a barrier that might forever remain uncrossed for the officials. My son's wedding. Who dares to obstruct? The Pingxi Wang entered, his tone casual. At his unassuming words, Zhou Tian felt a tremor run through him. The boundless fighting spirit dissipating. The mighty holy sword in his grasp now seemed a cumbersome stick, leaving him momentarily at a loss as to whether to discard it or cling to it tightly. The Pingxi Wang approached, and Zhou Tian could only grit his teeth and clasp his hands in salute. All hail the Pingxi Wang! The Pingxi Wang paid Zhou Tian no heed, continuing onward until he stood before Yang Jun. Good son, have you missed your father? In that moment, amidst the gaze of all, the Pingxi Wang, who could subdue the officials with mere resolve, effortlessly lifted Yang Jun high into the air, laughing heartily as he questioned him. The Pingxi Wang towered over Yang Jun, yet at this moment, he effortlessly raised his son above his head. This action evoked memories of Yang Jun's childhood, when the Pingxi Wang would often lift him up, declaring that his son would never be beneath anyone. Yang Jun gazed at his father, witnessing for the first time the imposing figure of Yang Yi up close. He could palpably sense that his father had emerged from the depths of bloodshed. This proximity allowed him to perceive the latent ferocity emanating from him. Yet, Yang Jun also realized that Yang Yi was likely making a concerted effort to restrain himself. Even so, the sheer power was unmistakable. Yang Jun focused on Yang Yi, acutely aware of the overwhelming pressure he exuded. Standing at least 180 centimeters tall, Yang Jun found that his father was far more robust than he remembered. With such a father, it felt as though a mountain stood before him, shielding him from all storms. Perceiving his father's fervor, Yang Jun was instantly reminded of the pressing matters at hand. The urgency of these affairs weighed heavily upon him, and he lamented, "O father, how I suffer." His voice trembled on the verge of tears. Hearing this, Yang Yi cast his gaze toward the threshold, where numerous high-ranking officials knelt outside the ancestral temple, their bodies trembling. Bent low, and their eyes fixated on the ground. They wished fervently to merge their very beings with the earth beneath them, lying prostrate in submission. Fear gripped their hearts, and cold sweat trickled down their backs. The officials, momentarily taken aback, seized the opportunity to salvage their own fates before the final verdict was cast. "I have missed you day and night," murmured one official, wiping his eyes as he spoke in rapid succession. Each person bore an expression of uncontainable excitement, as if they were not beholding Yang Yi, but rather their own fathers. In Chapter 103, Is There Any Dissent? Today, as the heir to the throne celebrates his wedding, we have prepared an abundance of gifts, eagerly awaiting the prince's arrival. This is a blessing for Xia, divinely bestowed. How splendid it is that, with the presence of Wang Pingxi, we have nothing to fear from the minor kingdoms. The officials continued to chime in. each praising Wang Pingxi in a chorus of admiration. Their sentiments suggested that with Wang Pingxi at the helm, no challenges would arise. Yet, their memories appeared to falter, as they seemed to forget their prior transgressions against Yang Jun. Now, they were merely seeking to ingratiate themselves to curry favor. At this moment, Yin Fengyun wore a solemn expression. Since Wang Pingxi's return, he had felt an initial shock followed by a flicker of joy, but soon after, a weighty sense of unease and profound uncertainty settled in. In the midst of these conflicting emotions, he remained motionless, refraining from taking any further action. Elder brother, Yang Yi released Yang Jun, who had ceased his sobbing. Offering a few words of consolation, he then approached Yin Fengyun to greet him. What followed astonished all present. Yang Yi stepped forward and embraced Yin Fengyun tightly, laughing heartily. Brother, have you missed me? By the way, did you shed tears when I was thought to be dead? You know, I am the emperor. Yin Fengyun, feeling exasperated, let out a cold snort. His tone was laced with disdain, yet he did not resist, allowing Yang Yi to hold him. After all, Yang Yi had always been forthright and unreserved in his demeanor. This brother-in-arms often caused Yin Fengyun considerable headaches, for a ruler cannot afford to be overly trusting. Thus, in matters such as these, suspicion often lingered. Yet, Yang Ye's response remained refreshingly candid, devoid of pretense. This earnestness compelled Yin Fengyun to recall their past camaraderie, fighting side by side in battle, risking their lives. After all these years, his brother-in-arms had not changed, while the one now seated upon the dragon throne appeared to have transformed. The officials were left agape at the audacity displayed by Wang Pingxi towards the emperor. Such behavior, under any other circumstance, would have been unthinkable for any minister. The sheer intensity of the moment unsettled everyone present. It should be noted that the Yun royal family boasted many princes, and even they, upon encountering the emperor, could only respectfully address him as Your Majesty or Elder Brother. While these titles may seem similar, the nuances between them are profound and complex. Tell me, how did you survive? The military reports indicated that you had perished in battle. Yin Fengyun finally regained his composure and inquired, his voice grave. Those were merely strategic maneuvers to counter the threats posed by the Rizhao. Yang Yi declared, and as soon as he finished, a chorus of congratulations erupted from outside. Congratulations to His Highness the Heir on his wedding. The jubilant voices soared, echoing into the heavens. Yin Fengyun's expression darkened slightly. These cheers were not from the officials. Peering into the distance, he perceived the figures of the Pingxi generals and the tide of armored soldiers behind them. Yin Fengyun felt a jolt of shock, weighing the potential outcomes of this unfolding event. The royal family and officials were equally astonished by the thunderous applause. It seemed a commonplace occurrence for the heir of Pingxi to wed, with the Pingxi army extending their congratulations. However, the magnitude of this display was both shocking and unexpected. As Yin Fengyun's countenance grew increasingly grim, he realized that such overwhelming power should not be visible before him, the true dragon son of heaven. In the entirety of the imperial palace and the realm of the Xia, no one but him should command such authority. Clearing his throat, Yin Fengyun fixed his gaze upon Yang Yi. Brother, you are aware of Yang Jun's reputation over the years. His actions have often been immature, making me cautious regarding the matter of the marriage. If Yang Jun can overcome the challenges today, only then will I grant permission for his union with Shiyu. This proclamation left the nearby royal relatives momentarily stunned. They sensed the weight of the emperor's words, laden with authority that brooked no dissent. Yet, the situation appeared rather precarious. For Wang Pingxi to witness his son pitted against Zhou Tian, risking his life in the process, seemed implausible. Wang Pingxi faced not only his brother-in-arms but also the reigning emperor. This dilemma posed a significant challenge, and speculation arose that Wang Pingxi might indeed oppose the emperor's wishes. The officials exchanged anxious glances, assessing the tension that hung palpably in the air between Zhou Tian and Yang Jun. As the atmosphere thickened with uncertainty, none dared to speak lightly. The unfolding events were shrouded in ambiguity, leaving all in suspense regarding their eventual outcome. Zhou Tian, gripping the sacred sword, began to emerge from the oppressive weight of Wang Pingxi's presence. Now, should Wang Pingxi acquiesce to the emperor's demands, he could demonstrate his prowess and assert his might. Yang Jun was no match for Zhou Tian. However, Wang Pingxi would surely not allow his son to face death so readily. Thus, a rebuttal to the emperor was inevitable. At this juncture, All present ponder how the situation would unfold and what further developments lay ahead. In Chapter 104, Release and Engage, many had already concluded that Wang Pingxi would oppose the emperor's decree. Yang Jun could not be sacrificed so easily. Such was the firm belief of Yang Yi. Yet, at that moment, Wang Pingxi, wearing a serious expression, nodded in agreement. Elder brother speaks wisely. Yang Jun, go forth without fear. Wang Pingxi, addressing his son, placed a reassuring hand upon his shoulder. My son, Yang Yi, shall never be found wanting. If anyone questions your strength or belittles you, then you must vanquish them. Yang Ye's words rang out boldly, while Yang Jun's expression remained one of bitter resignation. Originally, it was believed that Pingxi Wang would intervene directly to subdue Zhou Tian, thereby averting this battle. However, one could never have anticipated that this seemingly lenient father would truly allow him to take action and engage in combat. The desire to defeat Zhou Tian was also an aspiration of his own. Yet, such matters are not as simple as mere words. At this moment, Zhou Tian appeared eager, gripping the sacred sword tightly. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Just then, Yang Yi spoke again, his tone frigid and unyielding. Since this was a contest of skills, it should remain within bounds. Should Yang Jun be harmed, this king would certainly not let it go unpunished. Yang Ye's words sounded normal and unremarkable, yet Zhou Tian could distinctly sense an immense, invisible pressure bearing down upon him. The murderous intent of Pingxi Wang was far too overwhelming for one of his recent rank as a fourth-tier warrior to withstand. Yang Jun was momentarily taken aback. His father's approach was indeed ruthless. One cannot show weakness in a fight, nor concede defeat. Moreover, protecting one's own is of utmost importance. Very well, let us commence. Yin Fengyan could not afford to threaten Yang Jun openly as Yang Yi did, but he nodded and announced the beginning of the duel. Zhou Tian, in a state of urgency, stepped forth. Perhaps due to the presence of Pingxi Wang, Zhou Tian no longer exuded the confidence that promised an assured victory. Fighting Yang Jun, he unexpectedly gestured for him to begin. Thus, the conflict was imminent. The officials hastily retreated, yet they did not miss the opportunity to observe this grand confrontation. Zhou Tian, a fourth-tier warrior, faced Yang Jun, whose actual strength was merely third-tier. The might of Pingxi Wang was truly formidable. Under such circumstances, the pressure was overwhelming. He dared not unleash his full power, especially after Yang Ye's warning. At this moment, he could hardly muster the courage to wield the sacred sword. Zhou Tian, do not let me down. Yun Fengyun's voice resonated, filled with dissatisfaction that Zhou Tian seemed to lose his momentum in the fight against Yang Jun. What significance could this battle hold if it continued in such a manner? In Yun Fengyun's mind, he had originally favored Zhou Tian. However, witnessing Zhou Tian's performance in battle, it appeared he feared Pingxi Wang more than he did his own emperor. Such a notion was unacceptable to Yun Fengyan. After all, he was the true dragon of the heavens. How could his authority be eclipsed by Pingxi Wang? Upon hearing Yun Fengyun's words, Zhou Tian felt a greater weight of pressure. Yet, since the emperor had spoken, he had no choice but to take action. With a swift motion of his right hand, he grasped the sacred sword. As he wielded it once more, its power surged, launching an attack toward Yang Jun. The sacred sword unleashed in even greater force with each slash. Yang Jun, feeling the mounting pressure, found it increasingly difficult to evade, barely escaping each strike. Pingxi Wang's expression darkened. He sensed the exceptional prowess of the sacred sword in Zhou Tian's hands. Yang Jun, now unarmed, stood no chance against Zhou Tian. If this continued, it was likely that Yang Jun would sustain injuries. Soon, Pingxi Wang witnessed a more astonishing scene. Yang Jun evaded Zhou Tian's initial sword strike and, with a cold snort, extended his right hand. In that instant, a flash of blood surged forth from outside the ancestral hall. Gripping the overlord's sword tightly, a fierce aura emanated from Yang Jun, extending ominously around him. Upon seeing this, Pingxi Wang felt a surge of delight. Having spent years amidst the dead, Yang Yi was not blind to the extraordinary nature of this sword. It was a powerful divine weapon. At that moment, Zhou Tian was momentarily stunned by the sight of the overlord sword in Yang Jun's grasp, quickly followed by a wave of intense humiliation. That scoundrel Yang Jun had rendered him only half of the sacred sword. What was meant to be a weapon of life and death was now reduced to a mere fragment. All of this was due to Yang Jun, every bit of it. The more he thought about it, the greater his fury grew. Zhou Tian unleashed his full martial prowess, channeling immense strength. The king's sword surged forward toward Yang Jun. In response, Yang Jun brandished the overlord sword, and the two blades clashed with a resounding impact. Both warriors were forced to retreat, their forces colliding. Ultimately, Yang Jun fell slightly short. After all, he had not delved into martial arts as thoroughly as Zhou Tian had. In terms of strength, he was indeed at a disadvantage. Yang Jun, today you are destined to fail. Zhou Tian pressed forward, his sword energy following suit. I have been destined since childhood. What do you possess to contend with me? Zhou Tian's anger flared. He was the chosen one favored by his master. How could he accept such a result? He certainly did not wish for such an outcome. Furthermore, to confront such issues, one must possess even greater strength. Zhou Tian swung the king's sword forcefully, enveloping Yang Jun in sword energy once more. Yang Jun had no choice but to counter with his own blade. Regardless, these matters must be addressed. In an instant, the two were entangled in combat once more. They exchanged blows, relishing the clash. Zhou Tian was confident of victory, unleashing a barrage of sword energy, relentless in his assault. Yang Jun retreated step by step, appearing only able to evade. The civil and military officials murmured among themselves, glancing at Yang Jun with skepticism. Even with Ping Shi Huang's presence, he could not genuinely oppose Zhou Tian. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. This fact was undeniable. Zhou Tian's innate talent was too formidable, while Yang Jun's capabilities were woefully inadequate. This outcome seemed all but predetermined. Yun Fengyun maintained a stern expression, showing no sign of satisfaction. However, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His insistence was clear. His daughter could not marry Yang Jun. Should Yang Jun be defeated, the engagement would be annulled. The title of consort was not to be tainted by Yang Jun. He was to remain merely the heir of Ping Shi Huang, and nothing more.